In times of turmoil, heroines arise. Amidst supernatural phenomena and ceaseless strife, the empress ascends to the throne. The former courtiers, desperate to preserve their lives, tread cautiously, wielding their cunning to solidify their power while seeking greater gains. Even as Her Majesty the Empress diligently strives for reform, she cannot halt the inevitable decline of the times. Thus, she resorts to stringent laws, suppressing martial sects and noble families, dispatching them to the front lines to combat the malevolent forces. In the Liangxian Kingdom, in the Frost City Prefecture, the streets are filled with ragged refugees, laboring to transport supplies, fetching goods from the docks to designated locations for the officials, earning meager rewards. Your payment, 1 copper coin. Yours, 2 coins. Within the damp, shadowy confines of the underground prison of Frost City Prefecture, ants swarm over the lifeless corpses, the stench of dried blood staining the walls of the dungeon. In a separate cell, a strikingly handsome man, marked by bloodstains, slowly opens his eyes, surveying the chaotic surroundings, his gaze filled with sorrow and despair for the future. Having arrived in this world 6 months prior, he has inherited the memories within his mind. Just as he begins to acclimate to this new existence, he becomes acutely aware of the disorder that permeates this realm, for it is a matriarchal society where men are subservient to women. In this world, men are but appendages to women from a young age. They are physically frail, and adolescent boys must remain in the confines of their homes, studying the doctrines of male virtue, male education, and the legends of chaste men. A woman must possess a robust physique, and only after establishing a family and a trade capable of sustaining her kin can she aspire to wed a husband and lead a fulfilling life, perpetuating her lineage. Some women endowed with power and influence may even take multiple husbands, indulging in a life devoid of shame. Conversely, those women lacking wealth and status are condemned to a life of mere survival, remaining single and relegated to the lower echelons of society, thoroughly exploited and adrift, often unaware of their final resting place. Even more alarming is the expectation placed on men to adhere to a stringent code of male virtue while safeguarding their most cherished possession, their precious purple mark of purity. Should they lose this mark before marriage, they risk facing dire consequences, including brutal punishment. Thus, affluent families impose rigorous standards on their sons from an early age, dictating their comportment and even prohibiting them from engaging in martial arts. For a boy lacking talent is deemed virtuous. The true path lies in remaining at home, nurturing a wife and educating daughters. He, originally born into a scholarly family and accustomed to a life of luxury, spent her days engrossed in literature and music, blissfully indifferent to worldly affairs. However, a sudden upheaval occurred when the authorities launched a purge against her family, resulting in the massacre of numerous members of the He household. The betrothed He was the women had never before encountered a man of such exquisite beauty. This man possesses a visage capable of bringing nations to ruin. A middle-aged woman, documenting the case, exclaimed in admiration to the officials beside her before unceremoniously thrusting the overly frightened He into the dungeon. How many days has it been? After a brief respite, He peered into the darkness beyond the prison bars. Her figure was notably slender, clad in a simple garment, her skin radiant like white jade. The faint traces of blood on her plain attire were remnants from lashings endured while concealing her face. Trembling, she made her way to a corner, where she procured some water to cleanse the grime from her visage. Gradually, her true appearance emerged. With a handsome profile that seemed infused with the essence of the heavens and earth, her skin glistening like jade, and eyes glimmering with a natural softness that stirred an instinctive protective urge in women. A mere glance at her was akin to beholding a masterpiece of nature. At merely 17 years of age, she stood tall and graceful, her raven hair lustrous, her complexion as fair as snow, and her alluring crimson lips irresistibly enticing. To other women, she resembled a peony in the bud, awaiting to be plucked. Yet, after several days of unconsciousness, she appeared exceedingly fatigued. Gently caressing her face, she reveled in its exquisite texture. He felt a sense of helplessness as a familiar ache began to throb in her abdomen. The onset of her monthly ailment was upon her, and the days ahead promised to be fraught with discomfort. In his recollection, his mother, during his time in this corporeal form, had consistently prescribed him from venturing beyond the confines of the courtyard, and furthermore, forbade him from engaging in martial practices. However, each month, he would be afflicted by excruciating pain in his meridians, an affliction that would intensify with each passing cycle. In moments of extreme discomfort, he would feel as though he were being lacerated by blades, necessitating immersion in a specialized medicinal bath. Only after a night spent in a hazy slumber would he gradually recover. Subsequent to his transmigration, he perused the available documentation, meticulously verifying that the phenomenon of a monthly uncle was non-existent in this world, which brought him a measure of relief. Initially, he labored under the misapprehension that every man experienced such days on a monthly basis, only to later comprehend that he alone was the exception to the rule. Having descended to his current predicament, he was acutely aware that innocence was not his shield, but rather his comeliness was his curse. The reason these individuals spared his life was solely due to his aesthetic appeal. He anticipated that the days ahead would be fraught with hardship. In times of turmoil, a man's pulchritude served as a catalyst for conflict, and he, bereft of any semblance of strength, found that merely clinging to life had exhausted his reserves of energy. Reflecting on this, he gently caressed the chastity band on his arm, where a violet mark resided. Should he lose it, the violet mark would metamorphose into a pale red plum blossom, signifying his transition from youth to a man, and concomitantly, the irrevocable loss of his innocence. With this realization, he tenderly wiped the chastity band, his expression tinged with self-pity. "Little darling," he murmured, "I will safeguard you at all costs." Ding. Providing attentive service to the host. I am the green tea system, little t, responsible for issuing missions to the host and assisting in plundering the female protagonist's destinies across the myriad realms. At that precise moment, a familiar voice reverberated within the depths of his mind. From the moment he entered this world, a green tea system had taken root in his mind. Ding! Sensing the approach of the destined female protagonist, the green tea system is now fully awakened. He was momentarily stunned. He had long heard from the green tea system that he would soon encounter female protagonists possessing fortunes. By seizing their fortunes, he would obtain unimaginable benefits. Please, host, strictly adhere to the principles of plundering green tea points. First, never initiation equals passivity. Second, never refuse welcome all advances. Target the destined female protagonists and ruthlessly seize their fortunes. The system prompted him from within his mind. A destined female protagonist is approaching. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice echoed from outside the prison, and the massive iron gate creaked open. Then, the sound of footsteps, intermittent at first, grew steadily closer. "My lord, this is the place." Hearing this, he raised his head and saw a woman wielding a sword, gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. "You cur," he blurted out instinctively, immediately recognizing one of the figures as the middle-aged woman who had recorded the case files. Half a year ago, he had just arrived in this world and was still adapting to its rules when he found himself in this predicament. Although he had not developed deep feelings for the He family in this short time, having inherited the original memories, he couldn't help but feel a sense of attachment to them. "You cur." Only He's face was pale, and the voice of the official was weak and mingled with a soft, masculine tone, evoking a visceral impulse among the crowd. After all, the conquest of the male has always been an instinct deeply ingrained in the female essence. He's demeanor did not convey a threat paired with his graceful figure. It resembled seduction instead. An official? Compared to the audacity of the He family. What we do is merely executing righteousness. Those who commit grave injustices shall inevitably meet their demise. The leading woman in blue, momentarily taken aback by He's allure, quickly concealed her astonishment and cast a glance at the middle-aged woman behind her. "Lordly, please succinctly elaborate on the crimes of the He family over the years." "Certainly. The transgressions of the He family can be traced back to before their rise. The family head, He Hong, amassed wealth through robbery, which in turn enabled him to cultivate martial skills and establish a martial arts school. Over the years, He Hong has publicly founded a sect and charged fees for teaching martial arts, while secretly colluding with Ao Town bandits to ambush merchant caravans. His crimes are indeed deserving of the gravest punishment. You all, upon hearing this, He's memories trembled violently. In his recollections, his mother, He Hong, had always taught them to adhere to the righteous path. As for robbery and violence against men, such accusations were utterly nonsensical. It was evident that this was a blatant frame-up. Poof! A sweet taste filled He Yi's throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly collapsed to the side. He could hardly comprehend how he became so distressed as to vomit blood. Perhaps it was the weight of his former memories that ensnared him. However, a sudden jolt of surprise coursed through He Yi-sin as he unexpectedly received 110 green tea points. What could this mean? As he delved into the recesses of his mind, he unearthed a series of unread messages. Congratulations, host! You have encountered the true fated female lead of the antagonist, Xiao Zi, for the first time. The green tea system is officially unlocked. The system is currently undergoing self-upgrade. Ding! Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the green tea system with a bonus of 100 green tea points. Ding! Sensing the proximity of the antagonist's true fated female lead, Xiao Zi, the green tea system has officially awakened. Scanning self. Host, He Yi. Age, 17. Appearance, a rare beauty. Cultivation level, none. Fortune title, a beauty with a tragic fate. Physique, sacred spirit body. Green tea points, 100. Is this my data? He pondered in astonishment, realizing he was indeed a rare beauty. No wonder his looks were so striking he couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened by his own allure. Now, the system shall commence issuing tasks. Task 1. Kiss the true fated female lead, Xiao Zi, for the first time. Reward, 200 green tea points. Task 2. Engage in dual cultivation with the true fated female lead, Xiao Zi, losing one's virginity. Reward, 3,000 green tea points. Task 3. Disguise oneself with a false identity, leveraging an official status to pursue personal moreover. Whenever the host elicits a significant emotional fluctuation in the true protagonist, such as remorse, guilt, compassion, or despair, they will earn an unpredictable amount of green tea points. The more intense the emotional upheaval, the greater the accumulation of these points. The green tea points acquired by the host are stored within the green tea system, which can be used to procure all manner of system goods, whether they be martial arts, cultivation, longevity, or opportunities to traverse countless realms. Upon receiving a notification from the green tea system, he was taken aback, his complexion paling as he reviewed tasks 1 and 2. He couldn't shake the feeling that this green tea system was somewhat improper. Wasn't it essentially instructing him to seduce other women? Although he believed he wasn't at a disadvantage given the considerable green tea points earned from his previous endeavor, she still felt a tinge of embarrassment. Moreover, the thought of seducing this villainous woman, the very one whose actions had led to the annihilation of the He family, was particularly disconcerting. She stood at the forefront of those who had orchestrated that massacre, and it was entirely possible that the order to exterminate them had originated from her. Impossible, absolutely impossible. To compel him to seduce an enemy was an utterly inconceivable task. My lord, the onlookers were taken aback upon witnessing He Yi, driven to the brink of fury, their hearts racing at the revelation that this strikingly beautiful young man possessed such fierce resolve. Leave at once. Yes. In a silent exchange of glances, the crowd contemplated the implications of leaving Xiao Zi alone with this male convict. The potential consequences of a solitary encounter between an isolated man and woman were all too evident. In their profession, it was not unheard of for them to take advantage of their position and casually dally with the male prisoners. All the more so with this He Yi, who was clearly a young master from a wealthy family, possessing such beauty and still a virgin. However, rank hath its privileges, and the orders of superiors must be obeyed. Though envious, the others had no choice but to comply and withdraw. Secure the cell door. As the others gradually exited the cell, Xiao Zi instructed those who lingered behind. Yes, sir. Once they were alone, Xiao Zi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing meaningfully at He Yi. His eyes roamed lecherously over He Yi's neck and waist. What are you looking at? You corrupt official! He spat out the words through gritted teeth. The additional 10 points of green tea value he had just received had originated from Xiao Zi. Corrupt official. Am I? Ignorance is bliss, I suppose. I am the prefect of Linqing Prefecture. In all of Linqing Prefecture. You're the only one who dares to call me that. Xiao Zi replied casually, his tone laced with a hint of flirtatious banter. "Why don't you try it? Call me Your Excellency, and let me hear how it sounds." "Your Excellency?" Despite the words, the situation seemed peculiar. He muttered inwardly, but since he had already adopted an attitude of fierce defiance, he would maintain it to avoid arousing suspicion. "You dog! It was you who murdered my family and falsely accused the He family." He Yi's face was pale, and he glared at Xiao Zi with hatred. Had another dared to confront her in such a manner, Xiao Zi would have likely eliminated the adversary without hesitation. Yet, the sight of He Yi, adorned with a semblance of innocent grievance intertwined with a resolute demeanor, instead brought a delightful sense of pleasure to Xiao Zi. "Indeed, it was I who ordered the annihilation of the He family. Just yesterday, the remaining insurgents met their end in the bustling marketplace. However, amidst the chaos, a bold woman attempted to disrupt the execution. Pray tell, He Shui, who exactly are you?" He Shui, that a fleeting impression surfaced in her memory. He Shui is the elder sister of He Yi. "Xiao Yi, you must take care of yourself. Your sister is venturing out to hone her skills. Xiao Yi, when I return, you shall have transformed into a poised and handsome young man. Do not rush into marriage. Wait for your sister's return." In the hazy recollection, a beautiful and innocent figure gently ruffled He Yi's hair, gradually fading from the gaze of the onlookers. He Shui, the eldest daughter of the He family, had long ago departed to seek a mentor, having left home 5 years prior to pursue her cultivation, existing solely in He Yi's memories. Could it be that she attempted to rescue the condemned, only to be captured by the woman before her? "He Shui, what have you done to her?" He Yi's pupils dilated as she spoke with trembling voice. "I severed her tendons, both in her hands and feet. She shall soon face a lingering dine, the tumultuous era. Heroines emerge. Specters and supernatural beings abound, embroiling the realm in ceaseless strife. As the Empress ascends the throne, the former ministers of the court tread cautiously, employing their cunning to safeguard their lives while simultaneously consolidating their power and seeking greater gains. Despite Her Majesty's diligent governance, the prevailing tide cannot be halted. Thus, she resorts to the stringent application of laws, suppressing martial factions and families, dispatching them to the front lines to combat malevolent forces. In the Liangxian Kingdom, in the city of Lin, ragged refugees abound, laboring to transport supplies, fetching goods from the docks, and delivering them to designated locations for meager recompense. "Here is your copper coin. Yours." 2 coins. Within the subterranean dungeons of Lin City, the damp and oppressive environment teems, with ants gnawing at lifeless bodies. The fetid blood congealed upon the walls of the prison. In another cell, a breathtakingly handsome man, stained with blood, slowly opens his eyes, gazing at the disarray surrounding him, his eyes filled with sorrow and despair for the future. Having arrived in this world 6 months prior, he has inherited the memories from his mind, and, just as he begins to adapt to life here, he realizes the profound chaos of this realm. For it is a matriarchal society where men are subjugated. In this world, men serve merely as appendages to women. Boys, frail in stature from a young age, must remain in their families until marriage, studying the doctrines of male virtue, male training, and the tale of chaste men. A woman's vigor was her strength, for only after establishing herself in a vocation that could sustain her family might she procure a husband, to live virtuously and propagate her lineage. Some women of influence and affluence even took 3 to 5 husbands, indulging in a life unburdened by shame. Women without means or power were left to languish, destined for spinsterhood, relegated to the lowest echelons of society, exploited until their very essence was depleted, leading a vagrant existence, their demise unmourned and unknown. More alarmingly, men were not only expected to adhere to a stringent code of conduct, but also to safeguard their most prized possession, the chastity token. To forfeit one's virginity before marriage invited the peril of being drowned in a pig cage or beaten to death. Hence, affluent families imposed rigorous discipline upon their sons from a tender age, dictating their every movement and posture, and even forbidding them from engaging in martial arts, the very foundation of self-preservation. For a man, virtue lay in his lack of talent. To remain at home, devoted to his wife and the education of their children, was the righteous path. Formerly, he had been nurtured in a scholarly family, reveling in opulence and ease. Each day, he would immerse himself in books, play the zither, and remain aloof from the mundane affairs of the world. Alas, due to an unforeseen calamity, the authorities abruptly purged the He family, slaughtering scores of its members on the spot. He, betrothed and sequestered in her chamber, was seized in the courtyard. Xiao Yu, the page who had accompanied him on his morning studies, was condemned to a death by a flurry of swords. He himself was to be executed, but the female officers who were to carry out the sentence, upon beholding He's countenance, were transfixed, unable to bring themselves to deliver the fatal blow. For he was of surpassing beauty. The women had never before encountered such a strikingly handsome man. "This man possesses a beauty that could bring calamity to a nation," exclaimed a middle-aged woman chronicling the records, turning to the officers beside her to express her astonishment before having the terrified He thrown into the dungeon. "How many days has it been?" After a brief respite, he glanced at the darkness outside the dungeon. His figure was remarkably slender, clad in simple garments that accentuated his radiant skin, akin to white jade. The faint bloodstains on his plain attire were remnants of the lashes he had endured while attempting to conceal his face. Trembling, he approached a corner of the wall to fetch some water, cleansing the grime from his visage. Gradually, his original features emerged, an arresting profile imbued with the essence of nature, skin as luminous as jade, and eyes that shimmered with a natural softness, evoking a potent protective instinct in women. A casual glance at him was like beholding a masterpiece of art. At merely 17, he stood tall and graceful, his raven hair glistening, skin as fair as snow, and lips of a tempting crimson hue. To other women, he resembled a peony in full bloom, awaiting the hand to pluck it. However, after several days of unconsciousness, he appeared exceedingly fatigued. As he touched his face, he reveled in the exquisite sensation. He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as a familiar dull ache gripped his abdomen. Yet another bout of his monthly ailment had struck, and the forthcoming days promised to be filled with discomfort. In his recollection, his mother, in this corporeal form, had consistently forbidden him from venturing beyond the confines of their courtyard, much less engaging in martial practices. Instead, he would suffer monthly episodes of excruciating pain in his meridians, a torment akin to being stabbed, which necessitated immersion in a specialized medicinal bath. Only after drifting into a hazy slumber for a night would he gradually recover. Upon transmigrating, he meticulously perused various documents, confirming that the concept of a monthly male affliction was non-existent in this realm, which put his mind at ease. Initially, he had labored under the misapprehension that every man endured such periodic suffering, only to later realize that he alone was uniquely afflicted. Reduced to his current predicament, he was acutely aware that his innocence was irrelevant. Possessing such comeliness was his transgression. His life had been spared solely due to his striking beauty, a circumstance that portended a challenging future. In these turbulent times, a man's beauty was akin to a volatile explosive. Regrettably, he possessed not a scintilla of strength. Merely surviving had exhausted his reserves of energy. Reflecting on his plight, he gently touched the chastity band on his arm, beneath which lay a violet mark. Should he lose it, the violet would transmute into a pale crimson plum blossom, signifying his transformation from a youth to a man and the irrevocable loss of his innocence. With this realization, he tenderly caressed the chastity band, a hint of self-pity coloring his expression. "My little treasure," he murmured, "I shall safeguard you with utmost care. Greetings. I am the Green Tea System, Xiao Cha, dedicated to serving you, my esteemed host. I am tasked with issuing missions to aid you in plundering the destinies of heroines across the myriad realms." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed within the recesses of his mind. From the moment he entered this world, a Green Tea System emerged in his mind. Ding! The proximity of the destined female protagonist has been since the Green Tea System is now fully awakened. He was taken aback. He had long been informed by the Green Tea System that in the time to come, he would encounter a female protagonist endowed with fortune values, from whom he could seize their fortune, thereby reaping unimaginable benefits for himself. Please, host, strictly adhere to the rules of fortune plunder. Firstly, do not act passively. Being inactive is equivalent to being passive. Secondly, do not refuse welcome those who come. Aim for the true female protagonist and seize her fortune with vigor. Little T prompted him within his mind. The true female protagonist is approaching? As he pondered, a voice echoed from outside the prison, and the massive iron door creaked open. Soon after, intermittent footsteps could be heard, drawing ever closer. "My lord, it is right here," he, upon hearing the voice, lifted his gaze and saw a woman wielding a sword, gazing at him with an intriguing expression. "Dog official," he instinctively blurted out. Immediately recognizing one of them, she was the middle-aged woman who had documented the case file. Half a year prior, he had just arrived in this world, barely acclimating to its survival rules before finding himself in such dire straits. During this time, although he bore no deep feelings for the He family, the inheritance of his previous memories inevitably instilled in him a sense of attachment to them. Dog official. Only He's complexion was pale, and the voice of the dog official was weak and feeble, laced with a soft, masculine tone that stirred an instinctive impulse in the hearts of the crowd. After all, the conquest of the male has always been an innate instinct deeply embedded in the female essence. He's demeanor did not convey a threat paired with his graceful figure. It resembled more of a seduction. A dog official. Compared to the audacity of the He family, our actions are merely a means of upholding justice. Those who commit egregious acts will inevitably meet their demise. The leading woman in blue gazed at He with a hint of astonishment, only to quickly conceal it, casting a glance at the middle-aged woman behind her. "Lordly, kindly summarize the crimes committed by the He family over the years." Indeed, the sins of the He family can be traced back to before their rise the family head. He Hong amassed wealth through robbery and plunder, which enabled him to, however, a sudden shock coursed through He's heart as he unexpectedly received 110 green tea points. What could this mean? As he sifted through the information in his mind, he discovered a string of unread messages. "Congratulations, host! You have encountered the true female lead of the villain, Xiao Zi, for the first time. The green tea system has been officially unlocked. The system is currently undergoing self-upgrade. Beep. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the green tea system, and you are awarded 100 green tea points. Beep. Proximity sensor has detected the approach of the true female lead, Xiao Zi. The green tea system has officially awakened. Scanning initiated. Host, age, 17. Appearance, a rare beauty. Martial arts level, none. Fortune title, a beautiful yet tragic fate. Physique, Holy Spirit body. Green tea points, 100. Is this my data? He was somewhat astonished. A rare beauty. No wonder his appearance was so stunning. He felt a deep sense of melancholy over his looks. Now, the system will begin issuing tasks. Task 1. Share your first kiss with the true female lead, Xiao Zi. Reward, 200 green tea points. Task 2. Engage in dual cultivation with the true female lead, Xiao Zi. Losing your virginity. Reward, 3,000 green tea points. Task 3. Don a false mask, leveraging the identity of the government to seek personal gain and benefits with a mysterious identity. Complete a series of tasks. Reward, 500 green tea points. Moreover, whenever the host provokes intense emotional fluctuations in the true heroine such as regret, guilt, compassion, or breakdown, she can acquire an uncertain amount of green tea points. The more intense the emotional upheaval, the greater the accumulation of these points. The green tea points amassed by the host are stored within the green tea system, allowing for the purchase of various goods within the system, be it martial arts techniques, cultivation levels, longevity, or opportunities to traverse the myriad realms of existence. Upon receiving the notification from the green tea system, he was taken aback. Upon examining tasks 1 and 2, he couldn't shake the feeling that this green tea system was rather unorthodox. Was it not asking him to play the role of a seducer, enticing other women? Although he felt he was not at a disadvantage, having garnered a significant amount of green tea points from his endeavors with the brothel, still felt a tinge of embarrassment. Moreover, the task entailed seducing this villainess, a woman whose very presence was accompanied by the executioner who had annihilated the entirety of the He family. It was entirely possible that the order for that massacre had originated from her. Impossible, absolutely impossible. To entice an enemy was an utterly inconceivable task for him. My lord, this. The onlookers were taken aback upon witnessing He, who had been driven to the brink of fury. They had not anticipated that this handsome young man would possess such fiery resolve. You all may leave now, yes. A silent exchange of glances transpired among them. The implications of leaving Xiao Zi alone with this male convict two solitary souls in a confined space were abundantly clear. In their profession, it was not unheard of for them to take advantage of their position to casually defile the male prisoners. Moreover, this he appeared to be a young master from a wealthy family, possessing such beauty and still a virgin. However, the hierarchy of power stifled any such intentions. Although the others were envious, they had no choice but to obey and withdraw. Close the prison door. As the others gradually exited the cell, Xiao Zi instructed those who lingered behind. Yes. Once everyone had departed, Xiao Zi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing He Yi with a profound gaze. His eyes darted mischievously over He Yi's neck and waist. What are you looking at, you corrupt official? He Yi spat out through gritted teeth. The additional 10 points of green tea value he had just gained had originated from Xiao Zi. Corrupt official? Ignorance is bliss. I am the prefect of Lin City. In the entire Lin City, you're the only one who dares to call me that, Xiao Zi remarked casually, his tone laced with a hint of flirtation. Why don't you try it? Call me prefect. Let me hear how it sounds. Prefect. Despite the words, the situation felt somewhat peculiar. He mused inwardly. However, since he had already adopted a persona of unyielding fortitude, he would continue to play the part, lest this person detect any anomaly. Corrupt official. You are the one who murdered my family and falsely accused the He family. He Yi's face was pallid as he glared at Xiao Zi with resentment. Had another dared to confront her thus, Xiao Zi would have undoubtedly eliminated them without hesitation yet. The sight of He Yi, with her delicate yet resolute demeanor, instead brought Xiao Zi a peculiar sense of delight. Indeed, it was I who commanded the annihilation of the He family. Yesterday, the remaining insurgents were executed in the bustling marketplace. However, an audacious woman appeared to disrupt the execution. Pray tell, He Shui, what is your connection to her? He Shui at a fleeting image from memory surfaced, a youthful impression. He Shui, the elder sister of He Yi. Xiao Yi, take good care of yourself. I shall be venturing out for training. Xiao Yi, by the time I return, you may have blossomed into a graceful and charming young man. Do not hasten to marry, await my return. In the hazy recollection, a figure of exquisite beauty and innocence gently patted He Yi's head, gradually receding from the gazes of onlookers. He Shui was indeed the eldest daughter of the He family, yet she had departed years ago to seek a master and hone her skills, leaving home 5 years prior, existing solely in He Yi's memories. Could it be that she had come to disrupt the execution yesterday, only to be captured by the woman before her? He Shui, what have you done to her? He Yi's pupils dilated as she spoke tremulously. I severed her tendons, both in her hands and feet. Soon, she shall be subjected to the most excruciating punishment. Xiao Zi's lips curled into in the ensuing moment. Xiao Zi materialized within He Yi's cell, her fingers delicately lifting his chin, her gaze drawn to the pristine expanse of his neck. The life of your sister hangs in the balance, dependent on your actions, Xiao Zi uttered with a cold disdain. Your Excellency, I implore you, spare my kin. He Yi pleaded, his eyes sealed shut, tears tracing paths down his cheeks, his spirit utterly crushed. After an extended silence, he spoke in a trembling voice, devoid of his initial fortitude. Sensing the impure glint in Xiao Zi's eyes, he instinctively clutched the simple garment he wore. If you but spare her, I am willing to accede to your every demand, he stammered, unable to bring himself to utter the words. For in this realm, the chastity of an unmarried man is valued above life itself. The loss of it would condemn him to a life of torment, forever branded as impure, destined to spend his remaining days in regret and self-reproach. I am willing to concede to any request. He finally choked out, tears streaming down his face, perfectly embodying the image of one sacrificing his virtue to save his sister. The sight of his vermilion lips, coupled with the delicate fragrance emanating from his form, was overwhelmingly alluring. Were it not for the directives from above, Xiao Zi would have succumbed to the temptation to pounce upon him. Alas, the man's origins are indeed tragic. He is not a true member of the He family, but rather the adopted son of their enemies, whom the He family had slain. In the realm of conflict, one often finds themselves ensnared by fate. The rise of any family is invariably stained with the blood of others, particularly for a prominent clan like the He family, where the annihilation of any adversary is deemed justifiable. This man possesses a remarkably unique constitution, and the He family adopted him with a specific ulterior motive, though he remains oblivious to it. Are you truly willing to comply with any of my demands for the sake of He Shui, even if it means sacrificing your own body? Xiao's expression was somewhat intricate. When confronted with the matter of her own integrity, he pondered for a moment and then hesitantly nodded. But what? But I must see her first to witness He Shui with my own eyes. What if this woman is merely deceiving him, uttering frightening words to manipulate him into surrendering his body? Such treachery is not beyond the realm of possibility. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Xiao Zi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes narrowing as she grasped He Yi's chin, exuding an aura of danger. In that instant, she resembled a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Negotiate? She could easily overpower He Yi in this prison, regardless of the position who would dare to object, dare to negotiate with her. Very well. Then you shall accompany me. In that instant, Xiao Zi, as if struck by a sudden realization, pondered for a moment, then suppressed her perilous aura, casting a complicated gaze upon He Yi. Thereafter, she embraced He Yi's form, murmuring softly, release me. He Yi, instinctively resisting, his ingrained principles forbidding casual physical contact with a woman, but Xiao Zi not only did not release He Yi, but embraced him even more tightly. Release me, I can walk on my OW, and no matter how He Yi pounded on the latter's chest, Xiao Zi did not let go. Deep within the celestial prison, in a damp and gloomy environment, a woman was bound with hemp ropes, her body covered in bloodstains and wounds. At her arms and tendons, bloody gashes were cut open. Crimson blood flowed from her wounds. Xiao Zi, embracing He Yi, walked to the front of the prison cell, ding. Congratulations to the host for encountering the destined heroine, He Shui. A quest is now being issued. Quest 1. First kiss with the destined heroine, He Shui. Reward: 200 green tea points. Quest 2. First dual cultivation with the destined heroine, He Shui. Losing the chastity. Reward: 3,000 green tea points. Quest 3. The belated truth, perverted kinship, love-hate entanglement. Only I will not hurt you, Xiao Yi. Complete a series of quests related to He Shui. Reward: 500 green tea points. Little T, you must be mistaken. He Shui was actually the destined heroine. He Yi was stunned. Ding. No. After repeated confirmation by the system, the host and He Shui are not related by blood. Now, you have witnessed it with your own eyes. Xiao Zi's words interrupted He Yi's thoughts. Sister, He Yi exclaimed tremulously, yearning to collapse upon He Shui, yet was firmly held back by Xiao Zi. With the system's notification, he could ascertain that the woman before him was indeed He Shui. Sister. At the sound of commotion, He Shui, with her head bowed, slowly opened her eyes. She lifted her gaze, revealing a visage marred by blood and grime, rendering her original beauty unrecognizable. Disheveled strands of hair obscured much of her face. Who? He Shui's voice emerged hoarsely, as if parched from a prolonged absence of water, barely producing sound, akin to vocal cords torn asunder, struggling to emit any noise. Yet, upon noticing Xiao Zi, her eyes widened with a fury that was palpable. Ah! He Shui cried out in anguish. Sister, it's me, I am Xiao Yi. Tears brimmed in He Yi's eyes as she gazed at He Shui with a heart full of sorrow. Memory amidst the epic of upheaval, a constellation of heroines ascends. Phantasms and spectral anomalies incite perpetual discord. With the Empress' ascension to the throne, the former dynasty's retainers, in a desperate bid for survival, tread on thin ice, employing their political machinations to fortify their influence while pursuing even greater advantages. Despite Her Majesty's diligent efforts to govern, she cannot stem the tide of decline. Consequently, she resorts to the rigorous application of penal codes, forcefully suppressing martial sects and clans, dispatching them to the front lines to combat malevolent entities. Liangshan Kingdom, Prefecture of Linsheng, everywhere, ragged vagrants push carts laden with supplies, transporting goods from the docks to designated government locations, earning meager compensation. Yours. A single copper coin. Yours. Tuda within the subterranean dungeons of Lynching Prefecture. The dank milieu teems with ants and vermin devouring the deceased. The fetid ichor of blood dries upon the walls of the prison. In a separate cell, a peerless Adonis, his garments stained with bloody streaks, languidly opens his eyes, surveying the disarray around him. His gaze is fraught with melancholy and despair for the future. Having arrived in this world half a year prior, he inherited the memories ingrained in his mind. Barely acclimated to the customs of this world, he has come to a profound realization of its chaotic nature. For this is a gynocentric world, where men are subservient to women. In this world, men are merely appendages to women. From a young age, men are physically delicate, and underage boys must await marriage in boudoirs, studying male virtues, male training, and biographies of chaste men. A woman must cultivate her strength, for only after establishing a family and acquiring a skill capable of sustaining her kin can she hope to secure a husband and lead a fulfilling life, perpetuating her lineage. There are even those women of influence and power who may take multiple husbands, indulging in a life devoid of shame or restraint. Conversely, women without wealth or status find themselves languishing in obscurity, drifting aimlessly, and facing the harsh realities of poverty, often unaware of their own demise. More alarming is the expectation placed upon men, who must adhere to a stringent code of male virtue while safeguarding their most treasured possession, their violet mark of purity. Should they lose this mark before marriage, they risk severe retribution, including the threat of drowning or even murder. Consequently, affluent families impose rigorous standards on their sons from a tender age, dictating their demeanor and conduct, and forbidding any engagement in martial pursuits. A man's lack of talent is deemed his virtue. It is the righteous path to remain at home, nurturing a virtuous wife and educating daughters. Originally raised in a scholarly family, basked in wealth and privilege, dedicating her days to literature and music, aloof from worldly disputes. However, a tragic upheaval befell the He family, as the authorities launched a sudden crackdown, resulting in the slaughter of dozens of their kin. He, betrothed and secluded, found herself captured. The women present had never before beheld such a handsome man. This man possesses beauty capable of toppling empires. The middle-aged woman recording the case exclaimed, addressing the officers beside her, before escorting the utterly terrified He into the prison. "What day is it?" After resting for a moment, he glanced at the darkness beyond the prison walls. His figure was remarkably slender, clad in simple attire, his fair skin resembling polished jade. Several bloodstains marred the plain garment, remnants of the whipping he endured while attempting to conceal his face. With trembling steps, he approached the corner, retrieving some water to cleanse the grime from his face. Gradually, his true countenance emerged. His handsome profile and facial contours seemed to embody the essence of nature, his luminous complexion akin to jade. His eyes, moist and inherently gentle, evoked a powerful protective instinct in women. Even a fleeting glance was a natural masterpiece. At just 17 years of age, he was tall and slender, with hair as dark as lacquer and skin as white as snow. His ebony lips were incredibly alluring. In the eyes of other women, he resembled a budding peony, waiting to be plucked. However, after several days of unconsciousness, his mental state appeared extremely weary. He touched his face, marveling at its texture. He felt helpless as a dull ache resonated in his abdomen, signaling the onset of his monthly ailment. The following days promised to be particularly unpleasant. In his memory, the mother of this body never permitted him to enter the courtyard, let alone wield a sword or practice martial arts. Each month, he would suffer from excruciating pain in his meridians, a torment akin to being stabbed by daggers, necessitating special medicinal baths to alleviate his suffering. After a night of drowsy slumber, he would gradually recover. After traversing into this new realm, he meticulously perused the available literature, confirming that this world bore no notion of an uncle figure, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Initially, he assumed that every man experienced such days monthly, only to later realize that he was the sole individual burdened with this peculiar fate. Having fallen to such a state, he was acutely aware of the truth. The innocent are without guilt, yet the beautiful carry the weight of sin. Those who had sacrificed their lives had done so entirely due to their own allure, and the days ahead promise to be arduous. In a chaotic world, a man's beauty is akin to a volatile powder keg, and he found himself utterly devoid of strength. Merely surviving had already exhausted all his energy. Contemplating this, he touched the protective gauze on his arm, where a purple mark resided. Should he lose it, the purple insignia would fade to a pale red plum blossom mark, signifying his transition from a youthful boy to a man and indicating that he would irrevocably lose his innocence. At this thought, he tenderly wiped the protective gauze, a hint of self-pity flickering across his features. "My dear, I shall protect you at all costs." Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. "Ding. Your devoted assistant is here to serve. I'm the Green Tea System, Xiao Cha, responsible for issuing tasks and assisting you in seizing the fortune of female protagonists across myriad realms." From a moment he entered this world, a Green Tea System emerged within his mind. Beep! Sensing the approach of the destined female protagonist, the Green Tea System has officially awakened in its entirety. He was taken aback. He had long been informed by the Green Tea System that in the time to come, he would encounter female protagonists endowed with fortune values, from whom he could seize their fortune, thereby reaping unimaginable benefits for himself. Please, host, strictly adhere to the rules for plundering green tea values. Firstly, do not take the initiative. Being passive equates to being active. Secondly, do not refuse embrace those who come, and target the destined female protagonist to vigorously seize her fortune. Little T prompted him within his mind. The destined female protagonist is approaching? As he pondered, a voice resonated from outside the dungeon, and the massive iron gate swung open. Soon, intermittent footsteps echoed, drawing nearer. "My lord, it is right here." He lifted his gaze at the sound, and saw a woman wielding a sword, gazing at him with a look full of intrigue. "Dog official," he blurted out instinctively, immediately recognizing one among them, the middle-aged woman who had documented the case. Half a year ago, when he first arrived in this world, he had only just adapted to its survival rules before falling into such dire straits. During this time, although he harbored no deep feelings for the He family, the memories he had inherited evoked an involuntary sense of attachment towards them. "Dog official," He's complexion was pallid, and the weak voice of the official, laced with a soft, masculine timbre, stirred an instinctive impulse within the crowd. After all, the conquest of the male has always been an intrinsic instinct embedded in the essence of the female. He's demeanor did not convey a sense of threat. Rather, coupled with his graceful figure, it resembled a seductive allure. An official? Compared to the audacious He family, our actions merely serve to uphold justice. Those who commit unworthy deeds shall meet their demise. The leading woman in blue, momentarily captivated by He's presence, quickly masked her astonishment and cast a glance at the middle-aged woman behind her. "Lord Lee, please succinctly outline the transgressions committed by the He family over the years." "Certainly. The sins of the He family can be traced back to their rise before their wealth was amassed. The family head, He Hong, accrued fortune through theft and plunder, which enabled him to cultivate martial skills and establish a martial arts school. For years, He Hong has publicly founded a sect, charging fees for martial training, while clandestinely colluding with out-of-town bandits to rob merchant caravans. His crimes are deserving of the most severe punishment." As these words echoed, he felt a tremor in his memories. In his recollections, his mother, He Hong, had always instilled in them the importance of adhering to the righteous path. The accusations of theft and, however, a sudden shock coursed through He's heart as he received a notification of 110 green tea points. What was happening? As he browsed through the information in his mind, he discovered a series of unread messages. "Congratulations, host! You have encountered the true female lead of the villain, Xiao Zi, for the first time. The Green Tea System is now officially unlocked. The system is undergoing self-upgrade. Ding! Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the Green Tea System. You have been awarded 100 green tea points. Ding! The presence of the true female lead of the villain, Xiao Zi, has been detected. The Green Tea System is awakening and scanning your attributes. Host, age, 17. Appearance, stunningly exceptional. Martial arts level, none. Fortune title, blue face, short life. Physique, sacred spirit body. Green tea points, 100 of them. Is this my data? he was somewhat astonished. His appearance was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he possessed such breathtaking beauty. He found himself feeling somewhat forlorn about his own looks. Now, the system will commence issuing tasks. Task 1. Share your first kiss with the true female lead of the villain, Xiao Zi. Reward, 200 green tea points. Task 2. Engage in dual cultivation with the true female lead of the villain, Xiao Zi, losing your virginity. Reward, 3,000 green tea points. Task 3. Disguise with a false mask, leveraging your identity furthermore. Each time the host incites a significant emotional shift in a destined heroine such as remorse, self-reproach, profound emotion, or despair, they shall be rewarded with an indeterminate quantity of green tea points. The more intense the emotional upheaval, the greater the accrual of said points. The green tea points amassed by the host will be stored within the green tea system and may be utilized to procure any and all commodities offered by the system, be they cultivation techniques, enhanced vitality, extended longevity, or even the opportunity to traverse the myriad realms. Upon receiving these directives from the green tea system, he was taken aback. Observing tasks 1 and 2, he couldn't help but perceive a certain impropriety within the green tea system. Was it not essentially tasking him with acting as a male courtesan, seducing other women? While he conceded that he might not be at a disadvantage, particularly given the substantial yield of green tea points associated with maintaining chastity, nevertheless felt a degree of embarrassment. Moreover, the prospect of seducing this villainous woman, the very woman behind whom stood the perpetrators responsible for the annihilation of He's entire clan. Indeed, she was the ringleader of these individuals. It was entirely plausible that the order for the extermination had originated from her. Impossible, utterly impossible. To task him with seducing an enemy was an utter impossibility. My lady, the assembled individuals, witnessing He's distress to the point of hemoptysis, were taken aback. They had not anticipated such fortitude from this handsome consort. You may all withdraw for now. Yes, my lady. The group exchanged furtive glances. The implications of leaving Xiao Zi and the male prisoner alone together in a chamber were self-evident. In their profession, it wasn't unheard of for them to seize opportunities for casual dalliances with male prisoners. Moreover, this He appeared to be a young master from a wealthy family, possessing remarkable beauty and still a virgin. However, the higher rank of an official held sway, and though envious, the others had no choice but to obey and withdraw. Close the prison door. As the others gradually exited the cell, Xiao Zi instructed those who lingered behind. Yes. Once everyone had departed, Xiao Zi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing He with a profound gaze. His eyes darted mischievously over He's neck and waist. What? What are you looking at? You cur. He spat out through gritted teeth. The additional 10 points of green tea value he had gained had sprung from Xiao Zi. Humph. A cur? Ignorance is bliss. I am the prefect of Lynching Prefecture. In all of Lynching Prefecture, you're the only one who dares to call me a cur. Xiao Zi replied casually, his tone laced with playful teasing. Why don't you try it? Call me your honor and let me hear it. Your honor? Despite the words, the current situation felt rather peculiar. He muttered inwardly. However, since he had already adopted an air of unyielding defiance, he would continue to play the part, lest this person discern any abnormality. You cur, you murder my family and slandered the He family. He's face was ashen, and he glared at Xiao Zi with resentment. Had another person dared to confront her in such a manner, Xiao Zi would have likely eliminated them without hesitation. However, the sight of He, with her blend of grievance and resolute demeanor, instead brought a sense of delight to Xiao Zi. Indeed, it was I who ordered the annihilation of the He family. Just yesterday, the remaining rebels were executed in the bustling market. Yet, a woman daring enough to disrupt the execution emerged. I wonder, He Shui, what relation do you bear to her? He Shui, fleeting impression from memory surfaced. He Shui was He's elder sister. Xiao Yi, you must take good care of yourself. I shall be venturing out to hone my skills, Xiao Yi. By the time I return, you will likely have blossomed into a handsome young man. Do not rush in a marriage. Wait for your sister to come back. In the hazy recollection, a beautiful and innocent figure gently patted He's head, gradually fading away under the gaze of the onlookers. He Shui, the eldest daughter of the He family, had long departed to seek a mentor and had been away for 5 years, existing solely in He-E's memory. Could it be that she attempted to rescue the condemned, only to be captured by the woman before her? Yishui, what have you done to her? He-E's pupils dilated as she trembled. I severed her tendons and ligaments. She is destined for a slow and torturous death, Xiao Zi remarked with a slight smile. He fell silent, her eyes devoid of hope. However, her life can stay in the ensuing moment. Xiao Zi materialized within He-E's cell, delicately lifting the latter's chin, her gaze drawn to the pristine expanse of his neck. The life of your sister hangs in the balance, dependent on your actions. Xiao Zi scoffed disdainfully. Your Excellency, I implore you, spare my kin. He entreated, tears streaming down his face in utter despair. After a long silence, he spoke in a trembling voice, devoid of his initial fortitude. Sensing the impure glint in Xiao Zi's eyes, he instinctively clutched the simple garment he wore. If only you would spare her, I could acquiesce to your every demand. He stammered, unable to bring himself to utter the words. For, in this world, the chastity of an unmarried man was held more dear than life itself. To lose it would bring untold hardship, branding him as impure for the remainder of his days, destined to live out his life in regret and self-reproach. I pledge to fulfill any wish. With these words, he wept, embodying the essence of one sacrificing his beauty to save his sister. Indeed, crimson lips, standing there, one could perceive the delicate fragrance emanating from He. These words, coupled with He's unparalleled beauty, were exceedingly alluring. Were it not for the orders from above, Xiao Zi might have succumbed to the temptation to pounce upon him. Alas, the man's origins are profoundly tragic. He is not truly a member of the He family, but rather the son of an enemy whom the He family annihilated and subsequently adopted. In the world of martial arts, one is often at the mercy of fate. The rise of any family is invariably stained with the blood of its adversaries, particularly for a prominent clan like the He family, where the destruction of any adversary is deemed justifiable. Furthermore, this man possesses an exceptionally unique constitution, and the He family adopted him for a specific, albeit undisclosed, purpose. Are you truly willing to fulfill any of my requests for the sake of He Shui, even if it involves your own body? Xiao Zi's expression was somewhat intricate. When confronted with the matter of her virtue, he pondered for a moment before timidly nodding. No, but what? But I must see her first, to witness He Shui with my own eyes. There exists a possibility that this woman is merely deceiving him, uttering intimidating words to manipulate him into surrendering his body, which would be utterly despicable. Are you placing conditions on me? Xiao Zi momentarily faltered, her eyes narrowing as she grasped He's chin, exuding an aura of imminent danger. In that instant, she resembled a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey. Conditions? She could easily overpower He in this prison, altering positions at will. Who would dare to object? Well, I very well, then come with me. In the ensuing moment, Xiao Zi, as if struck by a sudden realization, pondered for a moment, then suppressed her perilous aura and cast a complicated glance at He. Thereafter, she embraced He's form, murmuring softly, "Release me." He instinctively resisted, his ingrained sense of propriety forbidding him from casually engaging in physical contact with a woman. However, Xiao Zi not only did not release He, but instead embraced him even more tightly. Release me, I can walk on my own. Regardless of how He pounded on her chest, Xiao Zi did not relent. Deep within the celestial prison, in the damp and gloomy environment, a woman was bound entirely with hemp ropes, her body marred with bloodstains and wounds. At her arms and Achilles tendons, lacerations had been carved. Crimson blood flowed from her injuries. Xiao Zi, still embracing He, approached the prison cell. Ding! Congratulations, host, on encountering the destined female lead, He Shui. A mission is now being issued. Mission 1. A first kiss with the destined female lead, He Shui, will grant a reward of 200 green tea points. Mission 2. A first dual cultivation with the destined female lead, He Shui, resulting in the loss of virginity, will grant a reward of 3,000 green tea points. Mission 3. Belated truths, corrupted familial bonds, intertwined love, and hate only. I will never harm you, little E. Complete the series of missions related to He Shui to receive a reward of 500 green tea points. Little T, You must be mistaken. He Shui was actually the destined female lead. He was stunned. Ding! The system has repeatedly confirmed that the host and He Shui share no blood relation. Now, you have witnessed it with your own eyes. Xiao Zi's words interrupted He Yi's thoughts. Sister, He Yi exclaimed with a tremor in her voice, yearning to throw herself into He Shui's embrace. It was firmly held back by Xiao Zi. With the system's prompt, he could ascertain that the woman before him was indeed He Shui. Sister. At the sound, He Shui, who had been looking down, slowly opened her eyes, lifting her gaze, her face marred with blood and grime, obscuring her true features. Her disheveled hair concealed a significant portion of her countenance. Who? He Shui's voice was hoarse, as if she had not had water for an extended period, struggling to produce sound, almost as if her vocal cord were torn, barely managing to utter some words. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Zi, her eyes widened, filled with rage. Ah! He Shui cried out in anguish. Sister, it's me, I am Xiao Yi. Tears had already filled He Yi's eyes, her heart aching as she gazed at He Shui. Memories flooded her mind, reminding her of how this elder sister had cared for her throughout the years. In their childhood, when distant relatives bullied her, calling her an illegitimate child, it was always He Shui who intervened, personally reprimanding those foul-mouthed children. Little did she expect that upon their reunion, He Shui would be in a far worse state than herself. The nails embedded in her body must have caused excruciating pain. Chapter 2. Wife's Master Dog Official, I shall end your life. He Shui seemed oblivious to He Yi's murmured words. Her gaze filled with hatred as she fixated on Xiao Zi. Many have sought to kill this official, yet a mere cripple like you thinks it feasible? A mocking expression adorned Xiao Zi's face as she caressed He Yi's cheek, her hand gradually descending to his neck. Are you not curious about the identity of this person? Sister, I am He Yi, I am He Yi. I beg you, spare her. I will comply with any condition you set. He Shui's gaze faltered as she meticulously examined He Yi's features. 5 years had passed, and he had transformed significantly. When she had left home to cultivate, He Yi was but a young boy who followed her everywhere, often nestled in her embrace, endearing and charming. With his ebony red lips and skin like translucent jade, he bore a faint resemblance to his former self. Indeed, he was. Literally. Then, she noticed that Xiao Zi had He Yi partially embraced, one hand lingering beneath his pale neck. Rage surged within her, threatening to consume her. Dog official, I will kill you. Release him, should you dare to harm him. I shall return as a vengeful spirit and ensure you suffer. Sister. He nearly melted into Xiao Zi's embrace. His eyes reddened as he realized how fiercely protective He Shui remained. Unbeknownst to her, her true brother had long departed. Now, a soul from another realm inhabited his body, inheriting the memories of the former. Spare my sister, I implore you, esteemed governor. I beseech you, let her go. He was led astray by He Shui, urgently and chaotically shouting a phrase, then struggling as she lunged toward He Shui. Ah, what a touching sibling bond. Those unaware of the underlying circumstances would likely be moved. Fang Zi grasped He Yi's chin, and before He Shui, her other hand slipped beneath He Yi's collar, causing He Yi's body to stiffen instantly. She dared not move an inch, tears cascading down her cheeks. I will kill you. In contrast, He Shui was in a state of heightened agitation, shaking the wooden post, yearning to leap forward and eliminate Xiao Zi. Yet, such actions would only exacerbate her wounds, and soon, blood began to drip beneath her. The latter remained oblivious, her heart aching far more than her physical injuries. Let her go. I will grant you any request, but I beseech you, not here, please. He Yi's body felt weak, gritting her teeth as she spoke, casting a pained glance at He Shui, her eyes seemingly conveying, Sister, I will surely rescue you. What should you call me again? Xiao Zi leaned against He Yi's collar, inhaling deeply, indulging in the scent as she said, knowing, the esteemed governor. No, call me mistress. What? He Yi was unaware that Xiao Zi possessed such a wicked sense of humor. But calling her mistress bore no cost. If it meant saving He Shui or gaining some advantage, he would gladly utter it as many times as necessary. Mistress. Esteemed mistress. Long moments passed, and He shed tears, her voice full of pleading, whispered softly, Your voice is too faint. I cannot hear. My esteemed consort. Please, speak louder. My esteemed consort. Little E, what are you doing? I would rather bite my tongue and perish than see you abase yourself and beg for mercy in this manner. Have you forgotten the precepts of the He family? He Shui lamented, her sorrow profound. She knew He was acting to save her. However, to implore their enemy for mercy was anathema to her. She would sooner embrace death. He is not truly one of the He lineage, Xiao Zi remarked pointedly, causing He Shui to freeze in place. How could you know? There is little that escapes my ken. Your aspirations are not dissimilar to my own. Spare me the pretense of deep affection, He Shui. Your charade is nauseating. Nauseating, huh? You are ignorant of the value of kinship. He will always be my brother. Should you harm him in the slightest, I shall end my life and return as a vengeful spirit to haunt this realm, and I shall never forgive you. Did you hear that? Your sister has vowed to become a vengeful spirit. Did you hear that? Xiao Zi whispered coldly into He Yi's ear. No. Please, do not. I do not wish for your death. If you were to die, I would be utterly alone in this world, devoid of family. What purpose would life hold then? I would follow you into the abyss. Tears streamed down He Yi's face as he gazed at He Shui, transfixed. Literally, He Shui turned away, unable to bear the sight, tears welling in her eyes. He, rest assured, my dear husband, this phrase from the mistress still holds its significance. I promised you, and naturally, I shall not take her life. I will spare her a semblance of existence. Xiao Zi whispered into He Yi's ear, then turned to He Shui and said, You ought to express gratitude to He Yi. It is he who consented to obey my every demand, allowing me to spare you. Any conditions? He Shui murmured. A sudden ominous premonition rising within her. She watched as Xiao Zi retrieved a crimson pill from her pocket, glancing at it with reverence before presenting it to He Yi's lips. Consume this, and I shall release He Shui. The sacred spirit pill. No, Xiao Yi, you must not take it, He Shui exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of the pill, and she began to struggle violently once more. Xiao Yi, please, don't. What is this thing? Beep. A high-tier spiritual elixir, the sacred spirit pill, used to awaken the sacred spirit within the host. Awaken the sacred spirit? What does that entail? Before He could comprehend, Xiao Zi pinched her lips and forcefully inserted the pill. Wasn't I supposed to do it myself? A foreboding feeling welled up within He as she resisted swallowing it. Xiao Zi cast a wicked glance at He Shui, then cradled He Yi's head and kissed her. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing Task 1. Reward, 200 green tea points. Remaining green tea points, 310. With a soft thud, He instinctively struggled but inadvertently swallowed the substance. A cough escaped her lips as the pill within her abdomen rapidly dissolved like gunpowder, causing an intense stabbing pain. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She had already been visited by her monthly anguish, and this medication seemed to exacerbate her discomfort. Suddenly, she expelled a mouthful of blood, her pallor waning, her form teetering on the brink of collapse before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Zi, distressed, tenderly wiped the blood from He Yi's lips, cradling her in his arms. That kiss just moments ago, oh, how intoxicating it was. Witnessing He consume the pill, He Shui appeared utterly drained, sinking into despair. Chapter 3. The sacrifice. Are you truly intent on bringing ruin to the living, eradicating all hope for the common people? Why must the life of Xiao Yi be sacrificed? You, wretched officials, fail to comprehend the magnitude of your actions. No, I understand. Humph. Does the He family not harbor the same intentions? Each month, the He family expends vast sums to procure medicinal herbs to nurture the growth of the Holy Spirit. Without your He family, there would be no He as we know her. Wouldn't you agree? The demise of the He family would be inconsequential. This is a matter of our personal vendetta. However, it is you who have truly instigated this entire affair. He Shui murmured. What is the body of the Holy Spirit? The body of the Holy Spirit is a rare essence, nearly extinct amidst the realms of heaven and earth. It is the very life form that the specters delight in consuming. Should they become aware of the emergence of the Holy Spirit's body, chaos would ensue among mortals, and he must not be drawn into such turmoil. He Shui gazed at He with a complex expression. Then, I can offer you an opportunity by my own hand. Now kill him. Xiao Zi scoffed, remarking that this young girl from the He family seemed to possess considerable understanding. This will only hinder the grand plans of our esteemed leader. However, since she has pledged to He, she will not casually dispose of He Shui. Yet, she has only promised He to spare He Shui's life. She has never vowed to grant him freedom. A remnant of a traitor shall spend the latter half of her life in this dungeon. I will not harm him. Huh? What now? Realizing that you are not of blood relation, you hesitate. But this is not a man you can approach. No, he is my brother, my own brother. He Shui murmured, glaring at Xiao Zi with indignation. Haraha, are you deceiving me or yourself? Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions at the execution grounds. Fortunately, I had already prepared for this. She had long anticipated that He Shui would come to disrupt the execution, thus she had coated the bodies of the He family with poison. Anyone with cultivation who merely made contact would undoubtedly be rendered weak and collapse in a feeble heap. It was rather impressive that He Shui, despite being poisoned, managed to slay so many. However, it was ultimately of little consequence. Xiao Zi once again kissed He's crimson lips before departing with a hearty laugh. Keep a close watch on the depths of the prison. Otherwise, it will cost you your lives. As she exited the celestial prison, Xiao Zi commanded the guards. Yes. Upon opening the prison gates, several officials were seen swaying in place, quietly deliberating amongst themselves. When they beheld Xiao Zi emerging with the unconscious He in her embrace, a hint of unease crossed their faces. My lord, it is within reason to keep the prisoner's family in the prison for a time. But to take them out, this contravenes regulations, does it not? Xiao Zi let out a cold snort, striking the chest of one of them with her palm. He was sent flying, spewing blood, and after a few spasms, he fell lifeless. The onlookers were filled with dread. Do you think you can decipher my intentions? If news of today's events leaks, I will ensure your demise. Xiao Zi cast a chilling glance around, and the female officials swiftly recoiled, none daring to meet her gaze. Yes, yes. Prepare yourselves for the forthcoming actions of the authorities. After Xiao Zi concluded her words, she embraced He and departed towards the Xiao residence, a domain solely belonging to the prefect Xiao Zi. She entrusted He to a male attendant, instructing him to cleanse him and return him to my chamber. Yes, the servant assisted He to the bath. However, midway through the cleansing, a startled individual rushed out, exclaiming, my lord, look, there is something on his back. I commanded you to bathe him. Why do you meddle in matters beyond your concern? Are you courting death? Xiao Zi set down her teacup, seemingly already aware of the situation. Yes. Realizing that Xiao Zi had anticipated this, the others dared not speak further and reluctantly returned. An hour later, within Xiao Zi's chamber, she gazed at He, who lay amidst the bedding, instinctively swallowing hard. She shed her garments, revealing her exquisite form, particularly the ample curves accentuated by her white undergarment. Shaking her long hair loose, she approached the bed. It is said that the body of the Holy Spirit, particularly the yang body, significantly enhances one's cultivation, and she harbored a deep yearning for this. However, the thought of losing the yang body of the Holy Spirit brought forth fears of awakening the millennia-old ghost mother from the Huai River. After all, without a substantial temptation, why would she willingly risk such dangers? Would this not jeopardize the grand affairs of the sect leader? As Xiao Zi hesitated, He gradually awakened on the bed. Glancing around at the surroundings, her gaze fell upon Xiao Zi, who sat beside her, intently observing her. A sense of vulnerability washed over her as she became acutely aware of her own nakedness. A faint flush colored He's pallid complexion, but as memories rushed back, she hastily tightened the bedding around her and distanced herself from Xiao Zi. Did you release my sister? Are you speaking to me? Shouldn't you address me as wife master? Upon seeing He awaken, a subtle smile graced Xiao Zi's lips. Wife master, He murmured, her eyes cast down, teeth clenched. As tears began to flow, she lamented, why am I crying? I find myself lying on the bed of my mother's murderer. I have wronged the He family. Yet, if I could save my sister. He spoke with a sense of injustice. What? Lying on my bed is something you cannot accept? Humph. Do you know how many men in the kingdom of Liangxian wish to lie on my bed? Yet I refuse them? Xiao Zi sneered coldly, not wishing to explain further. If He were to discover that He Hong was not his mother, but rather the murderer of his real mother, what expression would he wear? That is their affair, not mine. He spoke sorrowfully. My mother told me that a man must guard and cherish his own body. Yet you kissed me. At this thought, He's face turned pale. The teachings of male virtue dictate that if a man is kissed by a woman, he must marry her and become her husband. He's eyes flickered, seemingly caught in a moral dilemma. You kissed me, yet you are the murderer of my mother. Why must fate treat me this way? Watching He mutter to himself, Xiao Zi's expression shifted. She lifted He's chin and, under his astonished gaze, gently kissed him. He resisted, but was still overwhelmed. Are you hesitating? Evidently, you harbor no desire for He Shui to remain among the living. After a protracted silence, Xiao Zi remarked with a delicate lift of her brow. He's frame seemed to weaken. Could you possibly grant me more time? I am not yet prepared. A sense of trepidation washed over He. Although in ancient times, a man could be given in marriage upon reaching the age of maturity, he had not yet grasped the situation. He had merely been acting in accordance with the options presented by the green tea system, while being bedded by the female lead was not without its rewards. This was an ancient world, and for a young man, the absence of his virginity would render him virtually immobile. Could he truly be deflowered by Xiaozi in this manner? Impossible. Inhaling the fragrance emanating from He, Xiaozi spoke with a touch of intoxication. Chapter 4. The Enigmatic. Her thoughts were consumed with the desire to savor this man before considering anything else. The men of this world were inherently frail, and He, devoid of any cultivation, was no match for the highly skilled Xiaozi. Just as she was about to unveil the bedding, He desperately shielded his chastity, feebly inquiring, Will you take responsibility for me? If he could secure a sinecure for himself, he would not have to fret over the loss of his virginity. Responsibility? Huh. Given the crimes of your He family, your fate should be to be cast into the brothels. And you asked me to take responsibility? Xiao Xiling chuckled disdainfully, resolute in her decision not to hold on to this proverbial hot potato for long. Acquiring his virginity to refine her cultivation technique was her primary objective. He was taken aback, realizing that she intended to turn him into a brothel patron. This establishment was a government-run brothel, frequented by the male relatives of criminals, who lived in a state worse than death. Such ruthlessness from the female protagonist was astonishing, and yet she still dared to covet my sacred staff? As He began to resist, a sudden flash of insight struck Xiao Xiling like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, she found herself disheveled at the bedside, kneeling on one knee with utmost reverence. Master, she proclaimed, you still dare to address me as master, with such audacity. Xiao Xiling, you possess an extraordinary amount of gall. A violet phantom floated above, veiled and inscrutable, its voice ethereal and enchanting. Merely a single utterance from this apparition rendered Xiao Xiling unable to rise. Master, this subordinate acknowledges her error. Please punish me, Xiao Xiling uttered, feeling deeply humiliated. The phantom briefly glanced at He, whose eyes glistened with tears like pear blossoms, before shifting its focus back to Xiao Xiling. With a swift motion, it struck her lightly, sending her crashing against the wall. She tumbled several times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before the matter with the ghost mother is resolved, your sacred staff must remain intact. Do you understand? Yes. Despite the resentment brewing within her, Xiao Xiling dared not voice her thoughts. Now, let us commence our actions. Yes. After finishing her words, the ethereal figure in the air vanished, leaving Xiaozi to struggle for a considerable time before finally rising to her feet. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and cast a resentful glance at He, filled with frustration. It's your fault, you wretched being. You've caused me to be injured. Xiaozi adjusted her disheveled attire, her expression one of discomfort. The humiliation of being reprimanded by another woman in front of a man was something she, a person of high status and power, found intolerable. He remained silent, cowering in the corner, unable to meet Xiaozi's gaze. The master only said that I cannot let you lose your virginity, yet never stated that I cannot do anything to you. With a sudden motion, Xiaozi threw aside the covers and lunged at He once more. Surprisingly, this time, He did not resist, silently shedding tears. Why? Why do you not resist? I have already been exposed to you. Having lost my purity, you cannot even utter a word of responsibility. Very well, once I fulfill my promise to you, I shall take my own life. He glanced at Xiaozi, her eyes filled with intense hatred, before turning her head away, her exquisite face devoid of color. Xiaozi's expression was complex. Had it been another woman, capturing He's delicate form would likely have resulted in endless adoration. Such a man, with just a single glance, could lead one to despair. Moreover, he spoke the truth. She had indeed laid him bare before her eyes. I can only blame myself, a beauty bringing calamity. My fate is indeed tragic. He closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. Do you think this will be of any use to me? Xiaozi spoke frigidly, her kiss lingering upon He's crimson lips. After an extended moment, He remained as still as death, able only to observe, unable to partake. A fire smoldered within Xiaozi's heart, and she abruptly struck He's face with a forceful blow. The harlot hastily gathered her garments. I trust you possess some remaining value to me. Soon, a servant arrived bearing a set of pristine attire, which the latter donned in silence. Approaching the bronze mirror within the chamber, he cast a glance at his reflection. At the age of 17, he possessed a physique of superior quality. alluring abdominal muscles concealed beneath his raiment, a veritable masterpiece. A prominent nose, thin lips, and eyebrows like swords, angled sharply into the raven tendrils at his temples. He gazed despondently at his reflection, lamenting his fate. Within the prison, He Shue bit down hard upon her lip, her limbs impaled, rendering escape impossible. Yet, she recalled that He remained in the clutches of that corrupt official, who would undoubtedly exploit him for some purpose. A boy blossoms into manhood, ever more comely. But in these turbulent times, beauty is akin to gunpowder. With He's allure, he is likely to be defiled. Little E, you are so foolish. How could I allow you to perish because of me? I have not yet made amends. At that moment, the prison door creaked open, and a female guard, bearing a meal, sneered at He Shue's pathetic state. Time to dine. How am I to eat in this condition? How? Like this. The guard seized a ball of rice and crammed it into He Shue's mouth, heedless of whether she choked or swallowed, stuffing it in a chaotic manner. How does it taste? Today's fare is fit for a noble's hound. Fresh and with meat. Delicious. He Shue chuckled. What amuses you? The jailer inquired, perplexed. Venture a guess. A bone spur erupted forth, piercing the jailer's jugular. Meanwhile, Xiao Zi strode out of the Xiao residence, making for the municipal government. Inform the Black Cloaks to prepare an ambush at the designated location. I want the Ghost Mother to meet a most ignominious end. Yes, my lord. But what number of operatives shall we require? Xiao Zi paused. As many as can be mustered. With utmost haste, she conveyed these instructions and returned to her abode. Halting at the chamber door, He was seated before the bed, seemingly lost in contemplation. Xiao Zi seized He's arm and led him forth. Your Honor, what is the meaning of this? He asked anxiously. Did you not pledge to fulfill my every desire, even at the cost of your own life? Now is the time for you to make yourself useful. Xiao Zi retorted coldly, as she lifted He and carried him towards the north, placing him in a prearranged bridal sedan. The palanquin was resplendent, adorned with arcane floral patterns. What is this? What do you require of me? A sense of foreboding gripped He as he sat within the sedan, a chilling draft seeping into his very bones. I require you to obey. Shortly thereafter, He slumped within the wedding palanquin, unconscious. Chapter 5. The village 3 days later, in Liangxinghua, a remote village, winter had arrived, and the air was frigid. Delicate snowflakes danced gently from the heavens, while a biting wind howled through the desolate hamlet. Within this forlorn settlement, a man clad in tattered, oversized garments trudged through the bleakness, his face smeared with black mud. He carried a wooden bucket filled with water and cautiously stepped into the dilapidated courtyard, ensuring the door and windows were securely closed. Yet, sensing a lingering unease, he fortified them with wooden planks, finding a modicum of solace in the act. Exhausted from his modest labor, he sank to the ground, the crumbling wooden shack serving as his sole refuge. After a brief respite, he unfastened the cumbersome layers of his attire. Beneath the disheveled garments, his figure was surprisingly slender, clad in simple white clothing, his skin radiant as pure jade. Should the wandering souls outside catch a glimpse of his true appearance, he would be doomed. This meager abode could scarcely shield him from the advances of women. In a world rife with chaos, a man's beauty was akin to a volatile powder keg, and he possessed no strength to defend himself. Merely surviving had depleted all his energy. A timely reminder echoed in his mind. The destined heroine, Li Rushuan, would be swept to the banks of the Huai River at 5:30 that evening. He must prepare to greet her. Li Rushuan? Another destined heroine. He was taken aback. Since his awakening, he had found himself in this dilapidated wooden cabin for 3 days. A voice in his mind urged him to adhere strictly to the rules of seizing the fortune of the green tea values. First, to take initiative. For inaction is tantamount to passivity. Second, to embrace rather than reject, welcoming the opportunity with open arms, and to focus intently on the true destined heroine, ruthlessly appropriating her fate. As evening approached, he once again smeared mud across his face and donned tattered garments, rendering himself grotesquely bloated and making each step laborious. This unappealing disguise was a necessary precaution. He feared that other women might covet his allure. After all, his unparalleled beauty had already led to his family's downfall. If he were to suffer further misfortune, his life would be irrevocably ruined, destined to meet a tragic end. The village was shrouded in an eerie silence as a number of haggard women, their faces a pallid yellow, returned from the fields, hefting hoes on their backs and handing them over to the waiting men. Despite the harshness of survival, they persevered with unwavering determination. Occasionally, Someone would cast a curious glance at He Yi's peculiar appearance, whispering, "Is that the chosen one? Why do they look like a fool?" Mind your words. It was time to distance ourselves. Women nearby spotted He Yi, whispering and pointing, before feigning indifference and departing. This was partly due to He Yi's physique and appearance, which failed to pique their interest, and partly because of the authorities' admonitions. Rumors began to circulate through the village. Soon, wisps of smoke began to rise from several farmhouses. He lowered his gaze, disregarding the gossip, and quietly made his way to the banks of the Huai River. The Huai River, a significant waterway in the realm of Liangxian, hosts annual sacrificial ceremonies organized by various local governments to appease the peculiarities of the waters in hopes of securing peace. One of its tributaries lies in the northwest corner of the village. The river's surface churned with waves stirred by the cold wind, while delicate snowflakes fell into the Huai River, vanishing without a trace. No creatures inhabited the river. Not even a single bird graced the sky. He experienced an unsettling illusion, a persistent feeling that something in the depths of the Huai River was observing him, shifting its gaze as he moved. The number of passers-by dwindled, and he adjusted his heavy clothing, anxious that the worn cotton padding within might reveal itself, drawing attention to his extraordinary beauty. Where could it be? Muttering the name Li Rushuan, he glanced at the system's clock. It was nearly time. Waves lapped against the riverbank, carrying silt. Following the system's guidance, he walked along the river and spotted a woman washed ashore. He hastened over and pulled her from the river's edge. It was a woman with a pallid face and delicate features. Multiple lacerations marred her body, oozing blood. The river's waters had macerated some of the wounds, causing the skin to split open. It was unclear how she had been injured or how she had been swept away. Congratulations, host, you have encountered your destined heroine, Li Rushuan. The system then initiated the following missions. Mission 1. First kiss with the destined heroine, Li Rushuan. Reward, 200 green tea points. Mission 2. First dual cultivation with the destined heroine, Li Rushuan, resulting in the loss of virginity. Reward, 3,000 green tea points. Mission 3. The sorrow of a fugitive. Protect the vengeful maiden, Li Rushuan, and help her evade her pursuers. Complete the series of tasks to receive an admirer and 500 green tea points. Furthermore, the host will receive varying amounts of green tea points for causing significant emotional fluctuations in the destined heroine, such as remorse, self-reproach, being touched, or devastation. The more intense the emotional fluctuation, the greater the green tea points awarded. The green tea points acquired by the host are stored within the green tea system and can be used to purchase anything within the system's inventory, be it cultivation techniques, cultivation base, lifespan, or the opportunity to traverse through myriad realms. Having received Mission 3, which included supplementary information regarding Li Rushuan, and mindful of the fact that she was being pursued, he deactivated the system's prompts. He then proceeded to drag the so-called vengeful maiden back to his humble abode. Frail in constitution, he was ill-suited to strenuous labor. As snowflakes descended, blanketing the earth in a layer of frost, each footstep produced a crunching sound. It required considerable exertion for He to haul the listless Li Rushuan into the dilapidated courtyard. After pushing open the creaking wooden door, he deposited Li Rushuan onto the ground. He secured the doors and windows, ensuring they were tightly fastened, before finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. I trust she won't succumb to the cold, he mused. The woman's garments were saturated, and the journey had caused an icy layer to form on her outer clothing. Without hesitation, he divested her of her soaked attire and nestled her, unclothed, within his meager bedding, supplementing it with several layers of worn clothing. In his recollection, it was the chastity of men that garnered societal attention, while women were not subject to such constraints. As he gathered Li Rushuan's garments to dry them within the wooden dwelling, he observed that her ornate attire suggested she was a heroic figure of the Jianghu, one who roamed the world with a sword. And a jade pendant. During his tidying, a jade pendant fell to the ground. He retrieved it, noting the character Li inscribed upon it. The reverse side of the pendant was smooth. Water, water. Just then, the vengeful maiden, now occupying his bed, murmured, her eyes fluttering open, her gaze unfocused. Barely emerged from the water, and already parched? He glanced around before procuring a bowl of sweet river water, which he gingerly offered to her lips. What are you? Li Rushuan drank from the river, her gaze meeting He's muddy face, which was fixed upon her. In an instant, a shiver coursed through her nerves. The already dazed girl believed she had arrived at the Naiha Bridge and encountered Lord Meng. She abruptly discarded the tattered bowl in her hand, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted once more. Her voice was clear and melodious, reminiscent of a tender maiden's. Yet her pallor was alarming, and her resolute brows were tightly knitted, refusing to unfurl even in unconsciousness, as if she were enduring immense pain. Xiao Cha, will she freeze to death? She touched Li Rushuan's forehead, which felt somewhat warm. Beep. The destined heroine, Li Rushuan, was a practitioner of the opening origin realm and would not succumb to illness so easily. Opening origin realm? Oh, then I shall not concern myself with that. He knew little about the extent of the opening origin realm, but he seemed to recall his mother mentioning that it represented the pinnacle of that realm. It was difficult to fathom that this young woman had achieved a level comparable to his mother. In truth, despite his mother's formidable martial prowess, it could not rival the allure of this beautiful disaster. Having resolved this, he opened the system's marketplace. The food section immediately captured his attention. A dazzling array of delicacies was displayed, including instant snacks from his previous life, such as biscuits. His eyes brightened as he glanced at the 2 remaining dry cakes, now speckled with mold, which constituted his only sustenance. Warning: the food sold in the green tea marketplace originates from various worlds. Host: please exercise caution while purchasing and refrain from disclosing information about the green tea system. It is advisable for the host to select some dry rations to stave off hunger. Current balance, 100. Oh, I see. Let me first have a pill of fasting. What is the substance? The pill of fasting is colorless and tasteless, serving merely to stave off hunger, allowing the host to remain free from the pangs of appetite for 3 days. Priced at 5 points of fortune. It is crucial to keep the system's information confidential. He glanced at the woman lying on the bed, and in an instant, a clay-colored pill appeared in his hand. He hastily swallowed the pill of fasting, fearing that he might miss the opportunity if she awoke. Immediately, the gnawing hunger in his belly subsided significantly. How delightful it is to have something to eat, he sighed in relief. Chapter 6. The Avenging Maiden Xian'er, you are no longer a child. When will you bring home a husband? It's time to settle down and establish your career, so that your father need not worry about you any longer. It is not that I do not wish to marry, but these men are so timid and reserved that they do not appeal to me at all. What is the allure of men when there are swords to wield and spears to dance with? The path of martial arts is exceedingly long. Your aspirations are indeed noble. Yet both your father and mother long to embrace a granddaughter soon. You must understand that no matter where you are, your parents are always concerned for your well-being. Very well, I shall strive to make an effort and see what I can find. Stop. Enough of this, my in-laws. Who my daughter weds is not your concern. Very well, I shall heed your words, Xian'er. I rely on you for the latter part of my life. Although there are many fine young men in the world, one must consider the importance of social standing and compatibility. Xian'er, today I find myself somewhat troubled. Your mother has spent her life escorting goods, forging numerous enemies in her wake. I fear that something ominous is on the horizon. This is the family heirloom of the Li clan, containing you must protect it at all costs. Father, what are you saying? Our Li family has no fewer than 50 or 60 martial artists. Who would dare to threaten us? Alas, how naive. The Li family is but a minor clan in the Liangxian kingdom. Take good care of the heirloom. If danger arises, escape through the secret passage. Flee as far as you can, and remember, do not seek revenge. As long as you are alive, the Li family endures. Remember this. Who are you? What audacity! The woman's appearance was like a nightmare, with a formidable figure and wielding 2 massive axes. Beneath her wild hair were blood-red eyes. In an instant, she leaped forward with such speed that only an afterimage remained. With a single swing of her axe, a martial artist from the Li family was reduced to mere flesh and blood. What? The intent to kill, a master of the separation and reunion stage. Xian'er. Flee now. Mother. Father. In the dream woven from illusion, blood and tears ceaselessly unfold, as one by one, her kin succumb beneath the bloodied blades. Powerless to resist the massacre inflicted upon them, Li Rushuan vividly recalls her mother's incredulous cry for the Xian'er guards, the elite enforcers of the current court, tasked with combating the bizarre and spectral entities lurking within the borders of Liangxian kingdom. Yet now, their swords are turned against the Li family. No, no. I shall slay you all. I shall obliterate you. In the depths of slumber, 2 streams of tears cascade down Li Rushuan's cheeks. She abruptly awakens, the double vision gradually dissipating. She finds herself in a dilapidated wooden cabin, a modest space where the windows rattle violently and the frigid wind rushes in. Glancing at the quilt draped over her, she notices its numerous creases and the mottled gray stains, each patch interconnected. Instinctively, she leans closer to sniff it, and oddly enough, the decayed bedding does not emit an unpleasant odor. Rather, it carries a hint of delicate fragrance. Where is this place? The room is utterly devoid of life, save for her garments, which dangle from various corners. The jade pendant. Suddenly, Li Rushuan remembers her father's admonition. After a thorough search, she discovers the pendant resting beside her pillow. Only when the tumult subsides does she become acutely aware of the pain coursing through her body, particularly in her legs. Even the slightest movement brings forth a deep, agonizing ache. My legs, they hurt so much. She contemplated that her left leg was likely broken. Li Rushuan propped herself up, limping as she rose, fastening her bandage and gently touching her bruised chest, seemingly lost in reminiscence. With a wince of pain, she donned her remaining garments. At that moment, she heard a commotion outside and warily concealed herself behind the wooden door. Through the crack, she observed a corpulent woman trudging through the pristine snow, carrying a bucket of water and some snow-laden branches. The woman precariously wedged the dilapidated door ajar. Swaying as she entered the courtyard, Li Rushuan could not discern the woman's features clearly. Yet her dark complexion and solitary existence in this run-down abode left no doubt that she was indeed a woman, likely an ordinary peasant given her clumsy demeanor. He placed the gathered firewood in a spot untouched by the snow to dry before laboriously hauling the bucket of water into the room. By now, it had been 2 days since the protagonist, Li Rushuan, had succumbed to unconsciousness. He opened the door and brought in the bucket. But before she could set it down, she caught sight of the woman hiding behind the door, brandishing a dagger against her throat. Startled, the bucket slipped from her grasp, dousing both of them in cold water. "Move again, and I shall kill you," Li Rushuan declared coldly, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Observing closely, she quickly discerned that He's bulky attire was merely a fade, a ruse to deceive. This individual was no ordinary peasant. "Answer my questions truthfully. Utter a single lie, and I will end you." Observing He's trembling form, Li Rushuan felt a sense of satisfaction. She was eager to ascertain the current situation and had no desire to reveal her vulnerable side before a stranger. For that was a grave taboo in the world they inhabited. Where was this? Suddenly, a notification echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You have encountered the female protagonist, Su Xing. It is imperative to act as a typical man and accumulate green tea points. This way, the green tea system will safeguard the host's well-being. Otherwise, the danger posed by a charming adversary could swiftly lead to the host's demise." The phrase typical man struck He momentarily. It denoted the archetype of men in her memories of this world. With a dagger poised at her throat, she sensed the woman's heightened vigilance. Should her response or demeanor falter, she had no doubt that her life would be at stake. The individual before her remained silent, seemingly paralyzed by fear, her lips parting several times, yet failing to produce a sound. Feeling the palpable threat emanating from Li Rushuan, He's innate instincts surged forth, and she shut her eyes in anguish, tears cascading down her cheeks as she instinctively averted her gaze. "You saved me," she murmured, her fear palpable. Witnessing He's timid demeanor, which seemed devoid of any menace, Li Rushuan exhaled in relief. Shifting the conversation, she remarked, and he nodded, casting a somewhat aggrieved look at Li Rushuan. The contrast between her glistening eyes and her disheveled attire was strikingly incongruous. Due to anxiety, a tattered cotton quilt fell from He's wardrobe. "No, please don't kill me," he stammered, her gentle voice trembling as it brushed against Li Rushuan's heart. That tone resonated like a babbling brook, strikingly different from any she had ever heard. Imbued with a soft sweetness. You are a man?" Chapter 7. Astonishment. He's voice took Li Rushuan by surprise. This seemingly bulky and disheveled woman was, in fact, a man. His gentle voice suggested he was a youthful lad. Upon seeing He nod, acknowledging that he had indeed saved her yet was so timid. Li Rushuan's guard gradually lowered. "Please don't kill me." Li Rushuan began to pull at the tattered quilt wrapped around He, discovering an array of items tucked within. As she continued, He's form became increasingly well-defined, gradually revealing a masculine allure. A familiar scent wafted through the air, rich with the essence of hormones, stimulating her senses. As she caught a whiff of that enticing fragrance, Li Rushuan felt her cheeks flush. The aroma of fresh grass stirred a flutter within her heart, reminiscent of the scent from the warmth of the bed. It dawned on her that the fragrance she had just detected was the man's body scent. Stealing a glance at him, Witnessing his shivering form and the tears cascading down his cheeks, her heart softened considerably. She slowly sheathed her dagger. "How did you rescue me?" "I found you by the river that day. Seeing that you were still breathing, I carried you back." He hesitated for a moment before speaking softly, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. "Is it just you?" She pondered. "If it is merely one man, then it is not as perilous as I had envisioned." Resolving the crisis, Li Ruxuan unsteadily returned to the bedside and sat down. Noticing that the man remained dazedly standing at the door, his expression reminiscent of a timid kitten. He appeared hesitant as he gazed at her, his eyes reflecting a mixture of concern and, predominantly, fear. Li Ruxuan found the sight somewhat amusing. Yet she had always detested men who were overly timid. What she admired were those who exuded confidence and vigor, akin to a valiant hero. Such men, like wild stallions, possessed a certain allure when tamed. "I won't harm you. What are you afraid of? If you fear me, why did you come to my rescue?" Li Ruxuan, with her forthright nature, spoke candidly. "Do not move your leg carelessly." He, noticing Li Ruxuan's inadvertent touch upon her injured leg, winced in pain and quickly cautioned her, anxious that her injury might worsen. His eyes were filled with a deep concern. He assisted her in tying a cloth around her injury, gently caressing it. "Does it hurt? I am a martial artist. This minor injury is inconsequential to me." As she gazed into his glistening eyes, Li Ruxuan paused momentarily before responding with a self-deprecating tone. Once, she was the sole and most distinguished young lady of the Li family, having entered the opening origin realm at a tender age, surpassing the elite martial artists of prominent clans with ease. If she could not endure such trivial suffering, what hope would there be for her quest for vengeance? Nonetheless, to be shown solicitude by a stranger assuaged the frigid and repressed emotions within Li Ruxuan's heart, and she averted her gaze, seemingly reluctant to expose her destitute state to another. She possessed her own sense of pride. "Having been unconscious for 2 days, you must be famished. Here, partake of this. It is quite delectable." So saying, he carefully produced 2 moldy cakes from within his bosom, presenting them to Li Ruxuan as if they were priceless treasures. Li Ruxuan accepted the moldy cakes, which still retained the warmth of He. Indeed, she was ravenous. But upon beholding the profusion of mold spots and observing the expectant look in He's eyes, she tentatively placed a piece in her mouth. The desiccated cake, replete with mold, possessed a putrid flavor that was nauseating, and yet it was as indurate as a stone. Forcing herself to swallow a morsel, Li Ruxuan felt as though her entire being had undergone a profound transformation, and her stomach churned violently, nearly causing her to vomit. "Eat, for sustenance will grant you strength." He glanced at Li Ruxuan with a touch of envy before gathering the scattered water bucket. Can this truly be considered fit for human consumption? Li Ruxuan took another bite, but found it impossible to swallow. As a scion of a wealthy family, she had been accustomed to a life of luxury and ease, with tonics and elixirs to nourish her physical form daily. In truth, such fare would be deemed ineatable even by the hounds within the Li estate. "Perhaps it would be best if you retained it for yourself." Li Ruxuan was on the verge of retching. "You are wounded. You should partake of it." "I shall abstain." Seizing an opportune moment when He was distracted, Li Ruxuan impulsively hurled 2 pieces of dried biscuit out of the window. He, having been keenly observant of the actions of the true heroine, Li Ruxuan, was contemplating how to provoke her emotions to accumulate fortune points. Upon noticing the biscuits flying out the window, he appeared unfazed and turned around, gazing at Li Ruxuan with a hint of surprise. This made her feel a bit guilty. "You must be hungry, having finished so quickly," she said. "That's good. It means you can survive a little longer. By the way, we must not waste these crumbs. My mother always said that during hard times, a single grain of rice can save a life." He displayed a pure smile, and upon seeing the crumbs scattered on the bed, his eyes brightened. He carefully gathered them up, presenting them to Li Ruxuan as if they were treasures. She shook her head, so he proceeded to savor the crumbs that had fallen from the dry biscuits, consuming them as if they were a delicacy. "You." "I." Li Ruxuan's expression was complex, leaving her momentarily speechless. The 2 pieces of dry biscuit she had looked down upon were, in fact, the very food that he yearned for yet hesitated to consume. "Unfortunately, that was my last bit of food. I had hoped you might leave a little behind. But having eaten these crumbs, I can last a while longer. It won't be cold anymore," he lamented with a hint of regret. Ding. "Congratulations to the host. Green tea value 10. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Green tea value 10. Indeed, it proved effective. He's downcast eyes sparkled with newfound hope, as if he glimpsed a promising path to prosperity. As time passed, both individuals gradually fell into a silent reverie. That evening, Li Rushuan reclined on her bed. The dimly lit room devoid of even an oil lamp, with only the gentle glow of the falling snow outside casting a faint light within. She buried her head into the tattered bedding, where the lingering sin of a man provided her with a modicum of solace. Suddenly, it struck her that she knew nothing of the man before her, his name, his origins. In a shadowy corner, he curled up tightly, accessing the system space. His eyes dazzled by the array of options in the system mall. He noticed several unread messages. Congratulations, host, on earning green tea points for the first time. You are awarded with a low-level mind-reading ability. This can be utilized to discern the thoughts of the destined heroine. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 30 green tea points. You have earned the title of Green Tea Sweetheart, along with a low-level celestial vision ability, which allows you to scan everything within a 500-meter radius. Chapter 8. The Boudoir, Mind Reading. Celestial Vision. Upon clicking Accept, he felt as though he had acquired an unknown power within his body. With his intent, he discovered he could perceive everything within a radius of 500 meters. This included the tiny insects crawling upon the walls and the delicate shapes of the snowflakes floating outside. By observing intently, every detail became crystal clear. Subsequently, he directed his newfound sight towards Li Rushuan, who sat with her eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought, her breath shallow and heavy, as if she were suppressing some inner turmoil. Outside, the snowflakes continued to dance through the air. He, huddled in the corner, felt the chill as he had nothing to shield himself from the cold, so he spread the cotton fluff he had taken out over his body. Are you asleep? Where exactly in Liangxian Kingdom are we? The bed exuded a tempting fragrance, prompting Li Rushuan to open her eyes, dismissing her prior reflections. She glanced sideways at He in the corner. Linqingfu, Chunshui Town. After a moment, the man weakly responded, still in Linqingfu, Chunshui Town? This place is traversed by a river. It seems I must have floated here along its current. Li Rushuan pondered silently, recalling the time she had been pursued, managing to escape until she reached the banks of Huai River, where she had leapt into the water. Truth be told, surviving the icy waters was indeed a stroke of fortune. What about you? Is there nothing else to eat? Upon hearing the feeble tone of the latter's voice and recalling how he cherished the remnants of the moldy biscuits, Li Rushuan felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Should she confess that she had discarded those 2 biscuits out of the window? She hesitated, her own stomach grumbling with hunger. Yet the thought of that moldy taste was truly unpalatable. Moreover, the chill of the weather outside was biting. This man had selflessly offered his bedding to her while he huddled alone in a frigid corner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for eliciting a significant emotional response from the destined heroine, Li Rushuan. Green tea value 10. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining an additional green tea value of 10. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was it truly this simple to accumulate green tea value? Activating his mind-reading ability, he gleaned the source of Li Rushuan's guilt and realized he could seize this opportunity to gather even more green tea value. You, why did you save me? Was it you who carried me back from the riverbank all by yourself? As a man, is that truly possible? Li Rushuan, recalling this moment, felt a surge of sensitivity as she worried for her own safety. While this man may not intend her harm, others might not share his benign intentions. It was conceivable that he had merely sought to placate her before summoning the authorities, those wretched bureaucrats, ruthless and merciless, akin to beasts that feast upon the flesh and blood of the innocent. A torrent of anxious thoughts coursed through Li Rushuan's mind, which he astutely perceived. Marveling at the peculiar workings of the green tea system, he pondered how best to respond to her inquiries. Tonight, by the riverside, I saw you, and upon noticing your distress, I dragged you back from the snow. I did not carry you away. Did anyone else witness this? Li Rushuan's tone grew increasingly urgent as she contemplated He's words. I did not pay attention. He's voice trembled, remnants of dark mud still clinging to his face. What were you doing by the Huai River? Fetching water. You lie. Li Rushuan sharply detected the inconsistency in his statement. Who would dare drink from the Huai River? This river, notorious for its sinister reputation, had claimed many lives and was rumored to harbor malevolent spirits. In Liangxian's realm, it was a place of ill omen, one that the sensible would avoid at all costs. How could anyone possibly drink from its waters? Suddenly, Li Rushuan sprang from her bed, her grip tightening around his neck as she met He's terrified gaze. You have not spoken the truth. Who are you truly? Having experienced the exhilarating brush with death, her nerves had become exceedingly sensitive. Let me go, I am going to jump into the river. The proximity of a woman's touch ignited the essence of male propriety within him as he spoke with tearful elegance. He instinctively recoiled, embodying the age-old tenet that men and women should not engage too closely. He had distanced himself from her, yet she still lunged towards him. Jump into the river? Li Ruchuan was taken aback. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Since waking, this man's manner of speaking was far from that of a typical farmer. What young man of good standing would reside in a dilapidated wooden shack? No, he had not yet revealed his true visage. Li Ruchuan produced a damp cloth, intending to brusquely wipe away the mud on his face. No, let me go. This woman clearly lacked discernment. If she were to mar her rare and exquisite beauty, who would he hold accountable? Nevertheless, Li Ruchuan disregarded his protests and swiftly cleaned the mud from He's face. As the grime was removed, the moonlight illuminated He's true appearance. Good heavens! She was rendered speechless. He's eyes were slightly swollen, tears shimmering and cascading down. Due to their earlier struggle, his attire was somewhat disheveled, and his delicate neck bore red marks. Instinctively, she fixated on his pearly white teeth, his elegantly arched brows, and the hint of humiliation in his expression. He was a sight to behold, truly breathtaking. This is hardly the appearance of a farmer. Even a young master hidden away in a secluded chamber would not possess such looks. What a rogue! At that moment, He fiercely struck the ladder, escaping from his grasp like a pear blossom drenched in rain. I have exhausted myself to save you, and yet you still wish to treat me with such frivolity. I did not. I apologize. I just felt that you were, somewhat. If he had been exceedingly unattractive, Li Ruchuan would undoubtedly have shown no restraint, perhaps even pressing forward relentlessly. However, He's ethereal beauty was so breathtaking that it pierced through Li Ruchuan's very soul, eliciting a sense of inferiority within her. All her wariness dissipated like smoke in the wind. She could not believe that such an enchanting man could wish her harm. Yet you still do not release your hold. He observed that the other remained clinging to his garment and helplessly exclaimed, "Oh." Li Ruchuan hurriedly let go, awkwardly retreating a few steps to sit back on the bed. Her mind was still in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. How could she have been inexplicably rescued by a man dressed as a farmer? Most crucially, the delicate visage of that seemingly frail man was so astonishingly beautiful that throughout the night, Li Ruchuan found herself unable to sleep well. The bedding was infused with that familiar, fragrant aroma. The mere thought of He's true appearance kept her from finding rest. Notably, the two were in the same wooden cabin. One could say this was indeed his private chamber. Chapter 9. Gift-giving. Excuse me, may I inquire about your esteemed name? In the stillness of the night, Li Ruchuan, unable to find slumber, suddenly voiced her anxious question. After much contemplation, she resolved to seek the name of He. From the darkness came a faint response. So late, and he is still awake? Could it be that he, too, was preoccupied with thoughts of revenge, while she was merely guarding against him? After all, a solitary girl and a solitary man sharing the same room, especially one as strikingly handsome as he, was indeed a cause for concern. The He of reliance, the E of dependence. What a splendid name! Li Ruchuan exclaimed in admiration without a moment's hesitation, intending to elicit a smile from the charming figure. Yet, to her dismay, there was no response. Instead, her mind was filled with visions of He's exquisite features, leaving her restless throughout the night. Congratulations, host. You have encountered a beginner's gift package. You are now bestowed with the skill, divine acting. The following morning, He was roused from his slumber by the incessant chatter of the system in his mind. Divine acting, a supplementary skill that aids the host in achieving perfection in the art of tea-making. Even a female protagonist 3 levels above the host will be unable to discern the host's mastery of tea. 3 levels above? He cast a casual glance and dismissed it. This skill seemed to grant him an unprecedented freedom in his performance, allowing him to seize this and that. Quite splendid. As per usual, on the 4th day of confinement within the small wooden cabin, he tidied his attire and carried a bucket to the village well to fetch water. The previous day's water had been largely spilled, leaving him without even enough for his morning ablutions. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tick-tock. Suddenly, the once tranquil village erupted with the blaring of horns, followed by a cacophony of raucous music. A group of oddly attired individuals merrily danced and played instruments upon the wooden planks by the Huai River, as if celebrating a wedding. He cast a glance, his heart skipping a beat as he recalled Xiao Zi's admonition. He hurried to the village well exerting considerable effort to draw a bucket of water. As he departed, the children of the village encircled him, jeering, "Ugly groom, ugly best man, groom and best man, ugly groom." Some bolder girls even tugged at Hee's clothing. Initially, Hee considered shooing away these mischievous children, but upon reflection, he feared that his melodious voice might pique their curiosity, compelling them to cling to him incessantly, thereby inviting trouble. Thus, he chose to remain silent. "Come back. It's unsanitary, my ancestors." Fortunately, several sharp-eyed men quickly intervened, dispersing the rowdy little ones. Upon passing the dilapidated cabin, Hee retrieved a couple of discarded, moldy cakes, concealing them within his garments. Back at the decrepit abode, a melodious voice chimed. It was Li Ruxuan, poised on the steps, gingerly supporting her wounded leg, as she relieved him of the water pail. "Allow me, young master He. A man's constitution is inherently delicate, and you are yet to partake in sustenance." Li Ruxuan proactively seized the pail, her gaze drifting, with subtle intent, towards Hee's countenance. "Pray tell, why do you adopt this guise?" Observing Hee's silence, Li Ruxuan surmised that her impetuous actions of the prior night had intimidated him. A sheepish smile graced her lips as she hoisted the pail, an endeavor that even she found taxing. The copious loss of blood, coupled with 2 days of fasting, had left her enfeebled. Hark! A lively commotion pervades the air. Does a nuptial celebration grace these lands? Nay, not so. At this juncture, Hee's frame shuddered, his countenance dimming with melancholy. He produced a collection of herbs from his bosom, proceeding to crush them with a preoccupied air. "I have procured some balm for your wounds. Apply it, rest, and then, I implore you, depart hence with haste." Hee approached Li Ruxuan's leg, unwrapping the bandage to apply the crushed herbs to the affected area. "Why are you leaving?" Li Ruxuan's expression stiffened as she inquired with confusion. This morning, she had pushed through her fatigue to investigate the circumstances of this village while Hee was absent. It was an utterly ordinary village, devoid of anything remarkable, save for the wooden cabin that harbored a concealed handsome man. She sensed that he harbored unspoken secrets. Initially, upon saving her, he had been quite courteous, urging her to rest for a few more days. However, judging by his current demeanor, he seemed reluctant to divulge certain matters, instead hastening her departure. Could it be that he discovered she had discarded those 2 moldy cakes? Without offering an explanation, Hee retrieved a warm egg from his pocket, a silent offering procured from the system space at the cost of 2 green tea points. He presented it to Li Ruxuan, lamenting that it was all he had to offer, lest she succumb to starvation. Li Ruxuan, her pride initially prompting her to refuse, was ultimately compelled by the gnawing hunger and the primal need for survival to accept the egg. Its soft and glutinous texture was incredibly sweet. She had intended to share half with Yi, but her hunger betrayed her intentions, and she devoured it whole. Seeing her accept the egg and noticing the longing in her eyes, which lingered on the egg as if he too were reluctant to part with it, he busied himself outside the room. Although a single egg did little to satiate her hunger, it did imbue her with a modicum of strength. Recalling the envious look in Hee's eyes, Li Ruxuan felt a pang of remorse. Noticing Hee's figure, she propped herself up to search for him. She saw Hee concealed in a corner outside the house, nibbling on something. In reality, having consumed a fasting pill, Hee felt no hunger. It was all a ruse to extract green tea points. Under the watchful gaze of the heavens, Li Ruxuan approached slowly. It was only then that he began to suppress his nausea, biting into the moldy biscuit. Upon noticing Li Ruxuan's arrival, he seemed to have been caught off guard, hastily concealing the biscuit within his mouth, a look of panic flashing across his face. Why are you here?" Although Hee's movements were swift, Li Ruxuan discerned what he clutched in his hand. Indeed, it was the very biscuit she had discarded the day before. "Where did you get that egg? Why did you give it to me?" Li Ruxuan's expression was one of complexity. She began to comprehend why he had grown distant towards her. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Your green tea value has increased by 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your green tea value has increased by 10. This is none of your concern. You should leave quickly." Hee's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and he lowered his head, securely hiding the moldy biscuit. Chapter 10. Coexistence. Young Master Li Ruxuan's expression was intricate. She felt she had wounded Hee's pride and goodwill. After consuming an egg, Li Ruxuan resolved to begin her cultivation practice. For only by restoring her strength could she surmount the challenges ahead. The martial arts of the Li family were renowned for their steady progression and were known as the Li family Jade Maiden Sword Technique. The Li family Jade Maiden Sword Technique is divided into 2 parts. One is the internal cultivation scripture, which aids in the recovery of injuries. And the other is the robust external technique. As the technique circulates, a layer of true qi swirls within her body, and Li Rushuan feels her wounds seem to heal slightly. She clutches the Li family jade pendant tightly in her hand. The scene of her parents' murder repeatedly flashing in her mind. The imperial court, the black-clad guards. Boom. By the time Li Rushuan opens her eyes, the sky has darkened, and an inexplicable tune drifts in from outside. Huh, why is it a funeral dirge? Li Rushuan exclaims in surprise. In the morning, it was a celebratory tune, but by evening, it has turned into a mournful one. Could something have gone wrong with the family's wedding? Did the groom who was married in the morning die by nightfall? In the room, the man is busy tidying up, transforming the dilapidated space into a bright and clean one. This man, for some reason, seeing he meticulously arranging things. He seems like the perfect candidate to bring home as a husband, embodying the image of a devoted spouse and father. A scene unexpectedly emerges in Li Rushuan's mind. Today, I, Li Rushuan, and he shall become husband and wife, not seeking to be born on the same day, but wishing to die on the same day. With the sky as our blanket and the earth as our bed, growing old together. Rushuan. Li Rushuan lifts He's red veil, revealing a face so radiant and beautiful, tinged with a hint of shyness, matching the image she had in her mind. Rushuan. Thank you for not despising my humble origins and taking me as your husband. Diligence in managing the household is the enduring path. I will bring you happiness in the times ahead. Together, we shall expand the Li family and ensure its prosperity for generations to come. He nodded bashfully. As Li Rushuan gazed at the latter activated his eavesdropping ability, discerning Li Rushuan's innermost thoughts. Upon hearing her aspirations, he was taken aback. An amused yet incredulous expression crossing his features. He found it rather comical that this female protagonist harbored such fanciful notions. To desire him as her husband, regardless of his origins, was an absurd idea. He was not a man to be confined to the bed of a single person. Ding. Green tea value 20. Ding. The host may now exchange green tea value for attribute points, enhancing desired abilities. Ding. Every 10 units of green tea value can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. He was momentarily surprised by the substantial green tea value generated by this new female protagonist. The green tea system appeared to be progressively unveiling its features. Upon cursory examination, he noted that his physique points amounted to a mere 10, whereas his charm points totaled over 1,000. It was likely that men in this world were generally physically weak, resulting in low physique points, while He's appearance was exceptionally stunning. If all roads lead to Rome, then He's beauty was such that he was born there. At that moment, a mournful melody wafted through the air. Upon hearing this lament, He's body trembled violently, and he began to sway, seemingly overcome with dread. He glanced at Li Rushuan, who was still engrossed in her cultivation, feigning ignorance of her awakening. Quietly, he departed from the room, securing the door from the outside. Along the narrow path, the plump He made her way to the stone pillar at the village's entrance. Xiaozi had once mentioned that when the lamentation began to echo, she would reappear in the village. If he wished to ensure He Shui's survival, he must hasten to this location to meet her. Indeed, as he arrived, a woman clad in a blue garment stood atop the stone monument, silently awaiting his presence, seemingly having waited for an eternity. Why are you dressed like this? I was beginning to ponder your tardiness, he remarked. I ventured forth in search of you, only to discover it was due to your own doing. Xiaozi turned to find her adorned with an iron mask, seemingly intent on concealing her visage. Her glistening eyes, however, were imbued with a chilling hue. I was concerned that shedding these incongruous garments might jeopardize my mission, he confessed. But Xiaozi coldly interrupted her words. How long do you expect me to wait? He queried. He's gaze fell despondently as she surveyed her surroundings. Her voice barely above a whisper. What do you think? With a reluctant nod, she began to disrobe before Xiaozi, her layers of fabric cascading to the ground. The delicate snow continued to fall, causing her to shiver as she revealed a thin, unembellished garment beneath, her graceful form laid bare before him. The weather is frigid, he murmured, wrapping her arms around herself, trembling uncontrollably. Swallow it. Xiaozi fixed her unwavering gaze on He, a peculiar expression flickering across her face. A crimson pill appeared in her hand. It was evident that He had been enduring a wretched existence these past few days, looking gaunt and emaciated. Her voice now frail and devoid of strength. Yet, Xiaozi exhibited no hint of compassion for her. Without the slightest hesitation, he glanced at Xiaozi before accepting the pill and swallowing it whole, though her eyes reflected greater desolation. Very well. Follow me. Xiaozi led He to the banks of the Huai River, gesturing for her to cleanse her face with the river water. He cupped the clear water in her hands, washing away the grime, gradually revealing her astonishingly exquisite features. Upon glimpsing her reflection, she recognized her enduring beauty. A visage that would undoubtedly spell disaster in a matriarchal world, akin to a captivating yet treacherous vixen. At that moment, he realized that her reflection in the lake had vanished. She could not see her own image in the water, only an endless expanse of river. My lord, I cannot see my. Just then, her body inexplicably moved toward the water, which surged toward her with eager anticipation, as if it had discovered a rare treasure. My lord. He's voice trembled with panic as she was swiftly engulfed by the river's currents. Such a pure maidenly form. I find it hard to believe you would remain unmoved. Xiaozi seemed to have anticipated the situation. It was only when she could no longer see He's figure that she plunged fiercely into the river. Chapter 11. You have seen my body in its fullness. The frigid waters of the river pierced like ice, and He felt countless torrents surging against him, clinging to his body and dragging him deeper into the abyss. As if myriad hands were eagerly reaching out to him, forcefully pulling him downwards. Having already ingested a considerable amount of water, he, in his panic, swallowed even more of the Huai River's waters. Beep. The system detected that the host was in peril and automatically initiated protection mode. A voice flickered through his mind, and immediately, he felt a considerable sense of comfort enveloping him. His body instinctively ceased its intake of water, and the frigid sensation began to dissipate. Was this the system's automatic protection for him? The murky depths of the river concealed its mysteries, and he could not open his eyes. He merely sank gently below the surface. In the next moment, a woman embraced him, propelling him swiftly toward the bank. Breaking through the water's surface, the sensation of breath returned. He gasped, expelling a mouthful of water, as his simple garments clung to him, drenched, accentuating his handsome features, now marred by a touch of disarray. It's so cold, he murmured. Xiaozi held He tightly, observing his slender form. The softness of his touch evoked a peculiar sensation within her. A faint blush crept across her face, yet now was not the time for such thoughts. Channeling her inner strength, she settled cross-legged in the snow while cradling He, gently patting his back. The elixir she had administered earlier possessed some degree of warmth-retaining properties. Otherwise, given his constitution, he would soon succumb to the biting cold. As the moisture gradually dissipated and time ebbed away, he sputtered out a mouthful of water. His consciousness slowly returning. His complexion was ashen. At that moment, he was reclining against Xiaozi's embrace, her arm pressed against his back. Vapors rose from both of them. How is my sister? He uttered, opening his eyes to a blurred world. To Xiaozi's astonishment, his first words were of concern for his sister, He Shui. Ironically, He Shui should have been the object of his animosity. She lives. Just kill me. Why prolong my suffering? He murmured. Had he not ingested the bigu pill, his constitution would have succumbed to the frigid landscape long ago. It seemed this female protagonist held little regard for his life. What? Do you aspire to precede He Shui in death? Xiaozi's voice, like a gentle spring, possessed an unhurried charm, though tinged with a hint of mockery. She regarded He as one would a meticulously crafted doll. You are now merely the kin of a criminal. Fulfill your prescribed role. Should any untoward notions arise, your sister will be the first to perish, and you shall be the second. You. He's countenance bordered on collapse upon hearing those words. His gaze toward Xiaozi was laced with an indescribable resentment. As a man who has managed to survive until now, you should be grateful for the facade you possess. Xiaozi grasped He's chin, admiring her exquisite visage with meticulous scrutiny. The closer examination only heightened her allure. Regrettably, the pleasures of this body could not yet be savored. First, he must entice the ghostly mother and fulfill the task assigned by the master before he could harvest this captivating blossom. Remember, on the evening of the third day, someone will come to deliver an item to you. You must wear it close to your person. What item, you inquire? If you truly wish to know. It is no secret, the ghostly mother's betrothal gift. For these past days, your disguise must capture her attention. What? A betrothal gift? He's expression shifted, as if hearing Xiaozi mention this for the first time. Xiaozi withdrew her power and poured 3 crimson pills from the vial, saying, keep these. Over the next 3 days, consume one each day until the 3rd night. With that, Xiaozi donned her mask once more and prepared to depart. Is that all? After Xiaozi had instructed her, he gazed at her with a look imbued with unspoken significance. Xiaozi halted, turning to face He. I am hungry. After a prolonged silence, He murmured softly, cradling her abdomen, a forlorn expression crossing her face. Hungry. Xiaozi was momentarily taken aback. Before leaving, she had ordered provisions to be left for He, which should have sufficed for the duration. Her subordinates would not dare defy her commands. Could it be that this man had grown accustomed to a life of luxury, disdainful of the sustenance she provided? Why should I concern myself with your desire for daily sustenance of lavish meals? Xiaozi inquired with icy detachment. He lifted his gaze, directing a listless stare toward the former. Through eavesdropping on her inner thoughts, he discerned that the female protagonist, Xiaozi, had apparently instructed someone to leave behind some provisions, sufficient for him to endure this period. However, the matter of the 2 moldy cakes remained perplexing. Was she truly expecting him to subsist on these meager provisions for the duration? He initially contemplated elucidating this issue, but upon reflection, he perceived a potential opportunity to accumulate green tea points. Should he offer an explanation, it might prove counterproductive, further cementing an unfavorable impression in her mind. Instead, he resolved to defer the matter, with the intention of later capitalizing on it to accrue some measure of regret. What? Do you find the provisions I've left for you objectionable? Xiaozi questioned. Among the displaced denizens of Liqing Prefecture, many subsist on tree bark. Did you presume you would continue to enjoy the opulent lifestyle you once knew? Under Xiaozi's scrutinizing gaze, he adopted an ambivalent demeanor, evincing a complex array of emotions while resolutely suppressing his words. But what? You beheld my naked form, he murmured, his voice suddenly subdued. Huh. He's aggrieved sentiment elicited only a scornful exclamation from Xiaozi. While it was true that she had indeed witnessed He's most intimate parts, she questioned its significance. By proactively raising the matter, He merely conveyed the impression that he sought to exploit the situation to extract some form of advantage. Xiaozi retrieved a bag of provisions from her bosom and tossed it contemptuously before He, her countenance adorned with a cold smile. Your body is hardly worth more than this, she remarked. As the provisions hit the ground, grain scattered about, a mere assortment of roasted wheat and corn. Standard rations provided by the government. He trembled slightly, his gaze fixated on the bag of provisions. To Xiaozi's astonishment, he lunged towards the food, cradling the bag with utmost care. Thank you, he uttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Xiaozi felt a pang of confusion in her heart. Yet the sight of He's desperate scramble for the provisions only deepened her disdain for him. It also illuminated a profound realization in this world. The possession of sustenance equates to power and wealth, allowing even a beauty like He to easily grovel beneath her. Chapter 12. A different realm. Xiaozi cast one last glance at He before her figure swiftly vanished. The realms of martial practitioners are classified into Qi training, opening the origin, unity and separation, and transformation. Those who attain the transformation realm are exceedingly rare within the Liangshan Kingdom, although Xiaozi is still young. As the magistrate of Lin City, she has already entered the unity and separation realm, her cultivation techniques remarkably sophisticated. My lord, upon the appearance of Xiaozi, a group of women clad in dark garments immediately encircled her, their strides resolute. These formidable warriors had taken a significant risk by shedding the talismans that concealed their auras, revealing themselves within this village. Should the ghost mother detect her presence, it could unravel their carefully laid plans. What is happening? Xiaozi inquired, perplexed, as the group of black-clad guards approached. My lord, the officials we stationed in Huayin village have perished. Perished? Xiaozi matched the pace of the guards, moving towards the desolate riverbank. There, she beheld 2 women in plain white attire, lifeless in the mud. Their faces were unmistakable. They were the very officials she had dispatched to the village to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. She recalled that these 2 were masquerading as beggars who had wandered into the village. How had they met such an inexplicable fate in the Huai River? They must have been exposed. The 2 corpses lay with wide-open eyes and pallid faces, as if they had witnessed something profoundly terrifying before succumbing. The vitality within them had been drained by malevolent spirits. Let us bury them, my lord. What shall we do next? This village may not be as tranquil as we had presumed. Tonight, I shall personally conduct a further investigation. Yes, the white snowflakes continued to drift down, and by the riverside, a figure clad in simple attire slowly made their way towards a wooden cabin. The sky gradually darkened, and apart from He, there was not a soul on the road. The once peaceful and serene village now seemed eerie and mysterious, with rows of wooden houses standing by the Huai River. The crisp sound of footsteps crunching in the snow was unmistakable. Near the cabin stood a slender woman, her long hair tied back with a white ribbon. Spotting He from a distance, she called out in confusion. He quickened his pace, taking a few hurried steps. Young Master He. It was no wonder Li Rushuan was surprised. When he had left, he was dressed in tattered cotton clothes. His face smeared with black mud, resembling a beggar. Now, his long hair flowed freely, and though he wore simple garments, he seemed ethereal, as if not of this world. As he approached, his true appearance became clear. He was just past the age of maturity, his skin as fair as snow, exuding a faint melancholy that evoked pity. He was even more handsome than Li Rushuan had imagined. As dusk approached and the chill in the air intensified, a sense of urgency compelled us to return. Observing Li Rushuan's dazed expression, it seemed she had been waiting for me for quite some time. He, clutching a bag of provisions, was the first to push open the wooden door. With a sharp intake of breath, Li Rushuan felt a sudden jolt of pain in her leg as she moved. Let me assist you. The man paused momentarily and then stepped closer. No, young master it is inappropriate for men and women to. Li Rushuan instinctively declined, yet the warmth of his body pressed against her waist left her momentarily stunned. An intoxicating fragrance enveloped her senses, overwhelming her with its heaviness. He draped Li Rushuan's arm over his shoulder, feeling as though he were lifting a cumbersome beast. Her frail physique was a stark reminder of her weakened state. Why are you not exerting yourself? He questioned gently. I am fine, Li Rushuan replied awkwardly, yearning to convey that she was not so feeble, merely having stumbled upon her injured leg moments before. However, the proximity to a man stirred a peculiar sensation within her, and her body, betraying her, succumbed to the drowsiness as he guided her back into the room. Once settled, he hurried from the courtyard, securing the wooden bolt on the door. He brought in several logs, appearing restless, and further reinforced the wooden door with additional obstacles. There are still drafts in the house, with the chilling breeze carrying an icy bite, yet at the very least, it offers a semblance of safety. Will your leg injury heal soon? I too wish for a swift recovery, so as not to burden you any further, Li Rushuan said with a tinge of guilt. The night swiftly descended, enveloping the room in darkness. He rummaged through the room for flint, striking it several times but failing to ignite the firewood. Allow me, Li Rushuan replied. After taking the flint, she struck it a few times, and a spark fell onto the dry hay, quickly igniting into a flame. With the flickering fire, the room brightened slightly, casting light upon their faces. Do I have flowers on my face? He asked, feigning annoyance as he caught Li Rushuan gazing intently at him. No, not at all. Then why do you keep staring at me? I simply find you quite handsome. Thank you for saving me. Had it not been for you, I would surely have perished in the icy waters. The flames danced, casting a warm glow upon the two figures seated in close proximity around the fire. An unexpected sense of domesticity settled upon Li Rushuan. Your survival is a testament to fortune, he murmured, a melancholic tone coloring his voice. Without my intervention, you would not have perished, it's true. Though Li Rushuan found herself in dire straits, her designation as the protagonist, chosen by the system and imbued with remarkable luck, ensured that a simple demise in this village was improbable. He retrieved the sack of provisions, carefully dispensing a small portion to Li Rushuan and then to himself. They consumed the meager fare in delicate morsels. Where did this food originate? Li Rushuan inquired instinctively, her gaze drawn to the pristine, unadorned paper bag that contained the sustenance. Quite unlike those used by common households. He paused, casting a fleeting glance at Li Rushuan before averting his gaze, electing not to answer her query. It was acquired through entreaty. If you abstain, your recovery will be impeded. In truth, death might have been preferable, Li Rushuan murmured, her gaze fixed upon the flickering flames. The conflagration stirred within her a resurgence of suppressed anger. My mother and the others were victims of the court's henchmen. It was my mother who stood as a bulwark against that villain, allowing me to escape to the Huai River, where I sought refuge in its depths. Unbeknownst to Li Rushuan, He's posture stiffened imperceptibly as she uttered these words, a fleeting expression of sorrow crossing his countenance. These corrupt officials have been systematically dismantling local martial arts clans for years, their motives undoubtedly clandestine. Li Rushuan spoke through gritted teeth. Yet she understood that these meaningless words held no sway over reality. Why do you appear here, young master As she delved into her emotions, Li Rushuan clenched her fists. She noticed that when he sat down, her legs remained tightly together, tilted to one side, a posture characteristic of someone from an affluent family. Curiosity piqued, she inquired further. Chapter 13. Relationships. When I mentioned myself, He's eyes glistened with a hint of redness, embodying a delicate fragility that suggested she could hardly fend for herself. fresh from her bath. Her visage resembled the tender blossoms of a newly bloomed peach tree, exquisitely beautiful. He's transformation left Li Rushuan momentarily speechless. "Are you a martial artist?" He inquired softly. "Indeed, I have practiced martial arts with my mother since childhood. In our region, I am somewhat renowned as a heroine," Li Rushuan replied without hesitation. "I too wish to practice martial arts. Yet my mother has forbidden me from wielding any weapons and only allowed me to attend morning classes to learn the principles of propriety." He hesitated. Glancing at Li Rushuan's injuries, her expression quickly turning despondent. Given Li Rushuan's current condition, she would certainly not be a match for Xiaozi. Relying on her was out of the question. It would be more prudent to take the opportunity to extract some benefits from the latter instead. In our family, the males are similarly delicate. A young man practicing swordplay is prone to injury, and should word get out, it would tarnish our reputation. God forbid he were to mar his face. He might never find a bride. Noticing He's forlorn demeanor, Li Rushuan gently offered words of comfort. Once, my Li family was a prestigious clan in Chunshui town, and suitors sought to forge alliances with us constantly. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently wandered to He's profile. If I were still the young lady of the Li family and encountered He, perhaps I could have directly proposed marriage. Yet now, with the fall of the Li family, she found herself still being hunted. In truth, He's words were wise. If they did not depart swiftly, the arrival of their enemies could very well jeopardize him as well. "A man of your striking countenance," Li Rushuan ventured, "why would you aspire to martial pursuits? Has no one in your family considered betrothing you? It would seem that finding a suitable bride would be more fitting than becoming a martial artist." At that moment, the firewood crackled, and a spark leaped onto He's sleeve. He watched in silence as the ember faded. Unbeknownst to Li Rushuan, he had heard her thoughts with perfect clarity. To speak of marriage after only a few days of acquaintance. Verily, women are fickle creatures. He mused. Does she not see the circumstances? I am to be wed to the ghost mother. However, he and Li Rushuan shared no deeper connection. To cultivate their relationship further seemed a difficult endeavor. A bride. At the mention of his future spouse, he immediately summoned his prodigious acting abilities, his eyes softening with tenderness. Though the tenderness lasted but a moment, Li Rushuan perceived it clearly. Seeing the gentle expression in He's eyes, Li Rushuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was already promised to another young lady? If fate were to grant me the opportunity to encounter her, I would wish to express my sincerest apologies. Yet, immediately after, He's words left Li Rushuan in a haze of confusion. Why? Could it be that master he has already entered into a betrothal with another? Well, it is not entirely so. My mother once mentioned her desire to forge an alliance with a certain escort agency in Chunshui town and had entrusted a matchmaker to convey this intention. However, before the matchmaker could return with news, my mother, in a moment of sorrow, lamented. He, with tear-streaked cheeks, cried out, Master He, please do not weep. Speak slowly. I beg you. Upon hearing the mention of a wedding contract, though Li Rushuan felt a pang of distress, she could not bear to see he continue to grieve. Yet soon, she found herself in a state of shock. The escort agencies in Chunshui town? There are but two, the Li family escort agency and the Duan family escort agency. However, the Duan family is notably inferior to the Li family, as they have no daughters. The head of the Duan family has employed various methods, even resorting to seeking assistance from the Duck Tower. Yet all he has sired are sons. This is common knowledge throughout the region, leaving the Duan family with no option to raise their heads in pride. If a proposal were to be made, it would undoubtedly be directed towards the Li family, who possess only one daughter. After careful consideration, Li Rushuan was left utterly astonished. Are you speaking the truth? She suddenly felt the world had become so small. Her mother had mentioned such matters more than once, speaking of a certain young master who had yet to marry, soft-hearted and eager to wed her. However, Li Rushuan had never paid heed. With so many suitors approaching the Li family, how could she have known that one of them belonged to He's family? He nodded, looking at Li Rushuan with confusion. Li Rushuan was at a loss for words. Since ancient times, men have been seen as the appendages of women, inherently unsuited for martial pursuits. She speculated that he must have encountered some troubles, otherwise, she would not have contemplated casting herself into the river that day. Nor would she be present here now. Yet, she realized that she might very well be the chosen bride of He's family. Do not fear. I can protect you. Li Rushuan inhaled deeply, her gaze towards He intensifying with genuine concern. It was all her mother's fault for not clearly describing He's appearance. Otherwise, there would be no need for marriage arrangements. as a multitude of granddaughters would be running about. Protect me. He's expression flickered, a glimmer of hope passing through her eyes as she stared blankly at Li Rushuan, but it quickly dimmed once more. You should leave tomorrow. We are merely strangers who have crossed paths. It seemed she recalled something, letting out a sigh and casting a complex glance at Li Rushuan. No, Listen to me. I am Li Rushuan, and you are likely the betrothed whom I have yet to wed. Unable to contain the tumult of emotions within her, Li Rushuan, in a moment of urgency, placed her hands upon He's shoulders and fervently declared, Let go of me. What nonsense are you spouting? Taken aback by Li Rushuan's sudden advance, he stood frozen in place. However, he quickly regained his composure, a veil of mist rising in his eyes. Allow me to explain. Li Rushuan recognized the inappropriateness of her actions at that moment. Taking a deep breath, she earnestly elucidated to He. The family that your mother proposed for marriage is very likely our Li family, for in the entirety of Chunshui town, there exist only 2 escort agencies. Upon hearing Li Rushuan's explanation, He feigned astonishment, his gaze toward her tinged with bewilderment. How do you know? Could it not be one of your other sisters? Because I am the sole eldest daughter of the Li family, Li Rushuan replied, retrieving the jade pendant from around her neck and placing it in He's palm. This jade pendant, inscribed with the character Li, is a treasured heirloom of our family, passed down through generations. It is said to conceal great secrets. Each head of the family entrusts it to their betrothed for safekeeping, ensuring its legacy continues. Chapter 14. Unrequited affection. How soft is it the touch of a man? In a moment of tension, Li Rushuan's fingers brushed against He's shoulder, and she found the sensation to be remarkably tender. Is everything you said true? He gazed blankly at Li Rushuan, seemingly unable to come to a decision. It is all true. I understand now. He accepted the jade pendant, cradling it in her palm for a moment before returning it to Li Rushuan. If that is the case, then my heart bears no regrets. However, I cannot accept this item. Why not? You seemed eager to tell me something earlier. In truth, Li Rushuan's urgency to explain was palpable. What I wish to convey also pertains to this matter. My body is tainted. I am sorry. Her body is tainted. Li Rushuan stood frozen, her gaze fixed on He, her emotions oscillating like a roller coaster, now plummeting to despair. My family has also been shattered. Just half a month ago, the He family was slaughtered by the authorities, labeled as rebels. The only reason I survived was due to my beauty. Yet, I paid a price for it. He lowered her head, her eyes reddening as she explained, covering her frail sleeves with a delicate hand. The thin fabric seemed inadequate to offer any semblance of security. What? Upon hearing this, Li Rushuan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her world shattering around her. This was entirely different from what she had imagined. For a moment, she could only doubt her own ears. The impression he had left in her heart, apart from his beauty, was his kindness. The moldy bread was left for her to eat. The medicinal ointment was left for her to use. It was hard to imagine that in these chaotic times, there could be someone so considerate towards a stranger. Even though their time together was brief, Li Rushuan found it hard to forget these past 2 days. She had thought that misfortune could turn into fortune, that she could win the beauty's heart. But he told her that his body was tainted? That meeting her was just to say sorry. I thought, in this chaotic world, I still had a relative left. Li Rushuan stepped back 2 paces, looking at He with an awkward expression, her face filled with inexplicable emotions. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful and conservative man had already been ridden by someone, and likely not just one person. Knowing how ruthless those people were, would they easily let go of a beauty like He? Some unbearable scenes flashed through Li Rushuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for causing a significant emotional change in the true heroine Li Rushuan, earning 300 points of green tea value. Oh, 300 points of green tea value acquired. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting to suddenly gain 300 points of green tea value, which showed how deeply his words had hurt Li Rushuan's heart. I apologize. If you do not mind, once the situation calms down, I can promise to marry into the Li family and become your spouse. He gazed at Li Rushuan, hesitating for a considerable time before solemnly declaring. The silhouette of this man, casually draping his arm around himself, remained both slender and alluring. Yet Li Rushuan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal. Upon revisiting He, the essence he once possessed seems to have dissipated. In this world, a man's chastity is held in high esteem. A man who loses his virtue before marriage is often relegated to the brothels or condemned to wed a woman much older, impoverished, and unattractive. Even then, he may still face disdain for his perceived impurity, enduring domestic violence as a trifling matter, with his very life hanging in the balance. He Yi's reaction instills in Li Rushuan an unsettling impression, akin to wearing a crown of verdant foliage. Faced with such a reality, she would rather remain oblivious to the fact that the latter is her betrothed. Were he merely a breathtaking passerby, it would leave her with a dream woven from illusions. Li Rushuan fell into silence, her quietude striking He Yi like a heavy hammer, causing him to teeter on the brink of despair. He Yi merely stated that he was no longer pure, exposed by that woman, Xiaozi. Yet, Li Rushuan seemed to misconstrue his words, and he had no intention of clarifying. In a sense, misunderstanding merely heralds the inception of a green tea narrative. I know. This is disheartening. I did not wish for it to be this way. I apologize. He, despondent, returned to his previous position, his legs tightly pressed together. Failing to leave Li Rushuan with an impression of virtue, she clutched the jade pendant in her hand tightly, a sardonic smile escaping her lips. Why did you not tell me sooner? Li Rushuan gazed at He Yi with a hint of melancholy. I do not know your identity, Miss Li. In truth, I am not a man of ill repute. My heart remains untainted. Before that incident, no woman's hand had ever held mine. So, after being violated, you allowed a stranger to stay overnight? Li Rushuan, with a somber expression, retorted, unable to accept such a reality. No, it cannot be so. Is it because you were injured that you allowed a stranger woman to enter your private chamber? Gradually, she approached the man, her voice imbued with inquiry. Gazing at He Yi's vibrant lips, she felt a torrent of suppressed fury brewing within her. Chapter 15, You Cannot Touch Me. Private chamber? The dilapidated wooden cabin, constructed from stones and timber, teetered on the brink of collapse. In a previous life, it would have been deemed a perilous dwelling. He could hardly comprehend why Li Rushuan considered this place her sanctuary. However, in any era, unmarried men are forbidden from allowing women to stay overnight. Let alone a strange woman, even direct relatives are not permitted. Initially, when Li Rushuan was rescued, she felt an inexplicable joy. But upon discovering that He Yi was her betrothed, and likely subjected to the whims of others, her heart plummeted into despair. Regardless of the time period, a man's appearance remains an advantageous weapon against women. This vague sentiment ensnared Li Rushuan as well. Observing the solitary figure of the man beside her, his exquisite profile illuminated by the flickering flames, she was reminded of the sensation when her skin brushed against his, soft as if devoid of bone, smooth like warm jade, and tantalizingly alluring beneath a layer of simple fabric. With a somber expression, Li Rushuan approached He Yi. Initially, she had no intention of disrespecting him, but the profound emotional chasm that had formed within her began to darken her spirit. With her parents slain and her betrothed subjected to indignities, the desire for vengeance ignited within her. What do you intend to do? He exclaimed, startled, as he discerned a cruel fury in Li Rushuan's eyes. Why? Why do you treat me this way? Li Rushuan forcefully pinned He Yi to the ground, causing her to wince in pain. He Yi trembled slightly, but did not struggle. Her gaze towards Li Rushuan was tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yes, I would rather remain ignorant of this matter. He had initially thought that once Li Rushuan regained her composure, she would loosen her grip. However, to her astonishment, Li Rushuan's strength only intensified, her hands firmly pressing down on He Yi's shoulders as she looked down at her with an air of dominance. You. He turned her head away, a blush rising to her cheeks, accompanied by a soft hum. This alluring flush sent Li Rushuan into a flurry, and she could even hear the frantic beating of her own heart. I despise impure men, she declared, yet unconsciously leaned in to kiss He Yi's smooth neck. No, you cannot. You must not touch me. He Yi's body stiffened, and she began to resist fiercely, attempting to strike Li Rushuan, but her hands were firmly restrained. Suddenly, tears streamed down He Yi's face. If you continue to be so brazen with me, I will perish before your eyes. He Yi's voice carried a poignant determination, immersed in the warmth and softness of the moment. Li Rushuan was oblivious to He Yi's feelings. At that instant, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. How dare you treat me this way? Why is it that I have erred? What wrong have I committed? Given that so many have encountered this man, why should she be any different? Li Rushuan's movements were rather clumsy. It appeared she had yet to experience intimate contact with a man, revealing a sense of trepidation. Suddenly, a trickle of blood caught her gaze. Li Rushuan froze, noticing the crimson stream emanating from He Yi's lips. She hastily parted He Yi's red lips, only to discover a vivid scarlet blood seeping from the tip of her tongue. Do you wish to bite your tongue and end it all? Li Rushuan rose abruptly, retreating a couple of steps in a flurry, her expression towards He Yi filled with complexity. He Yi, in turn, hastily adjusted her disheveled clothing. Yet the mannerism evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity in Li Rushuan. Perhaps there had been women in the past who treated He in a similar fashion. As He was clad in long-sleeved, plain attire, Li Rushuan had never considered inspecting He's chastity. She had firmly established her beliefs, and to witness them again would only deepen her sorrow. Why is it that other women can touch you, yet you choose to end your life? Li Rushuan gazed at He, her eyes unmistakably veiled with disappointment. We have not yet held a wedding ceremony, nor have we married. It cannot be. It must not be so. He lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, blood still trickling from the corner of her mouth, creating a scene of profound desolation. Yet, the words that reached Li Rushuan's ears were laced with irony. Are you aware that we have yet to hold a wedding? To be wed? Li Rushuan, filled with a sense of frustration akin to that of iron not forging into steel, coldly spoke out. Her spirit drained as she sat to the side, unwilling to cast another glance at He. The anger of humanity, she mused, springs forth from a profound discontent with one's own impotence. She was acutely aware that the man did not desire this fate either. He was powerless to resist. And if blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at this unforgiving world. Yet, a barrier remained insurmountable in Li Rushuan's heart. She could not abide the notion that a paragon of beauty had suddenly become her betrothed, only to confide that he had already been sullied by another. If she wished to touch him again, it necessitated their union in marriage. Determined, Li Rushuan began to gather her belongings, fastening a dagger at her waist and reattaching her jade pendant around her neck. She retrieved a piece of tattered cloth to bind her wounded leg, and approached the wooden door, removing the wooden bolt and swinging it open. A sudden gust of cool wind rushed in, laden with an ominous chill. Where are you going? He inquired hastily, disregarding her disheveled appearance. As you wish, I shall leave this place, Li Rushuan replied icily, casting a glance back at He. Imbued with an indescribable essence, she could not fathom why He was present, nor comprehend the latter's change in attire. There were countless perplexities yet to be unraveled. But her suffering was palpable. Every moment spent here felt like a torment. The man before her was undeniably exquisite. Yet she grappled with an unshakable disbelief. Fate had played a cruel hand, one that she found utterly intolerable. The night air is fraught with peril. Should you desire to depart, I implore you to tarry until the morrow, He uttered, her voice trembling. She recalled Xiao Zi's admonition against venturing out at night, for the world was rife with danger, particularly along the Huai River, where spectral entities dwelled. Though Li Rushuan possessed a unique destiny, a protagonist's fate, ensuring her survival. I shall not, Li Rushuan retorted, proceeding towards the door. Pray, wait. Li Rushuan turned to find He gingerly retrieving a pouch of provisions from her waist. Braving the chilling wind, she hastened to Li Rushuan's side. The night air is biting, and your wounds are yet to heal. Do not go hungry. I am the one at fault. I hope we meet again, He murmured, smoothing her disheveled hair and placing the sustenance into Li Rushuan's pocket, her eyes reflecting a poignant sorrow. I have no need, Li Rushuan responded, a flicker of emotion crossing her face. She had not anticipated He relinquishing her sole means of survival. Such charity, she scorned. Li Rushuan seized the provisions and cast them upon the ground before He's gaze, then strode from the courtyard, bracing herself against the night. In the gloom, she perceived the man emerge from the courtyard, as if to pursue her, yet he hesitated, arrested by some internal debate, and remained to watch her receding form before faltering back into the courtyard. Chapter 16. Undercurrents. Meanwhile, at the stroke of midnight, Xiaozi traversed the desolate, frozen earth alone. Amidst the tranquil village, no sound betrayed her presence, no footfall marked her passage. A talisman, warding off the prying eyes of spectral beings, adhered to her form, concealing her vital essence. As she drew nearer, she observed that the village at night seemed quite dissimilar to its daytime appearance. The original humble wooden dwellings had vanished, replaced by peculiar sites, resembling the residences of affluent families, adorned with festive lanterns. It seemed that not only the Huai River was problematic, but the village had long undergone transformations. Was this the original village, or merely an illusion? Xiaozi cast a cold gaze around, and the scenery before her shifted once more. The previously desolate frozen soil had transformed into a sturdy and thick brick road. She now found herself in a spacious alley, flanked on both sides by the high walls of wealthy households. Xiaozi stooped down, touching the soil on the bricks. Moss grew upon it, indicating its age, and even the soil carried the pungent odor of living earth. She began to comprehend why the informants who had remained behind had met their ends in such a muddled manner, without even a chance to send a signal. This was more than just a bewildering illusion. Recalling the man's appearance, Xiaozi scoffed and strode in the direction she remembered. The crunching sounds echoed as they approached the bend in the brick path. Two figures, seemingly human, were hunched over a feral dog, devouring something with unsettling noises. Xiaozi couldn't discern their features, but their coarse linen garments marked them as ordinary villagers from Huayin. Matted, disheveled hair obscured whether they were male or female. Fortunately, He's wooden cabin stood undisturbed at the village's edge, seemingly untouched by any significant change. As per the age-old custom, every decade, the town of Chunshui was compelled to select a man of exquisite beauty and untainted virtue for the Ghost Mother, through a series of solemn rituals. The chosen man would be adorned with the Ghost Mother's betrothal gifts, united in a spectral marriage, and then cast himself into the river. This sacrifice was meant to appease the Ghost Mother, preventing her from stirring up storms and ensuring a decade of peace for the people of Chunshui, until the next offering was required. The more comely the chosen man, the more delighted the Ghost Mother would be. In high spirits, she might even guarantee 5 years of favorable weather and bountiful harvests for Chunshui. Legend had it that if an unsightly man were offered, the subsequent decade would bring about Chunshui's ruin, incurring the Ghost Mother's wrathful vengeance. Whether this was true remained unknown, as no one had dared to sacrifice an unattractive man in the past 100 years. What Xiaozi needs to do is await the arrival of the Ghost Mother, then eliminate this malevolent creature that wreaks havoc in the region, thereby securing greater merits for the sect leader and enabling him to gain a modicum of influence with the Empress. The wooden cabin still glimmers faintly with a soft light. Approaching the edge of the cabin, Xiaozi peers through a gap and glimpses a delicate young man resting heavily against the wooden bed in the corner, soundly asleep. No incidents have occurred, thank goodness. Xiaozi instinctively exhales in relief. The offerings you have prepared for grandmother this year truly astonish me. Just then, a chilling voice resonates in her ear. Behind her stands a woman clad in a black gauzy garment, her entire figure engulfed in shadows, rendering her features indistinct. Xiaozi's expression turns serious, her fingers resting on the sword at her waist. Who are you? Ghost Moon. The cold voice echoes, imbued with a somber power, as if emanating from another realm. Ghost Moon? Xiaozi replies, revealing her unfamiliarity with the name. You can actually see me? Do not be alarmed. It is because I am rather unique. Grandmother has mentioned that I am the only naturally born ghost in this world. Born a specter, Xiaozi murmured, never having heard of such a being. Yet, she harbored no belief in anything Guiyu uttered, for she knew that specters were wannabe falsehoods. It is because I possess no earthly tether that I can perceive you. Other spirits, burdened by their obsessions, remain blind to my presence. Guiyu's voice, crystalline and cold, echoed as she glided towards the wooden dwelling, placing a silver bracelet before its entrance. Her gait mimicked that of a living mortal. A betrothal gift, Xiaozi whispered, realizing the specter's haste. On the very first day of this spectral union, an offering had been made. This Guiyu, it seemed, had arrived to bestow the betrothal gift, only to stumble upon her. You plot to slay the old woman, a feat not easily accomplished, for her cultivation nears a millennium. You, at least, will find it arduous. Having placed the offering, Guiyu drifted towards Xiaozi once more, under the moon's gentle caress. The latter beheld her countenance. A tragic beauty emanated from the specter's features, thin lips devoid of color, a fair face untouched by emotion, serene and still. Yet, Xiaozi sensed a profound melancholy clinging to her. It was scarcely believable that such a vivid specter could exist. Mortals who met a gruesome end, their souls consumed by obsession, might transform into vengeful spirits under specific circumstances. However, these wraiths were often marred, their memories lost, driven only by their primal fixations. Legends spoke of powerful individuals who, upon death, could become spectral cultivators, retaining their memories. The specter before her, indistinguishable from a living human, filled Xiaozi with apprehension. Are you human or a specter? Xiaozi inquired, unable to restrain herself. I am a being born of the spectral realm, Guiyu responded somberly. I have fulfilled the task assigned to me by the matriarch, yet I am astounded that you would willingly undertake such a perilous venture. What peril do you speak of? Xiaozi questioned with perplexity. The man within possesses a sacred and inviolate essence. His very flesh and blood exert an irresistible allure upon the spectral and demonic denizens. Should the matriarch consume his essence, her cultivation would transcend the limitations imposed upon ghost cultivators within the Liangshan kingdom. At that juncture, the matriarch would no longer confine herself to the Huai River. Rather, the mortal realm would be plunged into an era of desolation and carnage. Guiyu declared with detached equanimity, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. Xiaozi's expression shifted, for she understood the lethal allure the sacred spirit body held for specters. The Ghost Mother, notorious for her infatuation with handsome men, had never anticipated such dire consequences. Ghost Moon's words prompted her to ponder. If the sacred spirit body were so vital, she would indeed go to any lengths to devour its flesh and blood. With a cold smirk, Xiaozi retorted, "You are not mistaken. Thus, Grandmother has already set up a grand formation to obscure the aura of the sacred spirit body, preventing other specters from vying for it. Now, I must return to report." Ghost Moon moved her steps toward the darkness, seemingly intent on departing as she claimed. "Humph, do you truly believe you can leave?" Xiaozi scoffed. This wild specter had noticed her presence, and allowing her to escape could jeopardize the Master's grand scheme. "You shall perish." Xiaozi drew her treasured sword, carving a mark in her palm and smearing her virgin blood upon the blade. She had preserved her maidenhood for over 20 years, yearning to unleash her desires upon a man. Now, empowered by the infusion of true energy, her weapon's lethality against specters was amplified. With a low cry, Xiaozi narrowed her eyes, the sharp, blood-red sword shadow lunging toward Ghost Moon. If she were to endure this strike, she would not only be gravely wounded but perhaps would lose her very skin. In the next moment, the figure of the Ghost Moon flickered and materialized behind Xiaozi, greeted by a sharp flash of blood. The Ghost Moon vanished again, reappearing in the distant stone forest. "Is escape all you can manage?" Xiaozi smirked, her expression laced with derision. "It seems we share no enmity." The Ghost Moon replied, puzzled. "Humans and spirits tread different paths. Those who stir chaos in the human realm are mostly fiends and demons." Xiaozi raised her treasured sword, positioning it before her. Upon the crimson blade, an additional layer of cold radiance emerged, the intent to kill of the sword technique known as Liha, capable of inflicting harm even without direct contact. No, the true instigators of chaos in the human realm are predominantly human calamities. Your grandmother remains unaware of your presence, but the moment you employ your true energy, she will swiftly pinpoint your location. "You seem to have something to convey to me." Xiaozi exhibited a hint of contemplation. This Ghost Moon, rather than attacking, had instead cautioned her that using her true energy would awaken the Ghost Mother, which was intriguing. In the past, her grandmother had merely accepted sacrifices to serve her purposes. With a melancholic sigh, the Ghost Moon continued, "Soon, your grandmother will enact a secret art to relish his flesh. Yet the essence of a Holy Spirit's corporeal form is not so easily absorbed. To seize the blood and flesh of a Holy Spirit, one must engage in intimate acts, breaking his virginity. What purpose do you speak these words to me? During this period, Grandmother is at her most fragile, and the opportunity has been lost, leaving humanity to suffer." The specter cast a glance towards the wooden cabin, its cold gaze devoid of any emotion, and then its figure gradually receded, slowly fading away. "Why do you help me?" Xiaozi inquired softly but received no response from the specter. This ghost seemed to differ from others, Xiaozi murmured to herself, pondering whether a traitor had emerged among the spirits, as this specter appeared intent on assisting her against the grandmother she spoke of. Of course, it was also possible that the specter was not truly present, and what it had claimed was merely a delaying tactic, intending to inform the Ghost Mother of the trap that this sacrificial ceremony posed once it departed. Should she withdraw from her actions, or take the risk of venturing forth alone? Just as Xiaozi found herself in this dilemma, a faint voice emanated from within the wooden cabin. "Who is outside?" Was it the noise from the recent struggle that roused that man? Although he asked quietly, he dared not open the door to investigate. In truth, he had known from the outset of Xiaozi's arrival and had received a system notification. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have encountered the destined heroine, Ghost Month. Task initiated. Task 1. Share a kiss with the destined heroine, Ghost Month, for a reward of 200 green tea points. Task 2. Engage in the union of yin and yang with the destined heroine, Ghost Month, as the host will not lose the guardian charm. The reward for this task is reduced to 1,000 green tea points. Task 3. The deepest obsession, the unfulfilled wishes of a princess from a bygone era. An overwhelming desire for slaughter and conquest, to siphon the essence from the divine spirit, hastening the realization of grand ambitions, and to complete a series of related tasks. Rewards amounting to 1,000 green tea points. The duel between the two was observed intently by He, who, with her low-level celestial eye technique, could perceive the slightest movements within a 300-meter radius. Upon witnessing tasks 1 and 2, He was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated the system's ingenious approach. To be ridden by someone was one thing, but to be mounted by a specter was entirely another. Even a ghost could become the heroine. Who could be outside, he queried once more, her voice quivering slightly. In the dead of night, the desolate village was filled with unexpected clamor, evoking fear in anyone. Especially a frail man, his reaction was indeed quite normal. It was I. Xiaozi picked up the silver bracelet before the door, its surface adorned with ancient patterns. Though certain areas were marred by rust, as if it had been submerged in river water for an extended period. Is it you, my lord the prefect? He cautiously inquired without making a move to open the door. Xiaozi leapt directly into the courtyard and knocked on the door. Open the door. He, startled, retreated in a flurry, her gaze fixed anxiously on the door. You are not the prefect, she asserted. He has forbidden me from venturing out at night and would never easily enter the village. Xiaozi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. She had previously cautioned He with similar words, advising him not to act imprudently. True. I would not come here lightly, however. I do not wish to repeat myself unnecessarily, Xiaozi replied with a hint of impatience. Chapter 18. Affection. He pondered whether to take the initiative to open the door for Xiaozi, fearing it might make him seem overly bold. His greater concern lingered. For having allowed Li Rushuan to stay over, he wondered if Xiaozi might discover something amiss. Time was of the essence. And he hastily placed the remaining half of the moldy cake in a conspicuous spot. The man in the room remained motionless, and Xiaozi grew somewhat impatient. With a slight exertion, she pushed open the door. Inside, a creaking sound echoed as the latch broke. Xiaozi entered the room and glanced at He, whose expression was one of fear. The latter likely perceived her as something unclean. How feeble. Within the ranks of the Xuanyi guards, there were indeed men. Yet they bravely undertook perilous tasks and confronted the bizarre. Compared to her subordinates, He possessed little beyond her appearance. In critical moments, she might even become a liability. Put this on, Xiaozi said, placing a silver bracelet on the table while casually surveying the room's condition. Prior to sending He to this place, she had already investigated the wooden cabin, which was nothing but dilapidated. This was the bride price from the ghost mother. I shall soon return with the Xuanyi guards. During this time, you must obey. Bride price. He's voice trembled. As the night wore on and the fire dwindled to near extinction, the room was shrouded in dimness. He had never anticipated Xiaozi's sudden arrival, hoping she would not uncover any anomalies. Are you injured? Xiaozi, who had intended to leave, caught a whiff of a faint scent of blood mingled with herbs in the air. No, he replied tersely, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Xiaozi, as if still in disbelief of her identity. That's not right. Xiaozi turned around, casting her gaze once more across the room. On the stone table, remnants of herbal juice were distinctly visible, while the wooden table bore used herbs. As for the faint scent of blood, it seemed to emanate from He. At this thought, Xiaozi's expression suddenly shifted. In the next moment, she appeared beside He, and as the latter was momentarily stunned, Xiaozi forcefully tore open his clothing. What are you doing? He stammered. Still seemingly dazed, yet this did not hinder the instinctive fear a man feels in the face of violation. As the fabric was torn apart, a purple plum blossom mark adorned He's delicate arm, exuding an irresistibly alluring aura, proudly greeting Xiaozi and displaying its captivating beauty. Relieved, Xiaozi exhaled softly, unable to resist stealing another glance. She had initially feared that He had been assaulted by the villagers here. For such a bloody scent could only arise during the violent shattering of a protective barrier, resulting in a significant spillage of blood. Beneath her, He trembled in fear. You are a ghostly mother. I am not afraid of you. My wife will come to rescue me, he stuttered, his voice quavering with a hint of tears, seemingly attempting to threaten her out of fear of her making further moves. At that moment, Xiaozi had sealed her own young energy and refrained from using her true qi, her body exuding an extreme chill, akin to that of a corpse. Wife? Xiaozi Wei was taken aback. Upon witnessing He's palpable fear, she felt not a shred of sympathy. Instead, a sense of aversion washed over her. No one relishes the burden of a liability, even if that liability is strikingly beautiful. You have a wife? Who is she? A thought seemed to dawn upon her. He's expression darkened as he laboriously lifted his gaze. It was she who brought me here. Did you employ some form of illusion to allow me to behold her visage? Xiaozi's heart stirred. So, the wife He spoke of was none other than herself. She had never once heard He refer to her in such terms. Could it be that this man sought to wield her name as a means to intimidate? Observing He's terrified demeanor, it appeared he truly believed himself to be a specter of maternal dread. Once again, a mischievous notion flickered within Xiaozi's mind. No. She sought to take my life, so I preemptively ended hers, donning her exquisite guise. Gazing upon this breathtaking visage, Xiaozi nonchalantly declared, "W what?" He stood in a daze. "Your consort is truly not a virtuous soul. Not only does she avoid you, but she has also bestowed you upon me. I find great satisfaction in you." Habitually, Xiaozi lifted He Yi's chin, the familiarity of the gesture seemingly too intimate, arousing suspicion. She then traced her fingers along his jawline, her icy touch sweeping across He Yi's form. "Thus, I have resolved to wed you." As Xiaozi extended her hand, she retrieved a silver bracelet from the table. Her ability to manipulate objects from a distance left He Yi astonished. "Why, you truly killed her?" He Yi stammered, his voice trembling. "What do you think? Adorn yourself with my betrothal gift, obey, and become my consort." Before she could finish, He Yi's gaze dimmed, a trickle of blood suddenly spilling from his lips, and as he opened his mouth, torrents of crimson flowed forth. He once again bit his tongue in despair, casting a furious glance at the specter of his mother in his eyes. Xiaozi's expression shifted in shock, hastily sealing He Yi's meridians to staunch the bleeding. Then, she procured a porcelain vial from her pocket, which contained only 3 pills. She poured out 2 of them and placed them into He Yi's mouth, channeling her vital energy as her hands pressed against his back, hastening his healing. "You deceive me." As the flow of vital energy circulated, Xiaozi's body temperature began to rise, reaching that of a normal human. Sensing this warmth, He Yi spoke with great difficulty. "How do you know I am the ghost mother?" "I never said." Xiaozi released He Yi, aware that continuing to circulate her vital energy might risk discovery by the ghost mother. The elixir she had just administered to He Yi, a gift from the sect leader, possessed the power to revive the dead and restore their flesh and bones. Contemplating this, a wave of sorrow washed over her. She could not comprehend why her hand had trembled, causing her to feed He Yi 2 pills. Even more perplexing was the fact that the usually timid He Yi had found the courage to bite her tongue and end her life. "You would take your own life upon learning of my death?" Xiaozi was engulfed in frustration, realizing that this evening had resulted in both the loss of her beloved and the sacrifice of her soldiers. "You do not understand." He leaned against Xiaozi's embrace, quietly closing her eyes. An indescribable sorrow stirred within Xiaozi's heart, a poignant beauty that was unlike any other. It was a beauty entirely wrought by He herself. In that moment, he appeared utterly at peace, resting in the warmth of Xiaozi's arms. Free from thoughts, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. "Why do you keep the herbs?" After a long pause, Xiaozi broke the silence, asking with a tone devoid of sentiment. "I ache." "Ached?" "Yes, my abdomen, it hurts so much." Back at the He family, my mother would always prepare medicinal baths for me. After soaking, the pain would subside. "Humph. That is merely a catalyst for the growth of the Holy Spirit pearl." With that, Xiaozi placed the silver bracelet upon He Yi's wrist. Instantly, a chilling force enveloped He Yi's entire being. Xiaozi approached the door, casting a glance back at the motionless He Yi. She distinctly perceived a fleeting glimmer of affection in his gaze. Could it be that, because she had kissed him and seen him in his entirety, he now regarded her as his spouse? Life and death entwined with a woman. Is that so? "Yet, I am your mother's murderer. I have always viewed you as mere merchandise. Do not expect any favors from me. Should you fail to fulfill the task I have entrusted you with, I shall still bring about He Shui's demise." The identity of He is exceedingly intricate. Xiaozi sighed inwardly, wishing to avoid entangling herself in such complications and bearing the heavy burden of emotional debt. It seemed far more fitting to simply indulge in the pleasures of his corporeal form. Noticing a tremor in He Yi's body, she took a few steps back, as she could already envision the heart-wrenching despair etched upon his face. Xiaozi paused, unable to restrain herself from uttering another phrase. "I shall inform the Xianyi guard. Prepare yourself, do not perish easily." Chapter 19. Bloodkin. Meanwhile, Li Ruxian gripped her dagger tightly as she traversed the cobblestone path. This place bore no resemblance to the village she had once explored. Aside from the distant wooden cottages, everything had undergone a remarkable transformation. It felt peculiar. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Ruxian. She recalled her mother mentioning that there existed certain places in this world where the living were forbidden entry. These places, known as realms of the uncanny, were inhabited by malevolent spirits, beyond the capacity of mere mortals to confront. Each household had crimson lanterns illuminating the night, prominently displaying the character for joy, seemingly celebrating a momentous occasion. Yet, peculiarly, every door stood ajar, and the streets were hauntingly desolate. Li Ruxian tread softly along the eerily quiet thoroughfare, her gaze drifting toward a secluded courtyard, its depths akin to a beast poised to devour. The amalgamation of sights and sounds imbued her with an unsettling tranquility, causing her nerves to prickle. Unsure of how to extricate herself from this eerie ambience, she resolved not to retrace her steps, but to persist in a singular direction, confident she would eventually discover an exit. At that moment, she heard footsteps and hastily concealed herself behind a tree. A group of villagers, clad in their traditional garb, ambled down the street, youthful faces accompanied by children. Yet, something felt amiss. Their movements appeared rigid, lacking the fluidity of ordinary humans. It seemed they were partaking in some form of gathering, their synchronized gestures directed toward the air, kneeling in unison before lunging at a particular spot, gnawing on something. Li Ruxuan's eyes widened in horror as she discerned that some villagers were smeared with blood, forcefully tearing away a round object. Others rushed in, vying for a piece of the grotesque prize, which bore strands of dark hair. What in the world were they? Were they the corpses nurtured by her grandmother? Turning her head, she caught sight of a woman draped in a flowing black garment, standing motionless in the center of the road, her gaze fixated upon Li Ruxuan. "Who are you?" A chill surged through Li Ruxuan's being. The woman seemed to have materialized from thin air, not a whisper of sound accompanying her presence. "I have long forgotten my original name. You may call me Ghost Month." "Ghost Month? Your grandmother requires several warrior bodies to sustain her grand formation, and you are quite suitable." A sense of foreboding washed over Li Ruxuan as she questioned the meaning of the situation. Instantly, she channeled her Jade Maiden Sword Chi, brandishing her dagger towards Guiyu. Unexpectedly, the dagger pierced directly through Guiyu's form, carrying Li Ruxuan with it. "You are a specter." A chill ran down Li Ruxuan's spine, for she had never personally confronted a supernatural entity. As Guiyu drew nearer, Li Ruxuan beheld her countenance, an utterly beautiful visage with tranquil eyes. Her beauty was one of unadulterated tragic loveliness, surpassed only slightly by He. Had this specter been a man, he would have captivated countless women. Alas, she was female. To have entered the Kaiyuan realm at such a tender age bespeaks considerable talent. A pity, however, that fate has dealt you such an unkind hand. Guiyu lamented softly before materializing behind Li Ruxuan. The latter detected a peculiar aroma, and a wave of enervation swept over her, causing her vision to blur as she collapsed. Li Ruxuan murmured, regretting her failure to heed He's counsel and remain within the wooden cabin. If I were to die inexplicably, would he be aware of it? Li Ruxuan could not comprehend why, at the moment of life and death, the visage of He would linger in her mind. When she next awoke, she found herself ensconced within a dimly lit cavern. The inky black rocks dripped with water, while torches flickered in the damp surroundings. In the expansive center of the cave lay a vibrant crimson carpet, stretching deep into the abyss. Observing her environment, Li Ruxuan realized she was firmly bound to a stone pillar, surrounded by several others, each ensnared in a similar manner. Her pupils dilated in horror as she recognized their attire, members of the Imperial Court's Xianyi Guard. Suddenly, a chorus of labored breaths echoed within the cavern, and an array of spectral entities materialized out of thin air, all bowing reverently towards a singular direction. Among the phantoms, only Guiyu remained silent, gazing ahead. On a stone platform, a woman adorned in a resplendent red bridal gown appeared, reclining gracefully upon the stone surface, her elongated nails teasing the fabric of her attire. "Welcome, grandmother." Li Ruxuan furrowed her brow, for she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Suddenly, a woman materialized beside the four, lunging at one of the dark-clad guards, her elongated fangs sinking into his neck. In mere moments, he succumbed to slumber, lifeless, as the ghost mother voraciously drained him of his essence. A chilling hiss escaped her lips, and she laughed with delight, her mouth stained with crimson, eliciting envious glances from the surrounding specters. Before long, the ghost mother had chosen Li Ruxuan, approaching her with a haunting silence. As the malevolent presence drew nearer, a bone-chilling cold enveloped Li Ruxuan, who felt as if she were confronting not merely a ghost, but a colossal, ominous mountain. She was certain of her impending doom. She would perish, and in a most horrific manner, in this realm of phantoms, forever barred from rebirth. "Before you claim my life, may I pose a question?" Li Ruxuan managed to utter, her voice trembling. Despite the terror embodied by the specter before her, a deeper fear gnawed at her heart. "Can I become a ghost, akin to those of the Ghost Festival, to return to the martial world?" She yearned for vengeance, for the wrongs of her mother's death and her husband's disgrace remained unavenged. How could she resign herself to an inexplicable demise? Alas, the ghost mother paid her no heed. With a gaping maw, her elongated fangs pierced Li Ruxuan's neck. The agony was excruciating, an ache that penetrated her very soul. Li Rushuan let out a pained gasp, experiencing the torment of her spirit being torn asunder. Warm blood cascaded down her neck, dripping onto the jade pendant at her throat. The ghostly mother stood in bewilderment, utterly astonished that she could not feed on this human's flesh and blood. Her fangs withdrew, leaving 2 puncture wounds that oozed a dark fluid. However, the flow of this black blood soon ceased, and the wounds began to heal slowly. She tore open Li Rushuan's garments and grasped the jade pendant around her neck. Hissing sounds emanated as her hand, upon touching the pendant, felt as if it had been scorched, releasing acrid white smoke. How could this be? How could this be? Li Ro, who are you? The ghostly mother's voice, ethereal and haunting, seemed to echo from the abyss. Li Rushuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. This Yinyang jade pendant was a relic I left for Rower during my lifetime. How could it be in your possession? The ghostly mother exclaimed vehemently. For the character Li inscribed on the pendant was her own handiwork, the only thing she had bestowed upon her daughter, Li Ro. Without hesitation, the ghostly mother reached into a stone cavity within the cave and retrieved her urn. Chapter 20. The Revelation of Kinship upon opening the urn. The ghostly mother extracted a drop of blood from a small porcelain vial, a drop that had been nourished by her dark energy for a millennium. After such extensive nurturing, the blood had turned an inky black. She then obtained a drop of Li Rushuan's blood, and soon the 2 drops merged in the air, forming a singular, dark orb. Remarkably, the black orb did not consume Li Rushuan's drop. Indeed, the ghostly mother realized she should have deduced this sooner. This woman was, without a doubt, the descendant of Rower. A millennium has elapsed, and she has transcended from a mere specter to her current form. Li Ro has likely long since turned to dust. These lingering memories flashed through the mind of the vengeful mother, her existence tethered solely to her daughter, Li Ro. The ghostly matron's voice thundered, causing dozens of spirits to prostrate themselves upon the ground. 1,000 years ago, she was pursued by enemies and betrayed by her own husband. Clutching her 4-year-old daughter, she fled in desperation. At the end of her wits, she suspended her child from a withered tree on a cliff, urging her to remain silent while she drew the foes away, promising to return soon to rescue her. Alas, she could not vanquish her adversaries and instead met her demise at their merciless hands. Even in her final moments, her thoughts were consumed by her sole daughter, who awaited her salvation. 1,000 years have passed. Unbeknownst to her, a millennium has slipped away. The tides of time have shifted, yet she remains unable to let go, unable to relinquish her hold. The ghostly matron's voice resonated with piercing intensity. She failed to accomplish what she set out to do and forever missed her chance. The only certainty she possesses now is that her daughter did not perish. Rower married and bore a child, evading that calamity. Grandmother, please quell your fury. Grandmother, please quell your fury. The multitude of spirits knelt in supplication, beseeching, what cause for anger is there? The sovereign proclaimed, I am filled with joy. After a millennium of cultivation, my obsessions no longer affect my essence. To behold the descendant of Rower brings me great solace. With a mere gesture, the ghost mother severed the vines binding Li Rushuan, who stumbled and fell into the embrace of the ghost mother. Child, your ancestor is my daughter. I shall not harm you. Pray tell, how do you fare in these times? Though humans and spirits traverse different realms, the ghost mother's heart remained tethered to her daughter and her lineage. Her blood-red nails caressed Li Rushuan's visage, who, regaining a semblance of clarity, stumbled to her feet. Confusion clouded her mind, yet the mere prospect of survival was a blessing. The Li family has been annihilated. Li Rushuan coughed softly, her voice barely a whisper. What? The ghost mother gasped in horror. Long ago, her clan had been decimated due to her union with a man of treacherous heart, leaving only herself and her daughter to escape. A millennium had passed. Yet how could history repeat itself? The Li family has resided in the vicinity of Chunshui town for generations. This jade pendant was personally bestowed upon me by my father. Each family head is entrusted with this pendant, passing it down to their spouse, who in turn bequeaths it to their daughter, thus perpetuating the lineage. Regrettably, the Li family is now dwindling in numbers, having suffered the loss of my parents and kin at the hands of the Xianyi guards. Fueled by vengeance, Li Rushuan cast a disdainful glance at the remaining 2 guards, brandishing a dagger as she approached them. Grandmother. The ghostly matron gestured to halt the other spirits. With a swift motion, 2 lines of crimson erupted as Li Rushuan executed the 2 Xianyi guards herself. The vendetta for the murder of her mother and the dishonor to her husband was one she could not forgive. With a low growl, she let the blood drip from her hands, her demeanor icy as if she had severed ties with her former self. To her surprise, the ghostly matron did not intervene. Rather, she regarded her descendant with admiration. For her, human life had long been reduced to that of mere livestock. Yet Li Rushuan's audacity to slay her enemies before those more powerful than herself exemplified her spirit. "What need have you for a husband, my dear?" The ghostly matron approached Li Rushuan, resting a hand on her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Unexpectedly, this act of solace caused Li Rushuan to weep softly. The daughter refrains from shedding tears lightly. The ghostly matriarch patted her shoulder and sighed softly. "The bloodline of the Li family must be inherited through you. Although humans and ghosts tread different paths, I still yearn to witness my descendants reigning supreme in the human realm. From this moment forth, you shall remain by my side as I teach you the profound art of transforming yin into yang." Her words were not solely directed at Li Rushuan, but also resonated with the specters present. "Child, what is your name?" "Li Rushuan." "Xian'er. I shall avenge the grievances of the human world once I break the seal of the Huai River. I desire a world of chaos. I seek to subjugate the current empress. Only the Li family can claim the title of the true sovereign." The matriarch's voice was ethereal and haunting, stunning Li Rushuan into silence. In the human realm, chaos reigns. Li Rushuan murmured to herself, "The ghost month. I am here." The ghostly matriarch returned to the stone platform, her presence imposing as it loomed over the assembly of spirits. "You are a natural-born specter, steeped in the essence of yin, and the one I trust most. Can you successfully accomplish the crucial tasks I have entrusted to you? The offering for grandmother's pet has been prepared, and the betrothal gifts have been sent. Indeed, I can already sense his presence, a pure and untainted being. Aha! By consuming his flesh and blood, I shall break free from the seal and return to the human realm. The corporeal essence of the Holy Spirit is imbued with vibrant vitality, and direct consumption could inflict harm upon the spectral entities. Only by first engaging in carnal union, thereby breaking the virginity, can one better partake of the flesh and blood." The ghostly month murmured. "I am well aware," it continued, "after a millennium of cultivation, the solidity of my soul has long since equaled that of an ordinary human. This matter shall be entrusted to me." The ghost mother erupted in laughter. For each sacrificial offering was indeed strikingly beautiful, yet merely satisfied her whims. However, this occasion promised exceptional delight. Her demand for sacrifices was merely an outlet for the resentment festering within her heart. The seal within the Huai River merely allowed her to stir mischief in the vicinity. Yet with the enrichment from the Holy Spirit's essence, she would unleash havoc upon the mortal realm. In the time to come, accompany Xian'er as she meanders about, ensuring that no other spectral beings harm my descendants. "Understood," replied the ghost month. Chapter 21. Instructions. The words of the ghostly matriarch were lost on Li Rushuan. Her mind was a tumult of confusion, and she did not connect them to He, surrounded by a multitude of apparitions. The oppressive atmosphere of yin energy made her yearn for a swift escape from this desolate place. The suggestion to explore was merely a pretext for arranging accommodations for her. Li Rushuan surveyed the bleak surroundings, where the training grounds of these spirits lay in utter disarray, with stone tables and platforms askew. The figure of Gui Wei moved forward, maintaining a distinctly human gait. The black gauzy attire draping over them lent an air of eerie tranquility. "Miss Li, please follow me," Gui Wei spoke calmly. "This place is indeed chaotic. Is there not a spot bathed in sunlight? You see, I am a living person, and residing in such a place heavy with yin energy could lead to peculiar ailments," Li Rushuan remarked nonchalantly, though her thoughts were consumed with the desire to flee. The thirst for vengeance was genuine, yet her distrust of these spirits ran deep, especially towards the ghostly matriarch's promise of guidance and cultivation. After all, humans were ill-suited to dwell in realms thick with yin energy. Prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to an untimely demise. In search of a residence suffused with yang energy, she hoped to find something closer to the outside world, facilitating her escape. The ghost month seemed to have anticipated Li Rushuan's thoughts, leading her upward. Gradually, she began to hear the sound of water. As they approached, the ghost month guided Li Rushuan into a cave, where a cool night breeze swept through. Above the cave, there was an opening through which the moonlight poured in, illuminating the flow of the Huai River outside. During the day, sunlight would stream into this space, and typically, spirits would not venture here. The ghost month spoke, casting a glance at the jade pendant around Li Rushuan's neck. "Miss Li, your pendant possesses significant power against spirits. I hope you will wield it wisely, lest it harm others of our kind," he remarked with a hint of solemnity before departing, having taken a moment to remind her. Li Rushuan nodded in acknowledgement, watching the ghost month leave, only then realizing that her leg injury had healed completely. She distinctly remembered the pain in her leg when she encountered the ghost month, when had it fully recovered. The following evening, outside Huayin Village, the officials had already prepared horse-drawn carriages filled with items designed to restrain spirits. Leading the charge were the Xianyi guards clad in iron armor. In confronting the supernatural, the government strategies generally fell into two categories: overwhelming numbers or decapitation strikes. This time, Xiaozi opted for a combination of both approaches should they see a signal flare. An all-out assault would commence. If no flare appeared, they would return 3 days hence to collect the bodies. Xiaozi unfurled her long hair, clasped it gently, and then bound it behind her once more. Her slender figure and prominent bosom would undoubtedly have made her a captivating ice queen in her past life. However, Xiaozi possessed a profound understanding of her identity. She was merely a steel blade in the hands of the sect leader. The wealth and glory she enjoyed were bestowed upon her by him, yet he wielded many such blades like her. Once the edge of this blade dulled, what purpose would it serve? Is it truly necessary, my lord? We could easily overpower them with sheer numbers, suggested a member of the Xianyi Guard, believing that a larger force would ensure greater safety and a diminished chance of death. Do you dare to question my orders? Xiaozi retorted. Disrupting the morale during wartime is punishable by death according to the military laws of the Liangxian Kingdom. Certainly not. The Xianyi Guard immediately fell silent. Xiaozi was well aware of the others' thoughts. However, the ghostly mother would surely not appear during the day. By nightfall, the scene in Huayin Village would undergo a significant transformation. Allowing ordinary soldiers to enter could result in them becoming possessed by strange entities, which would only serve as a hindrance. Did I not mention that I would have them provide support? Do not fear death. The more you fear, the more likely you are to meet your end first. This has been my experience serving the sect leader for many years. Now, adorned with talismanic weapons, we set forth in a discreet manner, ensuring that no living creature in Huayin Village perceives our presence. Otherwise, Xiaozi's voice faltered. For the consequences would entail a failed operation, depriving the leader of a commendable achievement. Yet for these individuals, perhaps salvaging their lives would be a fortunate turn of events. He might not meet her demise, but could instead fall into the hands of a powerful figure, becoming their plaything. However, for ourselves, we would be branded with a less than illustrious label. Otherwise, death. Xiaozi dispelled her distracting thoughts and declared coldly, yes, we shall obey your commands. The group affixed their talismans, sealing their vitality, and stealthily advanced towards Huayin Village. By day, the village appeared untroubled, with its inhabitants rising with the sun and resting at dusk, children frolicking in carefree abandon. It was a place of poverty yet harmony, albeit with a conspicuous scarcity of livestock. As the crowd followed Xiaozi, they cautiously made their way along the rocky outcrop and slipped into the wooden cabin nestled in the corner of the village. Xiaozi was the first to scale the wall and enter, and the others moved with utmost silence, landing on the ground without a sound. Unbeknownst to them, as Xiaozi was about to step into the courtyard, he received a notification from the system. Initially, she intended to add some provisions to the ceramic pot to simmer into a porridge. Upon hearing the system's prompt, he acted without hesitation, discarding the moldy cakes into the pot. Just as Xiaozi knocked on the door, he released her grip, and the spoiled cakes plummeted into the pot. Who is it? Open the door. Upon recognizing Xiaozi's voice, he quickly retracted the broken door latch and swung the door open. Almost instantly, she was silenced by Xiaozi's hand over her mouth as a stream of women clad in dark garments flowed in. Stay quiet and continue with your task. The group swiftly surveyed their surroundings and concealed themselves. The modest space was sufficient for these elite warriors, accustomed to dancing on the edge of danger, to hide. Some caught sight of Heyi's exquisite features, momentarily frozen in awe by her stunning beauty. Yet they swiftly suppressed their thoughts, retreating to a corner of the room, where they could only steal glances at her with their eyes. He nodded in surprise, and only then did Xiaozi release her grip. You are here to protect me, the latter said with a hint of joy in her gentle voice, which stirred a fluttering excitement in the hearts of the women present. Particularly, He, realizing her voice had been somewhat loud, adorably covered her mouth, leaving everyone parched and feeling a surge of restlessness in their abdomens. Upon seeing this man again, Xiaozi was reminded of the previous night when this man had taken his own life upon hearing of her death. Tonight, the ghostly mother would be unable to resist temptation. Take care of your own affairs, as usual, or else we shall all perish. Xiaozi whispered with urgency. All right. Chapter 22. Would you like some soup? As the evening sun began to fade, He, clad in simple garments, busied herself at the porcelain pot. The man's constitution was exceedingly frail. After merely stirring the contents a few times, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly withdrew her hand, causing a collective gasp among the women. Had this delicate beauty burned himself? They watched as he cautiously blew on his fingers, his innocent demeanor utterly captivating, evoking envy in the hearts of all. If one were to die and still have such a beautiful man to play with, what purpose would life serve? Governor, here is your soup. Xiaoji sat on the ground, seemingly lost in thought, until a wave of warmth approached. He, holding the only cracked bowl, respectfully presented it to Xiaoji. What is this? Xiaoji asked, momentarily startled as she had been reflecting on the past deeds of the ghost mother to gauge her strength. The bowl contained several blackened items, emitting a faint scent of decay. It's a kind of cake, rather hard, so I cooked it. Please give it a try. It's much better than before. He gazed at Xiaoji with anticipation. The latter took the porcelain bowl, scrutinizing its contents. Where did you get this? You didn't beg it from the other villagers, did you? This was left for me by the governor. He replied softly, her tone tinged with uncertainty. You've been eating this for the past few days? Xiaoji's expression turned slightly distressed. She had previously instructed her subordinates to leave some provisions in the wooden hut. Could it be that those officials had greedily taken even this meager supply, daring to defy her orders? Observing He's demeanor and recalling the postures of those officials, she understood whom she should trust. Consuming such fare would not lead to death, but could likely result in illness. She had even reproached He over this matter. Those people, how audacious. They dare to deceive even me. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have caused the destined heroine Xiaoji to experience a significant emotional upheaval. Reward, 100 green tea points. A reward of 100 green tea points? He felt a tinge of joy as he realized that he had accumulated over 800 green tea points, sufficient to alter his constitution or enhance his cultivation. Little tea. May I first treat my abdominal pain? Each month, he experienced this discomfort as if it were an unwelcome visitor. No, that is a result of the host's unique constitution. Unless the constitution is changed, given the current green tea points, it is advisable to purchase painkillers. Painkillers? He silently scoffed, quickly redirecting his attention to Xiaozi. Eat this. The latter produced a bag of rations from her bosom. I still have some left. He also retrieved his remaining provisions. Why not eat? This is for you. I cannot bear to consume it, he replied, his heart racing yet maintaining a calm facade. As a green tea man, altering his expression, coughing up blood, and sounding frail were merely fundamental skills. Congratulations, host. Green tea points 10. Observing He's tender regard for the bag of rations, Xiaozi could not discern whether his actions were a deliberate attempt to endear himself to her or simply an instinctive reaction, genuinely valuing it as a treasure. Closing her eyes to clear her thoughts, she pondered the fundamental motives behind an individual's actions, questioning whether the intricacies of court politics could apply to dealing with a defenseless man. Now eat. After tonight, there may be no more opportunities. Tonight will be perilous? He's complexion paled slightly as she cast a worried glance at Xiaozi. What is it? Are you afraid? I do not have the time to protect you. Xiaozi instinctively left no escape route for He. She had already sensed that this man might have developed feelings for her. She wished to avoid unnecessary trouble and did not want to confront He's affections, recognizing it as a futile endeavor. Thus, she resolved to maintain a psychological distance, engaging only in physical indulgence without delving into emotions. She was a blade wielded by the sect leader, while He resembled a fragile vase in the leader's grasp. The blade could admire and scrutinize the vase, yet it could not elope with it. No, you must first ensure your own safety. I fear that the ghost mother may harm you. He's concern ignited a warmth within Xiaozi. Every individual possesses an innate fear of death, and she had not anticipated that this seemingly frail man would prioritize her safety. Yet, this also heightened Xiaozi's vigilance, for she realized that her heart had inexplicably quickened at his words, a most unusual reaction. Xiaozi prided herself on her experience in countless battles, her indulgences in wine and flesh, and her indifference to beauty. However, as time passed, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her ruthless demeanor and coldness towards He. Could it be that this man, possessing an extraordinary beauty that surpassed her psychological limits, led her to entertain fanciful thoughts? Ultimately, she could not grant He a stable life nor wish to trespass this forbidden domain, lest she invite her own demise. I am indeed your sworn enemy, He. Do you believe it is appropriate for you to express concern for me? He Shui's life remains in my grasp. Would it not be better if I were to perish? Xiaozi coldly remarked, her words starkly contrasting her inner thoughts. He Yi's complexion turned pale as he staggered back several steps, seemingly jolted into awareness. He cast a complex glance at Xiaozi, his eyes reddening with remorse as he bit down on his own lip, torn between the desire for vengeance and lingering affection. I understand now. Ultimately, he stumbled back to the wooden bed, forlornly sitting there as he awaited the arrival of night. Night soon descended, and a transformation swept over Huayin village once more. The villagers, who had been lying in bed, suddenly opened their dark eyes and emerged from their homes, proceeding to pay homage to the Huai River, welcoming the ghost mother. Unknown to them, a bridal procession tune began to play outside, drawing ever closer. A palpable tension gripped the hearts of the people, for humanity harbors an innate fear of death. Xiaozi opened her eyes, her palm gliding over her sword, smearing it with a layer of blood. He trembled on the bed. Under the celestial gaze, he beheld the unfolding scene outside. He saw the villagers, swaying as they hoisted two vibrant palanquins, one of which was empty, while the other held a woman clad in bridal attire. Yet her nails were sharp enough to pierce a man's throat, and her face was a ghastly pallor, exuding an icy aura. How grotesque! He felt the urge to retch. He had not anticipated that real ghosts could appear so hideous. If the sedan chair were occupied by a spirit during the ghost month, he might have reluctantly accepted it, for that female protagonist, albeit a specter, possessed an undeniable beauty. However, now it was this old hag seated within. He felt as though the ground might swallow him whole. Xiao, help me. Chapter 23. To death. Stop. Unsteadily. He arrived at the wooden cottage. The ghostly matriarch unfolded her palm, sensing a vibrant aura emanating from within the dwelling, a pure young energy teeming with life and remarkably pristine. The surrounding spirits grew restless, yet, as this was the man favored by the ghostly matriarch, none dared to approach and contest him. My beloved, I have arrived. The ghostly matriarch erupted into a silent, raucous laughter, floating out of the sedan chair without a sound. She waved her hand, and the sedan chair descended, while the small spirits on either side knelt respectfully, awaiting her command. By this time, it was nearing midnight, the hour when specters roamed freely under the moonlight. The man within the cottage was likely still ensnared in slumber. In the next moment, the ghostly matriarch transformed into a wisp of mist, manifesting within the courtyard. The wild grasses nearby swayed and then wilted, crushed under the weight of an ominous aura. In my millennia of cultivation, I have never felt such exhilaration. Beloved, please open the door. The ghostly matriarch's hand hovered above the wooden door, her voice a haunting whisper. Her elongated nails grazed the surface of the door, producing a creaking sound that sent shivers down the spines of all present. You do not come any closer. A voice trembled from within, betraying a palpable fear. It seemed he had sensed her arrival, yet, to the ears of the ghostly matriarch, that voice bore a certain delicate timbre, reminiscent of a bride awaiting the unveiling of her red veil. Her greatest delight lay in witnessing the terror etched upon the faces of men, reveling in their fear as she asserted her dominance over them, claiming them entirely as her own. Cass, the ghostly matron pushed open the door, her elongated shadow cascading into the room. Inside, a fragile young man clutched his body tightly, his gaze filled with dread as he regarded her. Upon his arm rested the token of her earlier gift. My husband, I apologize for the wait. A look of indulgence graced the ghostly matron's features. The vitality unique to humans brought her immense pleasure. I beseech you, please do not approach. He Yi's voice quivered as he clutched his garments, desperately shielding his eyes from her. This time, He Yi's fear was genuine. He was on the brink of losing control. Even as the system had diminished his fear response by half, an overwhelming stillness enveloped him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. My husband, allow me to behold your visage. The ghostly matron approached He Yi's bedside, her fingers extending toward him, and in that moment, he lost command of his limbs, his hands falling away from their protective embrace. A stunningly beautiful face was reflected in the ghostly matron's eyes. In an instant, she was entranced. The youth appeared no older than 18 or 19, bearing an exquisite oval face, his black pupils gleaming like jewels, imbued with the very fear she cherished. A vibrancy radiated from him. His skin was fair as snow, his features as picturesque as a painting, and his graceful form could not be concealed. She was utterly captivated by He Yi's beauty. How could one be so breathtakingly exquisite? The ghostly mother gazed longingly at He Yi, as if she were beholding an unparalleled treasure. She extended her finger, yearning to caress that exquisite visage. No, do not touch me. he uttered in fright. Husband, the ghostly mother murmured, consumed by a desire to savor He's flesh. Such beauty was indeed rare in this world. Do not touch me. Just as the ghostly mother was about to make contact, a bloodied longsword was thrust violently into her heart, chilling her to the core. Die. Xiaozi swung her sword, severing the ghostly mother's neck. In an instant, the ghostly mother transformed into a wisp of spectral mist, materializing in the courtyard. Though the longsword remained embedded in her heart. Humans, seeking death. The ghostly mother bellowed, her aura darkening ominously. The individuals within the room immediately summoned their vital energies, for she had detected their presence. She had never imagined that anyone would dare to ambush her. With her ghostly wail, other specters succumbed to madness, lunging towards the interior. Mortals and spirits are on divergent paths. The living shall retreat while the specters cower. By decree of Her Majesty, any spirits causing chaos within the borders of Liangxian Kingdom shall be utterly annihilated. Xiaozi let out a cold laugh. Stepping into the courtyard, she had already severely wounded this specter. Her task was nearly complete. Channeling her vital energy, she drew a treasured sword from her waist. And with a single stroke, the sharp blade shattered the approaching phantoms. Who are you to dare enter my domain? The ghostly mother's hair billowed furiously, her entire being radiating a chilling presence as she fixed her gaze upon Xiaozi. Among these mortals, this woman possesses the highest level of cultivation. My lord, eliminate these specters. Indeed, the approaching corpse was cleaved in twain by Xiaozi's sword, its remaining putrid flesh still twitching. Xiaozi moved as if in a realm untouched by others, dispatching one malevolent entity after another, while the other Xuani guards acted with equal decisiveness. Engaging in fierce combat with the apparitions. Huayin Ghost Mother, today, I shall ensure your soul is shattered, Xiaozi declared coldly, launching an assault towards the ghostly matron. Young master, I shall protect you. A Xuani guard retreated into the room, addressing the terrified He with feigned tenderness. Be cautious. Indeed. Amidst the chaos, a ghoul advanced towards He, and the Xuani guard immediately interposed himself, battling against two long-haired phantoms. I have cultivated for a millennium, and you humans have attempted to eradicate me on numerous occasions. Do you know the fate that awaits them? After experiencing an initial fury, the ghost mother's emotions swiftly stabilized, and she spoke ominously, her hand resting upon the sword at her chest. As she drew the blade, a hissing sound accompanied its extraction. All I know is your fate. With a swift motion, Xiaozi eliminated a row of advancing corpses and charged towards the ghost mother. She waved her ceremonial robe to shield herself, and with a rip, the fabric was torn asunder, revealing the ghost mother's form on the opposite side. As a stream of malevolent energy surged towards Xiaozi. Although Xiaozi's attacks were sharp, dealing with the spectral entities was far more challenging than confronting mere humans. The ghost matriarch possessed formidable strength. Had she not recently been caught off guard, it was likely that she would have already inflicted harm upon Xiaozi. Their fate was to be devoured by the spirits under my command. I have cultivated my powers for a millennium. Do you truly believe that a single practitioner of the Harmony Realm could contend with me? The ghost matriarch scoffed coldly. Suddenly, she noticed her spirits lunging toward the wooden cabin. If you harm my precious boy, I shall ensure that you are condemned to eternal damnation. The ghost matriarch bellowed, aware of the innate allure that the sacred spirit body held for her kind. If it were not for the ghost matriarch's overwhelming power, these spectral beings would have long succumbed to the temptation and swarmed around He in a frenzy. A few individuals, come assist me, Xiaozi whispered urgently. She needed others to distract the ghost matriarch, allowing her to seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. Thud. The arriving members of the Xuani guards had yet to launch their assault when they were struck by the ghost matriarch's malevolent aura, becoming mere puppets under her control as they turned against Xiaozi. Chapter 24. Terrifying. Scoundrels. Xiaozi quickly retreated. Her subordinates, though not as formidable as she, were still powerful figures within the opening Yuan realm, esteemed within the martial world. Yet, in an instant before the ghost matriarch, they lost their wits. Clang. The clash of blades produced sparks that flew in all directions, as those controlled by the ghost matriarch disregarded their own lives. Lunging towards Xiaozi with their pupils turned pitch black, resembling lifeless corpses. Xiaozi once again channeled her vital energy, swiftly navigating through the rain of swords. Her determination firm as she pressed her energy against the hearts of several individuals. When one becomes possessed by a malevolent spirit, only a profound stimulus can rouse them from such a state of possession. Suddenly, several of them coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, yet freed themselves from the control of the ghost mother. My lord, you worthless fools, can't you even dodge? Xiao Zixin's hair was severed, her hairpin lost to the chaos, and the disheveled locks cascading behind her softened her otherwise aloof demeanor. Next, I shall consume a pill. You all will accompany me to slay her. My lord, it seems we are no match for the Ghost Mother. This fiend is too powerful. We are all injured. Say another word, and I shall end you myself. Xiao Zizhen frowned, her voice icy, causing the others to immediately silence, anxiously observing the Ghost Mother hovering above. Engage her and create an opportunity for me. Xiao Zizhen retrieved a black pill from a porcelain vial and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a sharp sensation coursed through her body. This black absolute pill was capable of igniting her latent potential, significantly enhancing her cultivation for a brief duration. Yet it would leave her in a state of extreme weakness once the effect wore off. As the potion took effect, Xiao Zizhen felt her strength surging, her arms trembling with a mix of pain and newfound power. As she surveyed her subordinates, one was brutally torn apart by the Demon Mother, while the others bore their own injuries. Just as the Demon Mother lunged towards one of them, Xiaozi seized the moment, swiftly appearing behind her adversary with a long sword aimed at the Demon Mother's waist. Alas, the Demon Mother transformed once more into a swirling mass of black mist, enveloping her surroundings. You must entangle her so that I may confront her. Should she recover under the moonlight, none of us shall escape. Xiaozi remained remarkably composed, believing that if given a decisive opportunity, she could vanquish the Demon Mother. My lord, I apologize, but we are no match for her. To her astonishment, as her subordinates perceived her precarious situation and became ensnared by the Demon Mother, they exchanged glances and fled into the distance. In this moment of life and death, the magistrate Xiao Zi found herself forsaken by her own followers. Upon witnessing this scene, the Demon Mother felt no urgency to pursue them. Instead, she mocked Xiao Zi. Your subordinates are truly loyal, aren't they? Humanity is so hypocritical and cunning. They know you will perish at my hands, hence they abandoned you. The Demon Mother's voice was ethereal, encircling Xiao Zi, taunting her as she erupted into laughter. Xiao Zi's expression darkened considerably. Betrayal is the most agonizing of experiences. Her subordinates possessed considerable strength, and had they cooperated to entrap the Demon Mother, she was confident that she could eliminate her within the span of an incense stick's burn. Yet, these cowardly souls. However, even Xiao Zi underestimated the primal instincts of humanity in times of despair. After a few managed to escape, they were equally consumed by fear. They dreaded the thought that Xiao Zi might not have perished at the hands of the Ghost Mother. If that were the case, it would mean their own doom. You have returned. At that moment, he, gazing at the hurriedly returned individuals, asked in astonishment, Did she kill the Ghost Mother? Who is she? The leading woman, fixated on He Yi's beauty, suddenly seized her arm and yanked her toward the door. What do you intend to do? The leader swiftly cast He Yi into the overgrown grass and began to shed her garments. Sister, what are you doing? He is the sacrificial offering for the ghostly union. Damn it, do you want him to benefit that Ghost Mother for nothing? If I betray Xiao Zi, whether she lives or the Ghost Mother survives, neither of us will fare well. Forget it. I wish to first savor the taste of this man. With that, the leading woman lunged upon He Yi. The other women, recalling He Yi's handsome visage, swallowed hard, for they believed that to perish beneath the peony flower was to die in beauty and grace. To be with such a striking man as He Yi was a fate they would not regret, even in death. As their gazes met, they discerned mutual excitement reflected in each other's eyes. You, what to do? Let me go, let me go. He was taken aback. This world was indeed somewhat deranged. He never anticipated that this group would betray Xiao Zi. Nor did he expect to be overwhelmed by a throng of women in the grass. You beasts, the magistrate will not let you off easily. As a man, how could He Yi's strength possibly match theirs? His hands were firmly pinned to the ground. Xiao Zi, perhaps she has already been slain by the ghostly mother. Young master, if playing with the ghostly mother is a game, why not let us have our turn as well? Several women tore at He Yi's clothing, the intoxicating scent enveloping them, rendering them senseless. What? He was stunned. Was he truly about to relinquish his chastity so carelessly to a group of women? In that case, it mattered little to him, as he subconsciously still adhered to the principles of his original world. After all, he would not suffer any loss. However, 3,000 green tea points would be squandered. He could not bear it. Little T, save me. Beep. The host can purchase cat repellent spray. Enhanced cat repellent spray specifically targets lascivious cats, with a group kill effect. Price, 50 green tea points. Bye. Use it quickly. Beep. Purchase complete. Cannot be used. Cannot be used? What? He was bewildered. The battle to safeguard his chastity had commenced, and you tell me that the bullets just purchased cannot be utilized? Beep. Due to the imminent presence of the destined protagonist during the Ghost Month, a risk of system breaches has been detected, rendering the use of otherworldly products before her impossible. The specter of Ghost Month looms. It is forbidden to employ such means, yet you persist in your relentless promotion. He lamented, having squandered the hard-earned 50 green tea points. Beep. The sudden approach of Ghost Month has been detected. Host, please remain calm. The anti-cat spray has been placed in your system's backpack for your convenience. The green tea system offered its consolation. But he was resolute in his desire to swiftly reclaim those 50 green tea points. You shall not besmirch my dignity. He's eyes reflected despair, as if he had already surrendered to fate. Chapter 25. Flee. Just then, the woman draped over Hee began to tremble violently, clutching her throat in agony. A wisp of green smoke was drawn from several individuals, drifting away until it was captured by a woman clad in flowing black robes, who inhaled it deeply. The bodies of the individuals immediately fell lifeless, collapsing nearby. Hee sat up with trembling limbs, the traces of tears still glistening on his cheeks. He frantically adjusted his disheveled attire, gasping for breath, evidently still reeling from the earlier shock. In the distance, Ghost Month approached slowly, stopping beside Hee. Her fingers rested delicately upon his chin, as if intending to lift his flawless neck, admiring his visage. Alas, her fingers passed through his form like wisps of smoke, dissipating and reforming. Thank you, thank you. Hee's voice trembled, still shaken from her panic, as she gazed at Guiyu with a newfound gratitude in her eyes. You are truly a good person. He felt her words insufficient to convey her appreciation and added. Guiyu's fingers glided over Hee's arm, eventually resting on the silver bracelet, her calm eyes betraying no emotion. The aura of the Holy Spirit's body is indeed potent. I can sense that the Holy Spirit pearl is nearing manifestation. Guiyu sighed softly. She could perceive a formation on Hee's back that nurtured the Holy Spirit pearl, drawing upon Hee's vitality to cultivate this gem. That Holy Spirit pearl had not yet been utilized by anyone, and its freshly harvested essence was undoubtedly rich, a treasure of the earthly realm coveted by ghostly cultivators. Elder sister, are you in search of the Holy Spirit pearl? Hee's breath gradually steadied as she clutched her torn garment, fearful of revealing too much. Indeed. Guiyu replied coolly, that Holy Spirit pearl resides within me, does it not? Yes, I will give it to you, if you wish. Hee lowered her gaze, speaking softly. Once more, Hee's performance commenced, by eavesdropping on Guiyu's thoughts. She discerned that Guiyu approached her due to the Holy Spirit pearl nurtured within her, akin to the demon core of a fully matured fiend. Furthermore, her monthly visits from her uncle were a result of the vitality depletion caused by nurturing the Holy Spirit pearl, necessitating the use of invigorating medicine to replenish her strength. The ghostly matriarch yearned for it, yet Guiyu desired it even more. The ghostly month was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in her eyes. However, the process of obtaining the pure spirit pearl was excruciating, akin to the extraction of bones and marrow. To retrieve the spirit pearl signified the desiccation and decay of the spirit body. Yet, to unleash the pearl's maximum potential, it required the willing heart of Hee. Should resentment fester within her, such malevolence would inevitably taint the spirit pearl. The agony of extracting the pearl was unparalleled, resembling the brutal stripping of flesh from bone. Once the spirit pearl was removed, deprived of its nurturing essence, one would swiftly succumb to death. Fear not, as long as you consent to a single condition. I shall bestow upon you the spirit pearl. What say you? Upon hearing this, Hee trembled, hesitating for a moment as if making a monumental decision, and resolutely declared. What is the condition? If you assist me in saving Xiaozi and ensuring her survival, I shall relinquish the spirit pearl to you. He spoke with a quiver. Is it that human official? The astonishment within the ghostly month deepened, for her understanding was that Hee remained a maiden, and every year. The sacrifices brought here were on the brink of death, wishing for all humanity to accompany them in their demise. Yet, she was willing to barter her own life for that of the warrior. Why? He replied softly. Even the most resolute of obsessions could not quell the ghostly month's curiosity, who calmly inquired, Ding. Congratulations, host. Green tea value 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Green tea value 50. I was astounded by Hee, who suddenly unleashed a remarkable 60 green tea points, compensating for my losses. This ghostly month has proven to be exceptionally formidable. Hee's performance became increasingly fervent. No reasons. Just save her. And I shall hand over the Holy Spirit pearl to you. Please, I implore you, dear sister. She is on the brink of being slain by the ghostly mother. Hiyi's voice was frail, and feeling insufficient, she collapsed into the nearby grass. Appearing utterly exhausted. She cannot perish. This condition, I fear I cannot acquiesce to. Why? Because I shall not die. A weary voice echoed, revealing Xiao Zi, bloodied and battered, approaching with disheveled hair and a sword marred with dark stains. She cast a complicated glance at Hiyi, who clutched her chest, her radiant skin marred by several crimson streaks. Xiao Zi then glanced at the women lying beside her, the very ones who had betrayed her, seeking to exploit the chaos to ravage Hiyi. Cursed be them. She quickly grasped the situation before her. Stay away from him, Xiao Zi commanded sternly, raising her sword to threaten the ghostly figure, for she found this entity inscrutable, yet she knew that its proximity to Hiyi could only spell misfortune. However, she soon discerned a flicker of panic in Hiyi's eyes. Indeed, it was panic, for she realized she could not save her. Guiyu sighed. Suddenly, a tremendous force propelled Xiao Zi backward, sending her tumbling into the underbrush, where she violently expelled a mouthful of blood. Behind Xiao Zi, Guiyu licked the blood from her nails, several long swords protruding from her form. Her soul wavered, to her astonishment. You are not merely an ordinary practitioner in the harmony realm. The ability to subdue spectral beings is exceedingly rare in this world, yet you can wield it repeatedly. Truly, you have surprised me. It appears that in the realm of mortals, you are not merely an insignificant pawn. Guiyu seethed with rage. She had been wounded by a human, a profound humiliation. After cultivating for a millennium, the terror of her power should not have been so easily challenged by a mere girl who had practiced for only a few years. One could not help but admire this human's extraordinary talent. As Xiao Zi was sent flying by a powerful blow, Hiyi, disregarding the exposure of her springtime beauty, hurriedly rushed to Xiao Zi's side. Trembling, she caressed her face and sorrowfully wiped the blood from her lips. I am so sorry, it is all my fault. I should not have prevented the vengeful mother from touching me. If I hadn't, you wouldn't be injured. I apologize. Seeing Xiao Zi's wounds, he wept bitterly. Help me up. I must kill her. Xiao Zi, using all her strength, stood up once more, though in truth, she was at her limit. The after effects of the black absolute pill were taking their toll, and her strength was waning. Flee. You must run away. You are no match for her. You will die. You wretched girl, get away. The achievements of my master are far more significant than my life. Xiao Zi struck He across the face, silencing her and leaving her stunned in place. The vengeful mother let out a cold laugh, summoning the fallen blades and swords with her dark energy, directing them towards the advancing Xiao Zi. I shall see you dead. With a wave of her hand, several sharp swords lunged at Xiao Zi. Is this the end? Xiao Zi seemed to foresee her fate, as she had no strength left to resist. Those who often walk by the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Death might be a form of liberation. Chapter 26. The past this bun, filled with pork, is a special treat for you all. In the dimly lit cave, dozens of ragged girls stared intently at the bun above, their mouths watering incessantly. However, there exists but a single bun, and only one among you shall partake of it. As the cold voice echoed, dozens of girls swiftly scavenged the items strewn upon the ground, frantically striking those beside them. In an instant, several fell to the ground, engulfed in pools of blood. A massive stone descended upon one of the girls, who felt a sharp pain in her head, followed by a deafening roar, before collapsing into darkness. Here, there are no distinctions of age or strength, only the stark division of life and death. You live, she dies. She lives, you die. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, only a solitary girl remained, trembling as she traversed the path. I want to eat buns. I have triumphed. They have all perished, and I must eat. Unbeknownst to her, a corpse on the ground suddenly rose, seizing a wooden stake and lunging towards her with ferocity. No. You have not won, the figure uttered. It matters not. Luck is, after all, a form of strength. In moments of life and death, who does not rely on fate? The woman in court attire spoke with a serene demeanor, tossing the bun, a symbol of victory, towards her. Ignoring the wound on her head, the girl immediately lunged forward to devour it. What is your name? She inquired. I have no name. The woman replied, this time, it was merely a stroke of luck for you, child. Yet, in the next encounter, devoid of strength, you shall be cast aside. As the girl emerged from the cave, she discovered countless similar pits surrounding her. This is the very hell of survival of the fittest. In this world, beauty, wealth, and treasures are all held firmly in the hands of the powerful. The strong dictate the tides of fate, while the weak are swept away by the currents. As for beauty and riches, I can bestow these upon you. However, I have but one rule. Become a blade in my service. This blade is sharp and loyal. When I command you to strike, you shall strike without hesitation. The girl who miraculously survived, like the others, was granted a martial art, with but a day's time left to her. Following this, an unceasing battle would ensue. Henceforth, your name shall be Xiao Zi, as bestowed by the esteemed Lord Xie. The elegantly adorned woman gradually retreated, while the girl remained in a half-kneeling posture. This pose persisted, yet the girl's form began to mature. Lord Xie. Her youthful visage slowly transformed, her stature growing increasingly graceful, her eyes shifting from fear to a piercing intensity. By the time she rose, she had become a master at the threshold of extraordinary realms, capable of securing her place within the borders of Liangxian Kingdom. She had become a sharp blade in the hands of the Lord, severing all obstacles in his path. Naturally, she attained what she desired, an array of martial arts and an abundance of wealth and glory. Over the course of more than a decade, she had narrowly escaped from peculiar dangers multiple times, even turning the tables to achieve remarkable feats, garnering the Lord's admiration. Having tasted the bitter trials of life, she had long since frozen her own emotions, preserving only the purest loyalty. Alas, this time, fortune would not favor her. What interrupted Xiao Zi's reverie was the splattering of warm blood, which splashed onto her face. She had anticipated the ensuing pain, yet the agonizing sensation of a heart pierced by chaotic blades did not arrive. It seemed that he had been mercilessly stabbed, reduced to a twisted mess. Instinctively, Xiao Zi caught the falling body, the warm blood flowing ceaselessly, 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, until it gushed forth uncontrollably. What? Xiao Zi felt her heart cease to beat. An excruciating pain surged from the depths of her soul, not a fear of death, but rather the terror of irrevocably losing something precious. It was something she had once cherished but had been too afraid to confront, and now it was lost, never to be regained. Run. He's face was devoid of color as he murmured weakly. In that fleeting moment, he had received a mission from the system. Ding. Save the destined heroine Xiao Zi from death. Reward. 1,000 green tea points and 1 novice lottery chance. 1,000 green tea points? A novice lottery chance? It was worth noting that he had barely over 800 green tea points in total, and the last novice draw had yielded crucial skills such as clairvoyance and heart listening, both invaluable tools for accruing green tea points. It was no wonder he would risk his life. The system was indeed generous. Little T, freeze all sensations, protect me from death. He decisively positioned himself in front of Xiao Zi. With the green tea system at his disposal, his life was more tenacious than that of the heroine. Why? Xiao Zi collapsed onto the ground, her voice hoarse as she inquired, You are my mother's murderer, yet you have seen me in my entirety. Thus you ought to be my bride. I feel so distressed. He weakly uttered, his speech faltering, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. To be honest, in this moment, he appeared utterly wretched. However, having numbed his senses, he felt not a shred of pain. He turned his gaze towards Guiyu, his lips moving silently as he murmured, Holy Spirit Pearl, I implore you, do not let her perish. He understood that this female protagonist possessed the undeniable ability to safeguard Xiao Zi from the clutches of the ghost mother. Her identity was far from that of an ordinary specter. She was a princess of the former dynasty, not a mindless spirit devoid of desires, but rather one with profound attachments, distinctly different from other apparitions. Xiao Zi needed to survive. Otherwise, his suffering from these few wounds would be in vain. Guiyu observed the unfolding scene with tranquility, yet beneath her serene gaze, fleeting glimmers of inexplicable emotions flickered. Sensing the swift demise of Yixing, Xiao Zi uttered a pained whisper, tightly embracing him as 2 streams of crimson tears cascaded down her cheeks. An overwhelming agony enveloped her as she gazed upon the once exquisitely beautiful visage of the man, now rendered pallid and lifeless, with his cherry-red lips devoid of color. Why? I cannot bear the thought of your death. Can you? Give me a kiss. He voiced his final wish, a pure and heartfelt longing. Chapter 27. How profoundly innocent and sincere this desire is. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 green tea value. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 green tea value. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 green tea value. A series of system notifications echoed in He's mind. The chilly wind tousled Xiao Zi's long hair as he lay in her embrace. A pool of blood beneath him, his stunning features resembling a wilted flower, devoid of vitality and on the brink of withering. Xiaozi refrained from kissing He. Instead, she trembled as she gently caressed his face. Her own hands betrayed her, while this fragile man had shielded her from a fatal blow. I will not allow you to die. In a frantic motion, she retrieved the last of her life-renewing elixirs, feeding it to He. This was a divine potion bestowed upon her by the sect leader, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones, channeling the last vestiges of her true energy. She directed it towards He's back. Little delicate man. The ghostly mother was taken aback. She had inadvertently slain her most cherished offering. My little delicate man. Without the presence of the charming young man, how could she possibly break the seal of the Huai River and wreak havoc upon the world? No, the ghost mother exclaimed fiercely. The charming young man. Grandmother. The ghost month appeared before the ghost mother, blocking her path. Step aside, do not impede me. He is my charming young man. Grandmother. The deathly aura emanating from the ghostly being inflicts inherent harm upon mortals. Approaching the sacred spirit at this moment will only hasten his demise. Xiaozi's hands enveloped He, her long hair swirling as she channeled the medicinal power of the elixir to mend the damaged body. With a muffled groan, He expelled several long swords, collapsing weakly into Xiaozi's embrace, resembling a marionette resigned to her will. Yet, the pallor on his face gradually showed signs of improvement, slowly regaining the rosy hue of a healthy person. The creation elixir was a precious gift bestowed upon the leader by the current empress, and the leader had graciously bestowed 3 upon her. This particular elixir, Xiaozi had never dared to use carelessly, yet within a mere 2 days, she had utilized all of it on this man. For over a decade, it had been her duty to shield others from harm, but never had anyone stood in defense of her. If you were to perish, the first I would slay is He Shui. I have no desire to owe you a debt of gratitude. Feeling a glimmer of hope, Xiaozi's heart soared. He's lips still bled as he turned his face towards Xiaozi, his exquisite profile resembling the only moonlight in this desolate wilderness, captivating all who beheld it. You lie, He's voice was faint. What? I can hear your heartbeat, beating so rapidly. Xiaozi's expression momentarily faltered, a rare hint of panic flickering in her cold, sharp gaze. In truth, whenever she drew near to He, her heart raced uncontrollably, for being close to him allowed her to catch the faint, ethereal fragrance of innocence that clung to his being. This intoxicating allure was irresistibly captivating to a woman, evoking memories of that passionate moment when she had pinned He beneath her. Had it not been for the leader's intervention at that time, she would have already savored the essence of He. Yet, she was loath to admit such feelings, unwilling to acknowledge that her heart had ever been stirred by him. She had declared that He was merely her plaything. You should consume the elixir and escape. Save me, or we shall both perish here. And what of it? Do you think I, Xiaozi, fear death? She retorted, her energy abruptly ceasing as she reached her limit. She did not fear death, but she could not bear the thought of He dying because of her. Little delicate boy. Seeing Xiaozi pull He back from the brink of death, the ghost mother was elated. She swiftly struck Xiaozi, who had exhausted her energy, sending her sprawling, and seized He into her grasp. Release him. Do not touch him. Xiaozi fell into the underbrush, helpless as she gazed at the ghost mother, who examined He as one might admire a precious gem. Guiwe, prepare to strip her of her bones and skin. I shall now engage in the act of replenishing my own essence, perfecting my path. Little delicate boy, you shall obediently, rest assured, I will preserve your soul, allowing you to remain by my side forever. The ghost mother sneered, not dead yet, thankfully. He's breath was faint. She needed to act swiftly before the latter drew her last breath. Only after claiming the latter's virginity could she absorb the sanctified essence that resided within. Just moments ago, she had nearly failed in her endeavor. With that thought, she took to the skies with He. No, let him go. I shall kill you. Huayin ghost mother. Xiaozi lay helplessly among the grass, struggling in vain to rise. The fate that awaited He in the clutches of the ghost mother was too dreadful to contemplate. For millennia, the ghost mother had indulged in the allure of youthful beauty. How could she possibly spare the enchanting He? Yet, He had only just escaped the brink of death. She was ill-equipped to withstand the predations of a ghostly being. No, the ghost mother slightly bowed, turning towards the crumpled Xiaozi. Help, help me. He cried out again, ultimately unable to evade this fate. Madam, I do not wish to die. Could you spare me? He, ensnared by the ghost mother, tentatively inquired, Madam? My lord, I am your newlywed bride. Why do you call me madam? The ghost mother lowered her gaze, observing Hiyi's pallid features, revealing a sinister smile as her elongated fangs emerged, nearly causing Hiyi to faint from terror. I find myself on the brink of death. I long to see my sister, who resides in the depths of the prison within the Lin City mansion. Hiyi feigned a nearly lifeless demeanor, his breath barely discernible, as he implored for hope from the ghost mother. Dear lady, could you fulfill my wish? My sister will surely rejoice knowing I found happiness in death by your side. Without hesitation, the ghost mother hastened towards her lair. Sensing a flicker of vitality lingering within Hiyi, nourishing his frail body. Could it be the Holy Spirit Pearl? Yet, the ghost mother remained apprehensive. Hiyi, being merely a mortal, was far too fragile, nearly succumbing to death moments ago. Perhaps it would be prudent to engage in intimacy first. On a stone platform within the cavern, Hiyi lay bare, draped only in a white cloth that concealed his delicate form. Thanks to the transformation pill, the bloodstains on his body had transformed into scars, while the rest of his skin appeared more radiant than before. However, Hiyi was gravely weakened, his vitality severely depleted, and his face bore an unnatural pallor. To the ghost mother, this morbid beauty was an exquisite temptation, igniting within her a desire to violate Hiyi. She donned a celebratory robe once more, her elongated nails gliding across Hiyi's visage. As he slowly opened his eyes to behold this scene, he nearly succumbed to the shock of it all. Dear lady, I beseech you to spare me. I am but 17 years old, my mother has just passed away, and I have yet to observe the mourning rites. My sister is still imprisoned, her fate uncertain. I implore you. Chapter 28. He is my man. The coarse rope deliberately chose to sever at the most fragile points, and misfortune seemed to favor the most unfortunate souls. Hiyiru's delicate voice not only failed to sway the ghostly matron but instead ignited her sinister desires. With elongated nails, she lifted the white cloth, tracing along Hiyi's form. Observing the slender figure of Hiyi, the ghostly matron bore a satisfied smile as she coalesced two spheres of dark energy, infusing them into the surrounding ritual array. It was then that Hiyi realized she stood at the center of an altar, encircled by a multitude of inky threads, the ground etched with enigmatic ghostly symbols. As the ghostly matron channeled her power, the black threads seemed to awaken, the dim candlelight flickering ominously, crackling with sound. Please. Hiyi's pleas fell on deaf ears, only serving to intensify the malevolent thoughts within the ghostly matron. Hush, my dear husband. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold pieces, the ghostly matron whispered, caressing Hiyi's face. She shed her garments, having cultivated for a millennium. Her spirit had reached human-like form. With a mere thought, she could engage in carnal pleasures. Sweet boy, I am here. Just then, the ghostly matron was taken aback, realizing that her lower half remained in a state of chaos. Only moments ago, she had been bisected by that warrior, and due to the concealment of her robes, she had not noticed that her lower half had yet to return to its normal state. With only a swirl of chaotic, ghostly mist, how could she partake in the union of man and woman? The ghostly mother stood frozen in place, her attention drawn to Hiyi's gaze. Noticing the astonishment in his eyes, a flicker of shame and anger washed over her. She felt vulnerable, exposed before a man, fearing he might perceive her as inadequate. How detestable. That wretched human warrior. Little pretty boy, humph, do you think you can escape? In other realms, I can still indulge in matters of intimacy. The ghostly mother chuckled coldly, her fangs glistening as she advanced step by step towards Hiyi. Please, spare me. What are you planning to do? He clasped his hands over his chest, using the white cloth to shield himself, terrified of revealing any hint of his modesty. Influenced by the teachings of male virtue, male discipline, and tales of chaste men, he prioritized his purity above all else. If you come any closer, I shall bite my tongue and end my life. He lowered his head, his disheveled long hair cascading over his shoulders, accentuating his delicate form and rendering him exceedingly alluring. Bite your tongue and die? Humph. Do you think I would grant you such an opportunity? With a wave of her hand, a wisp of dark energy brushed past Hiyi's nose, causing him to feel dizzy as he collapsed into a state of darkness. No, please, he murmured, his vision blurring. Grandmother. In the cavern, another specter emerged, coinciding with the ghostly month. In her grasp lay a mass of flesh and blood. The task my grandmother entrusted me with has been accomplished. Yes, I understand. You may descend now. Grandmother. Only through the natural union of man and woman can the yang energy within a man be invigorated, intertwining with the yin energy of a woman, thereby dismantling the protective barrier of the sacred spirit. The ghostly month seemed to perceive the ghost mother's thoughts and calmly advised, indeed. Upon realizing her intentions had been laid bare, The ghost mother felt a profound sense of shame. Her extreme notions were utterly futile. Then what do you suggest I should do? The sacred spirit's yang energy is abundant, and only through the consummation of their union can it be relinquished, allowing grandmother to feast upon his flesh and blood without needing to act herself. What? Have others assist instead? The ghost mother gasped, feeling deeply humiliated. When had she reached the point of relying on others? We, as phantoms, possess no physical forms. Only humans can aid grandmother. Li Rushuan, her blood relative in the mortal realm, is present here. Grandmother could easily have her assist, thus swiftly accomplishing this task and breaking the seal of the Huai River. Li Rushuan. The ghostly mother nodded at the mention of Roer's descendant. If it were to delegate the task to her own offspring, she could acquiesce. Yet a trace of regret lingered in her heart. After all, this man remained unblemished. Could she not savor such an experience herself? The ghostly mother understood that even if she were to restore her soul, she would no longer possess the sensitivity of a human. Yet, a sense of unwillingness persisted within her. Very well, this matter shall not be disseminated, nor shall Shinner be tasked with it. It is best that I personally resolve it after restoring my soul. After careful consideration, the ghostly mother ultimately resolved to take matters into her own hands. At that moment, Guiwei was prepared to quietly withdraw. However, before she could exit, another figure appeared in the cave, none other than Li Rushuan, the very person they had been discussing. Halt. Li Rushuan strode into the cave with an air of seriousness. Under the astonished gaze of the ghostly mother, she lowered her head and approached He, lifting his left arm to reveal an alluring purple plum blossom mark, exuding an intoxicating aura, playfully greeting her. He, you deceived me. Li Rushuan hastily draped a white cloth over his delicate form. Rushuan. He on the stone platform seemed to recognize Li Rushuan, murmuring, leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Upon encountering the true destined protagonist, He immediately altered his tone. Why did you not disclose the entire truth to me? Li Rushuan clenched her fists. He confided in her that she was no longer pure, having paid a price to survive. What she believed that price to be, He's physical form, was, in truth, the sacrifice of becoming the ghostly mother's offering. Why not reveal the truth to her? You shall not touch him. Li Rushuan hissed defiantly from her crouched position on the ground. Oh, why? The ghostly mother felt a surge of anger. This human descendant was audacious enough to trespass into her domain and dare to disturb her offering, an act of insubordination. Such a disloyal descendant was better off discarded. Because he is my man. He is my man. My man. As Li Rushuan's voice echoed within the cavern, reverberating like thunder. The words struck He with disbelief. You say he is your man. He was taken aback, a look of incredulity crossing his face. Is what you say true? He lay upon the stone altar, struggling to speak, seemingly subdued by the overwhelming aura of Li Rushuan's femininity. Your man. The ghostly mother's expression twisted in displeasure. Ha ha ha. Do you know his true identity? He is the opportunity one have awaited for a millennium. An exquisite offering endowed with the sacred spirit. By consuming his flesh and blood, I shall obtain the earthly treasure, the sacred spirit pearl, enabling me to break free from my seal and achieve an unparalleled demonic form. Do you dare to contend with me for a man? Chapter 29, Impetuosity Shinner. Your actions are rash. Within Li Rushuan's spiritual domain resided an aged matriarch, her long, white hair cascading around her. With a sigh, she lamented. This was Li Ro, the venerable founder of the Li family, a cultivator of immense power. In her early years, she vanquished demons and quelled evil spirits. Upon her demise, she sealed her spirit within the Li family's Yin-Yang jade pendant, awaiting the awakening of her descendants. Throughout the millennia, the Li family had seen dozens of generations, yet none were the chosen one she awaited. Thus, Li Ro chose to slumber, biding her time until an era of demonic chaos would necessitate her reemergence. It was Li Rushuan's blood that prematurely roused her. Li Ro did not anticipate beholding her mother, a figure etched in the depths of her memory. However, a millennium had passed, and the realms of the living and the dead had diverged. Her true mother had long since perished, leaving behind only a specter, a wraith shaped by lingering attachments. There was no longer a purpose for reunion. Li Rushuan disregarded the old woman's words within her soul. She clenched her fist, her gaze fixed upon the frail man before her, strands of hair draped across his bare shoulder. From Li Ro, she had gleaned the truth about He's constitution. Perhaps it was He's very nature that led to the ruin of his family. This man sought to bear the weight of it all alone. She could never erase the image of He, returning to the wooden hut in the dead of night. How utterly desolate he must have felt at that moment. I originally intended to forge a marriage pact with He. This man I must take away today. It is utterly impossible for him to bring calamity upon the world. Though my Li family has been annihilated due to the grievances of the martial world, this is a private vendetta of our clan, unrelated to others. Once you emerge, you will bring ruin to countless innocent lives. Unfilial descendant. Unfilial descendant. Upon hearing these words, the ghostly matriarch was immediately consumed by rage. She had initially spared Li Ruxuan's life out of nostalgia, contemplating passing on her cultivation methods so that she could command the elements in the mortal realm. Yet now, Ruxuan sought to obstruct her path. The ghostly matriarch struck down with a swift palm, the malevolent energy piercing through Ruxuan's form, sending her flying. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ruxuan realized she had overreached. I merely helped you open your meridians for cultivation, allowing your practice to progress swiftly. Although your strength has significantly increased, it remains insufficient to contend with a ghostly matriarch of the king level. It is still too much to bear. The elderly spirit within her soul sighed deeply, having long cautioned Ruxuan against recklessness. However, upon learning the truth, she could not restrain herself. Driven to rescue her beloved Lang Jun from peril. Strangely enough, Li Ro found he exceedingly pleasing to the eye. His appearance, undeniably striking, was that of an exquisite man, rare as a gem among thousands. More importantly, Li Ro possessed a keen insight into human physiognomy, observing He's features. She noted a gentle demeanor, indicative of a tender-hearted boy within. Her gaze was crystal clear, unmistakably revealing a pure-hearted child. Most notably, He possessed a rare physique, the sacred spirit body, an extraordinary medicinal constitution seldom seen among mortals, a prodigious talent in cultivation. Should his bloodline be integrated into the Li family, it would likely herald the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse, capable of stirring the very winds and clouds of the continent. However, his singular flaw lay in his exquisite beauty. Envy is a cruel mistress, and throughout history, strikingly handsome men have often met with tragic ends. The central continent has long recognized four great beauties: Diao Chong, Shi Shi, Yang Liang, and Wang Zhaoqia, all of whom faced dismal fates. This is the foundation of your audacity in opposing me. Were you not the last descendant of the Li family, I would show no mercy. I have no desire to see Roder's lineage extinguished. The witch turned her back, utterly devoid of strength, too timid to emerge and challenge me. How could such a mindless individual possibly be worthy of the Li family's heritage? Today, I shall undoubtedly take him away. Li Ruxuan summoned the entirety of the Jade Maiden Sword technique imparted by Li Ro, her body brimming with vital energy, crackling with power. The injuries she had sustained rapidly healed without leaving a trace. With a fierce determination, she lunged towards the witch, gripping her dagger tightly, ready to strike at one who dared to lay hands upon her. The vengeful spirit, having sustained injuries to its ethereal form, was already in a foul mood. With a series of forceful strikes, it sent Li Ruxuan hurtling away. She coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, collapsing onto the ground. Allow me to impart a lesson. The spirit thundered, gripping Li Ruxuan by the neck and lifting her effortlessly. In both the mortal realm and the world of the supernatural, one must learn to keep a low profile when weak. Do not aspire to be the pioneer, for it may lead to your demise. As it slowly approached the edge of the stone platform, an unfathomable multitude of restless souls swirled below in the waters of the Huai River. Should Li Ruxuan fall into that abyss, her essence would be mercilessly torn apart by the spirits, leaving her in a state of madness. I have granted you a chance before, yet you failed to cherish it. Do you truly believe I care for you, the sole scion of the Li family? In my eyes, you are merely a slightly favored beast. When hunger strikes, the first to be consumed shall be you. Ru Xian, let her go. O Lady Ghost Mother, spare her. He once again showcased the advantages of his frail masculinity, pleading fervently as he clutched the white cloth, tears streaming down his face. She speaks nonsense. Although we are bound by a marriage contract, we possess no formal marriage certificate. It is merely her delusion, and I harbor no affection for her. Having recently sustained grave injuries, he appeared unable to withstand the emotional upheaval, and he abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, collapsing once more. Li Ruxuan grasped the arm of the ghost mother, her eyes filled with anguish. I would rather perish than submit to such indignity. At that moment, a resonant sigh reverberated through the air. Xianer, you are truly too impulsive. Chapter 30, Betrayal Unveiled. The aged voice echoed throughout the cavern, and the ghost mother, who had a grip on Li Ruxian, was suddenly hurled away by a beam of yellow light. As Li Ruxian plummeted below, she clung desperately to the edge of the stone platform and then sprang upward with all her might. Who is it who lurks in the shadows? The ghost mother was taken aback, astonished that she had been so easily repelled. Though her soul was injured and her stability compromised, her cultivation remained intact. The earlier attack had imparted upon her a sense of existential suppression. It is I. A heavy sigh escaped from Li Ruxian's mind, as a wisp of pale yellow soul emerged, revealing an elderly woman with flowing white hair. Who are you? The ghostly mother bellowed fiercely, her claws incessantly clawing at the air. In this manner, you might fail to recognize her. Gradually, the figure above transformed into that of a child, around 4 years of age, carrying a basket for gathering herbs. Her eyes, clear and serene, gazed at the ghostly mother. What? Who are you? I am the Ruo you speak of. Impossible. The ghostly mother froze, her memories deeply entrenched in obsession. Then she spoke solemnly. 1,000 years have passed. My Ruo has long since turned to dust. What manner of being are you? Mother, the child replied, is but a distant memory for me. Throughout my life, I have known not the presence of a mother, only my master, who taught me the ways of cultivation. She once discovered a starving child on the precipice of a mountain and took her in, guiding her in the arts of cultivation. Over the course of more than a century, I inherited my master's legacy, vanquishing demons and rescuing the suffering populace while also expanding the Li family's lineage. You truly are Ruer, the ghostly mother exclaimed, astonished, unable to believe her eyes as she stared at Li Ruo's spirit. You could have killed your father. That wretched man. He brought ruin upon the Li family. No, replied Ruer. By the time I learned of all this, he had already passed away in sorrow. What? He has passed. How fortunate for him. I had intended to flay him alive, to turn him into a wraith. How fortunate indeed. The ghostly mother murmured softly, seemingly engulfed in profound reminiscence. Her spirit was in turmoil, and sensing this unstable aura, the creatures dwelling in the lair surged forth. A multitude of specters flooded into the underground cavern, densely crowding beneath the stone platform. Li Ruxian removed her outer garment and draped it over He, her heart aching with a deep sorrow. She embraced the latter, quietly observing the scene before her. Ding. Congratulations to the host for protecting the true fated female lead, Xiao Zi, earning a reward of 1,000 green tea points and an opportunity for a novice lottery draw. With nothing to occupy her time, he opened the system space and discovered an unread message. Is the novice lottery completed? A flicker of joy crossed her face as the 1,000 green tea points were credited. Ding. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes. He consented without hesitation. As the lottery wheel in her mind spun incessantly, whirling back and forth, finally coming to rest on a low-tier self-healing physique. This low-tier self-healing physique automatically restores the host's physical and magical damage, possessing a limited recovery speed but offering substantial life-saving effects. The host may expend 3,000 green tea points to upgrade the skill, with the mid-tier self-healing physique providing prolonged recovery capabilities. The advanced self-healing physique revealed increasingly outrageous effects as one delved deeper into its skills. Upon reaching the realm of transformation, it bestowed upon its possessor the absurd ability of rebirth at the cost of a mere drop of blood, rendering one immortal and indestructible. However, the requisite green tea points were not a trivial sum. Upgrading a low-tier skill to its pinnacle demanded at least 100,000 green tea points, a figure far beyond He Yuan's reach at present. On the other side, the ghost mother spoke with a somber tone, gazing at the elderly woman in the sky. So, you have come to obstruct me, she mused. The paths of humans and spirits diverged greatly, considering your concern for the Li family's lineage. I shall not make things difficult for you, as long as you remain at ease within the confines of the Huai River, the elderly woman advised, aware that her spirit was ill-suited for prolonged combat. Should she expend too much soul power, she would soon vanish from this world. Ha! Rower, you have grown and become heartless. The ghost mother recalled the trials of giving birth, nearly losing her life, while her husband remained indifferent. It was I who risked half my life to bring you into this world. Suddenly, she erupted into laughter, observing the elderly woman aged even more than herself. Her voice heavy with sorrow. Unfilial granddaughter, ungrateful daughter, her obsessions began to wane. The paths of humans and spirits diverged solely because she had become a ghostly entity. Must everyone conspire to thwart her? She yearned for vengeance against the mortal realm. Why should she be forced into such a state? She longed to bring calamity upon humanity. Why must she remain confined to the Huai River? She desired to drain the lifespans of mortals, to become an unparalleled demon. Ultimately, it was a matter of differing allegiances. Guiwei, aid me in eliminating her. I seek to sever the lineage of the Li family. The ghostly matron pointed at Li Rushuan and coldly commanded Guyu, who floated towards the old crone. Two streams of dark energy surged towards the elderly figure as she resolved to eliminate these unfilial descendants with her own hands, fully embracing the path of darkness. Yes, Guyu responded, her gaze lingering momentarily on the ghostly matron before drifting towards Li Rushuan. Miss Li, she addressed, her attention shifting to He nestled in Li Rushuan's arms. Young master He, what say you? Are you two once again poised for violence? Understanding that Guyu had not slain Xiaozi, He felt a measure of relief toward the latter. Was this entire conflict not ignited by my existence? Chapter 31. Betrayal. He furrowed her brow, speaking in pained tones while clutching her chest, fearful of revealing even a trace of vulnerability. If it were not for my presence, my mother and the others would not have perished. Upon witnessing He's sorrowful demeanor, Li Rushuan's heart ached even more profoundly. The allure of a beautiful face often brings calamity. Despite He's purity and kindness, the world is far from the innocent realm she envisions. Such goodness is rare and must be cherished with utmost care. I may not be your equal in combat, yet should you wish to take my life, I will ensure your spirit meets a most untimely end. Li Rushuan clasped the yin-yang jade pendant around her neck. With its protection, she could swiftly mend her bodily injuries. On the other side, the ghostly matriarch's dark energy corroded the yellow shield of the white-haired old woman. With a mere wave of her hand, the latter dispelled the ghostly matriarch's malevolent force. Below, the spirits howled incessantly, yet they remained unable to breach the cave, as if they were awaiting something. Damnable, ungrateful descendants! Die for me! The ghostly matriarch retreated further back. Beneath her lay a realm of chaos. As time passed, rather than feeling her magical power replenish, she sensed an increasing weakness, as if something were siphoning off her dissipating dark energy. Yi, stay here and wait for me. Li Rushuan gently set Yi down, tucking a strand of hair behind his ear. Big sister is not a bad ghost. He strained to look at Guiyu, still seeking understanding until the final moment. He saw her gazing calmly back at him, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. But now, she is here to kill me. Rushuan, be careful. He could only voice his concern. Do not worry. I am still waiting for you to tell me the truth. Li Rushuan drew a dagger, infusing it with the true energy of the celestial realm, aiming it at Guiyu. Today, I must take Yi out with me. I fear I must disappoint you. The ghostly figure of Guiyu spoke softly, as she faced Li Rushuan, who was harnessing her true energy. In the next moment, Guiyu appeared behind Li Rushuan, and with a mere wave of her hand, an eerie force struck Li Rushuan, sending her hurtling through the air. Bang! Li Rushuan felt an overwhelming power surge towards her, propelling her away. This marked Guiyu's first genuine display of power, effortlessly overpowering Li Rushuan, who was at the heavenly origin realm. I have fulfilled my promise to you. And now the time has come for you to render your reward. Guiyu grasped He's delicate wrist, her icy touch sending shivers through He's body. He was momentarily stunned. Guiyu's ethereal form appeared almost corporeal, her jet black hair cascading over her shoulders like clouds. Her elegantly arched brows framing eyes as deep as autumn waters, and her pale, delicate lips were exquisite to the utmost degree. Yet, there was an unsettling chill to her presence. The fact that she could grasp He's arm indicated that her spirit had become remarkably solidified. You are also a ghost king. Li Rushuan exclaimed as she steadied herself against her chest, her voice ringing out and capturing everyone's attention. That previous strike had been even more painful than those delivered by the ghost matriarch. Could it be that Guiyu had also ascended to the realm of ghost kings? You ponder whether Ghost Month disregarded the latter and instead reached out a finger to delicately lift He's chin, admiring the beauty before him. The promise to hand over the Holy Spirit Pearl to Ghost Month seemed merely a tactical delay. Little did he expect her to bring it up so soon in front of everyone. Could it be that she had shed her fear of the Ghost Mother's oppression? Or was she merely playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger, quietly amassing wealth? Little T, do I possess the Holy Spirit Pearl within me? Ding. Yes. Will I die without it? Ghost Month claimed that without the Holy Spirit Pearl, he would perish. He sought to reconfirm with the green tea system whether he could expend green tea points to procure a counterfeit Holy Spirit Pearl for Ghost Month. Ding. The host will not die, but will enter a prolonged period of weakness, experiencing a rapid decline in physical constitution. Upon losing the Holy Spirit Pearl, the host's Holy Spirit body will continue to nurture the next Holy Spirit Pearl, requiring a substantial amount of vital energy. It is advisable to consume more of the potency-enhancing medicine sold in the green tea marketplace. So, it will indeed nurture another one. This contradicts Ghost Month's assertions. However, it may be due to the green tea system's influence, allowing him to evade death and continue fostering the Holy Spirit Pearl. Upon reflection, he found himself rather prolific. Xiaozi, she is not dead. Is she, elder sister? He paused, her eyes filled with sorrow, as if she had come to terms with her impending demise. Yes, I have spared her. That is good. I believe you, elder sister. If you wish to take it, then take it. What must I do? Should I first relinquish it? He gazed at the purple mark upon her arm. Her voice weary. Guiyu, how audacious. How dare you lay a hand on my precious boy? Guimu's stern reprimand struck deep, as she was taken aback by the betrayal of Guiyu, who had been by her side for a century. Observing the pallid complexion of He, with her sickly, delicate beauty, even Guiyu found herself momentarily entranced. She had encountered countless handsome men within the palace, yet none could compare to He's allure. This disparity perhaps stemmed from the divine nature of her being. It was said that those of the sacred spirit physique embodied the essence of medicinal spirits, gathering the energies of heaven, earth, sun, moon, and stars, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. The method employed by Guiyu bore no distinction from that of Guimu, save for the fact that the role of seizing He's chastity was now hers to play. Chapter 32. The trap. Gazing at the purple plum blossom mark on Heiyu's arm, even amidst the ghostly month, I could not help but catch my breath. This vibrant vitality, the intricate folds formed a stunning pattern, proudly showcasing its youthful energy. The masculine allure of a man's protective embrace possesses an innate attraction for women, for it not only signifies a man's completeness but also intertwines with a woman's desire for possession. Just imagine having a man eternally bear her mark, an indelible trace that he must carry for life. How profoundly gratifying that must be for a woman. After all, this yearning for possession is intrinsically linked to a woman's dignity and pride. Li Rushuan tightened her grip on the dagger and charged forward once more. With a fierce cry, she plunged it into the back of Guiwei. However, the blade pierced the flesh without drawing a single drop of blood. In contrast, Guiwei casually retaliated with a swift palm strike, sending her flying once again. He effortlessly withdrew the dagger, now imbued with the true energy of a warrior, and soon aimed it at the still airborne Li Rushuan. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced echoed as the dagger pinned Li Rushuan against the wall before she even touched the ground. Ah! Li Rushuan cried out in agony, spitting blood as she attempted to endure the pain and extract the dagger, but it would not budge. In desperation, she struck the wall behind her with all her might, forcibly driving the dagger through her body and crashing to the ground. The wound began to heal gradually, yet the intense pain continued to torment her nerves relentlessly. Shinner, during the ghost month, I never anticipated that you would betray me. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill. For a century, from the moment of your inception until now, I have treated you with kindness. The ghost matriarch said, her expression twisted with pain, as the series of betrayals forced her to once again confront the treachery of the world. Humans are untrustworthy, and so too are spirits. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, you have always been this way, untouched by obsession. Ghost month. You are a being born of the spirit world, devoid of any attachments. Are you, perhaps, also entranced by the beauty of that delicate young man? The ghost matriarch pointed ominously at Hei below. Grandmother. Ghost month turned to face the ghost matriarch. A gust of chilling wind swept past, revealing a flicker of complexity in ghost month's gaze. 100 years have swiftly passed, and the scenery of my homeland has transformed into. What? Ghost month, I can spare you this time, provided that you. Is it not true that you feel overwhelmed? Your powers nearly depleted, thus you have uttered so much? After a long pause, Ghost month's gaze returned to tranquility as she spoke softly. How do you know? The ghost matriarch was taken aback, her eyes scanning the surrounding formation and the position of the stone platform. It seemed that her dark energy was being siphoned away by the surrounding array. You. It is you, Ghost month, who has played tricks. The moon thief's shadow formation gathers the nearby spirits, shattering them into pure negative energy to be absorbed. Grandmother has prepared for a century, exhausting her thoughts, yet how could Ghost Moon be unaware? However, Ghost Moon also covets the power of the souls within the Huai River, yearning to break the river's seal. With her cherry lips slightly parted, Ghost Moon murmured, how infuriating. Once I transcend to the realm of the Ghost King, I shall naturally assist you in breaking the seal, you wretched creature. I have treated you well. It is my misjudgment, born of darkness. These spirits are far more malevolent than ordinary ghost mothers, deserving of their fate. Sensing the negative energy within her body waning, the ghost mother lunged forward in a frenzy, her upper body transforming into a chaotic state. Whoever told you that Ghost Moon is a creature of inherent darkness? Ghost Moon posed the question with a tone of intrigue. With a flick of her hands, several streams of negative energy erupted, emanating a formidable pressure from her being. These streams morphed into chains that pierced through the ghost mother, binding her in the center of the formation. Your cultivation is indeed that of a ghost king. How is it possible that, in just a century, this could be? The ghost mother was astonished to find herself easily restrained by Ghost Moon, attempting futilely to break free from the chains. Suddenly, the entire formation activated. Streams of negative energy surged towards Ghost Moon, which she absorbed into her being, simultaneously witnessing a surge in her own cultivation. Indeed, a century has passed. A century. For all these years, I have endured relentless suffering. At last, I have found my opportunity. Under the eerie glow of the ghostly moon, I raised my hands, directing my focus towards the malevolent spirits surrounding me. In an instant, waves of dark energy surged forth, tearing those specters into shreds. Then, with a subtle movement of my fingers, I directed this energy towards Li Rushuan. A torrent of black shadowy force flooded the entire cave. Such an intensity of dark energy to challenge the realm of the Ghost Emperor. Rushuan. The white-haired matriarch was taken aback. At this critical moment, a pale yellow light enveloped Li Rushuan, propelling her towards the cave's exit. He. No, ancestress. Save He. It's futile. The Ghost Emperor's realm is not to be trifled with. Her target is that child. If we save him, we shall not escape. The white-haired matriarch re-entered Li Rushuan's consciousness, guiding her skyward into the night. What? Gazing at the cave shrouded in black mist. It loomed like a monstrous beast in the darkness, poised to devour its prey at any moment. I want to go back. Let me go. I must return. This time, I cannot leave. In her desperation, Li Rushuan sought to break free from Li Ro's grasp. That child is beyond salvation. With the emergence of the Ghost Emperor, the world of the living shall face devastation, rather than march towards death. It is better to preserve this life to seek vengeance on his behalf. The white-haired matriarch had already concluded that he would perish there, within the cave. The dark veil of the ghost moon billowed without wind as she approached the ghost mother, her palm aimed at her foe. When did you dare to plot against me? I shall not let you go unpunished. I, the rightful sovereign. Soon, the ghostly mother transformed into pure dark energy, sweeping into the body of Guiyue. The dark energy within Guiyue had reached saturation. Unbeknownst to Wen, the sky became overcast with ominous clouds, and flashes of lightning surged forth. It was the tribulation of thunder. With my current cultivation, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the thunder tribulation of the Ghost Emperor. Guiyue turned around, fixing his gaze upon He. The shadowy mist in the cave gradually returned to Guiyue's body, while He, having been enveloped by the dark energy, had already succumbed to unconsciousness. In the ghostly month, as the white cloth was lifted, a figure resembling white jade revealed itself before her. The specter, enduring tribulations, was deemed unworthy by the heavens. I must acquire the sacred spirit pearl to evade divine retribution and ascend to the Ghost Emperor. For this moment, I have waited a century, yet the speed of the heavenly tribulation suggests that time is slipping away. I have no choice but to endure while navigating this trial. Gently caressing He's visage, the ghostly month fell into contemplation. Chapter 33. The sacred spirit pearl. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, lightning flickering ominously. A purple bolt, thick as a finger, descended upon the ghostly month. This lightning inherently possessed the power to subdue specters, and its sudden arrival struck her soul, yet she managed to withstand it. Realizing the urgency of her situation, she conjured black, shadowy tendrils that transformed into chains, forcefully penetrating He's body. Crimson blood flowed forth, and He let out a muffled groan, awakening in pain. Upon recognizing her predicament, fear gripped her pale face as she frantically attempted to shield her ethereal form, inadvertently tugging at the chains binding her wrists and ankles. Oh, big sister, you. The ghostly month lifted He's chin, her delicate fingers tracing the contours of her face. With a subtle gesture, a wisp of dark energy materialized, revealing a woman clad in blue, half reclining in the depths of a shadowy pit, her body marred by blood, seemingly unconscious. Xiaozi, I promised you I would save her, and now she lies within my grasp. Her fate hangs by a thread of my will. Now, He Gongzi, it is time for you to fulfill your vow. The ghostly month drew closer, her voice a haunting whisper, her lips brushing against He's neck. Inhaling the faint fragrance of her essence. Instantly, a chilling sensation coursed through He's body. The sacred spirit pearl. How can I offer it to you? The current circumstances were dire. He gazed longingly at the figure within the shadowy mass, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her vision blurred as she looked at the ghostly month and softly spoke, "You merely need to accept all of this with composure. If resentment takes root in your heart, the sacred spirit pearl shall be tainted. Therefore, Xiaozi." The ghostly month leaned in closer, enveloping He in her presence. Whatever transpires next, do not harbor resentment. Do not dwell on anger. The ghostly month whispered into He's ear. Do not harbor resentment. Do not dwell on anger. He echoed, casting a lingering glance at Xiaozi within the shadowy mist. Xiaozi, is she truly here? Can I simply gaze upon her like this? Yes. The ghostly month paused. You cherish her so deeply. Yet why? Because she has seen my body, and kissed me. He confessed softly, her voice trembling. A faint blush beginning to rise upon her skin. Is it truly that simple? He trembled, turning his head away. It appeared that He was a man who held his chastity in high regard. Guiyu felt a surge of emotions. Merely having glimpsed his body compelled him to sacrifice his life to save her. If only she had encountered a man like He during her lifetime. Perhaps she would not have taken her own life by the banks of the Huai River. Do not harbor resentment, and certainly do not foster anger. All of this is your fate. Guiyu spoke softly once more. My fate, he murmured. However, in the next moment, a wave of excruciating pain washed over him as dark chains began to drain his blood. Ah, he gasped, still repeating Guiyu's words. This is my fate. Soon after, his gaze grew increasingly dim, the vitality in his eyes gradually fading into a haze of confusion. At that moment, Guiyu lowered her head and gently kissed him. Ding. Congratulations on kissing the destined heroine, Guiyu. You have earned 300 green tea points. Another bolt of lightning struck down, and without the slightest hesitation, Guiyu mounted him. He's pupils constricted at that moment. He forgot to dull his sense of pain and instead felt an agonizing sensation that pierced to his very core, as if he were being torn asunder. The pain reaching the depths of his soul. It felt as though countless blades were slicing through his body, relentlessly tormenting him. It hurt so much. He couldn't help but cry out internally, tears streaming down his face. This world was utterly absurd. How could it be so painful? The suffering was truly unbearable. Ding. Congratulations to the host on the initial loss of the protective barrier, earning a reward of 3,000 green tea points. The voice of Little T swiftly echoed in the mind. And within mere minutes, He's accumulation of green tea points surged beyond 7,000. This sum is indeed substantial. Little T, please hasten to alleviate my pain entirely. Beep. The system can only adjust the pain threshold to 50, lest the true heroine perceive any deviation. Perceive a deviation? Does she deem my suffering insufficient? Yet, he had no choice but to accept the reduction to 50, and instantly, the agony diminished significantly. Disheveled hair cascaded over the stone platform, and the light in He's eyes had completely dimmed. The body, already grievously wounded, was further strained by this torment, gradually exceeding its limits. This is my fate. Even in the most critical moments, he did not forget to bite her lip and murmur, I must gather more green tea points. The purple plum blossom mark, unique to He, gradually faded, transforming into a pale red hue. Phew. Sensing the softness of that body, Guiyue gradually lost her composure, forgetting her initial purpose. As the purple lightning struck down, she hastily freed her hands, directing 2 spheres of dark energy toward the arc of lightning, barely managing to fend off the onslaught. The storm clouds in the sky grew ever denser. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. How many bolts of calamity had she withstood? With a sigh, Guiyue gazed at the ominous spectacle above. Ultimately, she had to extract the Holy Spirit pill, for otherwise, she would surely perish amidst this tempest of thunder. However, retrieving the Holy Spirit pill would mean the swift demise of He. The Holy Spirit pill lay within He's dantian, nestled in his abdomen. I'm sorry. Guiyue expressed with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Strictly speaking, he could be considered her first man. Yet, as she had stated, this was his fate. If she did not claim his Holy Spirit pill, the Ghost Mother would consume his flesh and blood, voraciously devouring his essence. Even without the Ghost Mother, other demons and monsters would undoubtedly feast upon He until naught remained. And she could at least leave him with a complete corpse. Observing the barely conscious He, Guiyue no longer hesitated. Her nails pierced into his abdomen, and with a visceral act, she extracted a glowing green inner pill. Indeed, this was the very reason he had come to his great-uncle. The pure green hue was entirely untainted. It appears that he harbors no resentment, which does not detract from the quality of the Holy Spirit pill. Perhaps it is due to Xiaozi. Contemplating this, Guo Yu suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, he was her first man, yet his heart remained tethered to another woman. In contrast, he succumbed to torment and fainted. Her breath so faint it seemed she had already departed this world. Once again, the thunder of tribulation rumbled from the heavens, and Guo Yu resolved without hesitation. Swallowing the Holy Spirit pill whole. Chapter 34. The Ghost Emperor's Tribulation. Upon ingesting the Holy Spirit pill, Guo Yu's pupils dilated. Her previously indifferent gaze transformed into one of profound astonishment. Her soul became increasingly substantial, her dark complexion beginning to radiate a delicate luminescence. Within her, the Holy Spirit pearl appeared to be reshaping her form, rendering her more akin to an ordinary human. Ghosts belong to the deceased, to the realm of shadows. Yet they yearn for the vitality of the living, longing for the beauty of human existence. Guo Yu clenched her fist, sensing a powerful life force surging within her. All of this was bestowed upon her by the Holy Spirit pearl, that man. She cast a glance at the bare he on the stone platform. Blood trickling from her waist, dripping below. His exquisitely beautiful face contorted in anguish, his life force already depleted. What a shame it was for such a kind-hearted and handsome mortal to perish simply because of the Holy Spirit pearl. The lightning arcs descended from the heavens, and the apocalyptic thunderstorm originally directed at the malevolent spirits gradually subsided, as if the vitality within the ghostly month had veiled the perception of this realm. As the ghost month departs amidst the thunderous calamities, a vortex of ominous energy suddenly manifests in the sky. Far away, in a certain part of Liangxian Kingdom, a grand vermilion gate adorned with black gold and silk nanmo with looms above, inscribed with the elegant characters, Fengye Jian. The night sky, akin to cool water, drapes over the celestial steps, as candlelight flickers beyond the window, while a light rain falls askew, and water gently drips from the eaves, creating ripples upon the ground. Within a pavilion, a woman clad in palace attire stands at the edge, gazing into the distant night sky. Dressed in a verdant silk robe, she is enveloped in a mist of delicate fabric, her luxurious brocade failing to conceal her graceful form. Her shoulders are as delicate as sculpted jade, her waist slender. Her skin as smooth as congealed fat, and her presence akin to the subtle fragrance of orchids. What is that place? Such an overwhelming aura of darkness. She murmurs softly. Return to the master. Within Linqing Prefecture, it seems the Ghost Emperor is undergoing tribulation. A servant kneels in the rain, respectfully reporting, Linqing Prefecture. Is that not the domain of Xiaozi? In her efforts to secure Xiaozi's position as the governor of Linqing Prefecture, she had bestowed numerous valuable gifts and leveraged many connections, successfully placing her trusted confidant in that role. Over the years, Xiaozi has not disappointed her, eliminating the rebellious elements within Linqing Prefecture and ruthlessly suppressing the factions of the martial world, ensuring the government's orders could be smoothly issued and executed. However, with the upcoming decade-long celebration of the Empress's ascension, she intended to present Linqing Prefecture's achievements as a tribute to the Empress, which had allowed for a large-scale eradication of ghostly beings within the realm. Could it be that something unforeseen has occurred? In a cave along the banks of the Huai River, amidst withered straw, lies a woman in a blue robe, her waist token faintly trembling. A spectral figure of the palace-clad woman appears. Upon seeing the unconscious Xiaozi, her expression darkens, and a sense of foreboding grips her heart. At the eye of the storm, she acutely senses the density of this dark force, an essence emanating from the Ghost Emperor's realm. Should it be unleashed? Chaos would undoubtedly ensue within Linqing Prefecture. Wretch. Foreseeing dire ramifications, the lady in palatial attire issued a terse reprimand, delivering a blow to Xiaozi, who was sent reeling against the wall like a weightless reed. Your Eminence. Xiaozi, roused from her stupor by the searing pain, beheld the figure of the lady in courtly raiment. Oblivious to her injuries, she hastily knelt upon one knee, tendering her respects. Vermin. A veritable disgrace. With the advent of the Ghost Emperor, pandemonium descends upon the mortal realm. The nascent stability of the imperial court now teeters on the precipice of disintegration. Xiaozi, your capacity for delivering such unwelcome surprises is truly remarkable. The lady in palatial attire rebuked, her once melodious voice now laced with a hint of murderous intent. The Empress had only recently ascended the throne and was in the midst of establishing her authority through a campaign of ruthless executions. Yet, Xiaozi had embroiled herself in a transgression of such magnitude, a truly delightful surprise. The lady in palatial attire was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The sum of Xiaozi's accomplishments over the years paled in comparison to the enormity of this misdeed. The Ghost Emperor, a calamity. Xiaozi's countenance paled. Her last recollection was of He being abducted by the Ghost Mother, with Guiyu striking her unconscious. Could it be that the Ghost Mother had indeed defiled He, successfully breaching the seal? The thought of He sent a pang of anguish through Xiaozi's heart. What manner of deed have you wrought to precipitate such a monumental debacle upon this palace? The lady in palatial attire had initially perceived this as a routine exorcism, perhaps with the added element of a mortal possessing a sacred constitution as bait. Xiaozi swiftly recounted the recent sequence of events to the lady in palatial attire, who listened in unbroken silence until Xiaozi finished. The scheme was flawless in its conception. The only miscalculations stemmed from the treachery of the Black Cloaks and an underestimation of the significance of the sacred spirit physique to specters. Are you suggesting that the ghoul moon of Huai River was willing to orchestrate an elaborate formation to conceal his presence, all to obtain He? Precisely, Xiaozi affirmed. However, in her report, she deliberately omitted the burgeoning affection between herself and He. Should the sect leader become aware of her emotional involvement, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. If her worth was substantial, the sect leader would likely imprison He to manipulate her. Conversely, if her value was negligible, a tool compromised by emotion would lose its purpose. It seems I have underestimated the value of the sacred spirit physique, the woman in court dress mused, her tone softening. Alas, she sighed wistfully. Now that the ghoul mother has successfully transcended her tribulation, His Majesty will receive the news tomorrow. My ambition has led to this. Sect leader, it is my fault. I am willing to bear full responsibility for all transgressions, Xiaozi immediately declared, bowing her head in contrition. Oh, the sect leader responded. You believe His Majesty would heed my explanation and shift all blame onto you? Matters of state are never about the events themselves, but rather the repercussions they engender. Then, sect leader, what is to be done? Then the only recourse is to eliminate all those privy to this operation. This palace does not wish to bear such a grave accusation. Fear not, for I still place my trust in you. After clarifying the sequence of events, although the woman in court attire felt a surge of anger, she found herself powerless. Having painstakingly positioned Xiaozian as the prefect, she would not allow him to perish in vain. As long as she dealt with everyone aware of this operation, who would ever know that they had unleashed the Ghost Mother? It could merely be perceived as a chaotic uprising of malevolent spirits. While the Empress might be incensed and her wrath could extend to her, the repercussions of this incident on them have been minimized. In fact, they could use this time to address the situation earnestly, turning it into an opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty. Chapter 35, Princess Yue. As the midday sun cascaded down, dappled light filtered through the leaves, illuminating the garden. A woman clad in soft armor wielded a spear, brandishing it a few times before plunging it into the earth beside her. The queen had hastily summoned me back to the palace, only to imprison me here. Has she ever considered the lives of the common people? What of the iron cavalry of the Great Zhou? Do they care for the souls of our great Xian? Externally, there are threats, while internally, demons and monsters lurk. The profile of the lightly armored woman was strikingly beautiful, her serene visage drawing one into a state of tranquility upon a mere glance. Princess Yue possessed an extraordinary beauty, renowned among the circles of nobles, with many young lords secretly enamored of her. Princess, your devotion to your country is commendable, yet swords are blind. The Emperor's actions are also for your safety. A servant advised. For my safety, indeed. I understand well, yet this relentless evasion will only lead to the ruin of our great Xian. If everyone seeks only to survive, what will become of our nation? Alas, I can return, but my sisters must remain steadfast in the capital. The woman sighed, expressing her preference to be in the military camp, resisting the iron cavalry of the Great Zhou, and protecting the men of her homeland. A month had passed without any contact with the outside world. What was the current situation? Princess Yue, something terrible has happened. Quick, flee. You must escape. What is it? Why the frantic commotion? The army of Dexian has rebelled. The aged matriarch Shang Guan leads the chaotic forces into the capital. Upon receiving the news, His Majesty took his own life, hanging from the beams of the imperial court. Princess, you must flee at once. I shall risk my life to escort your highness to safety. If we do not escape now, we may never have the chance again. What? This news strikes Yue like a thunderclap. When her mother summoned her back, she spoke of imminent victory. claiming that most of the great Zhou cavalry had been driven to the borders, deceiving her into returning to the palace to diligently practice her martial arts. It cannot be. This is utterly impossible. Yue resolutely chose disbelief. She grasped the silver spear lying on the ground, and instead of fleeing, she advanced towards the main hall. The palace was enveloped in chaos, with battles raging everywhere. Numerous officials and soldiers were pillaging the treasures within, and even female soldiers were brazenly assaulting the male attendants and eunuchs in broad daylight. With a swift motion, Yue brandished her silver spear, channeling her inner energy, and unleashed a wave of force that swept away a large throng of rebels. The Lihe realm. She is Princess Yue. This princess is not yet vanquished. Capture her alive. Whoever captures her shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces. 1,000 gold pieces. You two are subjects of Daxian. Do you truly wish to betray your homeland and aid in its downfall? Yue locked eyes with these traitors, but she saw not remorse or guilt, only greed and madness. Her mother worked tirelessly for the realm. Why then have you betrayed her? Why? These traitors. Yue had no choice but to send them to their demise. She was oblivious to how she had ended up amidst the court. Her mind was engulfed in a haze, the once resplendent palace now littered with corpses. Among them, one hung from the central beam, and upon recognizing this figure, her pupils dilated while an icy chill gripped her heart. Though her mother possessed a gentle disposition, she had always been deeply concerned for the well-being of the entire Daxian, striving to understand the people's plight and eradicate corruption, adhering to the path of the virtuous. Yet, the Shangwan family had driven her to her demise. "Mother, you deceived me," she uttered in a trembling voice. Indeed, it was this girl, a woman who could not be spared. Outside the hall stood a cadre of soldiers, clad in the official attire of Daxian, their swords aimed at their own empress. "I demand retribution for bloodshed." With a silver spear in hand, she charged forward, but in an instant, she was struck away, blood splattering upon impact. As she fell heavily to the ground, her vision blurred, her mind swirling in chaos. The warrior of the transformation realm merely chuckled, raising his hand as if to deliver a fatal blow within the palace. Yue. In that critical moment, her master appeared, intercepting the impending strike. Master. In the depths of her heart, Yue felt a wave of sorrow. Her master, a warrior of the transformation realm, had long ceased to engage in battle due to severe injuries. The damage to his dantian rendered any attempt to fight a perilous endeavor, as it could lead to a backlash of vital energy, endangering his heart and lungs. Flee. As long as you are here, there is hope for Daxuan. Yue grasped the gravity of the situation, abandoning her hesitations as she made her escape towards the palace gates. One by one, the warriors escorting her fell, perishing amidst the chaos of clashing swords, yet she forged ahead through the bloody path. A month later, Yue furrowed her brows as a large contingent of soldiers suddenly emerged around her. She regarded her betrothed with an indifferent gaze. Yue, I am sorry. I do not wish to bring ruin upon my family. The man nestled in the embrace of another woman. Daxuan has fallen. Accept your fate. This is now the kingdom of Liangxian, where General Shangwan has risen to prominence, becoming the founding empress of Liangxian. Immediately, Yue expectorated a mouthful of blood. Such is the way of the world. When a wall crumbles, everyone gives it a shove. In the face of power and mortality, all that once was becomes but a fleeting illusion. Yue offered no rejoinder. Instead, she gripped her silver spear tightly, retaliating against the surrounding soldiers. You. Forgive me, Yue. I have no choice. I have already sheltered you for a month, but I still have parents and family. I cannot implicate them. If you must kill, then kill me. Leave. Yue's gaze wavered, ultimately unable to strike down her former fiancé, who had once pursued her fervently. This betrayal was merely another scar etched upon her already ravaged heart. 2 months later, the streets were plastered with wanted posters for Yue. Cloaked in a hood, she entered a tea house, reflecting on the utter incompetence of the Empress of the Daxuan Kingdom. Occupying the throne, she indulged in the pleasures of handsome men, neglecting state affairs. It was her ineptitude that led to the untimely death of my daughter. My eldest was also falsely accused and slain as a spy. Yue quietly exited the tea house, reminiscing about the time when her mother governed with benevolence, fostering a harmonious atmosphere, with people singing praises of her merits. Yet now, under the reign of the Empress, that tyrant eliminated dissenters and disregarded lives, leaving the populace in despair. They unjustly blamed her mother for incompetence, spreading derogatory remarks everywhere. The level of human reality surpassed her imagination. 6 months later, the turmoil gradually subsided, and a new office emerged in Liangxian. the Xianyi Guard, tasked with eradicating spies and executing enemy leaders externally, while suppressing the unruly internally. A year later, as supernatural beings wreaked havoc, the Xianyi Guard was summoned to cleanse the world of these demons. The realm sang praises of the current Empress's achievements, seemingly oblivious to the past pains. Only one soul could never escape this threshold. It became evident that the absence of any individual would allow the world to carry on as usual. Thieves faced execution, while usurpers were granted titles. Aside from her, no one would remember the bygone hatred. It was clear that the scars in the human heart could be easily soothed with a morsel of food or a hint of sweetness. Time passed indeterminately, and Yoyue's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Liha realm. She lingered in the home of a family in the imperial city, where they celebrated the marriage of their son, who had successfully fathered a second child. The entire household was awash in joyous red. Yet only Yoyue understood that the man she had once released had swiftly found another, marrying and fathering a daughter once more. It seems that there is nothing that can be altered, the demise of her mother, the fall of the Dashuan, who truly cares for this princess of a fallen nation. Yet, she remains unwilling to accept it. She cannot bear the thought. Throughout these years of exile, she has witnessed countless farewells and the transient nature of life and death. That traitor has never ceased his relentless pursuit of her. Her mother's subjects have long since forgotten their pain, forgotten her. Your Highness, the rebels are prepared. We shall vanquish that traitor. Your Highness, you need only to await our good news here. Akio, how long have you been by my side? Yoyue cast a glance at the woman behind her. 8 years. Life has flown by like a fleeting shadow, and yet, despite the passage of time, I remain unable to move on. Perhaps only death can offer me liberation. Your Highness, what are you saying? I do not understand. Then you may leave. Yoyue sighed. After Akio wiped the cold sweat from her brow and departed. The once tranquil loft was suddenly besieged by countless guards in dark attire, surrounding Yoyue. Bold rogue, do not delay in your surrender. Yoyue smiled. She had unwittingly acquired the title of rogue herself. Very well, let it be as you wish. Yoyue was weary. She had initially intended to cease her resistance, allowing herself to be pierced by a chaotic storm of swords, meeting her end. However, once more, she discerned that familiar glint in their eyes, greed and madness. Slay the insurgent, and be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces. Forgive me, but this time, I cannot indulge your desires. The night was as cold as water. Yoyue, with her white steed, wandered through the frigid river. Legend has it that the terminus of the Huai River directly connects to the netherworld, where there is neither vexation nor sorrow. My dear horse, depart. Allow me a moment of solitude. Yoyue patted the horse's mane. After the white horse galloped away, she unsheathed the long sword from her waist, carefully admiring the treasured blade. Lost homeland, maternal sovereign, vengeance. Subsequently, Yoyue took her own life in the Huai River. Chapter 36. He is dead, and when Yoyue awoke once more, she had acquired a new identity, Gue, in the waters of the Huai River. A restless spirit gazes up at the moonlight, lost in contemplation. Death seems not to be a release, but rather a complex turmoil within her heart, purified into a singular obsession. Ultimately, it is her own frailty that weighs heavily upon her. Had she possessed the strength in the past, her mother would not have perished, she would not have been forced to witness her master fall in a pool of blood. Nor would she have watched her homeland's people suffer in anguish, she would not be faced with the agonies of separation and death, unfulfilled desires. In the inability to let go countless decisions, the spirit of the ghostly month has come to an understanding past experiences rise like wisps of smoke. As a woman clad in dark garments sits amidst the ethereal mist, slowly opening her eyes, the ominous clouds in the sky gradually dissipate. As dawn breaks, the first rays of light fall, and the ghostly month hesitates, extending her hand to touch a beam of sunlight. Instantly, a searing pain lances through her hand. Such is the law of the world. Wherever the morning light reaches, the spirits of the underworld retreat. This time, will the laws of heaven and earth still hinder me? A soft voice emanates as the ghostly month speaks, and like phantoms from the netherworld, spirits ascend into the sky, enveloping the realm in darkness. This black mist obscures the heavens and the earth, isolating sunlight from the world, sweeping across the entire Lin City. In her hand, the ghostly month holds a black orb, and with a swift motion, she gestures behind her. Instantly, ranks of spectral warriors clad in dark armor and mounted on steeds emerge from the mist. Princess Yue, the ghostly soldiers shout in unison. Wherever the ominous fog spreads, not a single remnant remains. Indeed, I have transformed into someone entirely different. So, are you all prepared? The ghost month gazed into the distance, morphing into a swirling mist that descended below. In the cavern, he maintained a posture that evoked shyness. Thanks to her self-healing physique, her wounds were gradually mending. In the next moment, the ghost month materialized in this place. She had intended to retain He-Yi's soul as her companion, for he was her first man, a treasure she had acquired. However, the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Something felt amiss. Logically, in an environment so saturated with Yin energy, a person would instantly transform into a ghost upon death, unless, of course, he was not yet deceased. The ghost month observed the man upon the stone platform, noting his dire condition, and within her calm gaze, a flicker of concern emerged. Unbeknownst to her, he had remained conscious, merely feigning unconsciousness. Humanity is destined to experience the inexorable cycle of aging, illness, and death, while specters remain untouched by such mortal tribulations. This man, burdened by a tragic past, would surely perish in the face of the impending thunderous tribulation without intervention. Thus, it would be more prudent for me to personally transform him into a specter, ensuring his eternal companionship. Such were the musings of Guiwei. Upon overhearing Guiwei's contemplations, he felt a pang of disquiet. He had no desire to become a ghostly apparition, especially with so many heroines awaiting his attention to extract their essence. Sister, I miss you so dearly. Please do not leave me, murmured he, his lips barely moving as he lay in a state of unconsciousness. Guiwei, poised to infuse He with dark energy, paused her actions and approached him. Listening intently to his soft pleas, "Do not go. Sister, stay with me." He, still in his stupor, shed 2 crystalline tears. Did he still hold affection for his kin? Should he be condemned to become a wandering spirit, he would forever be severed from the realm of the living. However, given that He had been stripped of the Holy Spirit pearl, his time may be fleeting, and death could soon claim him. Though his lips were devoid of color, the family he cherished must have held immense significance for him, prompting the question of whether a choice must indeed be made on his behalf. Guiwei gently cradled He's form, exiting the cave. In Linsheng, the townsfolk, who should have been rising to commence their daily toil, had yet to step outside their doors. As ominous black clouds began to gather in the sky, gradually enveloping the entire world. What is that? What could it be? At the dock of Linsheng Prefecture, famished villagers, burdened with sandbags, abruptly relinquished their loads and sprinted towards the distance. What is that? A sense of foreboding enveloped the air, prompting every household to hastily secure their doors and windows. The homeless fled up the mountains, seeking refuge from the marauding bandits that had plagued them in the past, believing that hiding in the desolate hills would spare them from calamity. Alas, they had miscalculated. My lord, what is that? The soldiers stationed outside Huayin village pointed in terror at the sky, their restless horses mirroring the unease that gripped their hearts. A shroud of ominous mist blanketed the land, resembling a sinister sword poised above them. Suddenly, a horse emitted a mournful cry and bolted backward, pulling its cart in panic. This is dire. The horse is frightened. My lord, what shall we do? The governor has yet to emerge. Should we continue to wait or retreat? As the leader of the Xian-Yi guards hesitated, a cadre of masked warriors descended from the heavens, encircling them with alarming precision. Who are you? The leader of the Xian-Yi guards bellowed, fixing a fierce gaze on the intruders. These figures remained eerily silent, in unison drawing forth their gleaming swords, exuding a palpable aura of menace that pressed heavily upon the air, rendering everyone breathless. Years of experience warned them that these masked assassins were exceedingly perilous. The government is conducting an investigation. How audacious! Who are you, and what are your intentions? Kill. Her response was merely a cold scoff. The command of the master was to eliminate all individuals involved in this operation before the news of the emergence of the Ghost Emperor spread. Leave, she said. Within the cave, layers of vines parted as Guiwei walked leisurely into the depths, addressing the woman meditating amidst the hay. A fierce aura of malevolence surged, causing the hay to dance silently around them. It is you. Xiaozi opened her eyes, her pupils narrowing. Before her stood not the imagined mother of Huayin, but Guiwei, the very entity that had rendered her unconscious, that enigmatic being, a natural ghost. On account of your face, I shall let you go this time. Should we meet again, your life shall be forfeit, Guiwei stated coolly before turning away. Guiwei, now that you have become the Ghost Emperor, what do you truly desire? What do I wish? Merely to reclaim what is mine. And he? Where is he? Xiaozi demanded coldly. He is dead. Dead. Chapter 37. Feeding the porridge. Xiaozi was momentarily stunned, a wave of profound sorrow crashing over her. Deep down, she had anticipated this outcome. How could the frail he stand against such formidable ghostly beings? Moreover, his sacred spirit body was an object of envy among many. Yet, this grief. What are you looking at, you dog official? Dog official? The ignorant are fearless. I am, after all, the governor of Lynching Prefecture. In the entirety of Lynching. You are the only one bold enough to call me a corrupt official. Why not give it a try? Call me governor and let me hear it. Are you attempting to bargain with me? Release her, and I shall concede to all your demands. But I beseech you, do not linger here. All right. What should you call me again? Governor. No, address me as Mistress. Mistress. Speak up. I can hardly hear you. Mistress. Louder. Mistress. Will you take responsibility for me? Responsibility? Given the crimes of your family, your fate should be to serve as a commoner. You ask me to be responsible? You have stripped me bare of my innocence, yet you cannot even utter a word of accountability. You are a specter of despair, but I fear you not. My beloved will come to my rescue. You have a beloved? Who is she? Your trifling thoughts hold no sway over me. There is no need to speculate on my intentions. I am indeed your mother's killer. And I have always regarded you merely as a commodity. Do not expect me to offer you any assistance. I will still kill Yishui. First, you must protect yourself. I fear that the vengeful spirit of your mother may harm you. I am your mother's killer. Do you think it is appropriate to express concern for me? I understand now. Flee. Depart from this place swiftly. Wretched being. Step aside. Escape. Reflecting on the fragments of the past, from the moment we met, she seemed to persistently torment He, treating him as a mere plaything, never genuinely caring for him. The achievements of the master were more significant than her own life. Yet, in He's eyes, the life of Xiaozi was far more precious than his own. Xiaozi emerged from the cave, gazing at the overcast sky, feeling as though she had eternally lost something invaluable. 2 days later, he, clad in a delicate garment, lay upon the bed, gradually opening his eyes, which now sparkled with a flicker of vitality. Master, he is much better. He has awakened. A few elderly physicians spoke with trembling voices, their relief palpable upon witnessing He's return to consciousness. Hearing the news, a woman adorned in a phoenix robe hurriedly entered the gauzy confines of the bed. At that moment, he lay serenely on the bed, his long hair cascading around him, his exquisite features and glistening eyes resembling the most precious treasure in the world. Each moment of his profile appeared as if a celestial being had descended to earth, evoking a deep sense of compassion. However, He's gaze was dim as he glanced at the faded marks upon his arm, momentarily lost in thought. Gently, he withdrew his arm beneath the silken quilt. For his protective charm had shattered, the purple plum blossom imprint fading to a soft crimson, destined to deepen to a dark red with the passage of time. You have awakened. The woman seated herself, yearning to caress He's visage, yet he trembled in response, seemingly engulfed in fear. The ghost month hesitated momentarily before continuing to caress He's face, gently sweeping away the strands of hair that concealed his features, lifting his chin. There, on He's exquisite visage, glistened a few tears. You promised me. You have fulfilled your promise. You have suffered so much. Does the wound still ache? The ghost month spoke softly, her gaze tenderly fixed upon He's abdomen. She slightly lifted the blanket, revealing a stitched scar left after the extraction of the Holy Spirit pearl. I will use the finest medicine to heal your wounds, ensuring no trace remains, she declared, though her gaze involuntarily drifted lower. Despite her formidable skills, she harbored a deep curiosity about the male form. The glistening jade legs lay gracefully intertwined within the covers, exuding an alluring aura. Sensing He's shivering, the ghost month cast a fleeting glance before releasing the quilt. Xiaozi, I have let her go. She tenderly teased the corner of the blanket, appearing no different from an ordinary living person. Thank you. After a long while, the man on the bed spoke in a faint voice, imbued with a gentle warmth. Yes, for now. You must focus on recuperating. When will I die? The ghost month paused, observing the dimness in He's eyes, as if coming to a realization. She recalled having told him that after the extraction of the Holy Spirit pearl, his sacred body would no longer be nourished by it and would wither away after some time. The vitality within you is feeble, yet it is slowly growing. Perhaps I was mistaken. Upon extracting the Holy Spirit pearl, you may lose your sacred body, but you will not perish. The ghost month reassured him softly. In truth, He's sacred body had merely fallen into a dormant state, quietly beginning to nurture the next Holy Spirit pearl, awaiting its harvest. This may prove to be a fortuitous circumstance for you, as there shall be no other specters plotting against you. My lord, the porridge is ready. A male attendant entered, his voice trembling as he spoke. Ignoring the attendant's peculiar demeanor, Gui Wei picked up the porridge, blowing gently upon it with a semblance of composure. I had the servant prepare a nourishing porridge for you. Come, allow me to feed you. Gui Wei supported He's body with one hand, drawing him close to his embrace, and scooped a spoonful, bringing it to He's lips, patiently awaiting his response. In truth, for the past 2 days, he had feigned unconsciousness, having gone without sustenance, his stomach now gripped by hunger. However, to prevent Gui Wei from discerning his true state, he merely parted his delicate lips slightly and took a gentle sip. Delicious. He was profoundly astonished by the exquisite flavor. The fragrant richness of the red dates blended harmoniously with the sweet aroma of the glutinous rice, creating a porridge that was both thick yet delightfully sweet, light yet indulgently flavorful. More importantly, it was crafted entirely by hand, devoid of any additives. This was red date and yam porridge, a nourishing delight. Do partake more. He took another small sip, savoring the taste. Were it not for Gui Wei's presence, he would have readily consumed the entire bowl in one go. In order to avoid arousing suspicion during the ghost month, he could only take small sips. Pausing occasionally to feign exhaustion, his breath slightly labored. He consumed a modest portion of porridge and then decided to cease, for in this world, men are known for their modest appetites. Eating too much would only seem normal. Chapter 38. Fragmentation. Gui Wei gently set He down, his earnest gaze radiating a tender warmth. At that moment, Gui Wei's appearance was such that, without the reminder from the green tea system, one would scarcely discern any trace of a specter. The desire for beauty is inherent in all. Had the malevolent spirit, that old hag, violated him, he would have surely contemplated death. However, with the alluring and restrained Gui Wei in front of him, he found it surprisingly more palatable to accept. Yet, this did not deter He from accruing green tea points. Lying on the bed, he clasped his small hands tightly within the covers, staring vacantly at an object in the room. His attention was drawn to the phoenix robe adorning Gui Wei, causing him to gasp in astonishment. In ancient times, only a female emperor or a princess of noble birth could don such a garment. Moreover, only the robe of an empress could be embellished with a phoenix crowned with 5 diadems, symbolizing absolute imperial power, while a princess's robe could only feature a phoenix with 4 crowns, a significant disparity indeed. He discreetly employed his heavenly eye to examine further, and to his astonishment, the phoenix on Gui Wei's robe bore 5 diadems. Do you have an elder sister? Gui Wei inquired as she handed the utensils to the servants, addressing He. No, I do not. He stammered, yet a flicker of panic danced in her eyes, which Gui Wei astutely noticed. You need not fear. I harbor no intentions of harming your sister, but rather I fear inadvertently causing her harm. Where is she? Gui Wei spoke gently, her serene visage seemingly genuinely concerned for He. However, He remained silent, unwilling to acknowledge the existence of her sister. Do not dwell on it. Rest well. Here, you shall be safe. Should anything arise, simply instruct the servants, Gui Wei reassured, understanding that he still harbored some wariness towards her. Yet, that mattered little. Her intentions were sincere, as He was, after all, the one she cherished. Unfortunately, the latter did not trust her. My sister, He Shui, is in the dungeon. Just as Gui Wei was about to rise and leave, He's soft voice interrupted. Gui Wei paused, glancing back at He, who remained curled beneath the covers. Her watery eyes filled with unease. I shall personally rescue her. A glimmer of joy flickered in Gui Wei's calm gaze as she exited the room and closed the door behind her. Outside, the city of Lin was shrouded in ominous fog. Countless spectral soldiers arrayed in the sky, awaiting Gui Wei's command. Princess Yue, General Tingxian, has the army of mortals been thoroughly cleansed? The valiant female general, riding a spirited steed, immediately bowed respectfully and replied, To your highness, I have dutifully followed your command and left no trace behind. However, some martial artists managed to escape before we fortified the city, and there remain a few instigators concealed within, evading our search. It matters not. In the time to come, restrain the spectral soldiers. They must not disturb the realm of mortals. Furthermore, bring all officials of the mortal government to me. Yes, it is also time for me to ascend as empress, Gu murmured. Within the confines of the Tianlao prison in Lingqing, the spectral soldiers stood guard, sealing the premises. Gu had already investigated the circumstances surrounding the demise of the He family and had gained some understanding. As she perused the records of the prisoners, she found no mention of an inmate named He Shui. However, in the deepest recesses of the prison, she encountered a corpse clad in the garb of a jailer, surrounded by dissipated phantoms, indicating that the jailer had been dead for quite some time. My lord, this is the very place where Prefect Xiao imprisoned He Shui. I witnessed it with my own eyes. She was held here. Beyond that, I know nothing, truly nothing. A captured official trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground and pleading for mercy. Your Highness, how shall we proceed? With He Shui's resentment, if she were to perish, she would transform into a vengeful spirit. I have not sensed that malevolent force. She must have escaped, Guyu replied, her expression icy as she closed the case file and swept out of the prison, her long phoenix robe trailing behind her. 3 days hence, upon the towering altar, concentric circles of mortals knelt, trembling with trepidation. Nearest to the dais were the officials of the various ministries of the Liangxian kingdom. Ghoulish Moon, adorned in a 5-crowned phoenix robe, hovered in the air, her raven tresses cascading down like a torrential waterfall. Her exquisite, jade-like face held an aloof, glacial expression. An aura of chilling cold emanated from her, the Ghost Emperor's cultivation stifling the breath of those below. General Tingxian strode to the center of the altar and proclaimed the imperial edict to the assembly. By the mandate of heaven, the Empress decrees, today, Princess Yue, bearing the fortune of the cosmos, inherits the mantle of the late emperor, ascending to the throne as Empress, the nation to be named Yuxian. So it is decreed. The sepulchral voice echoed in the ears of all present. Preposterous. Utterly preposterous. As the edict concluded, the crowd could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. That a specter should aspire to the throne was an absurdity beyond measure, yet it was unfolding within the Liangxian kingdom. What utter folly! Audacious fiend! I, Shun, prefect of Liangxian, shall never consort with your kind. A phantom daring to claim emperorship? Huh! What outrageous audacity! An official with cascading long hair emerged, fervently paying homage to the late emperor while weeping profusely. However, her voice soon faltered as her body was separated from her head, and her corporeal form was devoured by the surrounding ghostly soldiers. This gruesome spectacle left the onlookers in shock. Guiwei waved her sleeves, descending gracefully, and softly proclaimed, "Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish." Chapter 39, Delusion? In the face of sufficient power, nothing is truly absurd. She was merely reclaiming what was rightfully hers. Guiwei had seized control of the territory of Ling City in the Liangxian kingdom, declaring herself the Dark Empress, and had completely sealed off the city. In the ensuing days, she established a new power structure, forming a mortal government to manage state affairs. As for those unwilling to abandon the shadows for the light, Guiwei had no choice but to send them to their demise. I apologize. It was my oversight not to locate your sister. In the chamber, Guiwei held He Yi's delicate hand, speaking gently, having transitioned from referring to herself in the first person to the imperial we. Noticing He Yi's worried expression, she sought to soothe her feelings. She is not dead. There are no traces of ghostly beings in the prison. She must have escaped. Please grant me a little more time. Under the care of the physicians, He Yi's condition improved significantly, her vitality returning with a healthy glow. The next step was to rise from her bed and gradually begin to move. For He Yi, there exists a profound sense of sorrow. The moment when He Yi valiantly shielded Xiao Zi from harm remains vividly etched in Guiwei Yu's memory. Merely because He Yi's vulnerability was laid bare, she deemed him worthy of her devotion, even willing to sacrifice her own life for him. Such foolishness. Such impulsiveness. Guiwei Yu recognizes that He Yi is a man of integrity, steadfast in his marital duties. Had she encountered He Yi during her lifetime, perhaps she would not have found herself in such despair, ultimately resorting to suicide. Furthermore, it was she who had seized He Yi's protective talisman. HM. He uttered a soft sound, his gaze toward Guiwei Yu still tinged with fear. You may leave now. Guiwei Yu gestured for the attendants to disperse, before personally shedding her phoenix robe. Her ebony hair cascaded gracefully, framing her delicate visage, which bore an air of solitude. The robe draped over a wooden hanger, revealing that beneath it, she wore a simple garment as well. Strands of dark silk fell gently against her fair, luminous collarbone. With thin lips, a slender nose, and a tall, elegant figure, she stood poised and regal. No, please don't. Unexpectedly, upon witnessing the ghostly month shedding its garments, He Yi's body began to tremble violently, his eyes brimming with terror. He clasped his arms around himself, helplessly lying in the embrace of his bedding, seemingly recalling the fears of that fateful day. You were so afraid of me, the specter murmured, still reclining beside He Yi, its alabaster fingers gliding across his visage. He Yi's shivering intensified, Am I still distinguishable from humanity? The ghostly figure intoned softly. It hurts. I beg you. He, gripped by primal fear, his exquisite eyes reflecting anguish, seemed to believe that the ghost intended to repeat its previous actions. Given his current state of injury, he feared he could not withstand the trials of a woman. So it is this matter, the specter mused, lowering its gaze slightly, fingers resting upon He's shoulder, forcibly drawing him into an embrace. Sensing He's unease, it reassured him, I do not seek your company for that purpose tonight. He, I owe you much. You have become my man, and I shall treat you well. He bore a faint, masculine fragrance, alas. The specter could not perceive it. She sensed the frail vitality within him, yet his essence was remarkably pure, delighting her as a being of the netherworld. Thus, she held He close, allowing him to feel her cool presence, and in that moment, she perceived the perfection of his form. This man was not only strikingly handsome but also possessed a genuine spirit, exuding the grace of a young master from a noble family, holding virtue in the highest regard. His soft physique was delicate enough to be cradled easily. If one were to identify a flaw, it would be He's excessive meekness, for he had never contemplated his own needs. The specter was compelled to acknowledge that had she remained the princess of the Dark Moon in the Great Xian Kingdom, she too would have been captivated by He. He, I intend to bestow upon you the title of Liang of the Xian Kingdom. I shall cherish you for a lifetime. What on earth? He had yet to comprehend the days spent away during the ghost month. Upon returning, she incessantly referred to herself as I. Now, she contemplated bestowing upon herself the title of Lang Lang. He offered no response. Merely observing that the ghost month displayed no further signs of agitation, her body's tremors gradually subsiding until she eventually succumbed to slumber in the latter half of the night. The following day, upon awakening, he found herself nestled in the embrace of the ghost month. Under the celestial gaze, the specter gently caressed He's long hair, seemingly lost in contemplation. In truth, the ghost month had not closed her eyes all night. As a spectral being, she required no sleep. She had merely overheard her subordinates mention that He often spoke in her dreams and wept quietly while sleeping alone. It was understandable that a young master, accustomed to a life of comfort, would struggle to endure such a sudden upheaval. Thus, she resolved to remain by his side, watching over him as he peacefully drifted into sleep. Delang, gazing at He's serene profile, akin to a breathtaking masterpiece. The ghost month was suddenly inspired by a title, a designation reserved for those of the highest virtue and fidelity within the palace. Delighted by her newfound title, she gently set He down and rose from the bed. The affairs of the mysterious realm still awaited her personal attention. Soon, he would learn from her subordinates that the female emperor had publicly conferred upon him the title of Delang in the court. Chapter 40. Wrath in the Absence of Light. Could crops fail to thrive? Designate specific areas, dispel the fog, and encourage agriculture and sericulture. As for the issue of taxation, the Yushuan Kingdom does not require military expenditures nor the maintenance of a large number of officials. Thus, the taxation shall be temporarily waived. On the high platform, a long-haired woman meticulously reviewed the memorials, while the officials below trembled in fear of her imposing presence. What? The taxation has been waived? Throughout history, there has never been an exemption from taxation. If this continues, the foundation of the nation will falter, without sustenance. No one shall heed the emperor's commands. One proposed that during the reign of the Great Xian Kingdom, the empress had once confided that a third of the national treasury was allocated to support the military, which ultimately betrayed her. Furthermore, 1/5 of the expenditures went to sustain officials who were tasked with governing the realm, yet upon her demise, those very officials turned against her. In the face of overwhelming power, they proved themselves to be quite pragmatic. The various other expenditures, disorganized and chaotic, were meant to support the populace. Yet her subjects resembled reeds in the wind, swaying without resolve. At times, humanity is the most unreliable of entities. One should harbor no illusions. What I say is to be executed. Do those individuals fear not for their lives, wishing instead to become fodder for my army? Or do they aspire to embezzle even a fraction, courting their own demise? Guiyu slightly raised her head, casting a glance at the official. She could not be deceived by this individual, a high-ranking official of the former Ling city, who had amassed considerable wealth through corruption, believing her ignorance to be a shield. It was only because this opportunist still held some utility that Guiyu refrained from taking action against her. This, I dare not. Are malevolent entities troubling the people? General Tingxian, regarding this matter, I entrust you to adjudicate personally and impose strict constraints. The spirits possess their obsessions. Yet they must not disturb the populace. This is my most fundamental demand of them. A ghost soldier who cannot fulfill their own duties bears no distinction from a wandering soul or a wild spirit. The fate of being scattered into oblivion is their rightful end. Yes, the female general promptly accepts the decree and sets forth to address the issue. The court comprises but a handful of officials, with mere mortals numbering only a dozen, while the sole specter present is General Ting Xian. Matters arise in the periphery. Yet they must be centered, the sage's command must be heeded, and the four corners shall respond. Over the past century, during the Ghost Month, countless memories of the homeland have resurfaced. This time, she resolves to adopt a governance style entirely distinct from that of her mother, with the spectral soldiers safeguarding the nation. Mortals overseeing management, promoting martial arts, and fostering loyalty. Once the situation in Linqing Mansion stabilizes, the next step shall be the neighboring Dongjun Mansion and Yuyang Mansion. Thus, high above in the opulent court, the magnificent architecture stands tall, and only by raising one's gaze can one behold the entirety of the stone steps, fully displaying an aura of majesty. The ironclad army stands guard, with beams of cloud-top sandalwood and crystal jade illuminating the space, while pearls drape like curtains. Beside a 6-foot-wide sandalwood bed, a delicate gauze canopy hangs, adorned with embroidered silver threads, showcasing opulence and grandeur. A mere ghostly figure. I initially believed it to be a harbinger of chaos, intent on plunging the world into turmoil. However, it seems to have constructed a mysterious realm of spirits, which is quite intriguing. From within the canopy emerges a light, airy voice, laced with a tone of disdain. Your Majesty. It is said that this ghostly entity was once a princess of the previous dynasty, with records documenting her bestowed name, Yue. Oh, is that so? Master Luoyan. What do you say? The voice from within the gauze exhibits a keen curiosity. Your Majesty, I must confess my error. It was I who recommended the governor of Linqing. The disturbances in Linqing are not unconnected to me, and I bear the blame. The woman in palace attire, named Luoyan, lowers her head in haste, obscuring her features. She is indeed the master referred to by Xiaozi. I did not inquire about this matter, the voice within the canopy responds. Luoyan's submission pleases Sheng Wanbingrua, yet also leaves her anger without an outlet. Your Majesty, in this affair, I truly hold significant responsibility. Oh, you, situated 1,000 miles away in the imperial city. How are you implicated in this? The voice within the canopy expresses great curiosity. That ghost, usurping the name of the former princess to win over hearts, seeks merely a legitimate title. Had I discovered this sooner, I could have alleviated your worries, Your Majesty, and eradicated the ghostly menace, preventing her from transcending to become a ghostly emperor. The woman clad in palace attire spoke with righteous indignation. I fear this is yet another mischief conjured by you. Luoyan, why is it that calamities never occur elsewhere, but only in Linqing? Your subordinates have always been ambitious and reckless. It cannot be their doing. The speaker was an eccentric old woman, indeed the rival of the palace-clad lady in the court. Lord Yuan, you are overly concerned. Had I been aware of this matter beforehand, I would certainly have prevented its occurrence. The palace-clad woman replied with a calm demeanor. Enough, enough. The emergence of the Ghost Emperor carries significant implications. I do not wish to hear you both deflecting blame here. This matter shall be entrusted to Master Yuan. Can a specter of the Ghost Emperor tier truly be dealt with by him? The woman behind the gauzy curtain spoke languidly. The machinations of the Emperor's heart are not a fault to be laid at the feet of the esteemed Master Luoyan. However, she harbored no desire to witness the latter's influence burgeon. For her own smoke, Luo sect harbored a cadre of ruthless assassins, a blade that must be wielded with utmost care. The old servant pledged her life to alleviate the Emperor's burdens. The elderly woman was elated. Chapter 41. Annihilation of the clan. The court session concluded. The ministers departed in a flurry. The elderly woman walked alongside the courtly attired lady as they exited the palace. Master Luoyan, I have heard that your Smoke Luo sect has recently acquired 2 extraordinarily beautiful twin young gentlemen. Their delicate hands and slender waists are quite remarkable. A wicked smile danced upon the old woman's face. I truly envy you, Master Luoyan, for such fortune. If Lord Yuan fancies these 2 handsome youths, I shall certainly send them to his residence to serve him, the courtly lady remarked with a meaningful glance at the elderly woman, her tone neither warm nor cold. This old crone had an affinity for the art of yin and yang, having sullied numerous virtuous men. The 2 twin assassins were indeed her creations, a manifestation of her beauty trap. Who would have thought this lecherous old hag would approach so boldly, ha. The crux of the matter is that they are under Master Luoyan's command. I have the desire but lack the courage. Upon reaching the corner, The diminutive elderly woman lowered her head and departed first, while the courtly lady lingered for a moment, casting a glance back at the imperial palace before finally boarding her carriage to return home. Yes, in the domain of Rinqing Prefecture, a colossal entity veiled in ominous mist loomed in the distance. The somber atmosphere was rife with foreboding. At regular intervals, spectral sentinels astride towering steeds stood guard, their rusted helmets aglow with eerie flames. Several women, disguised as peasant farmers, were quietly imbibing wine within the confines of a tavern. Subsequently, they proceeded towards a certain mansion. The proprietor of this Lu residence was formerly a high-ranking official in the Rinqing Prefecture Magistrates faction, but regrettably, he had aligned himself with Ghost Moon, abetting malevolence. Death. The women drew forth keen-edged swords from their concealment and abruptly infiltrated the mansion, slaying all in their path. Die. Each of them was a seasoned assassin, well-trained and battle-hardened. These mortals, even with the protection of martial artists, could not withstand their lethal blades. Within a quarter of an hour, the inhabitants of the mansion were silently exterminated. Death to traitors. Slogans of menace were inscribed everywhere within the residence, written in fresh blood. By the sovereign's decree, all humans who have betrayed their kind and pledged allegiance to the Ghost Emperor are marked for death. The more vital these individuals are to the Ghost Emperor, the higher they ascend on the list of those to be eliminated. Is the area clear? The lead woman inquired with a frigid tone. Were he present? She would undoubtedly recognize this figure as Xiao Zi. In stark contrast to her former self, she now appeared gaunt, her eyes gleaming with an icy resolve. Her brow perpetually furrowed, as if concealing unspeakable sorrows. It is, came the reply. Incinerated. The royal garden of Lin City Prefecture, erected 3 decades prior, owes its existence to the late emperor's visit to Lin City Prefecture, necessitating an overnight stay. Upon receiving this intelligence, the local governor initiated a grand construction project, transforming the area into a verdant paradise teeming with avian melodies and floral fragrances. This locale is now heavily guarded by legions of spectral soldiers, serving as the Ghost Emperor's imperial residence. Steady now, proceed with caution. During the Ghost Month, Guiwei gently supported the arm of a man clad in simple garments, leading the way down the steps. With an encouraging gaze, she urged him onward. He hesitated, raising his leg and contemplating for a moment, but with Guiyue's reassuring look, he seemed to muster the courage to descend slowly, successfully crossing the steps. Half a month had elapsed, and he was now able to walk with some initial steadiness. Throughout this period, Guiwei had remained by his side each night, and he gradually grew accustomed to her presence. As he stepped down, he suddenly faltered, tumbling into Guiyue's embrace. I'm sorry. I slipped, he stammered. There's no need to be anxious. Just take your time, Guiyue replied, her tone gentle. Instead of reproaching him, she tenderly brushed his disheveled hair, her gaze softened with compassion. After steadying him, Guiyue fixated on He's features, her unwavering attention causing a faint blush to rise on his cheeks. He remained silent, lost in thought, an air of melancholy enveloping his eyes. Guiyue continued to support him as they moved forward, an intimate scene that did not escape the notice of the onlookers. With He's striking beauty, even the most ordinary mortals would find themselves entranced at a mere glance, making it no surprise that the Ghost Emperor was so infatuated with him. However, whispers circulated among the courtiers regarding the Emperor's fondness for a human, a sentiment that stirred unease, for the Ghost Emperor was, after all, a creature of the underworld. And the fact that a mere mortal could capture the heart of such a being was indeed remarkable. The gazes directed at He became increasingly laden with a palpable sense of discomfort. Every time during the Ghost Month when Guiyue accompanied He to explore the gardens, out of concern for He's potential fright, not a single ghost soldier was left in the vicinity, and the attendants were predominantly male. Come, look. Guiyue pointed to a flower in the garden that was on the verge of blooming, intending to pluck it as a gift for He. Yet, the moment her fingers brushed against the delicate petals, an overwhelming force of negative energy withered its vitality, causing the flower to decay at a visibly rapid pace. Guiyue was momentarily taken aback, while He, nestled in his embrace, raised her head. Her beautiful eyes beheld the scene, but she uttered not a word. Instead, lowering her gaze once more, the two strolled intermittently until they arrived at a pavilion, where a wooden table was already laid with an array of nourishing congee and pastries. Come, Delang, allow me to feed you. Guiyue, who had no need for sustenance, prepared the meal solely for He. He lifted a bowl of congee and addressed her. But a flicker of unease crossed He's eyes. As a determined youth from another world, she could endure this tender care for a brief period, yet over time, Even she found it increasingly difficult to bear. Your Majesty, esteemed Lord of the Underworld, I am merely an ordinary man, unworthy of such concern. He lowered her head, hesitating briefly before softly voicing her thoughts, her tone imbued with a hint of grievance that stirred the hearts of the nearby attendants. What troubles you? You are my delaying. You were wounded for my sake. Is it not only natural that I feed you? I simply wish to find my sister, to live a life of an ordinary person. He lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Summoning her courage, she spoke, her body still recovering from a serious illness, her cheeks bearing an unnatural pallor that evoked deep sympathy. Guiyu set down the porcelain bowl, recognizing that the 2 points he mentioned were things she was currently unable to fulfill. Is it not sufficient for me to accompany you? How can he be unaware of the vanity that has enveloped the ghostly month? Fortunately, he lowered his head and remained silent. Chapter 42. Do not strike her. As for what he mentioned about living a life of an ordinary person, with his physique and beauty, such a notion is utterly unattainable. A beautiful disaster, possessing such allure yet lacking any substantial power. He could only exist in the mortal realm as a mere plaything for women. I shall help you find your sister, trust me, sighed Guiyu as he grasped He's delicate hand, gently pulling him into an embrace. With the passage of time, he gradually regained the ability to rise from his bed and walk independently. Within this royal garden, he felt like a canary held captive, without Guiyu's command. He could not take a single step beyond the confines of this garden. In a pavilion, he sat at a table, caressing his protective gauze. The once tender plum blossom imprint was now a distant memory, a perpetual source of anguish. However, according to the green tea system, there existed a technique to repair the gauze, requiring merely 10,000 green tea points to restore it to its former glory. Such a price is exorbitant. Not feeling rushed, he spent 3,000 green tea points to elevate his low-tier self-healing physique to a mid-tier level. This not only hastened his recovery but, with time, would also rejuvenate the protective gauze. Sighing softly, he gazed at the scenery of the garden and the peculiar glances from the surrounding attendants. His long robe fluttered in the wind as he adjusted his garment to conceal the gauze. Are you trying to bring about our demise? Stop. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed through the garden, drawing the curiosity of onlookers, though they dared not raise their heads due to the command. A group of maidens surrounded a woman, mercilessly beating her and attempting to seize the precious belongings she clutched. Despite their relentless blows, the woman fiercely protected her possession, unwilling to relinquish it. You are endangering us all. Stop, please. Seeing the woman bleeding from her wounds, he softly called out, hoping to intervene. However, his voice was too gentle, and with a timid glance at the assailants, he raised his volume. Cease this at once. Who is it? It's Du Fu Liang. Upon catching sight of He, the assailants froze momentarily, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a celestial figure. His exquisite features and delicate frame, briefly glimpsed, resembled an alluring poison. Yet, one among them quickly recognized He's identity and fell to their knees in trepidation, exclaiming, "It is said that the Ghost Emperor is particularly fond of a maiden in his palace, who accompanies him day and night, solely due to her unparalleled beauty." While the crowd pondered the peculiarity of a ghost favoring a mortal man, they could scarcely imagine how devastatingly handsome he must be. However, upon witnessing He in person, their minds were instantly captivated by his extraordinary beauty. What is the reason for your assault on her? A few individuals lowered their heads, their hearts stirred by the exceedingly sweet and melodious voice of Du Fu Liang. Upon hearing this voice, they were reminded of He's delicate figure. Unable to suppress the urge to possess and ravage her under the peony blossoms, for even in death beneath the flowers, one could still indulge in romance. Yet, as they recalled the cruelty of the Ghost Emperor, a chill ran through their hearts. It was this girl. She had pilfered from the imperial kitchen. If the Emperor were to discover it, we would surely be fed to the ghost soldiers. What did she steal? He turned her gaze towards the bloodied woman, questioning with confusion. Even now, the woman refused to reveal the contents she clutched, lying sideways on the ground. She had at least taken 3 buns. Du Fu Liang. I know this wretched girl has an elderly mother and a younger brother to support. She must have stolen food for them. However, this is not our concern. Among them, there was not a single female protagonist, nor was there much intrigue to unravel. He's interest waned significantly, and she spoke directly. Let her go. Ah? Develingieling. What are you saying? If His Majesty were to find out. She paused, then inquired, what is your name? He, disregarding the others, approached Noticing the girl's furrowed brow and the tenacious grip she maintained on the stolen buns, he softly asked, He repeated, committing the name to memory. I will bring this matter to His Majesty's attention and ensure you receive a more substantial stipend. More? A more substantial stipend? I murmured, taken aback. She had braced herself for severe punishment, anticipating a brutal beating that would leave her unable to seek employment for days, and thus unable to provide for her family. She had steeled herself to protect the food, as it represented her family's survival. To her astonishment, Devel Ngl Ing was offering her an increased stipend. I lifted her gaze, beholding He's contemplative countenance. A wave of emotion washed over her. She felt a resounding boom in her mind, overwhelmed by beauty. So exquisite, so breathtaking that she found herself at a loss for words. Upon gazing at He's visage, Yi realized she could scarcely draw a breath. As if transported to the tender moments of her childhood when her mother would embrace her, recounting tales of the virtuous husband she would one day marry, clean, diligent, gentle of temperament, resembling a celestial being. Yet, as she matured, the stark reality shattered her dreams. Her mother fell ill, her younger brother needed sustenance. As the lowest of the low, they were barely clothed and often went hungry. The notion of finding a husband as beautiful as a flower was but a distant fantasy, let alone securing a man capable of fathering children and managing a household. No one wished to share in the hardship of their meager existence. Chapter 43. Blood Sacrifice. Sword. Sensing Ye's gaze, He's eyes subtly shifted, meeting hers for a fleeting moment, her pure gaze imbued with a man's understanding and gentleness. Ye quickly lowered her head, clutching the bun in her hands tightly, as a wave of inferiority surged within her. After he spoke, she cast another glance at Yi before departing, leaving her with a sense of fate. How fortunate for you, girl. DeFu is kind-hearted. Almost led us to our doom. What are you staring at? She is not someone you can gaze upon. Have you even considered your own reflection? The latter stood there, transfixed by He's retreating silhouette, oblivious to the murmurs of those around her. As evening descended, I wandered onto the desolate street, her spirit seemingly adrift. The cold wind swept through the empty thoroughfare, and the inhabitants appeared to have grown accustomed to this melancholic existence. Her home lay nestled within a shadowy alley, surrounded by humble earthen dwellings. I seemed lost in contemplation, so much so that she failed to notice the figure cloaked in black who materialized before her. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, they collided, and a pouch of silver coins tumbled to the ground. I paused momentarily, intent on retrieving it, when her attention was drawn to the black-clad stranger behind her. Remarkably, he cast no shadow. Though the sky remained dim, a faint light filtered down, illuminating only I's solitary silhouette upon the earth. I's pupils constricted as she contemplated ignoring the silver, feigning ignorance of the incident, and walked resolutely onward. The figure behind her abruptly halted, gripping her throat with a fierce intensity. It is you. It is you. It has chosen you once more. Ha ha ha. I am finally free. The sound was frenzied, seemingly emanating from a woman's voice. Just as I was about to utter a word, a cloaked figure produced a blood-red longsword and, with a swift thrust, plunged it into I's chest. In a moment of horror, she witnessed her own decapitation and dismemberment. With a start, I opened her eyes to the pale moonlight filtering through the window. She found herself lying on her wooden bed, which creaked ominously as she rose, as if nearing the end of its days. This was her home. What happened to me? Was it merely a dream? I pressed her hands to her head, and suddenly noticed that she was gripping a longsword. Recalling the terrifying scene, her pupils constricted in fear, and she hastily discarded the sword. Clang! The sword fell to the ground, unsheathed. It was nothing more than an ordinary iron sword, yet I was consumed by dread, for she distinctly remembered the cloaked figure wielding it to behead her. Am I alive or dead? She touched her wrist. It still bore warmth. If it were not for that sword, everything would seem like a mere dream. Sister, sister, you're awake. Upon hearing the commotion, the wooden door swung open, and a spirited young boy rushed in, throwing himself into I's embrace. AMU, what just happened? The boy cradled in her arms was none other than her younger brother. You just returned with several buns, telling mother and me to eat first while you slept, saying you were very tired. This is what we saved for you. I then noticed that her brother was holding a bun in his hand. Is this so? She took the steamed bun, ate a few bites hastily, and felt a surge of strength within her. She instructed her younger brother to step outside first, her gaze falling upon the long sword. Grasping the blade felt akin to holding a cold, sharp instrument. Inscribed on the hilt were the words blood sacrifice. I, being illiterate, concealed the sword amidst the haystack in the room before stepping out. In another chamber, an elderly woman lay upon a sickbed, while her brother, Amu, was busy embroidering something. Upon seeing I, he exclaimed joyfully, Sister, once I finish this garment, I will earn 2 coins. and then we can afford to take mother to the doctor. In the town, a physician charged at least 2 coins for a consultation. I felt a pang of sorrow in her heart as she embraced her brother. Other families' sons were dressed in fine clothes and cherished as treasures, destined to marry wealthy suitors and live carefree lives. Yet her brother continued to endure a life of hunger alongside her, with their mother gravely ill and no money for treatment, subjected to the disdain of others. It is so unfair, I murmured, pulling Amu closer. You need not worry about mother. I have found new work. And each day I can earn several buns and some copper coins. Really? The boy asked, brimming with excitement. Indeed. I gently caressed her brother's hair. The task she mentioned was merely to transport firewood for the kitchen of the palace. This errand was precarious, yet it allowed her entry into the palace, where perhaps she might catch a glimpse of him. The thought of He Yi's visage pierced her heart with anguish. Alas, they were not of the same world. Mother. I approached her mother, who had been enduring the torment of illness and was now in a state of confusion. After offering some words of comfort to her brother, I was drawn outside by the sounds of revelry. Upon stepping out, she encountered a throng gathered in the alley, pointing and murmuring. Government officials were busy transporting something in abundance of silver, perhaps dozens of taels, now destined for the hands of those corrupt officers. As someone brushed past her, whispering something under their breath, a sense of foreboding enveloped I. She pushed her way through the crowd and caught sight of a corpse on the ground. And the world spun around her. There lay a figure clad in black, dismembered and decapitated, its pallid flesh teeming with insects. The officers, suppressing their disgust, were engaged in the grim task of clearing the scene. This was the very person who had taken her life in her dreams, the figure in black. Chapter 44. Admiration. It was that very sword. At that moment, it was not she who was slain, but rather the figure clad in black. Nevertheless, a chill pervaded Aya's heart. Though she had witnessed death before, she had never encountered a corpse so revolting. Strangely, despite the horrific manner of the individual's demise, not a drop of blood remained. With a somber expression, Aya turned to leave. Under the cover of night, she retrieved the long sword that lay hidden among the grass. She resolutely refused to permit this peculiar weapon to remain here, potentially endangering her family. The sword was adorned with intricate demonic runes, clearly indicating it was no ordinary object. After caressing its surface thoughtfully, Aya cast it into the river's depths. In the ensuing days, the winds were calm, and she ventured into the desolate mountains to chop wood, gathering it to transport to the Empress's chamber. As she beheld the magnificent royal gardens, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Aya's heart, wondering if she might once again encounter the noble Fu Liang. To see that visage once more. Hurry. A voice urged her on. Shouldering pieces of timber taller than herself, Aya entered the chamber, which remained the same imperial kitchen where she had previously pilfered buns. She was not the only one delivering firewood. This time, she exchanged little with others, accepted her copper coins, and contemplated departing. Yet, it was here that she had first met that man. Perhaps her dwelling was not far from this place. There were no ghostly soldiers nearby, only male attendants with bowed heads. Without a specific aim, Aya wandered along the lakeside, and then she saw him. Indeed, it was him. A surge of joy coursed through her as she spotted the man on the opposite shore. Clad in pristine white robes, he sat by the lake in a pavilion, gazing at the water, his profile strikingly beautiful as if painted. Truly, how could such a handsome man exist in this world? I was astounded, her heart racing uncontrollably, unable to resist the urge to draw closer. When she finally regained her senses, she found herself in close proximity to the man. It was then that she noticed the profound sadness reflected in his eyes as he gazed upon the lake, a cloud of unresolved melancholy lingering between his brows. She longed to approach him, to inquire about the source of his sorrow, yet fear restrained her. Stealing another glance at He Yi's visage, she hurriedly retreated, following the person delivering firewood out of the palace. You are I? It is I. I was startled, fearing that her secret observation of Liang had been discovered. However, the person merely stepped forward, presenting her with a few taels of silver. This is a special reward from the head steward, who remarked upon your fortunate fate. Fortunate fate? I was acutely aware that her life was but a mere trifle. Unfamiliar with the head steward, she surmised that the man must have mentioned her to the Empress, resulting in this meager grant. Taking the silver, she felt no joy. Rather, the act of charity felt burdensome. Nevertheless, it meant she could afford medicine for her mother. In the evening, I carried a pouch of herbs and had deliberately purchased a roasted chicken on her way back. Her brother had not tasted meat in a long while. He would surely be delighted. Amu. Sister is back. Amu. Today, the house was particularly silent. Normally, Amu would joyfully rush out upon hearing any sound. However, when Yi pushed open the door, she was taken aback. Inside the dwelling stood a group of masked individuals, brandishing sharp blades and casting menacing glances in her direction. An invisible aura of death advancing upon her. Her younger brother lay bound and unconscious on the floor. "Who are you?" Yi stammered, feeling disoriented as a roasted chicken fell to the ground. Did they wish for her to live or die? Complete a task for us, and upon its completion, this will be your reward. The leader of the group removed her mask, revealing a scarred visage that gazed down at the frail Yi with a smirk. From her bosom, she produced a pouch of silver coins. "We have heard that you have had contact with the Liang in the palace. We desire him to consume this." The scar-faced woman took out a packet of powdered medicine and poured it into a teacup. One of her subordinates seized the cup and, before Yi's astonished eyes, tipped its contents into the mouth of her ailing mother. "What is that? What are you doing?" Yi gasped in horror, but was swiftly pinned to the ground, forced to witness the death of her mother, her heart shattering in despair. "Now, it is your turn to choose. Your brother, with his delicate skin, may not withstand our torment. No, he is merely a child." I gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with terror. Very well. Our people will cooperate with you. It now depends on your actions." Observing I's reaction, the scarred woman felt a sense of satisfaction. These commoners proved to be quite useful at crucial moments. Warriors could not enter the Ghost Emperor's palace. Only those devoid of even a trace of true energy, ordinary individuals, had the opportunity to enter and exit the imperial quarters. They had recognized this fact and thus targeted I. "Eliminating the traitor will earn you great rewards from His Majesty. Your fortunate moment has arrived." The scarred woman chuckled. What would be the Ghost Emperor's reaction if his beloved Liang were to perish? Would he not be consumed with rage? The lives of common people are as insignificant as grass. If the world were to learn of the Ghost Emperor's cruelty and unite to eradicate this calamity, the ghostly realm would stand no chance of coalescing into a formidable force. This was precisely what the leader wished to witness. "We shall grant you a mere 3 days. If others become aware of this news, your brother," she said, drawing a line across her throat, "I will comply with your demands." Chapter 44. Help me bear a child, my lord. The leader has sent word via carrier pigeon, stating that another group will be dispatched to further complicate the situation before the national master arrives. The long-haired woman with a cold demeanor received the letter. Its brief script unmistakably penned by the hand of the sect leader, Luo Yan. Was it to stir the chaos further? Xiaozi clutched the note, reducing it to a pile of ash. In recent days, they had eliminated dozens of officials, yet the Ghost Emperor had grown wary, making it increasingly difficult to act. Xiaozi had intended to halt for a time, awaiting a favorable opportunity, but to her astonishment, the leader's command urged them to advance further. "My lord." She did not require her subordinate's subtle glance to sense the commotion. A masked group of women approached. The leader, removing her mask, revealed herself to be the scarred woman. "Lord Xiao." Xiaozi inclined her head slightly, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossing her eyes. Among the assassins of the Luo Yan sect, names were to be addressed with caution. This scarred woman was the leader of the contingent that had arrived in Lin City. Now, with the sect leader's directive, she was compelled to surrender her authority, though resentment simmered within her. "What news do you bring?" Xiaozi inquired, as the ashes of the note scattered upon the river. "We are preparing to assassinate someone. Once we eliminate him, the Ghost Emperor will undoubtedly fall into disarray." "Whom do you intend to kill?" "Delang. It is rumored that he is a favored mortal of the Ghost Emperor, renowned for his extraordinary beauty, indulged every day and night. It is hard to fathom that even a ghost can be such a lecherous creature." In the eyes of the scarred woman flickered a hint of mockery, seemingly regarding the Ghost Emperor with disdain. "Ghostly beings. Lustful." Xiaozi murmured, acknowledging that many among these entities were indeed driven by carnal desires, with the mother of Huayin being a notable example. Had it not been for her own hubris, he would not have shielded her from harm. Nor would she have fallen into the clutches of these spirits, ultimately drained of her sacred essence and meeting her demise. These specters truly deserve their fate. "What is your plan?" one subordinate inquired, seizing an opportunity to prompt the scarred woman to reveal her scheme. It involved creating chaos to distract the Ghost Emperor, allowing Yi to approach Delang and seize the moment to eliminate him. To safeguard against any eventualities, Yi would then be silenced. After all, a commoner's death would go unnoticed. Indeed, if Delang perishes, the situation will undoubtedly become more tumultuous. Yet, do you believe that a mere unarmed mortal can achieve success in this endeavor? What does Master Xiao imply? I shall lead my men and take matters into my own hands. Delang must die, In the chamber, he awoke to find that Guiyu had already departed. The previous night, Guiyu had attempted to make advances. But he, weakened in body, had declined. After all, it would take 100 days to recover from such injuries. Moreover, he narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Women, by their very nature, require men to safeguard themselves in the world outside. Additionally, having recently recovered from a grave illness, he truly lacked the vigor to engage in such matters unless compelled. On this day of the ghost month, Guiyu declared that he would not attend court but rather accompany him for a leisurely stroll in the garden. Yet, early in the morning, no one was in sight. Perhaps due to pressing matters. He adorned herself, glancing at her reflection in the bronze mirror. The visage staring back was still captivating. A beauty capable of causing nations to falter. After several days of recuperation, her once pallid countenance now bore a touch of the rosy hue of health. A flicker of inspiration sparked within her as she closed the doors and windows, taking advantage of the solitude to lift her garments before the mirror. Her pristine abdomen, with its distinctly visible lines, was utterly alluring. Alas, it was said that women in this world were not only drawn to the hidden secrets of men but also to their delicate waists. Her own waist, slender enough to be grasped with one hand, stirred feelings of attraction even within herself. What would happen if other women beheld it? Once again, she found herself engulfed in anxiety regarding her appearance and figure. You have awakened. I just attended to some matters. As the hour for dining approached, within the pavilions of the garden, Guiyu, adorned in her phoenix robe, sat patiently, seemingly having awaited for quite some time. She was well aware of He's habit of dining here, hence she chose to come and wait for him. He, with light, delicate steps, made his way to the pavilion and took a seat. Please eat, Guiyu urged, serving him a bowl of congee, placing it before him. In recent days, the assassins from the Liangxian kingdom had been causing turmoil, assassinating officials in the court and instilling a sense of dread among the populace. She had ordered a thorough investigation into the matter and ensured the protection of the officials and their families. The newly established Yuxian kingdom faced numerous challenges, with many institutions still in disarray. Coupled with the chaos wrought by the assassins, Guiyu found herself in a state of disarray. After all, managing state affairs was far more complex than mere conflict. Many matters required her personal attention. Consequently, her time with He naturally diminished. Yet, this was not the source of her greatest concern. I can manage on my own, he said, taking the porcelain bowl. Casting a glance at Guiyu before lowering his head to eat. I yearn for your assistance in bringing forth a child. For a considerable time. Guiyu gazed longingly at the enchanting He, letting out a soft, inexplicable sigh. He nearly choked on her meal. Her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Guiyu, who gently took He's hand and placed it upon her heart. In that moment of tranquility, it became evident that within Guiyu there resided not a typical human heart, but rather He's sacred spirit pearl. Despite the absence of lunar essence during this period, Guiyu could sense the vibrant life force emanating from the pearl, nurturing her soul and bestowing newfound strength. Once her cultivation transcended the realm of the ghost monarch. With the aid of the sacred spirit pearl, she might indeed have the capacity to bear offspring akin to ordinary humans. Guiyu cherished the moments spent with He. Yet the fleeting nature of mortal life weighed heavily on her heart. Without the sustenance of the sacred spirit pearl, He's lifespan would likely diminish significantly. A source of deep concern for Guiyu. Ignoring He's protests, Guiyu embraced her, expressing her anxieties. Your Majesty, perhaps you are weary. In this world, it is the woman who bears the child, with a mere 6 months required for gestation. However, during this period, the father's body often becomes frail, plagued by nausea and exhaustion. The crux of the matter was that He had no desire to bear a ghostly child with Guiyu. In the distance, I held a dish of food in her hands, her eyes red as she observed the scene unfold. She witnessed the woman enveloping De Lang in her embrace, her hand slipping beneath the fabric of his clothing. To her astonishment, the usually composed and dignified De Fu Lang's face turned crimson. Is that the ghost emperor? I lowered her gaze, fearful that others might catch a glimpse of her envious stare. Chapter 45. Shenyi. Why is it that she possesses him? Yu was ignorant of the sensation. Perhaps she had become enamored with that De Fu Liang. A graceful nobleman is sought after by a virtuous maiden. She yearned to surge forth and forewarn him that his life was in peril, that they plotted his assassination. He would meet his demise. However, Yu was unable to act. Her mother had already been murdered, and her sole sibling remained captive in their grasp. She was coerced into poisoning his meals. Why? Was it that the weak were destined for oppression? They merely sought survival. What transgression had they committed? Why? The crowd, in tacit agreement, held their plates in anticipation. No one noticed the intensifying crimson hue in Aya's eyes. She mused that if she were sufficiently powerful, would she be able to possess that man, rescue her brother, and slay all who oppressed her? A sinister notion enveloped her, a voice seemingly guiding her, asserting that through murder, one could attain strength sufficient to slay that ghost emperor and claim that man as her own. Ding. Congratulations, host, on encountering the destined female lead, Xinyi. A prompt flashed across her mind. He was momentarily stunned and opened the system panel. A new female lead, Xinyi, had been added to the panel. But in contrast to the other female leads, Xinyi's attributes remained dim, inaccessible, seemingly not yet fully awakened. It was that girl, Xinyi. The girl called Ayu. Was she nearby? Under the watchful eyes of the celestial orb. He endured the caresses of Guiyu while searching for the trace of a Yi. To her astonishment, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It appeared a Yi was carrying her breakfast. Your Majesty, this is quite uncomfortable for me. He sighed softly, pressing down on Guiyu's hand. Only then did Guiyu discreetly withdraw her hand from the folds of Yi's garment. Their intimacy had already been established, with even the protective veil taken by Guiyu. To her, this was inconsequential, yet she understood that a man held his chastity in utmost regard. In this garden, such actions were indeed a breach of decorum. I wish to eat. He cast a slightly aggrieved glance at Guiyu, indicating her desire for sustenance. Yet Guiyu continued to hold her hand firmly. I shall feed you. Guiyu lifted a bowl of congee, delicately offering it to He. No. I can manage myself. He protested, but she could not resist Guiyu's insistence and reluctantly opened her mouth. Meanwhile, as Fu Liang began his meal, the dining attendants approached in succession. Yi soon followed the procession and drew closer to the pavilion, where she once again beheld He from a short distance. However, she found her in the embrace of the ghost emperor. When Yi stole a glance at the emperor's visage, she was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated a figure of great cruelty and grotesqueness, yet the man before her bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary human. The meticulously prepared dishes required silver needles to test for poison before gracing De Liang's table, and with so many people around, the opportunity for poisoning was utterly improbable. The act of poisoning was simply inconceivable. Who are you? The ghost emperor suddenly fixed his gaze upon Yi, for she was the sole unfamiliar face present. Instantly, all fell silent, freezing in place, and promptly knelt upon the ground. Yi, unsure of how to respond, had never encountered someone of such high status. Overcome with guilt, her voice trembled. I am merely a servant bringing food. I am Yi, your Majesty. Instead, it was the noble Fu who came to her aid, recounting his own experiences to the ghost emperor. To her surprise, he remembered someone as insignificant as herself. It must have been the steward who assigned her the task of delivering meals to his Majesty. Fu's voice was melodious, and Yi yearned to lift her gaze and behold his visage once more, yet she dared not do so. She felt ensnared by the ghost emperor's sinister aura. Trapped amidst a sea of corpses, her life seemingly at his whim. This sense of helplessness stirred a disquiet in her heart. Recently, many ministers' families had fallen prey to assassins. You are the one I cherish most. I must remain vigilant, he declared. She possessed no true energy within her. If there was cause for concern, perhaps he was merely being overly cautious. I am but an ordinary person, your Majesty. There is no need for excessive worry. There are many unfortunate souls in the world, and as Empress, you should be more concerned for them, he spoke softly, almost feeling as if he could govern the world with such words. Yet, but I care for you more, the ghost emperor replied, his expression laden with complexity. He understood her sentiments, but the bond between them transcended life and death. Their time together had made her intimately familiar with this man's gentleness. Her love for the realm was rivaled only by her affection for him. Moreover, Hi's days may be numbered. To speak candidly, she is more concerned about Hi prolonging life. Ayu subtly grasped the pivotal phrase. Perhaps this was the root of De Liang's sorrow. Historically, those with beauty have often met untimely ends. With Hi's intercession, Ayu successfully navigated a perilous situation and survived. In truth, had the ghost emperor searched her, he would have discovered the pouch of poison hidden within her bosom. After placing the meal down, she followed the others as they departed. As she left, she seized the opportunity to glance back, only to find the man atop the pavilion furrowing his brow while conversing with the ghost emperor. Their dialogue did not seem to revolve around romance or leisurely pursuits. Rather, it focused on the plight of individuals such as themselves, particularly De Liang, whose kind-heartedness shone through as he urged the ghost emperor to show compassion towards the people. This sentiment was also reflected in her. Shen Yi, do you admire him? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Aye's mind. Who? Aye was startled, glancing around to find no one had noticed. The voice seemed to materialize from thin air, audible only to her, while the others continued on their way. Do you admire him? The voice within my mind incessantly echoes, leaving me perplexed by your words. This sound resurfaces intermittently, much to Ai's vexation, prompting her to respond, which momentarily silences the voice. Truly, one can be enamored. The ghostly emperor at his side is formidable enough to contend with 10 martial artists at the transformation stage. After a while, as she exited the royal garden, that voice resurfaced. Who are you? The current you cannot kill him. Eliminate 10 individuals to save your brother. What? Before I could inquire further, the voice fell silent again. Kill people. Moments later, the voice faded completely. I stood in bewilderment, discovering a sword at her waist, the blood sacrifice sword she had cast into the lake days prior. How did it end up here? This sword has always harbored malevolent intentions, urging her to commit murder. Her thoughts were in disarray, rendering her unable to digest any sound. Moreover, I felt an ominous premonition. Should she commence her killing spree, she might become the next fallen figure in black. As she prepared to confront the masked women, she buried the blood sacrifice sword beneath a concealed tree root. Incompetent fool, hissed the scarred woman, grasping Ai's neck. You are less than 10 paces from delaying. Why not slay him directly, you worthless wretch? Upon revealing her inability to poison Delang, I found no sympathy from the scarred woman, who seemed to wish to strangle her on the spot. The ghost emperor is. There are many people. Humph. Worthless. The scarred woman cast a side eye, stating that there remained but 2 days until the third day, when they would divert the ghost emperor, granting her a final opportunity. Otherwise, she would only behold the lifeless form of her brother. What? No, I implore you. Spare my brother. Ai's pupils constricted as she desperately pleaded. Spare him? Huh. If you crawl through my legs, I shall release him. What say you? The scarred woman, observing Ai's pitiful demeanor, was seized by a desire to mock her. I will crawl. Without a hint of hesitation, I complied, crawling through the woman's legs. Yet, once I emerged, the scarred woman kicked her away contemptuously, scoffing. You actually believed such a deceit? In her eyes, I had become akin to a worthless creature. And as for her brother, he had already been thoroughly toyed with, a delicate and tender youth, precisely the kind they relished in taking turns with. Upon reflection, if it were not for Delang, how would they have chosen you? It is all his fault. Do you comprehend? If he does not perish, it is your brother who will meet his demise. In just 2 days. Scarred woman lowered her brows slightly, knowing that in 2 days, regardless of success or failure, she would have to eliminate Aye. Chapter 47. The initial descent into darkness. Aye felt as if her heart were being mercilessly twisted. Once again, she was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. She was at a loss for what to do, as her brother's life lay in the hands of others. She could only comply with their demands and infiltrate the royal gardens to assassinate that man. With only 2 days remaining, Aye felt adrift. She observed he delicately inhaling the fragrance of flowers amidst the blooms. And she also saw him lost in thought within the pavilion. His exquisite visage and fragile frame invoked a profound sense of injustice within her. What had he done to deserve such a fate? In truth, he had long been aware of Xinye's peculiar behavior. However, as she had not yet fully ascended to her role as the destined heroine, he was unable to discern her inner thoughts and remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He likely surmised the reason behind Xinye's transformation into the heroine. It was either a fortuitous encounter or the result of enduring tribulations. The fact that the green tea system acknowledged her as the protagonist indicated that her destiny was indeed quite formidable. Thus, Aye spent her day in a state of dazed indifference. By the third day, she realized this was her singular opportunity. Suddenly, a massive rebellion erupted outside the walls, creating a cacophony that even the ghostly guards of the royal gardens could not ignore, sealing off all entrances. The male and female attendants within the garden were immediately thrown into disarray, as rumors spread that it was the Empress of Liangxian Kingdom who had breached their defenses. The establishment of the Ghost Emperor's regime had been abrupt, and Liangxian Kingdom was deemed the rightful authority, a belief deeply ingrained in the hearts of many. A surge of unrest blossomed among them, weary of their existence alongside specters, yearning for the Empress of Liangxian to reclaim control over Ling City. Outside the royal gardens, a group of masked women clad in uniform black garments was engaged in fierce combat with the ghostly soldiers. Their singular objective clear, to infiltrate the garden and slay the ghostly emperor's attendants. Meanwhile, sensing the precariousness of the situation, Yi prepared to retreat to her chamber and lay low, only to be intercepted by an individual. "You are Yi." Upon recognizing the visitor, Yi feigned surprise, while Yi lifted her gaze, calmly fixing her eyes on the man she had long admired, a bittersweet emotion swirling within her. Up close, the man appeared even more striking, with thin lips, raven black hair, and his long robe billowing in the wind, a dark red ribbon casually binding his hair behind him, exuding an indescribable elegance. His slender frame and delicate waist stirred a sudden restlessness in Yi, reminiscent of the time the Ghost Emperor had reached into Yi's neckline. Alarmed, she thought, something is about to go awry. Yi, you must hide. It will be safe once His Majesty returns. In response to Yi's gentle reassurance, Yi withdrew a short blade from her bosom, bowing her head in silence. "You are an assassin." Upon seeing the dagger, Yi's complexion turned pale, taking a few steps back in disbelief, gazing at Yi with incredulity. Yi's fear-stricken eyes were locked onto her own, and Yi suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of anguish within her. "I am sorry. I had no choice. I had granted Yi numerous opportunities. Should Yi attempt to flee or scream, she would resign herself to fate. However, he merely gazed at her in fear, seemingly rendered speechless by terror. I lunged towards Yi, tackling the man to the ground. Instantly, a soft, fragrant breeze enveloped her, and as she straddled him, his skin proved even more delicate than she had anticipated. Yet, in the next moment, I was violently hurled away, pain coursing through her as if her very organs were dislocated. Life and death hung by a thread, as a formidable armored specter on a towering steed materialized before her, its sword poised to descend. Wait, General Xian, this specter had been deliberately assigned by Guiyu to ensure his safety. Although the garden was devoid of apparitions at times, humans can be far more terrifying. How could Guiyu possibly be unprepared? I lay on the ground, already resigned to her impending demise, her gaze fixed intently upon Yi. In her final moments, it seemed she wished to behold him a few more times. Let her go. What? I's heart quivered, doubting her own ears. Not only I, but even General Ting Xian felt as though her hearing had betrayed her. I was not a villain. She had a mother and a younger brother to care for. Surely there must be some underlying hardship. With my kin lost, I cannot bear to see her brother deprived of support. He spoke softly to the towering specter, attempting to soothe its wrath. Had I not been the heroine, he might have pretended to be frightened and remained silent. However, as I was on the cusp of becoming the true heroine, and also a potential source of his own gains, he was unwilling to let her perish at Ting Xian's hands. What Liao had mentioned merely reflected the kindness of a lady. The female general was eager to eliminate this assassin at once. Yet the Empress had decreed that she heed Yi's wishes and protect him. With a resigned sigh, she commanded, "Be gone." I apologize. I's heart was in turmoil. She never anticipated that De Lang would once again plead for her, granting her a chance to survive. Sensing the malevolence of the specters, she instinctively rose to her feet, casting a lingering gaze at Yi before departing in a disheartened manner. "I have warned you, you cannot slay him. From the very beginning, he has been shielded by the protection of malevolent beings." A voice echoed in her mind, causing I's heart to shudder. "You did not heed my warning, thus your brother has perished." What? Chapter 48. The true agony. A jolt of unease pierced I's heart as a foreboding sensation enveloped her, disregarding the pain coursing through her body. She hastened towards the humble earthen dwelling. The streets outside were in chaos, masked figures ruthlessly slaughtering at will, while the specters began to swarm, driving the populace before them, clashing with the assassins. Ironically, the very entities that mortals feared were protecting them, while their own kind sought only to exacerbate the turmoil. Boom. A panicked carriage careened wildly, and I, preoccupied with her escape, failed to evade it, crashing into a heap of corpses. Instantly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, her body feeling as though it had shattered. Shaking her head to regain her senses, she leaned against the wall and made her way home. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until, at last, she pushed open the wooden door. Amu. I clung to a thread of hope in her heart, contemplating that perhaps those individuals had deceived her. They might be as benevolent as Fu Lang, merely intimidating her to compel her into action. Upon perceiving the harrowing scene within the room, Yi's pupils dilated, and she felt as if her heart had ceased to beat. The disordered chamber was suffused with a metallic scent of blood. Her brother, Amu, lay completely bare upon the wooden bed, his arms adorned with purple bruises that had transformed into a dark crimson hue. The state of his lower body was a disarray, and a deep laceration marred his neck, no longer oozing fresh blood. Amu. Ai stood frozen, slowly approaching the bedside to cradle her brother in her arms. "Do not leave me." In his grasp lay the garment he had been stitching, a task that would yield 2 coins from their employer, while a mistake would incur a substantial debt. Thus, Amu had always been exceedingly cautious. His demise was brutal, a consequence of humiliation and abuse, silenced forever. Had it not been for Ayi, he might have remained here eternally, destined to become mere bones. Amu, do not abandon me. Ayi's eyes transformed into a fiery crimson, tears of blood cascading down her cheeks. No one could fathom the depths of her anguish at that moment. They had relied on each other since childhood, struggling to survive. Merely existing had drained them of all their strength. Yet, this world resembled a monstrous entity, relentlessly eroding their dignity and hope, leaving behind nothing but profound agony. The agony of being trampled upon. You have failed, worthless wretch. A sound emanated from outside the door as a masked woman unsheathed her sword. She was the very assassin left behind by Scarface to silence the witness. Why? Why did you kill him? Why? I clutched her brother tightly, her heart racing uncontrollably, her voice choked with emotion. You are worthless, unworthy of existence in this world. The martial realm is one of survival of the fittest. The latter's voice was a cold, piercing blade, striking deep into Iceheart. Thud, thud, thud. Ha ha ha. Unworthy of existence in this world. At some point, the blood sacrifice sword reappeared at her waist. Who are you really? You are not worthy to know. The masked figure grasped the sword and approached Ai. Her icy gaze fixed upon Ai's neck, the blade poised to descend. With a swift motion, the sword sliced down, and in the next instant, Ai's head tumbled to the ground. Silence fell as the masked woman sheathed her sword, ready to depart. Yet suddenly, her vision began to swirl, and a crimson line blossomed across her throat, mirroring Ai's fatal wound. Ai. The masked woman's head fell, her eyes seemingly clouded, while Ai's lifeless body continued to embrace her brother. In that moment, she herself had met her demise. Ha ha ha. So it turns out. The weak are unworthy of existence in this world. This world is but a deceptive illusion. The death of Amu and the merciless slaughter by the assassins deeply stirred Ai, awakening within her a clearer understanding of this martial world. Gripping the blood sacrifice sword in her hands, she gently drew it forth, as if sensing the despair of its master. The once ordinary iron blade transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Extracting the blood sacrifice sword felt akin to drawing forth a pool of flowing blood. If you had obeyed from the beginning and sacrificed 10 lives, your brother would not have perished. Ai was rendered speechless as she collected the mask and garments of the masked woman, embracing her brother. She ascended to the desolate mountain and buried him alongside their mother. From this moment forth, Ai ceased to exist. Only the vengeful Shinyi remained. Donning the iron mask, Shinyi pondered, what must I do to become powerful swiftly? The spirit of the blood sacrifice sword responded, to kill, the stronger your victims, the mightier you shall become. Who are they? Shinyi inquired, gesturing toward her own attire. The Liangshin Kingdom, the Yin Luo sect. Yin Luo sect. Shinyi murmured, gripping the blood sacrifice sword, an overwhelming sense of familiarity flooding her mind, compelling her toward bloodshed. In the streets of Ling City, the assassins of the Yin Luo sect continued their entanglement with the specters, ruthlessly slaughtering those unable to escape in time. Jian Shursan, have you completed the mission? Come quickly and assist. Upon encountering Shinyi, someone mistook her for the original masked woman and immediately called out in a hushed tone. Shinyi remained silent, approaching the individual. As the person engaged in the act of murder, her blood sacrifice sword was unsheathed. 13. You. The individual gazed in astonishment at the blood-red blade before them. In Chapter 49, a reunion, a surge of formidable true energy flowed into Shinye's meridians. The person she had slain was a master of the opening origin realm. The influx of energy elevated Shinye's cultivation directly to the Qi training realm. A level that would typically require an ordinary person several months to attain, she accomplished it in mere seconds. You are not Jian Shursan. Who are you? The assassins from the Yin Luo sect noticed Shun Ye's anomaly. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously charged at her. Numerous swords struck, cleaving Shun Yi into several pieces. Yet, in the next moment, she restored herself to her original form, while the attackers faced dire consequences. Some were severed at the waist, others lost limbs, such as arms and thighs. What is happening? Ah, it hurts. Shun Yi gasped lightly. Although she could transfer her injuries onto these individuals via the blood sacrifice sword, the pain she experienced in that moment was undeniably real. However, when juxtaposed with the anguish of the spirit, the physical suffering became inconsequential. Shinyi turned to face the fallen foes, wielding the blood sacrifice sword to end their lives one by one. Second, third, fourth, fifth. After cleansing these individuals, Shinyi felt a profound intensification of the true energy within his body, his cultivation advancing to the late stage of qi refinement. The Yinzhou sect. My revenge has only just begun. Meanwhile, he retreated in panic as several masked figures clad in black emerged within her chamber. He is indeed a stunningly handsome figure, that Ghost Emperor, possessing an immense stroke of fortune. TSK. Observing that only a single impeccably dressed handsome man occupied the room, the group exchanged glances and encircled He. Who are you? She exclaimed. Startled by the sight of these armed warriors wielding blades, He's heart raced, realizing the number of martial artists flooding in was far greater than she had anticipated. Were they all here to capture him? Such a beauty as this Defang should not be squandered solely for the Ghost Emperor's amusement. Why not allow us to indulge as well? I have yet to experience a man of the Ghost Emperor. Scoundrels, consumed by lust. If we delay any longer, the Ghost Emperor will unravel our plot. Once she returns, we shall all meet our demise. We must act swiftly, kill him. He, terrified by their provocative words, retreated hastily, opening her rouge box to summon General Ting Xian. You again, you band of assassins. The female general, astride a magnificent steed, appeared with a grim visage, resembling a specter from the underworld, shielding He in the corner. She was a pinnacle ghostly being. Should a ghost king arrive, our plan would be thwarted. But this is merely a ghost general. Sword 20, Sword 21, we shall hold this specter at bay. You must slay him. The individuals, all seasoned assassins who had faced the brink of death, swiftly devised a method to counter the onslaught. They coated their long swords with blood and mystical symbols, advancing toward General Ting Xian. Although the general was no weakling, he found himself overwhelmed by their simultaneous attacks. He swung his large blade in an attempt to fend off the assassins, unleashing a powerful force that shattered everything in the room. Chairs, mirrors, doors, and windows burst apart in an instant. Lingling, you shall remain behind me. When His Majesty returns, these ants shall meet their demise. The assassins appeared to have discerned a pattern, assaulting from the four directions, above, below, left, and right. General Ting Xian, with his formidable energy, was unafraid of being besieged by apparitions. However, in his effort to protect He from harm, he found himself constrained at every turn. A fragment of a broken sword grazed He's face, severing a few strands of his hair. These assassins were intent on ending his life. Even a beauty capable of bringing ruin to the kingdom was not spared from their wrath, clearly lacking any sense of mercy. Xiao Cha, assist me in dealing with them. He procured several misfortune auras from the green tea system, affixing them to the assassins, while bestowing luck auras upon himself and General Ting Xian. Were it not for the fear of drawing too much attention and exposing the system, he could have acquired an array of peculiar items to confront these foes. In a matter of moments, the assassins began to falter, being sent flying, even sliding down the walls, drenched in their own blood. They clutched their wounds, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. Lingling, are you unharmed? He shook his head gently, casting a glance at the swords and blades mounted on the wall, his complexion appearing somewhat pallid. After all, he was merely a mortal, and his frail body rendered him vulnerable to the collision of a warrior's true energy. Liao, hold them off. You should take this chance to hide. Observing several individuals consuming dark pills, their inner true energy surged dramatically, while the sinister aura surrounding Ting Xian intensified ominously. We are doomed. When the Ghost Emperor returns, we shall all perish here. The group employed their techniques, engaging in battle with Ting Xian, yet confusion ensued. What is happening? Why is the effect of the Black Absolute Pill so fleeting? After ingestion, the Black Absolute Pill caused a dramatic surge in true energy, but subsequently left the body exceedingly weakened. This particular pill was exceedingly costly, with each assassin of the Yinluo sect permitted only 2. Logically, it should not have been depleted so swiftly. Why did they feel such an absence of strength? If this stalemate continued, death was inevitable. In a critical moment, yet another masked figure clad in black emerged, seizing the opportunity to deliver a forceful kick to Ting Xian, sending him flying. This black-clad individual's prowess was evidently superior, capable of overwhelming even the pinnacle of ghostly beings. What astonished He was the alert from the system. My lord, Xiao Zi seized He with a firm grip, pulling her whole being backward as if floating, yet showing no intention of retreating. Chapter 50, My body is no longer pure. Xiao Zi coldly admonished the others, then tightened her embrace around He, decisively choosing a direction to proceed. Let me go? Let me go? He feigned ignorance of the identity of the man in his embrace, a stranger to him. and for a man of virtue. This moment could be deemed a lifelong blemish. Driven by an instinct to preserve his chastity, he struggled desperately. However, his voice was imbued with a masculine allure that incessantly provoked Xiaozi's hormones. Furthermore, the man cradled in his arms felt like a delicate wisp, akin to holding a puddle of water. As he was lifted, an acute sense of torment enveloped him, channeling his vital energy. He attempted to leap over the towering wall of trees, yet no matter how fervently he fought, he could not escape Xiaozi's embrace. The latter remained silent, carrying He to a desolate mountain, clutching his garments tightly, enveloping him in an unyielding hug. "My lord, why have you brought this young gentleman along?" As several others arrived, they beheld Xiaozi entwined with the resisting Delang and burst into laughter. Their lord, usually focused solely on martial practice and indifferent to male allure, seemed to have been swayed by the beauty of this young man. Furthermore, this lord had always been considerate of his subordinates. One wondered if, after he had his fill, they might partake in a little of the spoils themselves. That young gentleman, with such a captivating appearance, had already ignited their desires. "Is everyone here?" After a brief moment, nearly all the subordinates had gathered. Xiaozi released He, silently observing the latter's panicked grip on his own garments. The previous encounter in Huayin village had placed him in a similar predicament. Yet then he had been singularly focused on vanquishing the Huayin witch, neglecting He's safety. "My lord, this Delang is also a crucial target for us. While you feast, might we too partake in the bounty?" Some gazed hungrily at He's vulnerable form, captivated by his visage and slender waist. Assassins needed to maintain a constant state of vigilance, yet this relentless strain often left them weary. Hence, many assassins reveled in indulgence after completing their tasks, lavishly spending on the company of men, lost in the embrace of tenderness. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Xiaozi drew forth his sword, lowering his brow to scrutinize the intricate patterns etched upon it. This long blade had been bestowed upon him personally by the sect leader. In the next instant, Xiaozi appeared behind several of his subordinates and swiftly struck out at them. The sword intent of the Lihe realm could imbue the blade with vital energy, rendering it as sharp as silk cutting through mud. What? Damn it! Are you betraying the sect leader? Kill us, and the master will not spare you." As Xiaozi unsheathed her weapon, a sense of foreboding settled in the hearts of the others. However, their cultivation was already inferior to hers by a whole level, and with the effects of the black elixir waning, they found themselves in a state of weakness, rendering them utterly incapable of countering her. They had never anticipated that Xiaozi would suddenly turn on them. Soon, they fell one by one beneath the blade of her sword. "Once you are all dead, no one will know it was I who did it." Xiaozi scoffed coldly, retracting her sword. She had no intention of taking lives in front of He, but failing to do so would mean He's demise. Observing the shock and fear etched on the man's face, Xiaozi felt a torrent of emotions swell within her. She slowly approached He, and as the latter closed her eyes in terror, Xiaozi reached out to caress her face. Those delicate, water-like eyes were as pure as crystal, her lips small and cherry-like, and her long black hair was slightly disheveled. Xiaozi had long yearned for this visage. "You. I should have guessed that the so-called Delang was you." Xiaozi removed her iron mask, revealing her true countenance. The once cold and stern expression softened. Compared to her past self, Xiaozi appeared considerably haggard. The ghostly month had deceived her. He had not perished. Instead, she was imprisoned in the palace. "You." He was momentarily stunned, her earlier fear transforming into surprise. Then, as if overwhelmed by her emotions, she collapsed weakly into Xiaozi's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Her gaze towards Xiaozi was a tumult of joy, fear, and unspoken complexities. "I thought you were dead." Xiaozi gently wiped away the tears from the corners of He's eyes, her heart aching as she said, "So did I." The tender timbre of her voice brushed against Xiaozi's heart. Gazing into the angelic face so near to her, she could not resist lifting He's chin and kissing her. At first, He resisted the raw and restrained nature of Xiaozi's actions. But soon her reluctance gave way to acceptance. After a moment, she forcefully pushed Xiaozi away, yet Xiaozi embraced her once more, yearning to draw closer. You cannot do this." He's resistance suddenly intensified. "Why? I miss you so much. The days without you have been unbearable. I have come to realize that I cannot go back." Xiaozi pinned He's arm down, holding her beneath her, unable to contain her emotions any longer. She had hesitated, but upon seeing He, she collapsed, choosing to follow her heart. In order to conceal the failure of the mission, the master had eliminated everyone who knew the details, except for her. Moreover, He was one of those they sought to silence. Should the master discover that He was still alive, she would face endless pursuit. Xiaozi. He Ming struck Xiaozi's face with a palm. His eyes filled with a deep sense of guilt. I'm sorry, you've hurt me. My current condition prevents me from engaging in that matter. Moreover, because of the tension, he said, his face flushed, nervously tightening the sleeves of his garment. You must leave quickly. When the ghost month arrives, she will not spare you. You actually want me to go? Xiaozi was taken aback. She recalled how he had previously harbored feelings for her, not only preparing the kanji for her, but also risking himself to shield her from harm, as if everything revolved around her. How could he suddenly urge her to depart? In the next moment, Xiaozi grasped He's sleeve, revealing the delicate pink patterns of the guard's fabric. The original purple plum blossom had faded into a pale red mark. He had lost his first time, although Xiaozi had anticipated this outcome. Witnessing it firsthand caused her heart to plummet swiftly. He hurriedly pulled down his sleeve to conceal the mark. For such a private area should only be viewed freely by one spouse. At that moment, Xiaozi suddenly noticed that the vitality within He was remarkably fragile. The vibrant life force bestowed by his sacred physique had seemingly vanished. Was it the ghost month? She has taken away your sacred spirit and your purity. Xiaozi's expression darkened rapidly, transforming into one of fury. Chapter 51. Torment Born of Love. My body is no longer pure. I am sorry. Seeing the anger in Xiaozi's eyes, He spoke with a tinge of melancholy. Is it the ghost month? Xiaozi understood why He suddenly urged her to leave. His protective veil was gone. During these days, as a mere puppet residing in the ghostly palace, he must have been subjected to countless encounters. She had once been so close to removing He's protective veil. Had it not been for the interference of the sect leader. Her strength is formidable. I could not resist. Upon uttering these words, he seemed to lose all his strength, with glistening tears welling in his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host, for causing Xiaozi's soul to waver, earning 100 green tea points. A notification echoed in his mind, and He's eyes brightened as he received another 100 green tea points from Xiaozi. To be fair, ever since he eavesdropped on Xiaozi's innermost thoughts and learned the truth of his origins, He's feelings of hatred towards Xiaozi had diminished. Or perhaps it was his former memories that had lessened the animosity. The family that raised him was, in fact, his mother's murderer, using him for their own ends. Merely nurturing his sacred spirit pearl, awaiting the opportune moment to extract it. Now, with a soul from another realm, he sought to leverage these circumstances to his advantage, accumulating more green tea points. So, you wish to leave me? Xiaozi did not release He. Instead, she spoke coldly. The thought of He allowing that specter to harvest for days on end caused her heart to bleed. What was rightfully hers had been squandered, benefiting a phantom due to her negligence. She felt a deep sense of injustice. It was certain that Guiyu had consumed the sacred spirit pearl within He to overcome the thunder tribulation and ascend to the realm of Ghost Emperor. At this moment, she was undoubtedly no match for Guiyu. However, gazing upon He's exquisite visage, a beauty that was inherently hers, she could not bear it. He remained speechless, her eyes brimming with desolation. You. Xiaozi's gaze turned icy. She had a glimmer of understanding regarding He's sentiments. Initially, when she had merely gazed upon his form, he had developed feelings for her, the so-called maternal enemy. Yet, Guiyu had ridden him, taken his protective veil, and shared his bed for over 10 days. His heart had long since strayed from her grasp. The heart of a man is the most fickle, and moreover, a man who has lost his protective veil will never forget the woman who shattered it. Ding. Congratulations, host. Green tea value 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Green tea value 20. Xiaozi's inner thoughts resonated perfectly within He's heart, causing a jolt within her. She sensed Xiaozi's escalating agitation, and the burgeoning green tea value only intensified. Do you wish to return to Guiyu's side? Xiaozi endeavored to temper her tone as she cautiously inquired. She is formidable. If she discovers your presence here, she will take your life. At that moment, Xiaozi was still positioned atop He, her fingers delicately pinching his chin. He tilted his head and responded softly, feigning concern for Xiaozi. No, you long to return to Guiyu, for I sense your reluctance towards me just now. Is it because Guiyu has claimed your protective charm, and you have developed feelings for her? The emotions of men are indeed simple and monotonous. Xiaozi fixated her gaze into He's eyes, seeking the truth she desired. As she sat astride him, her heart began to race with agitation. She would not permit He to harbor affection for another woman. Even in the absence of the protective charm, his heart must belong solely to her. That is not true. Gui Yu is wonderful. She is not. Silence. Upon hearing He Yi extolling the virtues of that woman, Xiaozi abruptly interjected. Seizing He Yi's chin, the answer was glaringly evident, one she was loath to confront. Observing He Yi's tear-streaked visage, Xiaozi commenced her exploration. Kissing along the nape of He Yi's neck, her hands gripping his arms with an ironclad tenacity. In the moment of losing He Yi, she discovered her own affections for him, and now she was determined to claim this body, to eternally imprint her essence upon him. Xiaozi. Yu Yi appeared utterly stunned by Xiaozi's ferocity, his eyes brimming with trepidation. No. Not here. This is still He Yi's reaction suggested an ominous foreknowledge of the ensuing events. After all, it was not his first encounter, and he had already relinquished his defenses. Xiaozi pressed her lips against He Yi's crimson ones, silencing his protests. She was acutely aware that He Yi was currently fragile, in need of restoration, yet the resentment within her found no outlet. With a savage motion, she tore asunder the garments that adorned his form, exhibiting a tempestuousness devoid of any delicacy or compassion. Omitted a multitude of descriptive passages. Ding. Congratulations to the host on their initial dual cultivation with the true fated heroine. Xiaozi. Due to the loss of defenses, the reward value has been reduced to 1,000. The radiance in He Yi's eyes gradually dimmed. He had attempted to push Xiaozi away, but all his efforts were in vain. Resigned, he leaned to the side, silently shedding tears like a solitary leaf adrift in a tempest, enduring the relentless onslaught of rain and wind. The crimson marks upon his body multiplied, and in his idle moments, while indulging in his plight, he contemplated ways to continue extracting the essence of green tea from Xiaozi. As time passed, his gaze towards her grew increasingly filled with disappointment and indifference, his eyes devoid of spirit, as if he had lost all hope for life. Chapter 52. A beautiful face's demise. The cool moonlight cascaded down, revealing the night sky only when the evening fog lifted. Xiaozi rose, fastening her purple wrap and donning her undergarments. She cast a glance at the foolishly bare He Yi before slipping into a blue dress. A flare illuminated the night sky. Xiaozi cast a fleeting glance at He Yi, who sat beside her, wiping away the tears that stained the latter's cheeks. Noticing the tranquil expression in He Yi's eyes, devoid of any flicker of emotion, she observed her gaze fixed upon the night sky. He Yi's skin bore the marks of crimson, remnants of Xiaozi's touch. For the first time, Xiaozi experienced a sensation that consumed her to the core, a tumultuous heart finally finding solace. In that moment, she began to comprehend why assassins often sought out a man for wild abandon after completing their missions. After a prolonged silence, He quietly rose, trembling as she removed the remnants of dirt from her body, slowly donning the tattered garments that Xiaozi had ripped apart. Her long legs were revealed, devoid of a single hair, rendering her particularly alluring beneath the veil of her robes. At this sight, Xiaozi felt a stirring in her throat, an overwhelming desire to leap forward and indulge once more. Both remained enveloped in silence. Xiaozi continued to watch as He adorned herself with her clothing. The latter's gaze lowered. Suddenly, upon noticing Xiaozi's sword fall into the ground, he seized it, aiming the blade at her throat, preparing to strike. In that critical moment, a hand grasped He Yi's arm, halting her desperate attempt. She struggled briefly, but despite her efforts, she could not advance further. Are you truly contemplating taking your own life? Xiaozi's expression turned cold as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon He Yi's eyes. She never anticipated that He Yi would wish to end her life before her very eyes. You shielded me from harm, saved me. Now you seek to perish in my presence? Xiaozi casually sent her sword flying, grasping He Yi's chin to turn her face towards her. Gazing upon the exquisitely chiseled features, with the faint traces of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, she commanded softly, Look at me. Look at me. He Yi's eyes stirred, shifting to meet Xiaozi's gaze. Humph. Do you truly believe I would allow such a handsome man to perish? You are now my man. Xiaozi, if you wish to die, it must be with my consent. Yet, He Yi's eyes remained devoid of color. Xiaozi then pressed her lips fiercely against He Yi's, fervently seeking connection. After a prolonged moment, she finally withdrew from He Yi's cherry lips, forcefully enveloping her in an embrace. Lowering her head to whisper in He Yi's ear, she said, Do you remember? You are now my man. Meanwhile, dressed in a phoenix robe, Gui Yu transformed into a wisp of black smoke, materializing within the palace. She cast the cloaked figure in her grasp into a cage. Her previously tranquil eyes now clouded with darkness as she faced the black-clad individual, firmly restrained by other ghost soldiers. A swirling vortex of ominous energy billowed around them, rustling their garments. My beloved servant, where have you taken him? The spectral entity seized one of them, clutching her throat firmly. These individuals had been relentlessly hunting down officials who had offered their allegiance, and they had instigated numerous arson incidents within the city, prompting the spectral entity to personally address the situation. However, in a mere moment, they breached the royal chambers, abducting He. "Kill us," the person uttered with difficulty. "You will glean no information from us. Spare yourself the futile effort." Abominable specter. The spectral entity had witnessed such hateful gazes countless times, both as a mortal and as a wraith. There were those who wished death upon her. "If you so ardently desire death, then I shall grant your wish." The spectral entity narrowed her eyes, the spectral energy in her hand intensifying. A black miasma enveloped the black-clad figure. Within the dark fog, heart-wrenching screams of agony echoed. Soon, the skeleton of the deceased clattered to the ground, each bone a charred and withered fragment. As the black mist dissipated, a frail spirit floated, bewildered. The black-clad figure stared blankly at her hands. "Damnable specter, you have transformed me into a wraith." Alas, her cultivation was too feeble to even project her voice, leaving her with only impotent cries. "Where have you taken my Delane?" Gloomfang seized the wraith's head, his somber aura descending. The Ghost Emperor's might exerted a natural suppression over other specters, a strict hierarchical coercion. Bereft of vital yang energy upon demise, ordinary wraiths become timid and feeble. Deceased. The wraith, unable to withstand the pressure, its very essence nearing dissolution, tremulously uttered, "Our objective is him, to find and immediately slay him." "You sought to assassinate my Delane from the start." Gloomfang's spectral energy surged, engulfing all captives. A mere thought could extinguish them all. Those above desire to witness the Ghost Emperor's disarray. By eliminating those close to the Ghost Emperor, he will be driven to indiscriminate vengeance, thus cementing his reputation for brutality. The restless spirit urgently exclaimed, having transformed into a ghost and feeling the overwhelming presence of Yin energy within Guiwei. She quickly subdued her anger and addressed Guiwei with a tone of respect. "Your Majesty, I bear guilt. Defu Liangyang has been taken away by a formidable figure clad in black, who effortlessly sent me flying with a mere kick." Listening Xian stepped forward to elaborate. "To have cast aside a peak ghost general like me with such ease, that individual must be at least a late-stage harmonization realm warrior. The assassins captured by Guiwei are likely only peak open origin realm practitioners." Instead of killing Defu Liangyang immediately, she fled with her, suggesting that this figure may be the leader of the assassins. With a command, the other assassins followed her in retreat. At the very least, they are late-stage harmonization realm warriors. The fact that he did not kill He right away. The assassin leader. One person fits this description perfectly, Xiao Zi. Yet Guiwei could not ascertain whether Xiao Zi was indeed responsible. It was also conceivable that the assassin was simply captivated by He Yi's beauty and abducted him. Death. With such thoughts, concern filled Guiwei's eyes. Her Yin power swirling in her grasp, as the black-clad figures behind her let out anguished cries, transforming into mere bones amidst the swirling black mist. Chapter 53. Interrogation. Should Defu Liang be harmed, I shall ensure that they all perish in terror. In the ghostly month, a wisp of black smoke hovered in the air, surveying the vast expanse of the earth below. She was poised to investigate the movements of life within Lin City, seeking the whereabouts of He Yi. Suddenly, a brilliant flame soared skyward, blossoming into a stunning firework against the tranquil night sky. 100 miles away, two colossal crimson lions pulled a small palace on wheels, while behind them lay an innumerable throng of armored soldiers. On a high platform, an elderly woman caressed two handsome young men, her withered hands slipping into their garments, eliciting gasps from both. "The time has come, Master Guoshi." On that elevated dais stood the formidable Yuan Guoshi, a practitioner of exceptional prowess. The old woman squinted, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of their mission. It was no surprise. Yuan Guoshi was one of the rare masters at the transformation stage in the entire Liangxian kingdom, nearing the latter stages of this formidable realm. Not only in Liangxian, but even in the more powerful Dezhou, he commanded respect. The mere Ghost Emperor is hardly a match for me. Since His Majesty has commanded it, I shall risk my life to fulfill the sacred mission and eradicate the Ghost Emperor." The old servant spoke with a calm demeanor. "Master, shall we assault the Ghost Emperor now? By dawn, Lin City will be enveloped in an array, shrouded in densing energy, which would prove disadvantageous for us." Behind her stood her carefully trained disciples, and it was her second disciple, a peak practitioner of the fusion stage, who voiced the concern. "Very well, let us strike now." Master Yuan pulled his second apprentice into his embrace, affectionately caressing him. Though the man was already a father of two and harbored thoughts of despair, he maintained a facade of ingratiating smiles, clearly indicating that such occurrences were not infrequent, leaving him only to seethe in silence. He commanded that once the city walls were breached, the troops would be permitted to pillage for 3 days to bolster their might, assuring that the women would not be neglected. Furthermore, should any handsome men from Lin City be encountered, it goes without saying who would be granted the first choice of enjoyment. The old woman squinted her eyes in mirth. As Master Yuan commanded an army of 100,000 elite soldiers, clearly insufficiently supplied from the rear, she resorted to the old strategy of sustaining war through war. Wherever they advanced, her subordinates were permitted to burn, kill, and plunder, violating both men and women, stripping the locale of its treasures and men in their entirety. Indeed, when encountering handsome men, they shall undoubtedly be surrendered to Master Yuan to fulfill military needs, she cackled, exposing her sparse teeth. At the sound of a horn, 2 fiery red lions surged forward, and upon hearing of their impending incursion into Lin City, the entire army became invigorated, plotting ways to seize more gold and silver or indulge in the company of additional men. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight, he lay nestled in Xiao Zi's embrace, her soft breath suggesting she had drifted into slumber. Xiao Zi held her tightly, unwavering, as more than an hour passed. A delicate strand of hair, dampened by sweat on He's forehead, slowly dried with the passage of time, adding an exquisite touch of sorrow to her delicate features. Gently, Xiao Zi lifted He with the ease of a feather and made her way to the other side of the desolate mountain. There, nestled amidst the wilderness, stood a humble bamboo dwelling, her temporary refuge for the past few days. With utmost care, she laid He on the wooden bed within the bamboo house. Tucking her in warmly, Xiao Zi gazed at He in silence, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions, as she replayed the moments they had shared. How could she not perceive that He, after enduring her torment, had seemingly lost all hope for life? Yet, she resolutely refused to allow this man to perish. She intended to possess him, to replace the one he cherished in his heart with herself. In her hand, a jade token glimmered subtly, prompting Xiao Zi to glance at it before vanishing into the wilderness. A faint ethereal silhouette emerged from the jade, hovering in the air, a woman adorned in a palace gown. Veiled in smoke, she regarded Xiao Zi below her, silent and contemplative. Master, the task has been accomplished. The situation in Lin City has been thrown into disarray, and DeLong has been eliminated, she reported. As customary, Xiao Zi immediately knelt on one knee, expressing her respect. I wish to inquire about something. The palace-clad woman seemed indifferent to Xiao Zi's report, her voice cool as she replied, Please, speak, master. What similarities exist between DeLong and He? Who possesses the sacred spirit body? Xiao Zi's gaze flickered. The master was clearly deviating from the expected course of conversation. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. It seemed the master was already aware of her betrayal. How could this be, after such a short span of time? Moreover, she had executed her plans with meticulous precision. How could the master have uncovered any information? I shall answer for you. DeLong and He are one and the same. Are they not? Indeed, Xiao Zisua admitted with a sigh. Is this truly the rationale behind your betrayal of the subordinate I painstakingly nurtured? Rise. The woman in imperial garb seemed to have known all along. I never imagined that the very subordinate I trusted the most would betray me for a man who ought to have perished. How ironic it is that mere masculine allure has bewitched your senses. The woman's voice remained indifferent, as if she awaited Xiao Zisua's explanation. The original Xiao Zisua had been slain by the ghost mother, having devoted everything to the master. Now, the current Xiao Zisua yearned to live for herself. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Zisua stood up and met the calm gaze of the woman in imperial attire, articulating the thoughts within her heart. Xiao Zisua was acutely aware of the master's terrifying prowess. Her displayed cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. However, Master Luo Yin was shrewd and reserved, never revealing her contemplations. The strength she exhibited was likely merely the tip of the iceberg. If the master wished to strike, even a mere shadow clone could render her utterly defenseless. To live for oneself? Without me, you, Xiao Zisua, would have perished in the jaws of wild dogs 20 years ago, where then would be today's splendor and wealth. It is I who granted you the opportunity to become a formidable being. How utterly laughable. Do you comprehend the fate that awaits those who betray me? The woman in palace attire chuckled softly, as if she had heard something exceedingly amusing. However, Xiao Zi's expression darkened, confronted with the leader's inquiry. She found herself unable to retort. Furthermore, All the traders of the sect had met a gruesome fate. With her cultivation at the late stage of the merging period, she possessed little assurance of evading the relentless pursuit of the assassins. Yet, surrendering He was an impossibility. One must bear the consequences of their choices. Such is the fate that accompanies a lifetime. Thus, if it must be so, I shall grant you this wish, hoping you may live a while longer. The woman in palace attire sighed, casting a fleeting glance at Xiaozi before her ethereal form dissipated. Simultaneously, the jade token at Xiaozi's waist shattered. Thank you, Master Xia, Xiaozi murmured, gazing silently at the vanishing apparition. She could have chosen to end her life in that moment, yet she refrained. Xiaozi understood that this was the leader's final act of mercy towards her. The road ahead would not be so fortunate. Chapter 54. The desire to depart in the ensuing period, Xiaozi resolved to take He and leave Lin Chenfu, seeking to conceal their identities and evade detection for a time. Returning to the bamboo hut, the man upon the bed remained in deep slumber. The turmoil and frustration that had engulfed Xiaozi earlier had thoroughly unsettled He, yet she understood that in a chaotic world, a man devoid of weapons could do little more than drift along, relying on the powerful. She lamented her own failure to cherish him in the past. Nevertheless, she remained unwilling to concede. Xiaozi lay down beside He, gazing at the man so near to her. His fair visage resembled soft jade, and she drew him into her embrace, pulling up the covers. The abruptness of her movement stirred He, who slightly opened his eyes to find himself nestled in Xiaozi's arms, only to close them once more, drifting back into slumber. At the borders of Lin City, dark and foreboding soldiers of the underworld stood guard, neither advancing nor retreating. Fire! The troops readied their cannons, loading them with ammunition imbued with cinnabar and talismans, launching them like fireworks into the night. Boom! Instantly, the ghostly sentinels defending the border were shattered, dispersed into oblivion. Such ammunition held potent efficacy against spectral beings. Once the cinnabar infiltrated their ethereal forms, it would sear them to death. However, its scarcity rendered it unsuitable for prolonged, large-scale sieges. Charge! Witnessing the mass of spirits obliterated with ease, the morale of the 100,000 soldiers surged, and they surged forward with tremendous fervor. In the darkness, the torch-bearing soldiers swarmed like a conflagration, encircling Lin City from all directions. A band of scoundrels, they were the forces of the venerable matriarch. On the opposing side, a fresh battalion of ghostly soldiers charged forth, mounted on skeletal steeds or wielding beheading blades. These specters were the long-dead officials and soldiers of the great Qin kingdom, who perished a century ago due to a massive military betrayal. Summoned by the ghost moon through a sacred spirit pearl, their hatred for the reigning empress of the Shangguan lineage runs profoundly deep. The clash between the two armies soon erupted, generating a tremendous commotion. Cursed fiends! Roared a colossal, bald matron, over 3 meters tall, as she plunged into the ranks of the ghostly soldiers. Her sinewy muscles rendered her impervious to blades, her body adorned with shimmering golden talismans. Ordinary spirits perished at her touch. She was Li Bamei, the third disciple of Master Yuan, her own cultivation having reached the late stage of the Union realm. Coupled with her formidable physique, she effortlessly slaughtered the ghostly entities. In stark contrast to the defensive spirits, Master Yuan's forces were evidently better prepared, with each soldier equipped with tools to counter the malevolent beings. In a short span, they gained an overwhelming advantage. Master, why are these spirits so feeble? An accompanying minister complimented the elderly matron. Haha, do not forget, these are elite soldiers nurtured by me, Yuan. Each could stand against 10 foes without issue. Haha. Victory is near. Under this overwhelming dominance, 100,000 soldiers swiftly invaded the territory of Lin City, advancing over 60 kilometers in a single night. It is worth noting that the entire expanse of Lin City measures merely over 300 kilometers. In just one night, they reclaimed nearly half of the lost ground. As dawn approached, the army finally regrouped, seizing the grain and livestock from the surrounding villages, indulging in a lavish feast. Master National Teacher, here are the men we have captured. They are all gathered here. The subordinate herded the captured decent men into a pen. Upon seeing these men, the female soldiers cast ravenous glances akin to hungry wolves. The army forbade the presence of men, and they had long since been unable to contain their desires. In truth, most of these men were merely rustic villagers, their bodies marked by toil, yet for these starved women, they were akin to a divine blessing. Master Yuan commanded the selection of several younger, more handsome boys, while the rest were distributed among his subordinates. No, my son, that is my son. What are you doing? Beasts. My child. My child. "You vile creatures, I will fight you." Soon, heart-wrenching cries filled the crowd, and a scene unfolded where numerous female soldiers scrambled over a single man. "Tell them not to worry. Once we conquer Linqing Prefecture, promotions and wealth shall be within our grasp." The elderly woman gestured with a commanding hand, issuing orders for the troops to rest for 3 hours to rejuvenate their spirits. Subsequently, she led several timid young boys into the tent. Meanwhile, as dawn broke, he slowly opened his eyes, finding himself still cradled in Xiao Zi's embrace. He shifted slightly, realizing the crimson marks on his body had vanished, yet he still felt a profound ache throughout. Upon awakening, Xiao Zi lifted He Yi's chin, kissing him deeply on the lips. He neither resisted nor protested, remaining as passive as a lifeless body, enduring the encounter without any semblance of response. His gaze was dull, devoid of any emotion towards Xiao Zi's actions. "Why is he showing me such disdain?" Xiao Zi curled her lips slightly, letting out a cold huff. "Last night, I cannot recall how many times it was. It was I who wronged you, failing to cherish your body. If it were not for your mention of other women before me, would I have treated you in such a manner?" With a disdainful snort, Xiao Zi leapt down from the wooden bed, donned her garments, and cast a glance at He Yi, who lay upon the bed. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Today, she intended to lead He Yi through the border guarded by malevolent spirits and escape from Lin Qingfu, for delay could bring unforeseen changes. After a brief washing, she fetched a basin of stream water. "We shall depart from here today. Whether you wash or not is entirely up to you." Noticing He Yi's continued immobility, Xiao Zi took it upon herself to wipe He Yi's face. Throughout the entire process, he exhibited no response, resembling a mere doll. "You think this will have any effect on me?" Xiao Zi swiftly packed her belongings, hoisted He Yi onto her back, donned her cloak, and made her way down the mountain. By the time dawn broke, she had procured a cart and some simple provisions, setting off with He Yi towards the border. The reddish-brown steed pulled the cart along the official road. It was a sturdy horse that Xiao Zi had chosen for its endurance. Inside the cart lay bedding. As she remained particularly vigilant about He Yi's state, fearing that she might entertain thoughts of self-harm. Fortunately, he merely stared vacantly out the window, devoid of any suicidal inclinations. The overcast sky was impenetrable, and due to the prolonged absence of sunlight, many flowers and grasses in the wilderness had withered and perished. Glimpsing at He Yi's condition, Xiao Zi tightened her grip on the whip and struck it upon the horse's flank. She harbored a profound concern that Guo Yu would soon catch up to them. After all, she was not well acquainted with the capabilities and cunning of the Ghost Emperor. The matter concerning the sect leader had served as a stark warning to her, never to presume to gauge the strategies of other formidable beings through the lens of her own understanding, lest she meet a dire fate, though she had believed she had handled matters with sufficient meticulousness. It took but a few fleeting hours for the sect leader to uncover her actions. While she harbored resentment towards Guo Yu, it was abundantly clear that she was not a match for him at this moment. Her only recourse lay in fleeing. Remaining in Lin City was merely inviting discovery by Guo Yu, which was only a matter of time. Along the way, several carriages brushed past Xiao Zi. Initially, she paid them no heed, yet these carriages exuded an air of disquiet. The women seated within struck their steeds with fervor, disregarding even the fallen silver ingots, as if something dreadful pursued them from behind. Gradually, the number of carriages increased, with some drivers urging donkey carts laden with provisions and family members, fleeing in the opposite direction. She seemed to overhear snippets of conversation hinting at turmoil in the distance, with many lamenting the loss of lives. Some spoke of marauders, others of the Empress's army breaching their territory, and yet others claimed that the Ghost Emperor intended to capture strong men and women to construct his palace. Sighing, Xiao Zi brought the carriage to a halt in the wilderness. Casting a glance at He Yi, she found the latter leaning against the window, lifting the curtain to observe the unfolding scene outside. Her exquisitely chiseled profile bore a faint trace of melancholy. "Stay here, and do not let others glimpse your face," she cautioned. Xiao Zi reminded, then approached a carriage that was resting by the roadside, inquiring about the events that had transpired behind them. He Yi, possessing extraordinary beauty, found herself in a tumultuous era where such beauty was hardly a blessing. After a brief moment, Xiao Zi returned to the carriage, her expression contemplative. The answer she gleaned was shrouded in uncertainty. Many had witnessed the chaos and fled to the inner city, bringing their families along in search of refuge. Yet, few truly comprehended the nature of the turmoil. After several hours of travel, they faced a dilemma. Should they retrace their steps or continue onward? She was resolute in ensuring that He Yi would not fall into the clutches of the malevolent ghost moth. if they did not depart from Lin City promptly. They would have to contend with the relentless pursuit of the Smoke Luo sect. Ultimately, Xiaozi resolved to forge ahead, opting for the less traveled paths rather than the main roads. Stop for a moment. A voice suddenly echoed from within the carriage. What's wrong? Xiaozi brought the carriage to a halt, regarding He Yi with a puzzled expression. It was the first time He Yi had initiated a conversation with her that day. And despite Xiaozi's aloof demeanor, she felt a tinge of delight. I need to relieve myself, He Yi murmured, her gaze lowered, her voice barely audible. Had Xiaozi not been intently watching He Yi's lips, she might not have caught the words. Xiaozi paused, then chuckled softly. With her advanced cultivation, a rare strength in the separation and reunion realm, she could easily endure such needs for days. She had overlooked the fact that He Yi was merely an ordinary person. After several hours of travel, the man must have been on the verge of bursting, compelling him to speak. What are you laughing at? He Yi's brow furrowed, her previously serene expression hardening into a cold mask, like a kitten caught in the act. Nothing. Xiaozi immediately feigned composure, scooping He Yi into her arms. I thought you were planning to remain silent forever. Cradling He Yi's form, Xiaozi playfully tapped He Yi's nose. Though she received no acknowledgement, the man was unaware that she had forsaken everything for him. A complex emotion flickered in Xiaozi's eyes. You're still quite frail. Shall I assist you, especially after our intimacy? As she spoke, Xiaozi's gaze drifted instinctively towards He Yi's abdomen, a place that seemed to possess an irresistible allure. Despite having seen it only once, Xiaozi remained captivated, as if driven by a primal instinct. All right, I'm only teasing. Xiaozi turned her back. But I can't stray too far. If you were to flee, I'd never catch you. Observing He Yi's silence and slight irritation, Xiaozi carried him to a secluded knoll and gently set him down. Don't you dare peek, He Yi huffed softly, as if issuing a threat. However, his frail state rendered his tone delicate, sounding more like a seductive invitation than a warning, stirring memories of the previous night's fervor in Xiaozi's mind. She was new to such pleasures, and her heart burned with longing. I know. It's not as if I haven't seen it all before, Xiaozi replied, suppressing her inner turmoil, her mind still awash with vivid images. He sighed inwardly, never imagining that he would one day relieve himself with his back turned to a stunning beauty, feigning concern about being spied upon. The world was truly absurd. A moment later, I'm done. He retreated hastily as Xiaozi turned around, her eyes flushed with a burning desire. He Yi's beauty, heightened by the suggestive words, made Xiaozi's abdomen ache with longing. Yet, knowing that He Yi's body could not withstand her ardor, she suppressed her urges and carried him back to the carriage. At the very least, she and He Yi had engaged in a brief exchange. Once the silence was shattered, the opportunity for a gradual easing of tensions emerged. Chapter 56. Encounter with chaotic soldiers. He Yi returned to the carriage, her gaze still devoid of luster, as if she were deep in contemplation. Xiaozi glanced back momentarily before continuing on her journey. She aimed to depart from Linqing Prefecture under the cover of night, for it was only during the dark hours that the formations laid out during the ghost month would dissipate. As time passed, an unsettling premonition began to swell within Xiaozi, growing increasingly intense. Sigh. She halted the carriage, for they were now but a few dozen miles from the border. In the distance, several villagers emerged in a state of panic, only to be ruthlessly pierced by silver spears wielded by a group of disheveled individuals. Those figures were not mere bandits, if Xiaozi's eyes did not deceive her. The silver spear in her hand was an iron weapon reserved for the elite forces of the Liangxian kingdom. Could it be that the army of the Empress had invaded? Yet these individuals were mercilessly slaughtering civilians, engaging in rampant pillaging, more terrifying than mere bandits. Xiaozi immediately turned the carriage around. This must have been the source of her foreboding. However, these women had evidently noticed her carriage and, disregarding their disheveled attire, swiftly pursued her on horseback. Those who possessed a carriage were either affluent or noble. With a resolute command, Xiaozi urged her steed to hasten towards the desolate cliffs, the chaos of the soldiers behind her growing ever more frenzied, as if they were wild dogs toying with their prey. Their war horses were far swifter than her carriage, and it was merely a matter of time before they caught up to her. With a sharp breath, Xiaozi halted the carriage at the precipice and instructed He Yi to remain hidden, urging her not to concern herself with the events unfolding outside. She dismounted, sword drawn, quietly awaiting the arrival of her pursuers. Why had they ceased their flight? Why did they not flee after being pursued for so long? Damn it! A few riders leisurely encircled her, the leader's countenance contorted with malice, a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. as if he had already claimed Xiaozi as his prize. What was being transported in her carriage, silver or men? Run, if you dare. Damn it, I shall stab you. The leader performed a flourish with the gun, and upon seeing Xiaozi remain silent, lunged fiercely towards her chest, intending to pierce her through. In the next moment, Xiaozi appeared before her, swiftly severing her head with a single stroke of her sword, blood splattering in an elegant arc. The action was executed with precision and without the slightest hesitation. These individuals were merely ordinary soldiers, hardly worthy of being called warriors. Xiaozi had hastened to this location to resolve the matter, fearing the arrival of more soldiers. To her surprise, these fools had indeed pursued her without a second thought. Likely having grown addicted to bullying the common folk, their minds clouded by brutality. The soldiers nurtured by Master Yuan were astonishingly foolish, she mused with a cold smile, casting her gaze upon the terrified onlookers. You are a warrior, and yet you recognize our identities? Which esteemed lord do you serve? I am blind to the greatness before me. The remaining few stammered, slowly altering their horse's direction, already prepared to flee. Being blind may cost you your life. Remember this in your next life. Having dispatched these individuals, Xiaozi resumed her leisurely journey along the narrow path. She had received a mission from the leader to disrupt the situation before Master Yuan's expedition. Now, having betrayed the Yinluo sect, she had essentially turned her back on the court of the Liangxian kingdom. Driving forward with Yi, she was undoubtedly courting death. No matter how formidable a warrior, they could not withstand an army. Yet, she also faced the assassins of the Yinluo sect in the relentless pursuit from Guiwei. Xiaozi's eyes were filled with sorrow. Her current predicament left her in a dilemma, as both factions deemed her presence intolerable. The master once advised her that in times of peril and indecision, one must maintain composure, for it is during such moments that erroneous judgments are most easily made. Even in the most treacherous situations, a glimmer of hope may still be found. He, would you accompany me to death? Xiaozi lifted the curtain and entered the carriage, gazing intently at He. She would never allow him to fall into Guiyu's clutches again, even if it meant facing death together. She could not bear the thought of him being possessed by another woman. I refuse, he resolutely declared within himself. There were countless destined heroines awaiting him to claim their affections. He had no desire to share Xiaozi's fate. His gaze fell silently upon her, unspoken words lingering in the air. If I were to surrender you to Guiyu, you might survive, but being with me guarantees nothing. Forgive me, for I am selfish. I will not let you fall into Guiyu's hands again. Xiaozi caressed He's face and pressed a deep kiss upon his lips. As his gaze shifted to her face, her actions grew bolder. She slipped her hand into his collar, exploring fervently. The most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. She resolved to lead He along a concealed path, traversing the battlefield. With sufficient caution and her mastery of the Lihe realm, she was fully capable of guiding He out of Linqingfu. The carriage was unnecessary. She intended to carry He on her back. Navigating the treacherous terrain of the desolate mountains, enduring the arduous journey ahead. An hour later, a group of masked individuals clad in black appeared atop the desolate mountain. Scarred Woman, having received the command from the cult leader, led all the assassins of the Smoke Luo sect in pursuit of Xiaozi. She had awaited this moment for far too long. Xiaozi, a fool blinded by her own beauty, had once been a candidate for elevation to one of the 12 guardians, destined for glory and even eligible for the precious boundary-breaking pill to ascend to the transformation stage. Yet, she had forsaken it all for a man, utterly laughable. We must pursue that traitor at all costs. Why are there fewer people? Where are Jin 12 and Jin 14? They have gone with Jin 13 to the nearby village in search of food. We have not eaten for over a day. Seeking food at this juncture? Useless. The expression on Scarred Woman's face hardened. We shall not wait for them. We will chase that traitor. Yes. Meanwhile, within a nearby village, Jin 13 coldly surveyed the dozens of corpses at her feet, her eyes of vivid crimson. She had initially believed that seeking vengeance against the Smoke Luo sect would suffice, but she suddenly realized that this approach was far too slow, unbearably slow. 2 days had passed, and Xinyi had already broken through to the opening origin stage, yet she remained unsatisfied. The assassins of the Smoke Luo sect were few in number. She needed to perform blood sacrifices on more individuals. Master Sword Spirit, how many more must I sacrifice to advance to the union stage? Xinya's crimson eyes brimmed with brutality and madness. I shall annihilate everyone from the Yellow cult. I can no longer restrain myself. The ecstasy of vengeance overwhelms me. She kicked aside the lifeless bodies of 2 warriors, Jin 12 and Jin 14. The more adversaries she vanquished, the quicker her strength would ascend. You must hasten. I sense a substantial aura of life nearby, all belonging to you, all yours. The voice echoing in her mind was laced with seduction, rendering Shenyi entranced. As she donned her mask, poised to depart, a throng of chaotic soldiers encircled her. These marauders had intended to plunder the nearby village, but discovered that its inhabitants had already been slaughtered. A chill gripped their hearts as they were met with a woman standing amidst a mound of corpses, sweat trickling from her temples. Shenyi slowly lifted her gaze to the bewildered soldiers, realizing that the life essence the sword spirit had spoken of resided within them. After performing a blood ritual upon these marauders and cleansing herself of the sanguine stains, Shenyi proceeded towards her designated destination. At that moment, her cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the opening yuan, and under the guidance of the esteemed sword spirit, she followed the faint traces left behind. On the other side, the scarred woman ultimately surrounded Xiao Zi, with more than a dozen men in black scattered throughout the bamboo forest, their murderous intent directed at Xiao Zi. I thought I had mistaken the identity, but it truly was Lord Xiao. The scarred woman removed her mask, deliberately allowing Xiao Zi to perceive her disdain. While exchanging biting remarks, her gaze shifted towards the man on Xiao Zi's back, intrigued by the beauty that could evoke such emotions in the usually stoic Xiao Zi, compelling him to betray the master for his sake. Indeed, you acted swiftly. Xiao Zi, carrying He, began to retreat slowly. From this angle only revealing half of He's delicate profile. Yet, even that solitary glimpse was enough to stir something within the scarred woman as she licked her lips. Wondering what kind of man could inspire Lord Xiao to forsake his solitude. Observing the astonished expressions of her subordinates, the scarred woman felt a tinge of annoyance and sought to shift her perspective to glimpse the other half of He's face. At that moment, however, He leaned close to Xiao Zi's ear and whispered something, revealing her entire visage, glistening eyes, a cherry-red mouth, and flowing black hair. The scarred woman was momentarily taken aback, her eyes narrowing with increasing desire. Indeed, this man's beauty was truly one in a million. Humph. Xiao Xiling let out a cold snort, swiftly channeling her true energy as she retreated hastily, clutching me tightly. She decided to lift He into her arms. While she herself was unafraid of these individuals, the presence of He could potentially put him in harm's way. He let out a soft hum, feeling profoundly uncomfortable under the unabashed gazes of those around them, reminiscent of how men in his past life would gawk at beautiful women, fearing that some part of themselves might be exposed and lead to misfortune. With rapid strides, Xiao Xiling navigated the woods in swift circles, quickly leaving the group behind. A bunch of worthless fools. Where are they? The scarred woman cast a glance at her bewildered subordinates as they watched helplessly, allowing their target, Xiao Xiling, to slip away right before their eyes. Such a spectacle would undeniably make them appear foolish. Unbeknownst to the team, an unexpected figure had appeared, Jian Shisan, who had vanished for quite some time. Lord Sword Spirit, is what you said true? Was that man really De Fu Liangliang? Jian Shisan murmured softly, questioning the words of the Sword Spirit. When have I ever deceived you? But how could De Fu Liangliang possibly be allied with an assassin from the Yinluo sect? Who knows? Yet, does this matter? I observe a chaotic young energy within him. It is highly likely he is recently engaged in intimate relations with someone. What? Shenyi was taken aback. A vision of her initial encounter with He at the pavilion flashed through her mind, a moment characterized by such elegance and purity. Only her connection with the Ghost Emperor remained etched in her memory, a scene that stirred her heart with uncontainable restlessness whenever it resurfaced. Yet, he was indeed a member of the Ghost Emperor's harem. He possessed an innate kindness and a concern for worldly affairs. Even when she contemplated assassinating him, he still chose to spare her. He was not of that ilk. Observing him recline in the embrace of that woman, there was no hint of coercion in his demeanor. He was not a man bound by marital fidelity. In this realm of warriors, what man could not be attained if one possessed strength? Perhaps you should eliminate him. The sword spirit seductively spoke, revealing that the man possessing the sacred body had indeed departed from the protection of the Ghost Emperor. Should he be slain, the latter's body would nourish the blood-offering sword, and his soul would be absorbed by it, becoming her divine servant, forever bound to her. No. Shenyi instinctively denied this notion. Disguised as Jian Shisan, she had once been taken to a brothel by a member of the Yinluo sect, where she encountered many men adorned with rouge, twisting their waists enticingly, yet none could evoke the same heart-stirring feelings as he did, lingering in her thoughts. After slaying the assassin from the Yinluo sect, she had left that place, refusing to believe that he was, as the sword spirit claimed, a frivolous man. However, The voice of the sword spirit, laden with temptation, caused her to waver. So what if he is? So what if he isn't? You still yearn for him. The man you admire is merely a plaything for other women. Men gravitate towards the powerful. If you possess enough strength, you can claim him as your own. Observing Shun Ye's evident loss of control, the sword spirit continued its insidious persuasion. Could it be that Du Fu Liang really is a man of loose morals, and what she had witnessed was merely an illusion? Contemplating this, a surge of indignation welled up within Shun Ye. It was unjust. Why should other women be able to possess Du Fu Liang? Why? She genuinely cherished him, yet he had never even regarded her. Was it simply because she was too weak? Shun Ye turned her gaze towards the cloaked figure accompanying her, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Jian Shisan. The master has commanded us to trace the whereabouts of Xiaozi. Focus, will you? Stop muttering to yourself. The man glanced at Shun Ye with a hint of annoyance before resuming his scrutiny of the footprints on the fallen leaves. Ah, found it. These must be Xiaozi's footprints. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Ye had silently drawn the blood sacrifice sword from behind. With a swift motion, she struck. As the group advanced orderly through the forest, the protocol was clear. Whoever discovered a trace of Xiaozi was to signal with a flare. Soon, the scarred woman also spotted Xiaozi's footprints and sent a flare into the sky. What is happening? Why are there only 3 of us left? As she beheld the approaching trio, a sense of unease settled in her heart. Just moments ago, there had been 15 assassins. How had it dwindled to these 3? Where were the others? 2 of the remaining individuals formed a duo, casting their eyes towards Jian Shisan. The latter shook his head, fixating his gaze on the scarred woman. Immediately, she suspected Xiaozi, pondering whether she was lurking in the surrounding woods, the escape merely a ruse, a strategy of retreat to annihilate them all. However, a sense of disquiet soon enveloped her. Jian Shisan's gaze bore an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. You. No, this cannot be. You are not Jian Shisan. Who are you? The scarred woman immediately became vigilant. Throughout the encounter, Jian Shisan had remained silent. Chapter 58. Heartache. Due to this person's striking resemblance to Jian Shisan, coupled with the latter's attire and mask, it was only at this moment that the scarred woman realized something was amiss. Who on earth are you? She demanded, drawing her sword and glaring fiercely at Jian Shisan. Without a moment's hesitation, the latter unsheathed the blood sacrifice sword and struck at the 2 individuals beside him. Clang! The opponent's sword was effortlessly cleaved in 2 by Shun Ye, along with the severed heads of 2 adversaries. The harmonious realm. How is this possible? How can you be in the harmonious realm? The scarred woman was taken aback as 2 of her subordinates were effortlessly slain by Jian Shisan. The assassins beside her could not possibly possess such formidable strength. Though she herself was a master of the harmony realm, only Xiaozi could instill such apprehension in her. When did this previously inconspicuous Jian Shisan also transcend to the harmony realm? Surprised, Shun Ye gripped the blood-red longsword, fixating his gaze on the scarred woman. His voice tinged with madness. Does this sound familiar? Subsequently, Shun Ye lunged forward, striking at the scarred woman. She, unwilling to underestimate him, deflected the blow, only to instinctively thrust her sword into Jian Shisan's body. To her astonishment, she effortlessly pierced his heart, witnessing Jian Shisan's body freeze. The once cautious scarred woman suddenly erupted into a sinister laugh, delivering another thrust that severed his throat. Ha ha ha. I thought you were a powerful master of the harmony realm, yet you are merely. Ugh. The scarred woman suddenly clasped her neck, her heart jolting violently. She widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Jian Shisan. Does it hurt, you weakling? Shun Ye slowly removed his mask, revealing an ordinary yet youthful visage. Tears welled in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks like crystal streams. You are that. No. The weak are unworthy of existence in this world. Now, it is your turn. Shun Ye meticulously cleans the blood sacrifice sword, treating it as one would an old companion. Then, with each decisive strike, she cleaves into the scarred woman, wishing fervently that none of this had transpired. She longs to be the simple Yi who once ascended the mountains daily to gather firewood, caring for her mother and younger brother. Though ordinary and fraught with hardship, she cherished the companionship of her family. Her pitiful brother still lives. Alas, time cannot be rewritten. A surge of warmth envelopes her, after vanquishing the scarred woman. Shun Ye's cultivation ascends to the initial stage of harmony, her realm firmly established. Why are you still awake? What occupies your thoughts? Your sister He Shui? As night descends, the early spring breeze carries a crisp chill. Xiaozi embraces He, lying among the hay, gazing at the night sky above. Do not fret for her. He Shui will not perish. Her cultivation is not inferior to mine. If I am not mistaken, she is likely not merely from the Liangshan kingdom. The jade ornaments she wears resemble the specialties of the great Zhou. Xiaozi gently pokes He Yi's nose, recalling the scene when He Shui was rescued from the execution grounds. Once again, she hesitates, contemplating whether to reveal the truth of He Yi's origins. Previously, she had intended to use He Shui to coerce He Yi into submission, hence her silence. Yet now, she fears that the revelation may cause He Yi undue sorrow. His adoptive parents are, in fact, the true perpetrators of her mother's murder. They raised him solely to extract his sacred spirit pearl, a harsh reality indeed. To speak candidly, your sister is not one to be trifled with. It would be wise for you to avoid encountering her again, Xiaozi remarked with a hint of caution. She harbored a vague suspicion that He Shui's feelings for He Yi were not as pure as familial affection ought to be. That woman had long known that He Yi was not her biological brother. Given He Yi's striking beauty and their close companionship since childhood, how could she remain unperturbed? He Yi turned slightly, furrowing his brow as he cast a glance at Xiaozi. The thoughts within her heart were discerned by him, albeit without a trace of his own emotions. While her sister, He Shui, was indeed the destined heroine. He Yi's latent memories had already led him to regard her as his true sister. A bond between them was utterly implausible. Unexpectedly, Xiaozi's thoughts were even more corrupt than his own. Have you betrayed that leader? He inquired softly, his gentle voice brushing against Xiaozi's heart. Laced with a tinge of perplexity, Xiaozi paused, momentarily taken aback, fully aware that He had seen through her. The former Xiaozi was long gone. The present Xiaozi was the one whom you had risked your life to save. Now, she yearned only to live for herself and for you. Xiaozi tilted her head, gazing at He Yi's serene countenance, unable to resist gently pressing her lips against his. She allowed her entire body to rest upon him. No. Please, it hurts. He Yi's heart jolted in surprise. He had not anticipated Xiaozi's desire to touch him. His body remained frail. Yet the taste of intimacy lingered in Xiaozi's mind, unwilling to relinquish He Yi so easily. Though he verbally protested, his body betrayed him, gradually surrendering to the passage of time and ceasing its resistance. On the other side of the hill, Shen slowly removed her mask. Her eyes clouded with despair. It appeared that the words of the sword spirit were indeed true. The man she admired was not as pure or as devoted to his principles as she had envisioned. He might merely be a man of fleeting affections. Xiaozi was also an assassin from the Smoke Luo sect, the very one responsible for the demise of your loved ones. You must eliminate her. The sword spirit's tone was filled with indignation, seemingly more incensed than Shun Yi herself. However, at this moment, you are no match for Xiaozi. You must continue to grow stronger. That man is unworthy of your affection. Eliminate him. The sword spirit coaxingly urged. Shun Yi stared at the night sky, listening to the distant voice, her fists clenched tightly. After a long pause, she donned her mask once more, yet her eyes were now filled with a chilling resolve. She vanished into the night. Chapter 59. Taking action. The words of the sword spirit rang true. She was indeed too weak. The fury of humanity stemmed from an impotent indignation against the harshness of reality. This world was undeniably cruel, and He Yi was the sole beacon of hope in her heart. Yet now, that light had shattered. Sword spirit, what must I do? Only through the blood sacrifice of 10,000 souls can you transcend to the transformation realm and attain your desires. The sword spirit exclaimed with fervor. Shen Yi, obedient and compliant, brought her immense satisfaction. She could very well become the catalyst for the sword spirit's return to the upper realm. As the number of souls Shen Yi sacrificed grew, the vitality absorbed by the blood sacrifice sword would increase, leading the sword master to gradually lose her sanity. Becoming ensnared in the throes of slaughter, transformed into a mere sword servant. The previous sword master had suffered the same fate for her disobedience, ultimately abandoned by the sword spirit. In a daze, Shen Yi made her way toward the location indicated by the sword spirit. Roar. Two colossal crimson lions roared fiercely, expelling flames that scorched the very souls of the ghostly soldiers. An elderly woman sat calmly upon a high platform, observing the chaotic battlefield below without haste. The shouts of her soldiers reverberated through the air, their immense presence overwhelming the specters. The deceased still dared to meddle in the affairs of the living, utterly oblivious to their own limitations. With a tone of derision, the elderly woman remarked that the sovereign had granted her 2 months to vanquish the ghost emperor and restore peace to the city of Lin. Yet, It appeared that not even half a month would be required for her to dispatch the Ghost Emperor, thereby securing her place in the annals of history as a distinguished benefactor of the Liangxian kingdom. In due time, what were the likes of the Smoke Luo sect and Luo Yin to contend with her? Master of the nation, she mused. Why has the Ghost Emperor yet to reveal himself? Is he, perhaps, scheming in the shadows? It mattered little. He was merely a newly ascended specter, and such entities progressed slowly in their cultivation. It sufficed for her that she had stabilized her own realm. Should he dare to show himself, she would ensure his return was nothing but a one-way trip. Dai, Elder Shangguan, a ghostly general, mounted upon a towering steed, charged towards the mortal army, trampling numerous soldiers underfoot. However, it was not long before he was sent flying by a single punch. The assailant wore a grim expression. She was a formidable figure, standing a staggering 3 meters tall, and bore a shaven head. This was Li Bamei, the disciple of Master Yuan. With her powerful muscles and fearsome visage, Li Bamei plunged into the ranks of the ghostly soldiers as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Where are you? In the sky? Gui Yu is absorbing the moonlight, quietly sensing He's location. Through the resonance of the sacred spirit pearl, she knows that He is still alive, yet seems to be concealed by someone. Who could it be? With He's stunning beauty, should she fall into the hands of nefarious individuals amidst chaos, her fate would be dire. If only she had exercised greater caution back then, He would not have been ensnared by the Yen Luo sect. Damn it, she would spare none of these invaders. Soon, Gui Yu appeared on the battlefield of Lin Qingfu, surveying the raging fires below. In her calm eyes, a flicker of hatred surfaced. It was these people who had driven her mother to death, who had caused her own demise, who had taken her beloved, and now sought to thwart her plans for restoration. Go. From Gui Yu's hands surged 2 masses of dark mist, coalescing into a massive vortex that swept toward the army below. Any soldier ensnared by the mist would be drained of blood and flesh, leaving nothing but a heap of bones. Gui Yu's gaze turned icy as she witnessed Ting Xian being relentlessly beaten back by Li Bamei, her spirit unstable. In the next moment, she appeared before Ting Xian. Your Majesty. At this moment, Gui Yu's black hair was tied back, adorned with a crimson phoenix crown embellished with red accents. With a cold snort, she exuded an aura of chilling darkness. Turning to fix a piercing gaze upon Li Bamei, her graceful figure was subtly revealed within the phoenix robe, swaying gently with the night breeze. Her eyes tinged with a faint blush yet silent, she embodied the majesty of an emperor, akin to a phoenix amidst its splendor. You are the Ghost Emperor. Li Bamei stood in astonishment, gazing at Gui Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. The resemblance to a human was striking. Were it not for the specter addressing her as Your Majesty, she might have mistaken this woman for a princess of a royal lineage. Soon, a surge of indomitable spirit welled within Li Bamei, and she tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand. If she could vanquish this ghostly emperor, she would ascend to greater heights, earning titles and accolades. From a young age, she had exhibited extraordinary strength, and after joining the military to support her mother, she had repeatedly achieved remarkable feats, each accolade a testament to her life-risking endeavors. Take this, Li Bamei cried, fiercely slashing at Gui Yu. The ferocious wind generated by her sword seemed capable of cleaving Gui Yu in two. Yet, the outcome was far from her expectations. Gui Yu merely raised a finger, effortlessly trapping the descending blade. How is this possible? I am a warrior at the late stage of the harmonization realm, capable of splitting boulders with a single strike. Humph. Gui Yu scoffed, as shadowy mist coiled around Li Bamei's form along the length of the sword. Soon, agonizing screams echoed from within, filling Gui Yu's eyes. A harmonization realm warrior was utterly insignificant. Gui Yu then turned her gaze toward the elderly Yuan on the high platform, her figure transforming into a wisp of black smoke. And in the next instant, she materialized atop the platform. With a flick of her sleeve, she coldly surveyed the few who stood ready around her. You are the Ghost Emperor? Yuan Guosher squinted, her demeanor calm and unhurried, as if everything remained well within her grasp. You have destroyed my homeland and oppressed my people. You deserve nothing less than death. In the ethereal gloom of the ghost month, Gui Yu expressed her disinterest in engaging with the individuals around her. After ridding herself of these nuisances, she needed to continue her search for He. Dark energy coalesced in her hands, transforming into swirling black mist that surged towards the surrounding populace. Witnessing the tragic fates of their compatriots, the officials upon the high platform scattered in terror. Your subjects? Haha. This is the most amusing jest I have ever heard. You, a specter, claim to have subjects? A crone seized a nearby servant and hurled him into the mist to shield herself from the impending doom. The unfortunate soul quickly disintegrated into a cloud of ash within the darkness. Do not panic. I am here. Maintain your composure. She reassured those around her. Yet, upon seeing her casually cast others into the mist, her companions were taken aback by her ruthless demeanor. After all, she is merely a ghostly entity at the Ghost Emperor level. Despite such reassurances, Yuan Guisher regarded the fallen ash with growing caution, sensing something unsettling about this specter. The solidity of her soul was far too pronounced, lacking the typical haze associated with ghostly beings. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a masked figure clad in black moved with agility, wielding a blood-red sword. Are you human or ghost? Who are you to aid these specters in slaughtering us humans? Xinyi disregarded their inquiries. Following the blood ritual's command to slay, the warm currents within her surged, continuously augmenting her strength. Chapter 60, Demonic Transformation. 31, 47, 132, 322. The sable-clad figure moved with exceptional alacrity. Xinyi, wielding the blood-offering sword, resembled a scarlet afterimage as she traversed the throng, reaping lives with increasing celerity. Thwack! Another insurgent perished by Xun Ye's blade. Crimson rivulets coursed down the blood-offering sword in Xun Ye's grasp, absorbed by the weapon before spilling onto the earth. Xun Ye's gaze transmuted once more to a crimson hue, apathetic yet frenzied, as if the preceding slaughter involved naught but inconsequential ants. Ah, who in creation are you? The besieging insurgents exchanged glances, each beholding trepidation in the other's eyes. The sole impression this personage evoked was one of unbridled brutality, each strike aimed unerringly at vital points. Especially the masked woman's eyes. A mere glimpse plunged one into a maelstrom of savagery. Mid-stage dispersion integration realm. Late-stage dispersion integration realm. Xun Ye's cultivation burgeoned commensurately with the mounting casualties. From initial hesitation to the subsequent reaping of lives, Xun Ye gradually succumbed to the intoxicating blend of vengeance and empowerment. My head. It feels so heavy. Gradually, Xun Ye's vision blurred. She no longer wished to behold these humans, desiring only to obliterate all before her. However, the consequence of this was that the more she slew, the more her inner chi was consumed by baleful aura. Although the baleful aura augmented Xun Ye's power, it concomitantly diminished her self-control. The ground centered around her was suffused with blood, dyeing the earth crimson. Severed limbs and mangled corpses lay strewn about, resembling a veritable pandemonium. To grow stronger, I must become stronger. Xun Ye paid no heed to the sanguine surroundings. The blood sacrifice sword was firmly grasped in her hand, its tip resting upon the ground, producing a faint sound. She felt insufficiently powerful, still too feeble, and meandered in a particular direction. There, amidst the corpses, she beheld a solitary boy gazing silently at her. In a moment of bewilderment, Xun Ye recognized him. He seemed to be her younger brother, Amu. Amu. A raspy voice escaped Xun Ye's lips, her astonishment evident as she stared blankly at the apparition. Sister, I miss Mother. Do you know where she has gone? In a flurry, Xun Ye reached out to embrace Amu, yet he receded further away, like a specter, fixing his gaze upon her, posing an innocent question, as if he never wished to make contact with her. Amu, I shall avenge you. Do not fret, just like this. Xun Ye seized a nearby soldier, thrusting the blood sacrifice sword deep into him. A wave of excruciating pain surged from his chest, as though it were being torn apart. A vivid crimson blade pierced her heart from within, emerging from her own chest. Amu, do not be anxious. Those who have harmed you shall be vanquished by your sister. Xun Ye murmured, casually discarding the lifeless body of a fallen soldier as she approached Amu with deliberate grace. This time, Amu stood still, awaiting Xun Ye's arrival. She extended her hand, tenderly caressing Amu's face, her crimson eyes filled with earnestness. Amu, you are so lightly clad. Are you not cold? Come home with me, dear sister. Amu gazed at Xun Ye's face with a frozen expression. Sister, do you know where Mother is? My body feels so cold. Am I already dead? Amu said dreamily. What? Dead? No, Amu, you are not dead. This cannot be real. Amu's words seemed to awaken a frenzy within Xun Ye, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. Sister, Amu is in such pain. I may not be able to stay with you much longer. I must go find Mother. No, do not say that, Amu. If I had only slain those 10 men when I had the chance, you would still be alive. Why did I not act? It is all my fault. I could not bring myself to do it. Xun Ye spoke with a trembling voice, filled with guilt and self-reproach. Am I dead now, sister? The words of Amu incessantly provoked Xun Ye, causing the malevolent energy within her to surge. A layer of dark mist began to manifest upon her face, while a tough, black armor-like substance emerged on her arms. Shen Yi was gradually succumbing to demonic transformation. She lifted her gaze, only to find that Amu had vanished, replaced by a woman standing by a sickbed. The woman held a bowl of medicine, her heart aching as she gazed at the concoction within. Upon seeing Shen Yi, her eyes brimmed with sorrow. Yi, why hasn't Amu returned? Quickly, go find him. It's dark now, and a man alone outside could encounter danger. What should we do? Mother, Shen Yi murmured. The scene before her was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of her mother-esque condition when it was still bearable. Faced with her mother-esque inquiries, Shen Yi found herself at a loss for words. She recalled that it was perhaps her own compassion that had led to the demise of Amu. Deep down, she wished to shield her mother from this painful truth. Yi, you must go and find Amu. The woman, observing Shen Yi's silence, spoke with urgency. Mother, Amu. He's your only brother. You must protect him at all costs. Do you understand? I understand, Shen Yi replied, her voice trembling, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Yes, go quickly. I am weary and shall rest now. The woman sighed, placing the broken porcelain bowl upon the bedside. Ultimately unable to consume the medicine, she did not cast another glance at Shen Yi, but instead drew the thin blanket over herself and succumbed to slumber. Mother, Amu. Amu. As Shen Yi reached out to grasp her mother's hand, the scene abruptly shifted. Her mother, once lying upon the sickbed, was suddenly being force-fed poison, blood trickling from her lips as she convulsed in agony. Those figures clad in black loomed over her young brother, mercilessly tormenting him. Disregarding Amu's desperate cries, this was a vision she had never wished to witness, yet it had unfolded before her, indelibly etched in the recesses of her memory and imagination. No, no. Shen Yi knelt on the ground, her gaze pleading as she implored the figures in black. Please, spare my brother. Have mercy on him. I beg you. I bow before you. I implore you. Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears. In Shen Yi's trembling eyes, hatred and malice gradually took hold. Why not spare him? He is but a child. Those individuals remained indifferent to her, continuing to torment Amu. A voice in her mind urged Shen Yi, kill them. Kill them. It was her mercy that brought about the demise of her brother and mother. They are the ones who deserve to perish. I want you all dead. Gripping the blood sacrifice sword, Shen Yi fiercely slashed at the cloaked figures, the crimson blade's light transforming into a rift that cleaved the heavens and earth, engulfing the entire battlefield. Chapter 61. Astonishment 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Gazing at the chaotic soldiers ahead, Shen Yi's eyes brimmed with twisted hatred. If only she could slay them, she could save her brother. Her face was marred with demonic patterns, and the reason within her was consumed by desire. Once the malevolent energy filled Shen Yi's heart, she would be irrevocably transformed into a soulless being, a mere automaton driven solely by the thirst for bloodshed. Elsewhere, clad in a phoenix robe, Guiyu cast a languid glance at the surrounding formation, where flashes of thunder ominously flickered. Lightning is the most potent force against malevolent spirits. Ordinary specters, struck by its bolts, would have their souls shattered. Master Yuan stood atop the high platform, observing Guiyu ensnared within the confines of the formation, erupting into laughter. She had not anticipated that she would find herself outmatched by this specter. Despite her advanced cultivation at the late stage of transformation, she was unable to contend with a newly ascended Ghost Emperor. However, she had foreseen the confrontation with the Ghost Emperor and had meticulously arranged this trap within the palace, luring Guiyu into its grasp. I shall witness you. Master Yuan, despite her grievous injuries, fixed her gaze unwaveringly on Guiyu below. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Guiyu conjured several spheres of spectral mist, imbued with a palpable aura of death. Ignoring the violet arcs of lightning striking her form, she hurled them violently in all directions. Boom! The formation began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Master Yuan gasped in astonishment. She had clearly witnessed the lightning arcs strike Guiyu, yet the latter showed no signs of change. The arcs, which were known to severely restrain ghostly beings, seemed ineffective. Could it truly be a mistake? A flicker of dread crossed Master Yuan's eyes. The specters in Guiyu's grasp bore a potent venom that could rot flesh upon contact, draining the very life essence from the victim. The thought of Guiyu escaping filled her with trepidation. She might indeed meet her demise at the hands of her opponent. Where do you think you're going? Come back. Noticing her disciples' intentions to flee, Master Yuan seized one of them and cast them into the formation. Master, no. Please don't. Stop the Ghost Emperor. You rascals, do you wish to abandon the realm to its fate? Yuan Guoshi let out a cold snort, disregarding the life and death of his disciple, and continued to cast another person into the fray. Master, it's me, Tian. I can still serve you. The second disciple, caught in Yuan Guoshi's grasp, spoke in a panic, desperately trying to present a charming and obedient demeanor. Serve me? It would be better to stop the Ghost Emperor. Yuan Guoshi's expression darkened, despite her second disciple's well-maintained appearance in the face of death. There was no time to appreciate male beauty. With astonishing speed, she hurled every person within her sight into the formation, hoping to impede the Ghost Moon's attempts to breach it. Subsequently, she planned her own escape. Recognizing that she was outmatched, she resolved to preserve her own life first. As for the notion of dying in loyalty to the Emperor, that was merely rhetoric. Having already sustained severe injuries, she had done her utmost. Yuan Guoshi could not fathom that a nascent Ghost Emperor could be so formidable. The methods for countering ghostly beings were of no use to her. Yet, the Ghost Emperor possessed a tenacity and cunning that caught the latter off guard. What was that? Yuan Guoshi transformed into a streak of light, fleeing swiftly. When she suddenly beheld several Crimson Sword lights on the battlefield, consuming the lives of her soldiers. That figure, was Tishi from the Smoke Luo sect? Curse Luo Yin. I knew you would meddle. Recognizing the attire of the individual, Yuan Guoshi immediately identified her, now aiding the Ghost Emperor against me. What remarkable skill, Yin Luo sect. This indeed grants me a title of defeat. Suddenly, Master Yuan realized that he could shift the blame entirely onto the Yin Luo sect. Turning the tables on that woman. Die. Master Yuan struck at Xinyi, his formidable true energy seemingly capable of sweeping away everything, forcing the onlookers to squint against the brilliance. Thud. His palm pierced directly through Xunye's body, emerging from her back. Little girl of the Yin Luo sect, perish. Xinyi turned her head, the mask falling away to reveal crimson eyes glinting with a predatory chill, her face marred by a network of black stripes and elongated fangs, resembling a beast on the verge of awakening. You are not human. Under the gaze of this monster, Master Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and looking down, he saw his own torso punctured, blood gushing forth. What is happening? The expression on his face twisted in horror as he stared incredulously at the wound. Just moments ago, he had clearly pierced this creature. How could his own chest? This was a rare practitioner at the transformation stage, and he was wounded. Kill her. You can ascend directly into the transformation stage. Die. The voice of the sword spirit echoed in his mind, and Xinyi uttered a low growl, unhesitatingly charging at Master Yuan. They are all monsters. A sense of dread had already taken root in her heart. She hurriedly evaded the strike and continued her flight, hastily swallowing a few medicinal pills while clutching her wound, making her way towards the desolate mountains. There was no escape. Xunyi stood rooted to the spot, gazing in the direction of the fleeing Yuan Guoshi. Murmuring softly, blood dripped from her sword. The previous strike had grazed Yuan Guoshi's body. Once the blood sacrifice sword had tasted a person's blood, the sword spirit would surely guide her to that individual. Go, take advantage of her injury, quickly eliminate her. Suddenly, Xinye's mind grew hazy, her crimson eyes briefly transforming into dark orbs. The state of her demonic transformation was still unstable, urging her to kill. Eliminate them all. Yet, she soon regained her composure and swiftly pursued Yuan Guoshi. If we can endure until nightfall, we shall escape from this Lin city. We may encounter chaotic soldiers along the way. You must hold on tightly to me. Gazing at the distinctly ominous clouds above, Xiao Zi, carrying He, repeatedly urged her. Yes. He nodded. Once we leave Lin city, I will ensure your anonymity, seeking a tranquil place where we can purchase a house and raise children, free from the disturbances of this chaotic world. As Xiao Zi walked, she shared her future plans with Yi, expressing that this was the life she had always envisioned. Observing the hopeful demeanor of Xiao Zi, a flicker of tenderness crossed Yi's eyes. Gently, she embraced Xiao Zi's neck, seemingly putting the events of the ghost month behind them. Yet, a shadow of concern lingered within her. Would they truly be left in peace? They will not, Yi remarked, a hint of worry evident in her voice. Xiao Zi sighed, well aware of the nature of their leader, stubborn and cold. Once she made up her mind, it was nearly impossible to alter her course. However, as long as they concealed their identities and blended insufficiently, it would be challenging for her to locate them. After such a long journey, let's rest for a while. Xiao Zi comforted He, reassuring her that this life of uncertainty was nearing its end. He nodded gently, leaning against Xiaozi's shoulder, quietly savoring this moment of warmth. Chapter 62. Xiaozi's Longing. The body behind her was exceedingly soft. Carrying He, a sense of warmth and acceptance suddenly surged within Xiaozi. She felt as though she possessed the entire world at that moment. With this man by her side, loneliness would no longer accompany her, no matter where they ventured. The only hurdle she could not overcome was He's purity. The first opportunity had clearly presented itself before her, yet she had failed to cherish it, allowing He to fall into the hands of a ghostly entity. Over the years, I have amassed a considerable sum of silver, most of which I acquired through violent means. I do not intend to make use of it any longer. Let the past remain sealed in silence. In due time, we can nurture a little girl or perhaps have a boy. I will teach them martial arts while I tend to the fields and you weave fabric. Do you prefer girls or boys? A gentle breeze lifted Xiaozi's bangs, rendering the evening lighthearted and joyful. She tilted her head slightly towards He, noticing the subtle tremor in his clear eyes, which remained silent for a long while. She assumed He was still upset with her, harboring resentment for not cherishing him and for forcibly claiming his body. Turning her gaze away, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Oh boy. At that moment, He's gentle voice broke the silence. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Xiaozi's eyes. Do you prefer boys? Suddenly, Xiaozi furrowed her brows in distress and remarked, however, the bloodline of my Xiao family must be carried on by a girl. A boy will eventually marry off. If you prefer boys, I am at a loss. Yet, we cannot solely bear sons. It would be ideal to have one of each, or even better, several. With renewed vigor, Xiaozi, unburdened, no longer concealed her emotions behind a mask of indifference as she carried He on her back, excitedly expressing her thoughts. He softly hummed in agreement, further fueling Xiaozi's enthusiasm as they dashed across the rugged mountains. Do you still blame me, He? Blame you for what? For causing my family to fall apart and using me as bait to lure out the ghostly mother, leading to the loss of my Holy Spirit pearl? If you hold me responsible, I shall dedicate my remaining days to making amends and compensating you. There are many hidden truths I have yet to share with you. Before He could respond, Xiaozi continued speaking to herself. I do not blame you, He's voice, warm yet tinged with sorrow, perfectly portrayed a beautiful man steeped in self-reproach. Why? Xiaozi remarked with a hint of surprise. I do not blame you, yet I harbor hatred towards you. Xiaozi Wei was momentarily taken aback, sighing deeply, acknowledging that she had repeatedly inflicted harm upon He, with her innate kindness, had been subjected to Xiaozi's teasing in front of her own sister, tormented, and ultimately delivered into the clutches of malevolent spirits, nearly leading to his demise. If only she had confronted her feelings sooner. From this moment forth, I shall earnestly protect you, ensuring that no harm befalls you again, Xiaozi declared resolutely. The two ambled toward the border, and from their vantage point, the outside world began to unfold before them, revealing a breathtaking vista. What a beautiful person! Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed from above. An old crone, clutching her chest, perched upon a branch, fixated intently on He, whose delicate beauty caused her eyes to narrow into mere slits. Indeed, such a lovely young thing exists in this world. Truly, a blessing in disguise. Who are you? You are Yuan Suaping. Xiaozi's gaze sharpened as she focused on the elderly woman above. Her pupils constricted as recognition dawned. She remembered having seen this crone from a distance when accompanying the sect leader to the palace to retrieve a sacred edict. Yuan Suaping was a notorious adversary of the sect leader, a fact that had made Xiaozi more observant of her. This is dire. Yuan Suaping is exceedingly ugly and possesses a dangerous lustfulness, adept in the dark arts of seduction, with countless young men having met their untimely ends at her hands. Many respectable husbands sent to her residence have soon thereafter taken their own lives by jumping into wells. How repugnant! Under the watchful gaze of the heavenly eye, he finally discerned the visage of the old crone, clad in a gaudy robe, her pair of eyes fixated on him with a sinister glint. A sense of dread washed over him. Could this elderly figure be drawn by his youthful beauty? How audacious! Do you think you can utter my name? Master Yuan thundered, her voice reminiscent of a squawking duck. It seemed she recognized him, and now, in such a disheveled state, being discovered by someone could tarnish his reputation. This individual must be eliminated. Had she not caught a fleeting glimpse of the handsome young man, she would not have lingered. Run. Flee as far as you can. I will hold her off. Xiaozi gently set Yi down, her gaze fixed cautiously on Master Yuan. Although the latter was indeed injured, her cultivation was undeniably at the late stage of transformation, a full realm above Xiaozi. Run. Xiaozi unsheathed her sword. Glancing at the dazed Yi, With a commanding whisper, she recognized that she was no match for Master Yuan. Yet, the frantic manner in which the latter fled suggested she was evading something. Perhaps someone was pursuing her. If they could just entangle her, they might have a chance at survival. This time, she chose to stand resolutely in front of He. Flee? Let us see where the charming young man I have taken a liking to thinks he can escape. Master Yuan cast a glance at Xiaozi, finding her presence increasingly obstructive. Suddenly, she lunged towards He. What? So swift. Xiaozi barely had time to wield her sword. Seeing Master Yuan charge at He, she quickly positioned herself in front of him, bracing herself to absorb the full force of Yuan's palm. Boom. Xiaozi was struck by a powerful blow, sent flying into the trunk of a tree, landing painfully on the ground, blood spilling from her lips. In a crucial moment, she shielded He in her embrace. Thanks to Xiaozi's protection, He merely experienced a tremor, suffering no significant harm. Conversely, Xiaozi bore the brunt of an attack from a martial artist at the transformation stage, sustaining grave injuries. He rushed into Xiaozi's arms, tenderly caressing her bloodied lips. I'm fine. You must flee. Xiaozi steadied herself against the tree, positioning He behind her. Yet, a sudden pain surged through her body, and she was forcibly thrown aside, the world around her spinning chaotically. In her hazy vision, she glimpsed the old woman tugging at He's garments. No, Yuan. The incessant ringing in Xiaozi's head grew deafening. She yearned to intervene but found herself devoid of strength. Her head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. He, do not come near. Faced with the toothless grin of the elderly woman approaching her with a lecherous gaze, he felt tears welling up in her eyes. Is this a cruel joke? Do all women in this world favor such youthful charm? Meanwhile, Yuan Guoshi, observing He's beauty up close, stared with his murky eyes wide open, pondering how an enchanting young man could be found in the desolate mountains. Was this not an unwarranted boon for him, Yuan? Little beauty, come with me. I shall lead you to a life of luxury and splendor. Yuan Guoshi chuckled sinisterly, revealing his painfully unsightly teeth. Do not touch me. He's eyes were wide with terror as he continuously retreated, yet a piece of his garment was seized by Master Yuan, who, in the ensuing chaos, inadvertently tore off a portion of his sleeve. What a delightful fragrance! Master Yuan brought the torn sleeve to his nose, intoxicated by its scent. Chapter 63, Hatred. The pure aroma of fresh milk, imbued with a unique youthful essence, captivated Master Yuan entirely. Little beauty, come with me, he urged, gripping He's sleeve once more. In a state of panic, He wrenched free, inadvertently tearing away a significant swath of fabric from his chest. He gasped, hastily covering his chest. Do not come any closer. The old woman's gaze was filled with teasing and mockery. Her greatest pleasure lay in tormenting struggling men. The more He cried out in alarm, the more satisfaction she derived. Observing the exquisite features of this man, Master Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. Could it be that you are still untouched? She broke into a smile, suddenly seizing He's delicate arm, eager to glimpse the man's hidden attire. The sanctity of such garments is profoundly intimate. Only the closest of spouses may gaze upon them freely. He, naturally, fought with all her might. But her strength was minuscule, no match for a warrior of the transformation realm. In the turmoil, Yuan Guoshi caught sight of the faint crimson mark peeking from beneath her garment. The sight of that hue darkened his expression. It was clear she was no longer pure, having been taken by another. Without such a protective garment, a man's worth diminishes significantly, for apart from this, one cannot ascertain how many women have shared his bed. The absence of such a safeguard revealed him to be a man who disregards marital fidelity. Observing He's unadorned hair, it was evident she had not yet wed. Yet the lack of a protective garment raised Yuan Guoshi's ire. He abruptly released her, casting her aside. Had he worn the protective attire, she could have lavished affection upon him, but a man without such a safeguard could only be regarded as a mere plaything. I do not disregard marital fidelity. He trembled, meeting Yuan Guoshi's disdainful gaze. His words struck a painful chord within her, and she clutched her arm in the fabric covering her chest in anguish. No. Your beauty is indeed exceptional. Very well. I, Yuan, shall settle for this once. Accompany me as my possession. As for this woman, she shall be disposed of shortly. Master Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Xiaozi, casually uttering a few words before lunging forward. No. He's face betrayed her horror. At that moment, a blood-red sword surged forth with astonishing speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the air. The crimson blade aimed directly at Master Yuan, who was compelled to abandon He momentarily and evade to the rear. Yet, The blood sword possessed an eerie quality, as if it had locked onto Master Yuan, severing one of his arms with a swift strike. With a thunderous crash, a monstrous, humanoid creature resembling a demon plummeted from above, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. Its blood-red eyes glowed ominously, long fangs protruded menacingly, and its body was inscribed with bizarre, arcane runes. It seized the blood-sacrificial sword and violently swung it towards Master Yuan, the crimson sword energy morphing into a crescent shape, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two. In Xinye's mind, a singular thought resonated: slay this individual to transcend to the next realm and exact vengeance upon the Yanluo sect. Master Yuan gazed in disbelief at his left arm, which had mysteriously vanished. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a smooth wound, devoid of any blood. However, Xinye's blade of light was relentless in its pursuit, forcing him to retreat further. How are you so swift, able to match my speed? What on earth are you? Regardless of how Yuan Guoshi attempted to evade, the speed of this malevolent creature surpassed her own. Time and again, the crimson blood sword nearly severed her neck. Yuan Guoshi's eyes brimmed with terror. She was a formidable entity at the transformation stage, one of the most powerful individuals in the entirety of Liangxian Kingdom. What manner of being was this? Infuriating. Yuan Guoshi's heart seethed with anger. Had she not been initially wounded by the Ghost Emperor and then ambushed in her heart by this fiend, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Death. Xinye's degree of demonic transformation had deepened further, wielding the blood sword like a harbinger of doom from the underworld, capable of severing the souls of all living beings. Master Sword Spirit, she is so swift. How shall I slay her? Embrace the fury and hatred within you. Do not resist. The more you succumb to it, the greater your power shall become. The Sword Spirit whispered enticingly. The more one embraces hatred, the mightier one grows. Haunted by the gruesome demise of her loved ones, Xinye's speed intensified, transforming her into a ferocious beast. With a single stroke, she severed Yuan Guoshi's other arm. Wait. I am the national master of Liangxian Kingdom, a being above all others. If you spare me, I shall grant you boundless wealth and glory. Having lost both arms, Yuan Guoshi instantly sensed the chilling breath of death. As the national master of a nation, she possessed vast riches yet to be squandered and many male attendants yet to be cherished. Had she known this monster would pursue her, she would never have lingered here. It was all that charming young man's fault for luring her. Regrettably, Xinye's offensive did not wane. Rather, it intensified with a ferocity that was palpable. Whatever you desire, I shall bestow upon you. I will take you as my disciple. My wealth is yours to command. Should you wish for power that surpasses the realm, or the company of exquisite beauties, all is attainable, if only you spare my life. I wish for your demise. In an instant, Xinye's sword flashed with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yuan Guoshi's pupils constricted as she hesitated for but a moment. No, it cannot be real. I am but one beneath another. In the next heartbeat, she found herself rigidly observing her severed arm, her body gradually disintegrating into fragments. Can power over the realm restore my brother's life? Xinye murmured, driving the blood sacrifice sword into the earth. A warm current surged through her being. After vanquishing Yuan Guoshi, the life essence within the latter was absorbed by the sword, with a portion extracted by the sword spirit as a tribute to its master. Creaking and cracking echoed within Xinye's body as her true energy surged forth, filling her entirely. An ordinary person would never breach the realm she had traversed. Yet, in less than half a month, she had ascended without encountering any bottlenecks or hindrances. She had reached the transformation stage. Yanluo sect, I detest you. Xinye felt no elation at her breakthrough. Instead, her mind was clouded, burdened by an overwhelming sorrow, as a relentless pain tore at her insides, a pain named hatred. Turning, she cast a cold glance at He, who lay prostrate on the ground, before striding toward Xiaozi. All members of the Yanluo sect must perish. What are you planning to do? Observing this, he abruptly lunged towards Xiaozi, embracing the latter's head, and gazed at Xinye with trepidation. The system's reminder flashed through her mind. He hadn't anticipated that upon seeing Xinye again, she would have become the destined female lead. However, Xinye's condition seemed somewhat amiss. The system interface indicated that she was in a state of demonization. Witnessing He's fearful demeanor, Xinye's movements decelerated. He retained that same exquisite beauty, his voice gentle yet crisp, surpassing even the handsomeness of a man from a painting. His eyes, unlike her own, were filled with pure urgency, and the worry etched upon his delicate brows added a touch of heart-rending allure to his already extraordinary countenance. Gazing upon this visage from close proximity, Xinye felt his heart race uncontrollably. Do not harm her, he exclaimed, cradling Xiaozi in his arms, his weakened body shielding the latter. Possessing an intermediate self-healing physique, his body was gradually recovering. But the depletion of vital energy over the past 2 days left him with a pallid complexion. Observing He Yi's features, Xiaozi extended a hand, his scaled palm trembling as it hovered before He Yi's cheek. Under the latter's apprehensive gaze, he caressed his face, uttering, "You are a Yi." He Yi feigned ignorance of the latter's identity, exclaiming in astonishment. As Shun Ye's body underwent a transformation upon encountering He Yi, the scales adorning her skin gradually faded away, and her once demonic visage morphed into that of a human, specifically that of a Yi. Beads of sweat dotted her cheeks as Shun Ye's gaze locked onto He Yi. Filled with a complex array of emotions, she longed to inquire why He Yi was present in this place, questioning why he, the favored one of the Ghost Emperor, was consorting with assassins from the Smoke Luo sect. Yet, recalling the words of the Sword Spirit, Shun Ye's expression dimmed. He was not a man of fidelity. Perhaps his very nature was one of fickleness, otherwise, he would not have found himself entwined with an assassin amidst the hay. Defu, favored one. I shall not take your life. Leave this place. No matter how enchanting he appeared, he was not hers to claim. She cherished the memory of the noble Defu, who cared for the people and empathized with their suffering, not this debauched man who protected assassins. You spared my life once, I remember. Now, depart. Ignoring the Sword Spirit's objections, Shun Yi withdrew her hand, symbolizing a definitive severance from her past affections. A Yi. You are a Yi. How wonderful. As Yi beheld Shun Ye's countenance, tears of joy streamed down his face. A sense of relief washing over him, as if he had encountered a familiar soul, igniting a glimmer of hope. I merely said I would spare you, however. Xiaozi must die. Shun Ye's gaze turned frigid. What? Why? He stood in shock, unable to comprehend. It seemed evident that the current Shun Yi differed entirely from the one he once knew. She had transformed from a figure of weakness and insecurity into one radiating an aura of lethal intent. The Smoke Luo sect took my loved ones, my mother, my brother. They were all slain by them. Xiaozi is also one of their own. I seek vengeance. Upon recalling her family, a profound sorrow surged within Shun Yi as she raised the blood-red sacrificial sword. What? Your family is dead, Yi? Wait. Xiaozi is no longer affiliated with the Yin Luo sect. She is withdrawn. She is not a wicked person. It certainly wasn't her doing. He fervently defended Xiaozi, yet seemed to recall something that softened her tone. Xiaozi was a villainess, and he could not ascertain whether she was entangled in the fate of Shun Ye's family. Not her doing. She is the leader of those assassins. What could she possibly be oblivious to? My younger brother, merely 8 years old, and my mother, bedridden, they just wish to survive. What crime have they committed? Shun Ye's emotions ran high, and she no longer wished to engage in discourse with this fickle man. The words of the scarred woman held some merit. Had they not encountered De Liang, they would not have chosen someone as Navi as herself, and Mu and her mother would still be alive. Shun Yi grasped He Yi's arm with a forceful intent, aiming to cast her aside. In a moment of desperation, He Yi relinquished her grip on the torn fabric of her clothing, revealing her alabaster skin. The delicate curve of her neck, illuminated by the moonlight, radiated a subtle yet enticing glow. You, He Yi gasped in shock, hurriedly covering the exposed remnants of her attire, her frantic demeanor suggesting to an onlooker that she was a virtuous lady, preserving her modesty. Shun Ye's gaze remained indifferent. Had she encountered He Yi's form earlier, she might have deemed it a mere figment of her imagination. Yet now, she felt a profound detachment. Recalling the sight of He Yi beneath Xiaozi, a wave of emotional barriers surged within her. Although the body was pristine and alluring, its spirit had become tainted. Yi, what must you do to spare Xiaozi? Please, if you intend to take her life, then take mine first. He Yi implored, shielding her torn clothing as she stood resolutely before Shun Yi. How can I let her go? Shun Yi inquired. I will grant you her freedom, but only if you can resurrect my brother. Is that possible? I am sorry, I cannot. He gazed sorrowfully at Shun Yi, her eyes filled with profound empathy. Since you cannot, then step aside. Shun Yi once again grasped He Yi's arm, callously casting her aside. Gazing at the unconscious Xiaozi on the ground, an icy chill enveloped Shun Yi's eyes. Suddenly, a soft embrace from behind caught her off guard. She paused momentarily and glanced at the man behind her. Are you compelling me to end your life? I'm sorry, he murmured, his voice a delicate whisper imbued with a uniquely alluring timbre. While I cannot resurrect your brother, I can offer you another child. To alleviate your sorrow. The gentle warmth of his body sent a shiver through Shun Yi. But it was soon eclipsed by the memories of He Yi and Xiaozi's intimate exchanges that filled her with revulsion. Indeed, as the sword spirit lord had proclaimed, he was nothing more than a fickle man. I know you are in pain. You must be weary. Do not bury these feelings within. Release Xiaozi, and allow me to attend to you, will you? His voice, though timid, bore an undeniable charm. Turning to face him, Shunyi lifted He Yi's chin, only to discover two streams of tears cascading down the latter's face. What troubles you? Are you prepared to barter your body? You must understand. I am merely a woman who chops and sells firewood. Would such a beautiful man truly desire me? Shunyi gazed calmly at the exquisite countenance before her, a faint smirk gracing her lips, tinged with subtle irony. Even at this juncture, one pretended to wear a mask of utmost grievance. She truly felt a sense of pity for the Ghost Emperor. As long as you release Xiaozi, you may do with me as you wish. He lowered her gaze, offering Shunyi a melancholic profile. Shunyi cast a profoundly disappointed glance at He Yi, whose image in her eyes had utterly shattered. What if I demand you? Well, perhaps. A chuckle escaped her lips. You truly are that sort of man. Forgive me, though my origins are humble. I find you repugnant. Ruthlessly pushed He Yi away. Wait a moment. Chapter 65. Lost. The man behind her let out a pained groan, followed by the sound of clothes being shed. A soft body enveloped her once more. I am merely a man. I cannot dictate your choices. I understand. But Xiaozi cannot die. I am unable to resolve your hatred. I feel so powerless. The only thing I can offer is my body in exchange. May I? Yi, just look at me. He Yi's voice trembled, filled with extreme grievance. Please, just look at me. A pair of delicate hands wrapped around her waist. Without needing to ponder, Shunyi knew what had transpired. She initially intended to push He Yi away again, but when her palm brushed against his smooth arm, her heart involuntarily quivered. Memories of the noble De Lang flooded back to her. Unable to restrain herself, she turned to face He Yi. He Yi clung to her waist, his attire loosened, revealing his bare upper body, his skin as flawless as white jade. In that instant, Shunyi felt her mind whirl, a rush of heat coursing through her. Yi, do I look beautiful? He lifted his head, tears glistening on his exquisitely delicate face. He stood on tiptoe, reaching for a kiss. Shunyi's gaze grew fervent, her body stiffened. Though reason admonished her that this man was merely using his body to tempt her, essentially a mere blue-pink skeleton lacking virtue. A voice within her whispered that this man was De Lang, the one she had once adored. His soul might be tainted, yet his form was undeniably captivating. As a mere woman, was it not permissible to indulge in the experience of such a man? Beautiful. Shunyi murmured instinctively, ultimately not rejecting him. Their lips met, and Shunyi ignited like a bomb, her pent-up anger and desire surging to the forefront. She fiercely embraced He Yi, her breath quickening. Yi, you must be tired. Allow me to serve you. Do not overexert yourself. He, ever considerate, initiated the removal of Shunyi's clothing, only to be suddenly pinned to the ground by her. Do you not regret this? Shunyi gazed intently at the man beneath her, clinging to her last shred of reason. I do not regret it. Yi, you have grown strong, stronger than Xiaozi. Men admire strength, and so do I. My true name is He Yi. I wish only to stay by your side and bear you a lovely daughter. Now, let us forget the enmity in the martial world, shall we? He Yi spoke, caressing Shunyi's face, his eyes glazed over. Lying on the ground, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the unconscious Xiaozi, as if whispering, I am sorry, Xiaozi. So that is it. Have I become powerful? Stronger than Xiaozi? Shunyi's disdain for He Yi intensified. Here, 1,000 words omitted, Shunyi stood, her garments still not fully donned, gazing at the limp He Yi, and then lunged at him again, for this man wished to use. She unleashed her pent-up hatred and anguish with reckless abandon. As dawn broke and sunlight streamed down, Xiaozi murmured softly and opened her eyes to find herself in the distant sky shrouded in a vast, ominous mist. She was amidst a desolate forest, surrounded by withered leaves, yet the abundant sunlight assured her that she had escaped from Lin Qingfu, that she had left the domain ruled by the Ghost Emperor. We have made our escape. Xiaozi instinctively turned to her side, expecting to find He Yi lying beside her, but the space was empty. No. Memory surged in her mind, and Xiaozi clutched her head in agony. She recalled the moment she was to take He Yi away, when she encountered Yuan Suiping. With a swift motion, she had struck her unconscious. Before losing consciousness, she vaguely saw Yuan Suiping lunging towards He Yi. No. Xiaozi cried out in torment, pushing her aching body as she frantically searched for any sign of He Yi. She had been so close to leading He Yi away from Lin Qingfu to a life of anonymity, free from the turmoil of the human world. just one step away from fulfilling that dream. In the hollow forest, the only sounds echoing were the calls of birds. There was no one else. No, what have I done? Soon, the news reached the ears of the current empress, Shangwan Bingrua. Yuan Guoshi, leading an army of 100,000, set out to vanquish the ghost emperor. Only to be utterly annihilated, his forces transformed into ghostly warriors. As for Yuan Guoshi himself, he fled the battlefield, his shattered remains later discovered in the desolate mountains. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost emperor advanced towards the nearby 2 prefectures, swiftly conquering 3 in the territory known as the Ghost Domain. The empress, incensed, witnessed the carnage of 1,000,000 fallen and rivers of blood flowing across the land. The Yuan family was subjected to a complete extermination, their entire lineage wiped out. Even the Yuan family, once exalted above all others, faced total obliteration, leaving the officials of the court treading on eggshells. How could a mere ghost emperor overpower numerous specters and devour 3 of my prefectures? Who among you will tell me that this is but a dream, an illusion, or that you are simply incompetent? The empress's frigid voice resonated from within her tent, and those familiar with her temperament knelt in submission, acutely aware that she stood on the brink of an eruption, ready to unleash her wrath. A pack of useless fools. Yu Yue, the former princess, humph. Do you believe that seizing my 3 prefectures will change anything? The true contest has only just begun. The empress emerged from her tent, surveying her ministers below with a gaze imbued with a chilling majesty. In the blink of an eye, time raced forward, and 6 months swiftly passed. In a dimly lit corner where vagrants congregated, a killer from the smoke and dew sect apprehended the disheveled Xiaozi. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to her former self. Her face was smeared with dirt, her eyes reflected despair and confusion, and her once blue attire was tattered beyond recognition. I have previously declared that those who betray me shall not escape my grasp. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaozi? In a secluded chamber, a woman adorned in imperial attire observed the forlorn figure of Xiaozi, now confined within a cage. The latter's despondent demeanor was indistinguishable from that of a true beggar, eliciting a sense of mockery from her. It was absurd that a man could reduce her meticulously nurtured blade, honed over decades, to such a state. Xiaozi slumped within the iron cage, offering no response to the woman's inquiry. How intriguing. I wonder if that man possessed such irresistible charm. Alas, he is dead, Xiaozi murmured. Oh, what if I were to say that he is not dead? Years ago, the body of Master Yuan was brought back, with all the essence absorbed by someone. Recently, reports have emerged of similar incidents in Qizhou Prefecture, where numerous individuals have mysteriously vanished, only to be found murdered, their essence siphoned away. A flicker of intrigue danced in Xiaozi's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon the elegantly attired woman. The emperor has entrusted this matter to me. Being the favorite of the ghost emperor, a role the emperor must find quite appealing. Noticing Xiaozi's unwavering stare, the woman turned her back, casually waving her hand. Bring forth the cage and cast it into the serpent's den. My beloved pets are still hungry. 3 days hence, if she still lives, I shall grant her an opportunity to travel to Qingzhou Prefecture. Yes. Chapter 66. Indifference in Qingzhou Prefecture, Jiayang County. Horse-drawn carriages sped along the bluestone-paved road, while pedestrians hurriedly evaded the chaos. Amidst the turmoil of war and conscription, the lives of the common folk grew increasingly arduous. A young man, carrying a bamboo basket, scrutinized the street vendors, his gaze fixating on a blue hairpin, observing it repeatedly. A discerning eye, esteemed guest. This hairpin is crafted from jade, designed in the palace style. How much? The young man inquired softly. 1 tael of silver. His fingers trembled, and he returned the hairpin to its place, opting instead for a selection of simple vegetables from a nearby stall. His head bowed as he continued on his way. Look, look! Someone gestured discreetly, pointing at He Yi's silhouette. Viewed from behind, He Yi's figure appeared exquisitely delicate, evoking a flurry of imaginations. A young lady, adorned as a wealthy heiress, waved her hand and directed her servants, deliberately hurrying past to collide with the young man, sending him sprawling to the ground. Are you all right, young sir? The young man let out a soft grunt as he fell. The heiress hastily approached to assist him. Please, do not touch me, he replied, his voice smooth yet tinged with urgency, stirring something within the heiress's heart. Rest assured, I did not intend to bump into you. It was merely a moment of panic that led to this unintentional offense. She gazed intently at the young man's face, eager to discern the features hidden beneath his bangs. However, as he revealed his full visage, The heiress's smile froze in place. Though his features were refined, his countenance was marred by numerous red blemishes and scars, instantly extinguishing any lingering interest. "Thank you, miss." He picked up the vegetable basket, and under the gaze of the heavens, he had long recognized that the woman before him was the very cause of his misfortune. He discerned the disappointment in her eyes, performed a courteous bow, and continued on his way. "I must be a handsome man. How ugly." The murmurs of the crowd reached his ears, causing he to furrow his brow slightly, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the town, he closed the wooden door behind him and noticed a gaunt middle-aged man in the neighboring yard hanging laundry. "Ah, Mr. He, you have returned," said Uncle Wang. He nodded, his gaze somewhat forlorn. After exchanging pleasantries, he retreated to his humble abode to boil water and prepare a meal. Once he returned to his room, the middle-aged man sighed deeply and murmured, "This child truly has a hard lot, so young yet married to a mute, and treated poorly at that. What a pity it is. If only he could speak, he wouldn't have to endure the disdain of that mute every day." "Enough." The voice of the elderly companion echoed through the room. "Just look at his pockmarked face. He won't bring any fortune, and you expect him to marry well?" The middle-aged man sighed and returned inside. "Lower your voice." Their conversation was overheard by He, who remained oblivious to it all. He busied himself with the familiar tasks of cooking, scavenging the last grains of rice from the kitchen, placing them into a pot, and sought some greens with a sprinkle of salt. Having accompanied Shunyi to Qingzhou for nearly half a year, He had grown accustomed to solitude, often donning an unflattering guise. Today, however, felt different. As dusk approached, He had just set the meal on the table when a faint sound stirred outside the courtyard. Shunyi pushed open the door and entered with an impassive expression. "Ah Yi, you're back." Upon seeing Shunyi, He's face lit up with surprise, and he quickly offered his bowl of food to the latter, taking a seat across the table. Shunyi did not even glance at He, uttering a non-committal sound, seemingly devoid of interest as she began to eat. "Ah Yi, where have you been these past few days?" "I've been quite frightened alone at home." He propped his chin on his hands, gazing at Shunyi's profile, letting out a sigh. As usual, it felt as though he was speaking to the air, receiving no response from her. Initially, he had promised to exchange his life for Xiao Zi's, and though Shunyi had claimed him, her interest in him had waned thereafter, rendering him invisible. Through eavesdropping on her thoughts, he understood that for the past 6 months, Shunyi had been relentlessly pursuing revenge against Yan Luo, often disappearing for weeks on end, stealthily assassinating numerous individuals. The reason for her indifference towards him was clear. His image in her eyes had been irrevocably tarnished, painting him as a man devoid of virtue, consumed by vanity, and thus unworthy of her interest. A man lacking even in chastity could only be wed to ruffians who could not win a proper husband. "Ah Yi." He sighed, having spoken at length without receiving a word from Shunyi. He could only blame himself. He had promised to help her conceive. Yet half a year later, there was still no sign of it. Although it was due to He's failure to unlock the system's fertility function, he bore the stigma of infertility, which had rendered Shunyi's attitude towards him frigid, leaving him mute like a statue within their home. "Ah Yi, we have no food or money left. Do you have any?" After a long silence, he quietly inquired while clearing the dishes, his face clouded with worry. Throughout these 6 months, Shunyi had never contributed a single coin to He, seemingly intent on subjecting him to a life of poverty, often returning home to feast lavishly. Shunyi hung her sword on the wall, casting a glance at He. She had expected to see discontent and disdain in his eyes, but instead, she found only a reflection of future worries in his clear gaze. He had never complained about her, yet Shunyi remained silent and laid down on the bed, unwilling to engage with him. Each time she laid eyes on him, the spirit of the sword urged her to eliminate him swiftly. He was merely a beautiful facade, devoid of value, incapable of bearing children, a useless man, and perhaps even unfaithful. Though she had secretly followed He, she had yet to catch him in any indiscretions. Gazing at the cold moonlight outside, Shunyi soon drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she sensed the presence of another person nestled behind her. Opening her eyes, she glanced back. Finding the slender figure of He turned away from her. "Ah you, I still want to try," he murmured softly. "I'm tired. I don't wish to move," Shunyi replied nonchalantly. The man behind her quickly fell silent, and moments later, soft sobs broke the stillness. He was crying. Shunyi sighed, her gaze lingering on the moonlight outside, still ignoring He. Her disdain for him had grown, This man had already been touched by two women, the Ghost Emperor and Xiao Zi. His presence was merely a quest for strength and the promise of a prosperous life, yet she was resolute in thwarting his ambitions. Chapter 67. Communicating with the Sword Spirit Ding. Congratulations, host, your green tea value has increased by 20. A voice of notification flashed through Yi's mind, bringing him a surge of joy. Possessing godlike acting skills, every move he made seemed to seamlessly integrate him into this world. After 6 months, he had accumulated over 15,000 green tea value, sufficient to directly purchase the cultivation of the Harmony Realm and elevate himself to a formidable practitioner. Yet, he found himself unable to explain it all, so he chose to temporarily store these green tea values for future use. Once he amassed 50,000, he would be able to acquire the cultivation of the Transformation Realm outright. What is the purpose of living if she will not feel remorse for you? Do you not comprehend this yet? He choked on his words, when suddenly another voice echoed in his mind. Who is it? He murmured softly. Beside him, Shen Yi trembled slightly, casting another glance at He without uttering a word. After a considerable time, as Shen Yi seemed to drift into a deep slumber, that voice resonated once more. Do not speak. Listen to me. The sword spirit spoke in a tone of quiet resignation, noting that she could generally only communicate with the sword master. Engaging with others beyond him required an exorbitant expenditure of spiritual energy, a notion that pained her deeply. Should she inadvertently arouse Shun Ye's suspicion, it would undermine her enigmatic persona. She cautioned, the words I share with you must be kept close to your heart. Never to be divulged to another soul, do you understand? Especially not to Shen Yi. After a brief pause, the sword spirit continued. Who are you? Do you know my name? He lowered his voice, his lips barely parting to form words, his fear evident as he glanced around. Seemingly haunted by the specter of phantoms, he instinctively drew closer to Shen Yi's back. I am the deity of this world, the sword spirit persisted, her voice laced with seduction. A deity? He stammered in bewilderment. Within the confines of the system space, a notification alerted him to the presence of the dual true female protagonist blood sacrifice sword spirit. The revelation sparked a glimmer of realization in He's eyes. This was the first dual true female protagonist he had encountered. Puzzled as to why this sword spirit would deceive him by claiming divinity, he reflected on the possibility that had he been merely an ordinary, weak man, he might have been thoroughly beguiled by her celestial assertions. Divine being, do gods truly exist? Are you here to rescue me? In that moment, He's acting commenced. She halted her sobs, tears glistening in her eyes, and incredulously spoke. Indeed. I have witnessed your endurance in the face of injustice, the immense suffering you have borne from humanity. It is profoundly unfair to you. And I have observed it all. Come with me to another world. The sword spirit, sensing her gullibility, increased the output of its ethereal energy and continued with an air of mystery in another world. He murmured, is there truly such a place? A realm devoid of suffering, tranquil, free from hunger, death, and indifference? You need not carry such burdens. The sword spirit painted a grand vision, all the while harboring ulterior motives, intending to lure He into a blood sacrifice with the sword, thereby claiming her soul as a slave to be exploited at will. Does such a world truly exist? Indeed. Your cultivation is sufficient. Now, all that remains is for you to perish, and your soul shall accompany me to another world. Do you consent? I am willing. Immediately, He spoke without hesitation, and the sword spirit felt a surge of joy, ready to unfold the subsequent plans. Yet, He's tone shifted, and she began to choke back tears. But I owe it to Yi. I have not yet given her a child. I cannot die yet. It's all my fault. I am so useless. This is not your burden to bear. It is Shen Yi. Shen Yi has committed too many atrocities, accumulating a lifetime of sins, resulting in her infertility. This is not your fault. The depleting essence of life caused the sword spirit great distress. However, upon sensing a glimmer of hope for success, she suppressed her growing impatience and comforted. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Then, O divine being, can you forgive Yi? She is not a wicked person. She is good at heart. She is merely consumed by hatred at this moment. Can you forgive her? He urgently implored, even at the brink of despair. Still appearing selfless, the essence of life continued to drain rapidly during their exchange, incurring great costs. The sword spirit's impatience began to rise. Once you pass, you can accompany me in further cultivation and pray for Shen Yi. Is that true? Indeed. I am willing. Then, take up. But I have yet to see my sister. I miss her dearly. If she were to learn of my sudden demise, it would surely break her heart. I cannot be so selfish. He hesitated once more. Your sister's name is He Shui, correct? The sword spirit asked, her heart aching. Yes. Upon the utterance of He Shui's name by the sword spirit, he appeared to be even more convinced, her expression imbued with a deeper reverence. You need not worry. She has already passed away, came the reply. What? He was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment, with an unmistakable hint of impending turmoil. Wait, I miscalculated. He Shui is still alive, merely injured and recuperating. Fearing He Yi's potential loss of control, which would awaken Shen Yi, the sword spirit hastily altered its tone. I see. O divine being, could you hasten my sister's recovery? Relieved to see He Yi returning to her previous state, the sword spirit exhaled. As long as you perish and follow my path of cultivation, your sister's injuries will mend. I understand now. It appears that my demise is the key to her well-being. And others may thrive as well. He Yi's brows knitted tightly. Just as the sword spirit was about to press further, she interjected, but if I were to die? Who would prepare meals for a Yi when she returns home? What then? O divine being, can you ensure a Yi does not go hungry? Could you perhaps perish first? The sword spirit felt a surge of exasperation. Indeed, men could be excessively verbose. This was precisely why she had always harbored a disdain for male sword masters. While a select few could embody ruthlessness, engaging in blood sacrifices and slaying, the majority would forsake everything for the sake of their offspring. What a farce. Regret began to gnaw at her. Had she known better, she would not have bypassed Shen Yi to engage with He Yi, a sheer waste of precious life energy. O divine being? The voice in his mind suddenly vanished. He repeated the name He several times, yet received no response. Confused, he glanced around, murmuring to himself. Could it be merely an illusion? Subsequently, he cast a glance at Shen Yi to his left before closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. Little T. Did you hear my conversation with the sword spirit? Beep. I heard it. Host need not worry. The green tea system is a supreme entity. The blood sacrifice sword spirit is merely a minor dual protagonist. She is incapable of perceiving the existence of the system. Oh, I wanted to inquire why Shen Yi's sword spirit constantly wishes for my demise. Beep. Due to the existence of the sword spirit on a spiritual level, it seeks to obtain the soul of its host, intending to transform it into a divine slave. He feels it is necessary to be wary of this sword. Chapter 68. Missed by the following morning, Shen Yi opened her eyes to find He Yi curled up, helplessly clutching his arms, quietly lost in slumber. Perhaps during Shen Yi's absence, in a home devoid of women, he, as a man, succumbed to sleep amidst feelings of vulnerability and fear. The sight of him asleep resembled that of a serene and tranquil deity, yet compared to 6 months prior, he appeared significantly more haggard. Having endured many days of hunger, a Yi, as Shen Yi organized her belongings, preparing to take her sword. The man on the bed finally stirred at the sound, slowly waking up and gazing at her. A Yi, are you leaving again? Yes. Shen Yi paused, brushing aside the 2 strands of hair that framed her forehead, and looked at Yi. Her appearance may not have been striking, but the aura of true energy surrounding her lent her a sense of vigor and detachment. A Yi, are you punishing me? You have been returning home late for the past 6 months. I truly feel frightened being alone at home. Each time I venture out, I dare not show my true self, fearing the malice of other women. He partially lifted the quilt, revealing a thin, plain garment, and gazed earnestly at Shen Yi. I am aware that you harbor significant grievances against me, stemming from numerous misunderstandings. I wish to clarify, yet I am already your husband. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? What exactly do you wish to convey? Shen Yi's gaze flickered as she looked out at the sky, seemingly reluctant to engage in further discussion with Yi. I merely desire to lead a life of simplicity, to grow old in your company. Your current demeanor causes me great concern. A Yi, I understand that you are consumed by vengeance. Your eyes are now shrouded by hatred. Could you, for my sake, relinquish your animosity? Please, for me. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, revealing his own struggle. For a young man, the solitude of an empty room could be excruciating. To abandon hatred? You reside in a lofty realm, while I am but a humble woman born into poverty. If you wish to escape this wretched existence, you are free to leave. Shen Yi shot He a cold glance before stepping out of the room. Letting go of hatred was an impossibility. She was locked in a relentless feud with the Yin Luo sect, and her appetite for vengeance only grew. She could not afford to cease her pursuit. Any faction associated with the Yin Luo sect must be eradicated. He sighed, collapsing onto the bed in despair, weeping softly. After Shen Yi had completely departed, he cursed under his breath as he rose. The female protagonist had returned the previous night and devoured his meager provisions, which he had procured by selling his jewelry. Each time she returned, she wore an unpleasant expression. Xinye's misunderstandings of him ran deep. Yet he had refrained from explaining himself, biding his time to unleash a devastating blow against her when the moment was right, to reap significant rewards. Surveying the barren room, he found himself at a loss for words and resolved to borrow some food from next door. This world offered few amenities for personal care. Perhaps due to the nature of the Holy Spirit, he could forego washing his hair for a month without it becoming greasy. Instead, it remained smooth and straight. A month without brushing his teeth still left his breath fresh, and he naturally exuded a pleasant fragrance. After a simple wash, he applied a crude layer of makeup before stepping outside. "Uncle Wang, I would like to borrow some more grain." Upon seeing the middle-aged man next door embroidering in the courtyard, he entered the yard, his expression troubled. "Alas, your woman truly lacks virtue." The middle-aged man sighed and stepped into the house, where he spilled a few grains of rice. "Enough, enough, have you lost your senses? Just a little will suffice." A voice of rebuke echoed from within. Emerging from the dwelling, the man handed a small bag of provisions to He. This meager amount of sustenance was hardly sufficient for even a single meal for her. "Uncle Wang." He's face reflected gratitude. "However, this situation cannot persist. Your life is fraught with hardship. You must seek employment. You can read, can't you? I heard from the people at the Bai family that they are currently seeking a literate woman for their 6th young lady. You might consider trying for it." "The 6th young lady, but would they truly accept me?" He asked anxiously. "It's uncertain. I've heard that the 6th young lady has a mischievous temperament and is still quite young. Many literate women have been driven away, and they are now also hiring men. As long as they can read." "Thank you, Uncle Wang." He committed this information to memory. "Oh, and it would be wise to wear a veil to conceal your face," the middle-aged man kindly advised. Presently, He's visage bore scars and blemishes that rendered her rather intimidating. Indeed, he nodded somberly, seemingly distressed by her appearance. His acting prowess had reached an extraordinary level, and for the past 6 months, no one had noticed. "Uncle Wang, I will find a way to repay the borrowed provisions." As she prepared to depart, he turned back for a moment to express her gratitude with a glance towards the middle-aged man, sighing softly. "Oh, the unfortunate child." The Bai family was a prestigious lineage in Zhaoyang County, known for nurturing a multitude of martial artists. It was said that the current governor of Qingzhou Prefecture was the adopted daughter of the Bai matriarch. Each time the Bai matriarch celebrated her birthday, even the county magistrate would personally come to offer congratulations, transforming the streets into a scene of joyous festivity. Furthermore, the eldest daughter of the Bai family had ascended to the imperial court as a 7th-rank official, granting her the privilege to meet the reigning empress. The formidable strength of the Bai family was evident. Approaching mid-morning, He, adorned with a veil, arrived fashionably late, joining a group of individuals clad in white robes, all gathered to apply for the position of a governess. It was rumored that among them were scholars of the current dynasty, showcasing a wealth of talent. Transcribe a passage from elementary school. Those with the finest handwriting shall be deemed successful. A matron resembling a housekeeper brought forth a table, instructing each applicant to write a designated text. When it was He's turn, she recalled the memories stored in her mind. This task posed no challenge for her. In her previous life within the He family, her status had paralleled that of the young master of the Bai residence. Boys were forbidden from practicing martial arts, relegated instead to the study of gentlemanly conduct and various artistic skills. Thus, he was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and dance. With the aid of the system, her calligraphy was exceptionally neat and aesthetically pleasing, surpassing even printed works. Chapter 69. By Luoyan. Is this truly your handwriting? The female steward, holding He's handwriting, inquired with suspicion, noting that the neatness of the script was sufficient to secure a top position in the official selection examination of the Liangxian kingdom. Many female scholars, who had devoted years to perfecting their calligraphy, could not achieve such a level of proficiency. It was hard to believe that a man could attain this standard. In response to the steward's probing, he feigned confusion and wrote another passage of similar text at the desk. "Who are you? You appear to be no ordinary man." The female steward picked up the writing for comparison and, in her heart, had already arrived at a conclusion. The young man was once a lady of high standing, but after her family's decline, she had married a farmer. He explained in a low voice, his expression somber. His acting skills were such that the female steward could not detect any anomaly. Although the young lady wished to find a male tutor to teach her literacy, there remained a clear distinction between the genders. Reveal your face. He removed his veil and lowered his gaze, exposing the scars and blemishes on either side of his face. What was once a delicate visage instantly transformed into a grotesque and fearsome sight. Upon witnessing He's unsightly appearance, the female steward nodded in satisfaction. The sixth young lady of their household was known for her rebellious nature. She was rumored to be the illegitimate daughter of the family head. Recently brought back into the fold and currently facing ostracism from her peers. It would be no issue to find a male tutor for her literacy lessons. However, the sixth young lady had reached the age of budding romance, and should a handsome tutor be found, it could lead her to distraction, jeopardizing her reputation, a scenario the matriarch would not wish to witness, as she too would be held accountable for any failures in her duties. Meanwhile, in a room adorned with antiquity, a youthful girl of merely 12 or 13 was seated on the bed, cultivating her practice. Upon hearing footsteps, she slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. Her gaze was profound, revealing a maturity that belied her age. She was Bai Luoyan, the sixth young lady of the Bai family. In her early years, she had been abandoned by the family head and had roamed the streets, only recently returning to her lineage. Despite her petite and youthful appearance, she was nearly 20 years old, a result of her unique cultivation of the lesser Yin Taiying technique, which allowed her body to oscillate between the forms of a child and an adult. At present, she was concealing herself within the Bai family to undertake certain tasks, thus channeling her lesser Yin to transform her inner strength, manifesting as the guise of a mere girl of 12 or 13. Miss, the tutor the family head has arranged for you has arrived. Please come out and meet her. The voice of the maid echoed from beyond the door. I refuse. I refuse to learn to read. Bai Luoyan furrowed her brow, feigning the demeanor of a mischievous child. Her voice was notably youthful. She had no desire to seek out a governess, as it would merely squander her time and increase her chances of exposure. Yet, there was no alternative. To better assimilate into this persona, she must endeavor to portray herself as a naive child. In this moment, she was merely a lost young lady reclaimed by the Bai family, unrefined, unruly, and incorrigible. Simultaneously, He's mind was flooded with notifications from the green tea system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for encountering the destined female lead, Bai Luoyan. Task issued. Task 1. Share a first kiss with the destined female lead, Bai Luoyan. Reward, 500 green tea points. Task 2. Engage in a first dual cultivation with the destined female lead, Bai Luoyan. As the host has lost the protection of the barrier, reward, 1,000 green tea points. Task 3. Silent admiration. Navigate the perilous realms of pursuit and assassination, choosing between love and loyalty. Assist the destined female lead, Bai Luoyan, in evading her pursuers. Reward, 1,000 green tea points. Another destined female lead. He nonchalantly glanced towards the room. Mississippi. The maid rapped lightly on the door, calling out in resignation. She failed to notice that the door had creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of innocent eyes curiously observing He and the maid. Why are you calling for me? Is this the governess you found for me? Why is it a man? Bai Luoyan leaned out, her voice tinged with bewilderment as she inquired. Observing He's tall and slender figure, which bore a striking resemblance to a handsome man, complete with a scarf. This was quite unlike the scholarly lady she had previously encountered. She decided to open the door wider, her gaze sweeping over He's face with a scrutinizing glance that quickly passed. Miss, please don't make it difficult for this old servant. The master insisted that you must learn to read. Since you dislike female tutors, I specifically found a male one for you, the old steward coaxed, as if persuading a young child. Meanwhile, He stood alone, his head bowed, one arm wrapped around himself, resembling a lamb awaiting its fate. This is his handwriting. Take a look. How about teaching you? If you could write like this, the master would be overjoyed, the steward continued. Bai Luoyan took the script, her eyes flickering with surprise. The man's calligraphy was indeed intriguing. However, she was already literate, and the addition of a tutor was merely a facade. What is this supposed to be? She exclaimed. Do not. Bai Luoyan carelessly tore the paper, intending to deceive once more, and returned to her room. The female housekeeper sighed and shook her head at He. Dear housekeeper, could you perhaps persuade the young lady? This is truly important to me. My family has exhausted its resources. He glanced at the state of the room and earnestly implored the housekeeper. Little did he expect that the Bai family harbored a genuine heroine. He did not wish to forego this opportunity to extract some value from her. If the young lady is dissatisfied, I am at a loss. I shall have to continue searching for a new governess for her, the housekeeper replied, shaking her head. Realizing her efforts were futile, he reluctantly gathered the scattered pieces of paper from the floor, cradling them in his arms, and sorrowfully followed the housekeeper away. His slender figure evoked pity in the hearts of onlookers. Wait, let it be him. Upon hearing that the housekeeper intended to find a new governess for her, Bai Luoyan halted in her tracks and turned around. Rather than seek another woman, it would be far easier to deal with this man. What is your name? As he followed Bai Luoyan into the room, he stood awkwardly to the side. I am called He. Bai Luoyan repeated the name, noting the man's seemingly frail appearance, unmistakably a weakling. An idea struck her. Why not employ a unique technique to hypnotize him, making him believe he was merely being taught literacy, while in reality, he would fall into a deep slumber? The time saved can be devoted to cultivation. She has just entered the realm of separation and union, and her foundation has yet to solidify. Thus, she must cherish every moment for her practice. Suddenly, Bai Luoyan grew alert. She hurried to He's side and grasped his hand. Mississippi. There is no internal force. It should not be someone else monitoring her. A peculiar expression arose on Bai Luoyan's face. That small hand was remarkably soft, and she couldn't help but hold it a moment longer. The man gazed at her with calmness, tinged with confusion. Perhaps due to her youthful appearance, he remained unperturbed. I just heard you say you have run out of provisions. Are you in dire need of silver? Bai Luoyan reluctantly released his small hand and placed her hands on her hips, adopting a rather mature demeanor. Chapter 70. Concern. Yes, there is no grain at home. His voice was melodious, warm as jade, yet it seemed to carry a hint of sorrow. Such a tone naturally evokes sympathy within one's heart. Bai Luoyan nodded. There were many impoverished individuals like he, with families teetering on the brink of starvation. It was quite commonplace. Then why do you cover your face with a veil? Bai Luoyan spoke with a hint of petulance. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at He Yi's countenance. The delicate softness of his hands left her wondering what his appearance might be. Mississippi. I fear I might frighten you. He, a master of his craft, could easily win an Oscar for his acting, noticed Bai Luoyan's intent to challenge him. He adopted a demeanor that was both hesitant and pitiful. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Luoyan swiftly approached and pulled down He Yi's veil. The alabaster of his neck evoked an irresistible urge to touch. His skin as smooth and fine as the finest silk. A faint, masculine fragrance wafted into Bai Luoyan's senses, momentarily entrancing her. However, when her gaze shifted to his face, marred by scars and blemishes, it felt as if fate had orchestrated a cruel jest. Instantly, she regained her composure and remarked flatly, how ugly. Though he did not shed tears, the redness around his eyes was heart-wrenching, revealing the pain of having his scars exposed. In a flurry, he hastily replaced the veil, choosing not to confront Bai Luoyan. Yet, after glimpsing his visage, she could no longer see any trace of sympathy in his appearance, which now only resembled a clumsy imitation. She contemplated the efficacy of using her powers to hypnotize He Yi instead, but first, she resolved to probe him once more. Enough. How could you teach me to read? Miss, today we shall delve into the 8-character classic. Please recite with me. In the beginning, human nature is inherently good. He seemed to be well prepared, producing a handwritten copy of the classic and inviting Bai Luoyan to sit at the wooden table. He was still clad in that faded plain garment, yet his graceful figure and delicate waist resembled a willow swaying in the breeze. Initially, Bai Luoyan followed He Yi's rhythm, listening languidly, but soon her thoughts drifted far away, rendering her oblivious to the lesson being imparted. When she eventually snapped back to reality, she realized she had missed He Yi's teachings, leading her to frown in displeasure. Noticing her furrowed brow, he dared not speak, fearful of inciting the ire of this formidable woman. Bai Luoyan's sharp reprimand cut through the air. Is the Bai family compensating you merely for your silence? I am not. I was just explaining. He Yi's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, his voice a mere whisper of protest. Bai Luoyan, already feeling the monotony of the situation, found herself further incensed by He Yi's timid demeanor and unattractive appearance. A surge of anger rose within her. With a resounding clap, she struck the wooden table, creating a sharp sound. At that moment, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, compelling Bai Luoyan to inhale deeply, causing her inexplicable rage to dissipate. How curious it was that a man of such unattractiveness could emanate such an exquisite scent. It was merely a test, a probe into his character. Next time, perhaps, I should just render him unconscious. He sighed and changed her approach. Her delicate, Jade-like fingers grasped the brush, lightly dipping it into the ink. She lifted the brush and, fortunately, inscribed 2 characters on a sheet of rice paper. He. Bai Luoyan naturally recognized these characters. Yet she feigned ignorance and inquired, "What do these characters mean? Why did you write them?" Hearing Bai Luoyan's question, He naturally pronounced her own name for Bai Luoyan to hear. "This is my name, He." He was deliberate in her actions, intentionally writing her name in front of Bai Luoyan to assert her presence. She then continued to inscribe another name on the rice paper. 6th Mississippi Miss. "This is how everyone addresses you, 6th Mississippi." After teaching Bai Luoyan to recognize her name, he elegantly penned a line of poetry. Falling petals and mushroom canopies fly together. Willows and spring banners share the same hue. Smoke fills the autumn hall. Moonlight bathes the courtyard. Fragrant flowers and the distant chime of a bell. He's brushwork was as if flowers bloomed with each stroke. Bai Luoyan silently recited the lines several times, savoring the exquisite beauty of He's poetry. She hadn't expected this man to possess such talent. Falling petals. He read aloud, her voice like small stones dropping into a bubbling spring, clear and melodious. To Bai Luoyan's astonishment, he, while reciting, gently took Bai Luoyan's small hand in her own slender, jade-like fingers. Bai Luoyan felt a sudden chill on the back of her hand, a sensation as delicate and smooth as silk, a stirring within her heart. Surprisingly, she offered no resistance. It was as if an electric current coursed through her. He held Bai Luoyan's small hand, guiding her in the art of calligraphy with tender precision. Her hand, akin to a soft sprout, and her skin, as creamy as congealed fat, captivated him. His voice, warm as a spring breeze, gently admonished, "Miss, this stroke is not written this way." Surrounded by the subtle fragrance emanating from He, Bai Luoyan felt her heart race, the alluring aroma loosening her taut nerves. As time slipped by, she gradually relaxed, her thoughts wandering to distant realms. The charming, harmless quality of He's voice eventually evoked memories of her late father, a warmth that enveloped her. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into a blissful slumber, utterly unguarded. The visage of Bai Luoyan in sleep starkly contrasted with her waking demeanor. Her serene face bore a dewy glow, and her long eyelashes cascaded down. Observing her tranquil state, he lowered his voice, and once she had completely succumbed to slumber, he refrained from disturbing her peace. Instead, she gently draped her coat over Bai Luoyan, her movements tender and delicate. In Chapter 71, Unfathomable Taste on the Other Side. Within the Black Phoenix stronghold in the northern part of the city, this place was originally a refuge for a band of female bandits. They primarily subsisted by plundering passing merchant caravans, committing all manner of atrocities. As she stepped lightly upon the withered leaves, Shunyi unsheathed her blood-sacrifice sword, its blade transforming into a crimson hue. She had uncovered that the Yinluo sect might have connections to this band of marauders, who were likely mere subordinates of an assassin from the sect. "Who are you?" Unsurprisingly, Shunyi was discovered, yet she had no intention of concealing herself. The aura emanating from her at the transformation stage exerted overwhelming pressure, causing the surrounding tables and chairs to disintegrate into dust. "The one who will kill you," Shunyi murmured softly. Over the past 6 months, her pace of killing had considerably slowed, not even comparable to the bloodbath from half a year prior. It was not that she lacked the desire to kill, but rather that each time she took a life, her body would succumb to a state of uncontrollable frenzy. Her eyes would shift to a blood-red hue, and terrifying scales would emerge upon her skin. At times, when she regained consciousness, she found herself in unfamiliar surroundings, her garments drenched in blood. She instinctively wished to avoid this fate, for she was no longer alone. A man resided in her home, the very person the sword spirit incessantly urged her to eliminate. She harbored a genuine fear of losing her sanity and committing acts she would eternally regret. During this period, the sword spirit had expressed considerable discontent, claiming that the essence of life was exceedingly precious, and her meager nourishment could hardly sustain the daily depletion. At this rate, not only would revenge become unattainable, but the blood sacrifice sword might one day be reduced to mere scrap iron. Shunyi moved with astonishing swiftness, almost rendering her invisible. In one moment, she stood outside the grand hall, and in the next, she appeared beside the bandit, swiftly claiming the life of her adversary. "Wait! Spare me, valiant heroine! Help! Ah!" A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the Black Phoenix stronghold, yet not a drop of blood was shed. Shunyi pushed open the door, revealing a group of naked men, their eyes vacant, huddled together in despair. These were the unfortunate souls ravaged by the marauding Black Phoenix bandits, many of whom were still in their prime, but had been so tormented by these brigands that they were mere shadows of their former selves. Though they lived, their spirits had long since perished. With a swift stroke of her sword, Shen Yi ended their suffering. Her eyes began to take on a crimson hue once more as she stepped forward with heavy footsteps. Moments later, the ground behind Shen Yi was littered with corpses. "Spare me, valiant heroine. We have no grievances from the past, nor enmity in the present. Why do you seek to annihilate the Black Phoenix stronghold?" Before her stood the leader of the Black Phoenix, a bald, formidable woman, filled with both hatred and fear as she gazed upon Shen Yi. "Spare me. I can grant you mercy, but you must divulge everything you know about the Yin Luo sect." Shen Yi's breath came in ragged gasps as she struggled to maintain her composure. Yin Luo sect. The pupils of the Black Phoenix narrowed, and she suddenly fell silent. "I know nothing of this Yin Luo sect. If you wish to kill me, then do so. You have already destroyed the Black Phoenix stronghold. So let me die." "No." At that moment, a piercing voice echoed as a young man rushed out from within, throwing himself in front of Hei Feng. "Do not harm my woman. If you must kill, then slay me first." "Dahu, step aside. Who allowed you to emerge? You must flee." The bald-headed matron, upon seeing the young man, instantly lost her composure. "Chief, you abducted me years ago, claimed my body as your own. After years of sharing the same bed. In my heart, we have long been akin to husband and wife. I have foreseen this day. Your years of pillaging and slaughtering are but retribution from the heavens. I have always known. I implore you, cease your actions." Alas, retribution indeed. The young man cast a resentful glance at Hei Feng, and then, to the astonishment of both, he suddenly hurled himself against the blood sacrifice sword. The sound of piercing flesh echoed. "Dahu." Shen Yi stared in shock at the scene before her, still contemplating the young man's words, astonished by his fierce resolve to impale himself beneath her blade. "No, this is all my fault. All my fault." Hei Feng cried out in anguish, cradling Dahu's body, engulfed in despair. For a moment, Shen Yi found herself in a daze, as if it were she who held He Yi, gazing helplessly at He Yi's lifeless form. "Go ahead, kill me. I will tell you everything. The Yin Luo sect is in the Bai family of Zhaoyang County. It is not only the Bai family. Other clans have a hand in this as well. Can you truly eradicate them all? You have already doomed my Dahu. Now I shall fight you with everything I have." The Black Phoenix charged forth, colliding fiercely beneath Shen Yi's sword, her eyes ablaze with hatred as she spat. "I have received my retribution. I shall perish, and you too shall meet a grim fate. You have slain my beloved man, and your cherished one shall also be extinguished." Aha! The Black Phoenix gradually collapsed beside the corpse of the great tiger, while Shen Yi stood frozen, her eyes wide in shock. In a moment of despair, she cast aside the blood sacrifice sword, clutching her head in anguish. "Lord Sword Spirit, I am in such torment. Your power has grown. Rest assured. In this world, strength reigns supreme. As long as you possess sufficient might, no man will be beyond your reach. This Black Phoenix is already doomed. She deserves her fate." The Sword Spirit's words offered Shen Yi no solace. In a daze, she descended the mountain. "Next, you need only annihilate the Bai family to exact your revenge." "Bai family," Shen Yi murmured, devoid of any joy at the thought of vanquishing the Black Phoenix's lair. She made her way toward the small house in the city. Upon pushing open the door, her pupils constricted in disbelief. There was no sign of Yi within. "You too shall face retribution. Your beloved will also be slain." My beloved, who could it be? Just as Shen Yi was engulfed in a state of panic, the door swung open once more, revealing He clad in simple attire. She carried a basket of groceries, seemingly just returned. Upon noticing Shen Yi collapsed on the floor, He gasped in alarm. "Yi, what has happened to you?" "I am fine." Relieved to see He unharmed, Shen Yi instinctively exhaled. She rose to her feet, as was her custom, and hung the blood sacrifice sword on the wall, before unsteadily taking a seat on the bed. "Yi, what is wrong? Are you injured?" He continued to circle around her, her face a mask of concern, incessantly inquiring. "I told you I am fine." Shen Yi felt a surge of agitation within her, and with a fierce roar, her voice emanated a palpable aura of menace, her eyes turning a blood-red hue. He stood frozen in place, tears welling in her eyes, before she dashed out of the room. Shen Yi's mind was in disarray. Through the window, she beheld Yi weeping, her face concealed in her hands. Chapter 72. Resuming updates tomorrow. Shen Yi stepped into the courtyard, the evening breeze tousling her bangs. Her contemplative gaze resting upon He, imbued with a hint of sorrow. Once again, she had failed to temper her temper. Over the past 6 months, she had repeatedly treated He with indifference, as if she were a stranger. This was rooted in her belief that He was tainted, unclean. Her initial submission had merely been an act to save another woman. Yet, even with this understanding, she had accepted the latter's body because the man involved was one she had once cherished, Delang. However, the experiences she had witnessed at Black Phoenix Village had begun to shake her resolve. The man known as Dehu had been taken by the Lord of Black Phoenix Village as a husband, and as time passed, he remained steadfastly devoted to her, even to the point of sacrificing his life. What about He? Throughout these 6 months, he had expressed concern for her on numerous occasions, always urging her to return home early whenever he ventured out. Shen pondered. Never once had she considered He's feelings. Gazing at He, who was weeping with her face covered, Shen felt her lips twitch. The fury that had once consumed her had dissipated entirely. She longed to softly utter an apology to He, yet no matter how she attempted to voice it, those 3 words eluded her. In this world dominated by female empowerment, it is rare for women to yield and admit fault to men. Shen, too, was a woman of strong feminist ideals, and she stood there, foolishly silent, observing He without uttering a word. After a considerable time, He noticed Shunya's presence, wiping away her tears. As her smeared makeup was removed, it revealed a face of exquisite beauty, her glistening eyes softer than the moon in the sky, still holding a single tear that had yet to dry, a testament to her recent sorrow. Yi, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me to prepare a meal for you. He spoke first, brushing past Shunyi, refraining from reproaching her, as if accustomed to her anger. Shunyi extended her hand, wishing to explain herself, but He had already retreated into the house. Turning back, she watched He busily tending to tasks within the modest wooden dwelling. Shunyi sighed, taking in the slender figure that exuded a certain delicate grace. If one day he were to perish beneath your sword, would you feel sorrow? At that moment, the voice of the sword's spirit echoed in Shunyi's mind. Perish beneath my sword. Shunyi furrowed her brow. She had never contemplated such a notion and would never allow He to meet such a fate at her hands. Sorrow? No, never. Shunyi replied with a hint of indifference. Humph, you cannot possibly wish to live quietly alongside that man, can you? The gaze you just cast upon him, imbued with sympathy, fills me with disappointment. How could you feel pity for a man who obstructs your path to strength? I have long maintained that he is not a man of restraint. I understand, Master Sword Spirit. Do not forget who has provided you with everything. You have ascended to the mid-stage of the transformation realm, yet it took you merely 7 days to transcend from a mortal to the transformation stage, while it required you 6 months to advance to the mid-stage. Your progress has left me somewhat disheartened. What I can bestow upon you, I can also reclaim. Without the blood sacrifice sword, you are nothing but the same vulnerable Yi of Lin City, subject to the whims of others. Shen remained silent. For the sword spirit spoke the unvarnished truth. She could not revert to the powerless Yi who once begged on her knees. Chapter 73. Duck Leg Rice. Yi. Come, it's time to eat. He busied herself in the room, soon presenting a plate of rice accompanied by duck leg on the table. The dimly lit chamber was illuminated solely by the flickering oil lamp, while her slender silhouette radiated a gentle glow. Under the lamp's warm light, her stunning visage evoked a sense of pity. Shunyi cast a glance at He, who appeared oblivious to the turmoil surrounding them, burying her grievances deep within her heart once more. He's emotions were intricate, as the tantalizing aroma of the duck leg rice wafted through the air. Shunyi picked up a piece, the delightful scent enveloping her senses. I have found a job teaching literacy. You need not worry about our home anymore. It pays 2 taels of silver a month. He rested her chin on her palms, gazing blankly at her. 2 taels of silver could sustain an ordinary family for half a year. Do not fret. It is for a child from a wealthy family, and it will not tarnish my reputation. I would never betray you. He's eyes dimmed, as if recalling something, but she quickly added, Oh. Shunyi nodded, her gaze briefly lingering on He's breathtaking face, momentarily lost in thought before she redirected her attention, seemingly pondering other matters. As the tender duck meat grazed her palate, its succulent juices awakened her taste buds. Delicious. To her surprise, the meal was extraordinarily delectable. A few vegetarian dishes, complemented by a serving of duck leg, transformed what had been mundane fare in a past life into a rare delicacy for the inhabitants of this world. Consumed her meal in silence. Truth be told, he, of noble lineage as a favored consort in the Ghost Emperor's harem, had a lowly servant in her, who tirelessly washed and cooked for her without a hint of complaint. Yet, S. heart was heavy with unspoken feelings. Over the course of 6 months, she had unconsciously come to regard He as a cherished family member. As the sword spirit had articulated, S. heart was tormented. Each time she returned to this home, she would stow away the blood sacrifice sword, fearful of harming He. Unbeknownst to her, this place had become a source of longing during her vengeful outings. She found herself concerned about the man in her household, pondering how he fared. However, these emotions remained unexpressed. With the blood sacrifice sword in her possession, she could not halt her murderous path. As thoughts became tumultuous as she gazed into the distant night, her resolve solidifying once more. Revenge. Apart from this singular pursuit, there was no retreat. The Smoke Luo sect and the Bai family, they must all be eradicated. As for He, she could not serve as an impediment to her quest for vengeance. Shun Yi remained oblivious to the thoughts lingering in He's heart, who felt a tinge of disappointment. Shun Yi's obsession ran deep, possibly intertwined with that sword. As night enveloped them, He curled her body away from Shun Yi, refraining from uttering another word. Shun Yi, in turn, gazed out at the moonlight streaming through the wooden window, contemplating her forthcoming actions. Indeed, the number of lives taken recently had been far too meager to satiate the sword spirit's appetite. Although they shared the same bed, they felt like two estranged souls. Damn it! Meanwhile, in the Bai residence, in the chamber of the sixth young lady, Bai Luoyin sat cross-legged, her vital energy coursing through her meridians. She had reached a pivotal moment in her training of the Lesser Yin technique, and perhaps with one more step, she could transcend into the mid-stage of the union of separation, becoming one of the rare masters in the Liangxian kingdom. Just then, a melodious flute sound wafted in from outside the window. Why does this reach me at such a time? She muttered a curse under her breath, halting her practice. Changing into another outfit and donning a butterfly mask before setting out into the night sky, Bai Luoyin traversed the nocturnal expanse with ease, stepping lightly upon the treetops as though walking on solid ground, undetected by anyone in the Bai household. Soon, she followed the sound of the flute to the edge of a cliff, where a long-haired masked woman awaited her. Lord Sikong. As the dark-clad figures descended around, they were none other than the assassins of the Yinluo sect, concealed within the Zhaoyang County. In the shroud of night, the assembled individuals knelt respectfully, awaiting the instructions of the veiled woman. Lord Sikong was indeed one of the 12 protectors of the Yinluo sect, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the fusion stage. With the prospect of soon breaking through to the transformation realm, thereby ascending to the status of an elder within the sect, I have summoned you here for matters of great importance. In the present day, the Liangxian kingdom faces a grave threat as the Ghost Emperor has risen, seizing control of 3 states in succession. The Emperor, incensed, has dispatched 200,000 elite troops, vowing to eradicate the Ghost Emperor. Otherwise, prolonged inaction will only render us a laughingstock to the Great Zhou. The voice of the veiled woman was cold and resolute. To secure ourselves against external threats, we must first stabilize our internal affairs. The Emperor has entrusted some internal matters to the sect leader, and thus, we of the Yinluo sect must exert our utmost efforts to alleviate the burdens for both the leader and the Emperor. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. At this moment, those present were primarily orphans taken in by the Yinluo sect, indoctrinated and nurtured over decades, their loyalty to the sect unwavering. Bai Luoyin bowed her head. Feeling a twinge of restlessness, she had nearly broken through to the mid-fusion stage, but the sound of the flute had disrupted her cultivation. Yet, she dared not express her dissatisfaction, for the hierarchy within the Yinluo sect was stringent, and she wished to prolong her life. I have come personally for 2 matters, and these matters must be accomplished. Listen carefully. If these 2 tasks are executed successfully, the sect leader will bestow upon you a wealth of gold and silver, as well as 2 Breaking Realm pills. Breaking Realm pills? What? Bai Luoyin gasped, her breath catching. She cared little for gold and silver treasures. But the 2 boundary-breaking pills were another matter entirely. These 2 pills could empower 2 practitioners at the transformation stage, a rarity of immense worth. The emergence of 2 such warriors could significantly alter the internal dynamics of the Yinluo sect. The leader's ambition knows no bounds. Indeed, others around her held their breath, their eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light as they listened intently. They were well aware of the leader's temperament. What she said, she would undoubtedly execute. 2 boundary-breaking pills, one for me, and the other for one among you. The significance of the leader utilizing 2 such treasures cannot be overstated. I dare to ask Protector Sikong, what is the gravity of the matter at hand? We shall not hesitate to risk our lives in service to our leader. A voice immediately replied, hands clasped in respect. The masked woman regarded him with a glance of approval before speaking. The first matter at hand involves a series of murders in the Zhaoyang County of Qizhou Prefecture, where the Black Phoenix has also met her demise. I require you to uncover the identity of the perpetrator and eliminate her. It is said that this individual possesses the ability to kill without shedding blood. Her strength is truly formidable, worthy of a boundary-breaking pill. The second matter concerns the Ghost Emperor, who, during his time in Linqing Prefecture, took a human man as his favored servant, bestowing upon him the title of Deqiang. This man has since wandered into Zhaoyang County. I command you to find him. Capturing him would earn great merit for His Majesty, justifying the value of another boundary-breaking pill. Chapter 74. Weariness. The voice of Sikong Huayu resonated with a chilling clarity, imbued with an air of solemnity. The women, kneeling on one knee, listened intently as per Lord Sikong's directive. The mere task of locating that man would grant them a coveted breaking realm pill. Most of them were martial artists at the Celestial Origin realm, still far from needing such a precious elixir. Yet, this invaluable treasure held immense worth. Even in barter, it could yield a fortune in gold and silver, sufficient to sustain a lifetime of extravagance. The leader had other plans, the specifics of which would be communicated shortly. For now, you must conduct your inquiries discreetly. The governor of Qingzhou is an adversary of our sect, and our influence in Qingzhou is already tenuous. Tread carefully. Upon concluding her words, the masked woman leapt from the cliff, vanishing into the night sky. The remaining individuals exchanged glances before departing in unison. Breaking realm pill, Delang. Bai Luoyan murmured to herself, recognizing that this journey was not in vain. At the very least, it had unveiled a staggering revelation. Miss, this is how you write the character Bai. He's voice roused the dazed Bai Luoyan from her reverie. She purposefully scribbled the character messily, feigning the clumsiness of a novice. Oh. He's tone was tinged with a soft, mellifluous quality, accompanied by a faint fragrance that enveloped her. Bai Luoyan felt slightly lightheaded. After all, she was not merely the youthful visage of 11 or 12 years, but rather a young woman caught in the throes of adolescence. Regrettably, her appearance was rather unappealing, which dampened her enthusiasm. Shaking her head, Bai Luoyan casually wrote the character Bai. Is this correct? No, miss. It should be written this way at this point. He corrected her with meticulous attention to detail. Oh. Bai Luoyan yawned, finding the task of writing exceedingly tedious. She hastily wrote another character. That is still incorrect. Miss, this stroke must follow the proper direction. I'm not writing anymore. Bai Luoyan declared, casting aside the pen. Rather than squander time in the company of an unattractive boy, she would prefer to diligently cultivate her skills, eliminate that woman, or capture that so-called Deliang, thereby earning the favor of the leader and ascending to the pinnacle of her life. But you have hardly written anything today. We must practice for an hour, he gently urged, pressing the paper down with a handkerchief. I said I won't write any more. Bai Luoyan returned to her bed. Her gaze towards he tinged with impatience. This man was not only unattractive but also troublesome, perpetually presenting a feeble demeanor. Miss, let us practice some characters. Today's lesson has only just begun. I have said, I do not wish to write any longer. However, if this continues, the steward will undoubtedly prevent me from teaching you. He's brows knitted together lightly, a trace of sorrow emerging. How tiresome. You are truly tedious. Who would ever marry a man like you? Should the steward discover that he was merely entertaining himself each day, it was indeed possible he would be dismissed. Yet, Bai Luoyan paid little heed to such matters. He attempted to say more, but Bai Luoyan, exuding impatience, suddenly released a plume of crimson smoke from her hand. Beep. Host detected to be under the influence of a sedative, imminent loss of consciousness. Would you like the system to intervene? The reminder from the green tea system flashed through her mind. Just do not let me faint. The system promptly diminished the potency of the drug by 80%, yet he still feigned a staggered appearance. Mississippi. He cast a dazed glance at Bai Luoyan before his body weakly collapsed to the ground. Humph. It is much quieter now. Observing he unconscious on the floor, Bai Luoyan spoke with a sense of triumph. She settled cross-legged back onto her bed, resuming her cultivation. As the lesser-een technique flowed through her, she endeavored once more to break through to the mid-stage of the harmonization phase. Listen well. Each technique here is sufficient to elevate you to the pinnacle of the harmonization phase. This is the master's benevolence bestowed upon you. In Bai Luoyan's mind, the scenes from her time at the Yin Luo sect flickered back to life. Are you certain you wish to choose this Tien Shaoyin technique, willing to endure such inhuman suffering? It is essential to understand that individuals like her cultivate these arts to grow stronger, thereby acquiring greater wealth and companionship. The technique Bai Luoyin selected would periodically transform her into a maiden, stripping her of the joys inherent to womanhood, akin to He Yi's previous life with the Exorcism Sword Manual. Although the advancement through this technique is remarkably swift, no one desires to endure such torment or bear the scornful gazes of others. I am willing, Bai Luoyin declared without hesitation. These individuals are truly superficial. She is not condemned to remain an abnormal woman forever. Why should those women regard her with disdain? What does a temporary state of impotence signify? It does not imply she can never experience intimacy throughout her life. Such narrow-mindedness. As long as Bai Luoyin grows stronger, the man she eventually marries will surpass those chosen by other women in both beauty and status, attaining both fame and fortune. Just then, a surge of true energy coursed through her meridians, unlocking her dantian, propelling her cultivation into the mid-stage of the harmonization realm. The sensation in her mind was exceptionally refreshing. She had succeeded. Humph, indeed, this is the gap. Bai Luoyin opened her eyes, gazing at her delicate hands, and began to laugh silently. Her contemporaries among the Yin Luo assassins had barely reached the opening origin realm, with some still in the Qi refinement stage, lingering in obscurity. Only she had achieved a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the harmonization realm. Ha ha ha, men merely influence the swiftness of my blade unsheathing. The ancients speak true. Bai Luoyin chuckled foolishly for a long while before noticing that he still lay unconscious on the ground. How could she have forgotten this unattractive man? She lifted He Yi and returned to the chairs, for while cultivation is paramount, one must not expose one's identity. After all, Qingzhou Prefecture is not the stronghold of the Yinluo sect. The man in her arms felt as light as a feather, and a faint, alluring fragrance wafted from him, stirring her heart with a flurry of emotions. Yet, upon recalling He Yi's scarred visage, her desires waned once more. She began to brush off the dust from He Yi's clothing, ensuring that upon awakening, he would not discern anything amiss. As Bai Luoyin cleaned the dust from his attire, she suddenly noticed that He Yi's veil was also covered in grime. Upon removing the veil, the originally pristine fabric revealed a crimson hue akin to rouge. In stark contrast, He Yi's face, once marred with scars and a vermilion birthmark, now exhibited patches of fair skin, reminiscent of an infant's. He had donned makeup. He deceived the Bai family. Bai Luoyin's gaze sharpened. This man had claimed to be from a fallen household, marrying a peasant woman due to his grotesque appearance, enduring ridicule and neglect from his wife. Yet, with such mastery of disguise, he had evaded her scrutiny, a feat beyond that of an ordinary person. Damn it! Could this He Yi be an assassin dispatched by another faction, seeking to uncover her identity within the Yinluo sect? As this thought crossed her mind, a fierce glint flickered in Bai Luoyin's eyes. Chapter 75, The handsome man. She was determined to unveil He Yi's true identity. In her quest for proximity, He Yi had disguised himself in this manner, and she was eager to discern his true intentions. Bai Luoyin furrowed her brow as she carelessly wiped away the rouge from He Yi's face, gradually revealing a youthful visage beneath. His slightly slanted bangs framed delicate willow-like brows, and his porcelain skin was so flawless that it seemed almost fragile. His exquisite features resembled those of a figure stepped out from a painting, a stark contrast to the visage of the previous ugly man. He Yi's face emanated a faint, ethereal glow, reminiscent of a lustrous piece of white jade. Bai Luoyin lifted his chin, her expression slowly transforming into one of astonishment. This beauty was simply breathtaking. She found herself utterly captivated, staring in wonder at He Yi's countenance. Never before had she encountered a man of such striking beauty. He had merely masqueraded as an unattractive individual, yet his true appearance was astonishingly alluring. Gazing at He Yi from such proximity, Bai Luoyin felt her heart racing uncontrollably, her gaze fixated upon his cheek. As she released her hold on his face, he leaned uncontrollably against the table, leaving her with a stunning profile. Could he truly be He Yi? No, that could not be right. Was he genuinely this handsome man? Bai Luoyin's mind swirled with confusion as she recalled the past few days spent together, immersed in poetry and painting, pen in hand. And her heart began to race even more fervently. If such a man were to come for her with ill intent, she would harbor not a shred of resentment. After all, to die beneath the peony blossoms is to embrace a romantic demise. Upon witnessing He Yi's exquisite beauty, her anger evaporated without a trace. Moreover, should any further incidents occur, it would indeed result in the envoy sent by He Yi suffering both loss of face and men. A moment's pause. As she gazed at the unconscious He Yi, Bai Luoyin fell into contemplation. She recalled that He Yi had claimed to be married, betrothed to a farmer as her husband. Could it truly be so? At this thought, Bai Luoyin felt a flicker of concern and reluctance, compelled by an inexplicable urge. She gently lifted He Yi's wrist and was met with the sight of a delicate pink plum blossom mark upon it. The protective veil was gone. Although Bai Luoyin had anticipated this revelation, the reality of it plunged her spirits into disarray. The man had already been with another. Even the joy of her recent breakthrough dissipated into thin air. After a while, as the sun dipped below the horizon, he let out a soft hum and slowly awakened. Discovering herself sprawled across the table, she hastily sat upright and touched the veil on her face, relieved to find it still in place. Did you not teach me to read? How could you fall asleep yourself? This scene was keenly observed by Bai Luoyin, who noticed He Yi's initial focus on her own appearance. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed her eyes as she leaped from the bed and reproached He Yi, saying, My lady, I apologize. How could I have fallen asleep? It was evident that it was the female protagonist who had been enchanted. Yet she audaciously shifted the blame onto Yi. A peculiar expression flashed across He Yi's mind, having secretly eavesdropped on Bai Luoyin's thoughts. He was acutely aware of her emotional fluctuations. This female protagonist not only stealthily wiped away his unsightly makeup and peered at his chastity token, but also leaned against him. Her expression one of infatuation as she inhaled the fragrance emanating from him. However, in the face of Bai Luoyin's accusations, He resembled a startled rabbit. As if realizing he had committed a faux pas, he promptly rose to admit his fault, saying, My lady, it is my mistake. Please do not be angry. Could you possibly refrain from informing the steward? She would surely send me away, and I would no longer be able to teach you to read. He bit his lip, struggling to articulate his words, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Bai Luoyin had erased the unsightly makeup from his face. What does that have to do with me? Bai Luoyin approached He Yi, observing the latter's pleading demeanor, and recalled his true visage, her heart racing suddenly. She fixated intently on He Yi's veil, as if she could perceive his face through the fabric. This job is of utmost importance to me. He appeared woefully pitiful. Do you not have women at home? As a man, why must you venture out? Bai Luoyin gazed into He Yi's glistening eyes and, upon noticing their clarity and purity, casually inquired, Miss, you are still young and do not comprehend the hardships that men endure. My fate is unfortunate. I have not wed into a good family, and the women at home often neglect me. If I do not seek employment, there will be no sustenance for my household. As this thought crossed his mind, a shadow dimmed He Yi's gaze, and he sighed, If only I were fortunate enough to be with a good woman. You do not understand this now, miss, but will you one day empathize with men? You must strive to be a woman who cares for men. As he reminisced about his sorrow, a glimmer of tears shimmered in He Yi's eyes, his extraordinary acting skills leaving Bai Luoyin oblivious to any flaws. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Was this man truly unfortunate? He lacked true energy, was not skilled at martial arts. And it was improbable that he was sent to assassinate her. My man, of course, I would care for him, ensuring he enjoys a life of luxury and bestowing upon him a plump daughter. Doubt flickered within Bai Luoyin's heart, yet her words rang out with conviction. Really? Miss, you possess a good heart. Surely, the man in your future will be blessed. If only you were a few years older. He wiped away tears, voicing his admiration, before abruptly halting, realizing his indiscretion. He lowered his head, silence enveloping him. If I were a few years older, what then? What would become of you? Bai Luoyin pressed, curiosity piqued. I don't know. He stammered, shaking his head, his demeanor akin to a servant before his master. You were meant to teach me to read today, yet you slumbered. Should the steward learn of this, you would surely be dismissed. Observing He Yi's apprehension, Bai Luoyin felt a surge of satisfaction, as if she had discovered his weakness. However, I can withhold this information from the steward, provided you heed my words and endure my punishment. Only then can you retain your position. Heed Mrs. words. He murmured, a mix of trepidation and unease in his voice. He massage my shoulders. What's this? No movement. I can have you dismissed this instant. Bai Luoyin's expression hardened, her tone sharp. No, please don't. A flicker of concern passed through He Yi's eyes. No longer hesitating, she obediently began to knead Bai Luoyin's shoulders. Miss, is this all right? Quite pleasant, Bai Luoyin said, contentedly sinking into her chair, relishing He Yi's service. Come here, let me sit on your lap. As she gazed at the fluttering hem of He Yi's garments, a wave of excitement surged within her. What? He Yi blinked, seemingly not comprehending. Shall I repeat myself? I intend to sit on your lap, and you shall massage my shoulders. If you make me comfortable, I shall let you go. Bai Luoyan spoke with an impatient tone, reminiscent of a kitten attempting to conceal its malice. You, with your unattractive visage, possess a strangely delightful scent. If only your looks matched your aroma, I might have considered making you my servant, attending to me daily, and earning a handsome fortune. Alas, it seems you lack such fortune. My fate is indeed unfortunate. He sighed. Now sit down quickly. I am but a child, and you are quite unsightly. What is there to fear? Are you defying my words? Noticing He's continued hesitation, Bai Luoyan pressed further. And no, that's not it, He relented. Taking her seat and allowing Bai Luoyan to perch upon her lap while she began to massage her shoulders. Chapter 76, The Demise of the Bai Family Miss. Is this acceptable? Quite so, quite so. Why do you exude such a delightful fragrance? Bai Luoyan inquired, leaning closer to He, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity. I am unaware, He replied, shaking his head as he continued to massage Bai Luoyan's shoulders. Lower a bit, Bai Luoyan's voice dropped. And he could distinctly sense his body relaxing under her touch. This man was indeed a captivating little sprite. With every movement, he would emit a soft sigh. Miss, could you please refrain from moving? It causes me discomfort. As time progressed, He's complexion grew increasingly flushed. He couldn't shake the feeling that Bai Luoyan's intentions were becoming ever more peculiar. It seemed she had little experience with men. Leveraging her status to command, He into performing strange tasks. Mississippi. It is inappropriate for men and women to engage in such intimacy. You are still quite young. It is best to focus on your studies. Eventually, He cast a forlorn glance at Bai Luoyan, his eyes brimming with a sense of grievance. He appeared to discern her flirtatious undertones. In contrast, Bai Luoyan's gaze sparkled with mischief, as if she had stumbled upon an amusing plaything, teasing the male. This is the price He pays for his deception. Despite possessing such striking beauty, he chooses to disguise himself as a homely man. One cannot help but wonder how he will react upon discovering that his grotesque facade has already been erased by Bai Luoyan. After he departs, Bai Luoyan swiftly vanishes from the room, stealthily trailing him to uncover where this man truly resides. She is determined to ascertain whether his claims of a fallen family and a marriage to a peasant woman hold any truth. In her gaze, he lets out a sigh, straightening his attire before making his way home. He continuously reassures himself that the young lady is merely Navi, just a child. Not to take her antics to heart, as children simply possess a more playful nature. It is only when he steps beyond the courtyard gate that he falls silent. This man, it seems, is rather reserved, Bai Luoyan muses quietly. Unbeknownst to her, her every movement is laid bare before He's keen perception. As darkness descends, He, veiled, heads towards the outskirts of the city, stopping at a dilapidated courtyard. With a creaking sound, he pushes open the door and returns to the wooden abode, where he appears to engage in his usual routines of washing and cooking. Before long, wisps of smoke begin to rise from within. Bai Luoyan stands outside the courtyard, surveying the rundown surroundings, which seem strikingly ordinary. Could it be that this man has truly fallen from grace, reduced to this humble dwelling, deliberately concealing his beauty to evade the scrutiny of others? It is indeed plausible, rendering the man somewhat pitiable. Alas, at that moment, a cry of alarm echoed from within the dwelling. He emerged, her face veiled by her hands. Bai Luoyan swiftly concealed herself, surreptitiously observing the latter. He seemed to have just discovered that the makeup on her face had been wiped away. How could this be? My makeup? Did the young lady see my face and treat me that way? Yet, I am an ill-fated star. Why must my face be as it is? I cannot bring misfortune upon the sixth young mistress. I have already harmed her. He, with her arms encircling herself, helplessly crouched down. Her voice choked with sobs as she lamented her own beauty. Bai Luoyan, taken aback by the scene unfolding before her, murmured, "Good heavens, why is she weeping?" He's condition seemed amiss, as she repeatedly referred to herself as an ill-fated star. The matter appeared more intricate than initially perceived. Could there be a hidden secret lurking beneath the surface? Meanwhile, Shani ascended to the rooftop, her piercing gaze fixed upon the Bai family's courtyard. She was trailing a young lady from the Bai family, the very woman who had previously attempted to take liberties with He. The woman had forcibly abducted a common man and was furtively transporting him to her residence, intending to commit an unspeakable act. The Bai family is implicated with the Yinluo sect. Tonight shall mark your day of annihilation, Shani uttered, drawing her crimson blood sacrifice sword. She leapt from the rooftop, descending from the heavens, and with a single stroke, cleaved the sedan in twain, sending the Bai family's young lady and the abducted man to their demise. What? Who goes there? Miss. Quickly, save a young lady. As the crowd opened the palanquin, the interior was a gruesome sight, drenched in blood and flesh. Shen Yi possessed no particular martial arts skills nor adhered to any specific attack methods. Often, she relied solely on her unparalleled speed and strength to subdue all opposition. With her cultivation at the transformation stage in full force, she donned a black mask and deliberately dressed in the attire of Jian Shisan, transforming herself into a sharp blade, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Bai family. Help! At this moment, Shen Yi was enveloped in a crimson aura, her eyes gradually turning blood red. As her true energy erupted, swirling around her like a crimson tide, no one could stand as her equal. A servant dashed towards the main gate, attempting to escape the Bai family, but with a powerful stomp, Shen Yi kicked a stone fragment, piercing through the unfortunate soul's chest. There's a monster. We must flee. We cannot match her. A lunatic. This is a madwoman. Quickly, summon the family head. The warriors of the Bai family rushed in. Yet each one fell effortlessly beneath Shun Ye's blade, leaving no survivors. Who are you? How dare you? A hoary crone, as light as a feather, descended gracefully. It was Bai Xia, the venerable matriarch of the Bai family. Witnessing Shun Ye's slaughter of her descendants, Bai Xia's eyes blazed with fury. At her advanced age of 100 years, the progeny of the Bai family were her sole concern. The Bai family matriarch charged forthright, the aura of a late-stage integration realm cultivator emanating in concentric waves, a truly terrifying display. However, she was evidently no match for Shen Yi. Her fist struck Shen Ye's back, yet the latter remained unyielding. Turning her head, Shen Yi grinned fiendishly at Bai Xia. With a sudden surge of true energy, she sent Bai Xia hurtling backward. My Bai family bears you no grievance, you baseborn wench. How dare you wreak havoc upon the Bai family? Find them. I must find them. Shen Yi murmured incoherently, slowly approaching Bai Xia. The Black Phoenix informed me that the people of the Yanluo sect are within your Bai family. Her voice was devoid of emotion. Her gaze upon the Bai family matriarch as if she were already deceased. At this moment, she exhibited a growing inclination toward demonic possession. Having slain too many, the resentment of the deceased would ensnare Shun Ye's body, transforming into baleful energy, gradually eroding her rationality. Tonight, I require 800 lives. Should you fail to meet this quota, you shall receive none of my cultivation. Driven by the sword spirit's menacing urgings within her mind, as depicted in Chapter 77, Intervention, Shen Yi unleashed a crimson sword aura with unrestrained force, cleaving the entire Bai family estate asunder. Consumed by a loss of reason, she incessantly muttered about the affairs of the Yanluo sect, oblivious even to the demise of Bai Xia by her own hand. The once eminent Bai family of Zhaoyang County was transformed into a sanguinary pandemonium in a single night. Who are you? Upon the arrival of a group of women clad in azure, they beheld the Bai residence transmuted into a veritable inferno, with Shen Yi alone, drenched in blood, perched precariously in the courtyard's center. These women, the constables of Zhaoyang County, led by a stern-faced middle-aged woman, drew their swords, their gazes fixed upon Shen Ye's figure. Not enough. Not enough. What? The middle-aged woman gestured for the others to remain vigilant. Not enough 800 people, Shen Yi retorted, her face contorted in a ferocious grin. As the night deepened, Shen Yi opened her eyes, finding herself lying in the courtyard of the Bai family. How did I end up here? She pondered, astonished at the blood staining her hands, completely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Her initial intent was merely to investigate the Yanluo sect. She had never harbored thoughts of annihilating the Bai family. Her goal was simply to expose the members of the Yanluo sect, yet she had lost control in the heat of the moment, now feeling utterly drained of strength. In her daze, she noticed several figures approaching her slowly. Who are they? As they drew nearer, she discerned their features, masked figures clad in black, wielding mysterious iron swords. So that's why I couldn't find you. You were disguised in the garb of my Yanluo sect, impersonating our people. Killing you will grant us the Breaking Realm pill. The group erupted into laughter, reveling in their effortless fortune, realizing that the target they sought was so close at hand. They had deliberately waited until Shen Yi was exhausted before revealing themselves. Yanluo sect. As the sword's energy surged toward her, Shen Yi's pupils dilated, her eyes turning crimson once more. Her body remained still, and she was struck by the opponent's blade. Haha, that was too easy. Has the sect master made a mistake in believing she is worth a Breaking Realm pill? The swordswoman laughed, yet almost immediately her body was cleaved in two. In contrast, Shen Yi maintained her stoic demeanor, remaining in her original stance. The few remaining onlookers were momentarily stunned, questioning their own perception. However, Shen Yi soon appeared behind them, wielding the blood sacrifice sword, which reaped their lives with swift precision. How extraordinarily fast! One by one, they collapsed. Where is your leader? I shall slay her. Shen Yi seized the last surviving assassin. You seek the leader? The individual was rendered speechless, staring dumbfounded at Shen Yi, only to suddenly break into a foolish grin, as if she had discovered some ludicrous truth. Tell me. Shen Yi furrowed her brow. The leader possesses boundless power. Who would dare to kill her? Surely you jest. The latter clearly did not believe Shen Yi's words. For as long as the leader wished for someone's demise, no one had the audacity to defy her. In the face of absolute strength, all seemed utterly powerless. Kill me. Then, I will not betray the leader. Otherwise, I shall meet a far worse fate. 800. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi exhibited no hesitation, striking down with her sword, ending the life of the assassin. Holding the blood sacrifice sword, she drove it into the ground. A gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky as she fulfilled the sword spirit's task, causing her cultivation to surge once more. The following morning, He tidied herself up and, as was her custom, set off toward the Bai family. Have you heard? The Bai family was slaughtered in one night. Do you know? Even the officials have been slain. Are you unaware? It is utterly terrifying. Just yesterday, I heard the commotion, yet who would dare to step forth? They even have the audacity to murder members of the Bai family. Have they lost their minds? Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, he hastened his pace towards the Bai residence, a foreboding sensation weighing heavily in his heart. At that moment, the Bai household was eerily quiet. A lifeless body had already been removed. Sixth miss. He quickened his steps, astonished, as he entered the courtyard. There, he found Bai Luoyin sitting dazedly on the steps, her vacant gaze fixed upon the officials as they transported belongings. Her youthful figure appeared solitary and sorrowful. Upon noticing He, she turned her head, her eyes brimming with an indescribable sadness. Bai Luoyin had never truly experienced the warmth of family. Placed within the Bai household anew by Yan Luo, she had to conceal her identity, yet she felt the affection of the Bai family. They attended morning lessons together, practiced martial arts, and the Bai family had even arranged for a tutor specifically for her. These were the ties of kinship. Indeed, she was the long-lost daughter of the Bai family's head. He slowly approached and embraced Bai Luoyin, holding her tightly in his arms. Thank goodness, you're safe. Bai Luoyin was momentarily taken aback. When he embraced her, a warm fragrance enveloped her senses. She had thought that after the annihilation of the Bai family, this man would never return to this place. She could sense He's deep concern. A wave of tenderness surged in her mind. The Bai family has offended a formidable enemy and perished. You need not teach anymore. Merely take some silver and return home, Bai Luoyin murmured, releasing herself from He's embrace. And you? I do not know. Bai Luoyin felt equally lost. She had already surmised the identity of the murderer. Even the matriarch of the Bai family and the sisters of Yan Luo sect had fallen to that person's blade. Had she not followed He yesterday and lost track of time, she too might have become a lifeless corpse. She was no match for that killer. Yet this hatred would be etched in her heart. Miss, it is all in the past. Observing He's worried demeanor, Bai Luoyin felt a stir within her. Turning her head away, a sense of guilt washing over her. He's concern was genuine. Just yesterday, she had been contemplating how to toy with this man. You must leave at once. Now, with every member of the Bai family, young and old, fallen beneath that man's sword, leaving not a drop of blood. If that person had come for the Bai family, she too could hardly escape her fate. Remaining with He might endanger him as well. In the silent depths of Bai Luoyin's heart, He's voice resonated softly. Miss, please accompany me home for a while. Chapter 78. Seeking Do Not Be Afraid. I shall explain everything to her. From now on, you shall be my dear sister. In the wooden house, He poured a bowl of cool tea and handed it to Bai Luoyin, gently patting her head, his tone imbued with a paternal warmth. Bai Luoyin accepted the porcelain bowl, her gaze wandering around the modest room, her expression a tapestry of emotions, a hint of sorrow painting her delicate features. Are you truly unafraid that the enemies of the Bai family may find this place? What thoughts occupy your mind, my dear child? I must teach you to read and write, to nurture you into maturity, otherwise you would be left as a wandering orphan. He seemed unconcerned, moving around the room to tidy up the belongings, his slender silhouette swaying in Bai Luoyin's view. This prompted her to reminisce about He's true appearance. A flurry of thoughts swirling in her mind. Nevertheless, he still regarded himself as an ordinary child. With a sigh, Bai Luoyin reflected on the fact that He Yi's home was not only modest but rather impoverished. Yet, he risked his life to bring her here. He Yi. You may call me Brother He Yi. He Yi set the dishes aside and smiled gently at Bai Luoyin, his soft voice caressing her heart, igniting a flutter within her. He Yi, why do you wear a veil and paint your face so unattractively? Bai Luoyin refrained from addressing him as brother, for the man before her was barely 18. Even younger than she. She directly inquired, and He Yi's movements froze. You deceive me. With such beauty, you constantly claim to be unattractive. Bai Luoyin leaped from the bed and approached He Yi, standing at her waist level, gazing intently at her face, seemingly able to glimpse the exquisite features hidden beneath the veil. He Yi, could you remove your veil, so I may behold your visage once more? Once more? You are mistaken. This is indeed my appearance. He lifted the veil, revealing an unsightly countenance, only to swiftly cover herself again. She gently patted Bai Luoyin's head, speaking to her in a manner akin to soothing a child, before beginning to grind flour. Humph, if you won't allow me to see, so be it. Bai Luoyin, disappointed, diverted her gaze. She had secretly followed him for quite some time. This man had long realized she had witnessed his true appearance, yet dared not admit it. Nevertheless, He Yi's tenderness warmed her heart slightly. Bai Luoyin began to examine the room, unaware of the flicker of sorrow that crossed He Yi's face. He Yi suspected that the affairs of the Bai family might be intertwined with Shen Yi. Where could she be now? This was He Yi's room. Bai Luoyin seemed to have forgotten the grief surrounding the fall of the Bai family, familiarizing herself with every corner of the space. The room was imbued with a faint scent of milk, reminiscent of the fragrance that clung to He Yi. Suddenly, her breath quickened. She had discovered He Yi's undergarments in the room, pink and lacy. She instantly recognized it as the man's undergarment, recalling He Yi's visage. He Yi, Bai Luoyin glanced back, and taking advantage of He Yi's momentary distraction, almost instinctively removed the undergarment, inhaling its scent before stealthily concealing it within her bosom. Are you all waiting for me? Meanwhile, Shen Yi traversed the alley, where a group of women clad in azure robes appeared before her. Behind Shen Yi, several more women in similar attire emerged. Judging by their garb, they appeared to be the officials of the Azure Guard. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. A cultivator at the transformation stage, hiding within Zhaoyang County, has been responsible for the deaths of so many. This concerns me greatly. A middle-aged woman with a delicate voice descended from a palanquin. Her pallid face and high hat, coupled with her somewhat sinister gaze, exuded an aura of someone who, long accustomed to power, harbored dark intentions. Her manner of speaking was reminiscent of a man's coyness. She scrutinized Shen Yi, her surprise evident upon perceiving her youthful appearance. Lady Liang, please. The maidservants quickly knelt, allowing the middle-aged woman to step down upon their bodies. Ah, how considerate, murmured Shen Yi. This form of address seemed to be used only within the imperial palace. Each night, within the empress's harem, only beautiful concubines were permitted, with the ancient rule forbidding any other women from staying overnight. The only ones allowed to remain were the matrons, after their purification. As for the method of purification, it is said to be quite brutal. Shen Yi cast a glance at Granny Liang's flat chest, and then at her taut lower body. Feeling a wave of revulsion wash over her, Shen Yi's hand rested on the blood sacrifice sword, seemingly poised to act. However, she paused. For her purpose in coming here was not to engage in combat. She had information to offer. Noticing Shen Yi's intent to mobilize her energy, Granny Liang spoke slowly. And as Shen Yi maintained her frosty demeanor, a surge of true essence erupted from Granny Liang, creating an overwhelming pressure that rendered everyone breathless, even crushing the blue bricks beneath their feet to dust. Your cultivation level. It is at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Shen Yi felt a twinge of shock within. The oppressive aura emanating from this enigmatic woman indicated she was indeed a master at the peak of the transformation realm. How could this be? The pressure was so intense that it hindered her movements, unmistakably marking her as a figure of the highest caliber. Yet, the pinnacle of the transformation realm was already considered the utmost elite within Liangxian Kingdom, with Shen Yi's humble status. It was unlikely she would encounter such a person in her lifetime. Why would this individual come specifically to confront her? What do you mean? Shen Yi retracted the blood sacrifice sword, her gaze fixed firmly on Granny Liang. You show a lack of respect, failing to kneel before me, and instead brandishing your weapon. I have come to present you with a golden opportunity for advancement and wealth. Advancement and wealth? Shen Yi scoffed, dismissing the notion with disdain. This is not merely a chance for promotion and riches, little sister. You seek to deal with Luoyin, do you not? I can provide you with an opportunity. Laughing heartily, Grandma Liang expressed her amusement. After the demise of Master Yuan, Her Majesty the Empress sought several officials capable of contending with Luo Yan. However, those individuals appeared to lack the tenacity and unwavering spirit that Master Yuan possessed. The path of emperors emphasizes balance, and naturally, the Empress was not entirely pleased. This time, she had successfully identified a promising candidate, a woman seemingly locked in a deadly rivalry with Luo Yan, which greatly satisfied her. Luo Yan? You know what I intend to do. A flicker of alarm coursed through Xinye's heart. The gaze of this woman seemed to pierce through her very being. To confront Luo Yan solely with your own strength would be exceedingly arduous. Yet with the backing of an official authority, the scenario would transform entirely. Grandma Liang chuckled, the notion of official support lingering in the air. Xinye murmured, somewhat perplexed, I forgot to introduce you. I am a favored confidant of Her Majesty the Empress. I have come with the important task of scouting for a new national master for the Liangxian Kingdom. You wish for me to assume the role of national master? I have no interest. Xinye responded without hesitation, her skepticism towards these seemingly virtuous officials evident. Oh, then what does pique your interest? Wealth, or perhaps companionship? I possess an abundance of both, as well as ample intelligence regarding the Yin Luo sect. Certainly. I lack the ability to elevate you to the position of national master. Such a fate relies solely upon your own fortune. Do not be hasty. Instead, allow me to reveal to you a matter concerning the hidden sanctuary of the Yin Luo sect. Chapter 79. Whispers Shun Xiaoi. Do not be anxious. These individuals are my subordinates, and henceforth, they shall serve you. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. The remnants of the Yin Luo sect are concealed in a pavilion by the lakeside. Madame Liang waved her hand, and a group of women clad in silver armor and mounted on tall steeds followed in Shun Ye's footsteps. Xinye cast a glance at them. Their abilities were formidable. She neither opposed nor rejected their presence. Observing Shun Ye's departure, Madame Liang silently smiled, for she desired Shun Ye to gradually savor the flavors of power and beauty. She is a prodigy. At such a tender age, she has already achieved the transformation stage. Yet, being so young, it is only natural for her to be ensnared by the allure of power and male admiration. He, is this the dish you prepared? The flavor seems rather peculiar. In the wooden cottage, He placed a plate of stir-fried greens upon the table. Bai Luoyin could not resist picking up her chopsticks to sample a bite. He then served 2 bowls of rice, prompting Bai Luoyin to exclaim, "This is quite delicious. What kind of vegetable is this? I don't recall seeing it before." She scrutinized the greens, puzzled, as they appeared different from what she had encountered at the Bai residence. The vegetable stems were finely chopped. He picked up some greens and placed them into Bai Luoyin's bowl. For an ordinary family, being able to afford vegetables was a luxury. He had deliberately purchased the cheapest vegetable roots, aware that they would need to live frugally in the future. "Oh, if you find yourself short of silver, feel free to use these," he offered. Bai Luoyin seemed to perceive He's predicament. She removed a hairpin from her head and casually tossed it onto the table. "Consider this a token of gratitude for the garments you acquired for me," she remarked. "Acquired garments?" He was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts momentarily clouded. A strange look crossed his face as he realized the true nature of Bai Luoyin's intentions. This female protagonist was far from innocent. He had brought her back solely to create opportunities and extract value, yet she had audaciously pilfered her own intimate garments. Though he had acclimated to life in a matriarchal society, remnants of his past life lingered within him. He could hardly believe that one day, his personal undergarments would be stolen by such a diminutive female protagonist. This little pervert. The Bai family had been annihilated, and yet she still harbored thoughts of other matters. He's brows furrowed slightly. During this time, he had no plans to let Bai Luoyin's fortune slip through his fingers. "Let us dine, Luoyin," he remarked, as he gently took a hairpin and reinserted it into Bai Luoyin's hair. He advised her, "This is an heirloom from the Bai family. We must refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. For now, you should spend time with your brother. When your sister returns, I will discuss this matter with her, and she will undoubtedly agree to let you stay here." Though Bai Luoyin's expression revealed discontent, a flicker of warmth ignited within her heart. She observed he, who, even while dining, wore an unflattering guise, seemingly accustomed to this lifestyle. Sensing her gaze, he appeared to retreat into a pensive solitude, lost in thoughts that hinted at an underlying insecurity about his appearance. Had she not witnessed his true visage, Bai Luoyin mused, she might have easily fallen for his fade. After a simple meal, he revealed his chivalrous nature. quietly tidying up the dishes and leaving the domestic sphere to the women. Allow me to assist you. Bai Luoyin stood behind him, her thoughts veiled, as if fearing he might discern something amiss. She approached his side, helping him clear away the remnants of their meal. I cannot reside here. I am afraid. As night fell, He organized the storage room, setting up a wooden bed for Bai Luoyin to occupy. However, she wore a reluctant expression. There is no other place in the house, Luoyin. Our circumstances are rather modest. I don't care, I want to live with you. Bai Luoyin rushed to He's side, grasping his hand, her eyes brimming with pleading. But you are not a child anymore. It's time for you to have your own room and not share one with your brother. He gently stroked Bai Luoyin's head, his gaze filled with tenderness. He wished to acquiesce to her request, yet something seemed to weigh on his mind, and a look of conflict crossed his face. I don't care. I am still a child, and I want to stay with you, brother He. I'm scared that the spirits of the Bai family will come for me. What if they take me too? Then I would truly be reunited with them. Don't say such things. That won't happen. He exclaimed, immediately covering Bai Luoyin's small mouth. His expression one of deep concern. But, could you let me sleep with you for now? He wanted to say more. But upon seeing Bai Luoyin's tear-filled eyes, he sighed and embraced her, leading her back into the room. Tonight, you can sleep with me. When your sister returns, I will explain everything to her. For now, just rest well. Bai Luoyin nodded, concealing the excitement within her heart. She hastily shed her garments and nestled into the warmth of the bed. Due to the temporary impotence experienced during the practice of the lesser aim technique, there was no need for binding cloth, rendering her no different from an ordinary young child. Bai Luoyin harbored no concerns that He would perceive any oddity. The quilt was imbued with a masculine fragrance, causing her heart to flutter, particularly upon noticing that He was clad only in a thin, unadorned garment. A rush of warmth surged to her cheeks, nearly causing her to bleed from her nose. She had not anticipated that it would be so effortless to share a bed with He. Regrettably, in her current state, she was rendered incapable of any action. She curled up beneath the covers, patiently awaiting the moment. As a woman who had remained untouched for over 20 years, she had transformed into this guise. With no one able to discern her true identity, was this the sensation of clandestine indulgence? He sat at the table, casually arranging her hair before reclining back onto the bed. It was time to rest. Contrary to Bai Luoyin's expectations, He merely cast a glance her way before turning over, resting her head at an angle as she drifted into slumber, leaving Bai Luoyin with a tantalizing view of her back. Could you speak to me? I am afraid. Bai Luoyin inhaled the man's scent, her heart becoming increasingly agitated. Adopting the guise of a child, she trembled as she spoke. What is it? He murmured softly, her voice laced with drowsiness. I fear they might come looking for me. Could you hold me as we sleep? Just as Bai Luoyin feared He would decline, the latter turned around, gently enveloping her in an embrace. Do not be afraid. A gasp escaped Bai Luoyin's lips as she felt her soul transcend. Under the moonlight, she could not clearly discern He's features, only vaguely noticing the remnants of her unflattering makeup. When would she return? She, your wife, the very she. Bai Luoyin inquired with curiosity. I am uncertain. He replied, I often does not return home, leaving me alone. Bai Luoyin mused over the name. Does she even realize how handsome you are? She continued to ask, yet this time, He remained silent, enveloped in quietude. How could she bear to leave such a delicate and handsome man alone at home? If it were me, I would be unwilling to let my future husband remain in solitude day after day. Chapter 80. He's resolve she knows. Knows? Then why does she stay out late, leaving you to guard the empty house? Bai Luoyin remarked, seemingly at a loss. A husband and children by a warm hearth is a lifelong aspiration for many women, i.e., she is preoccupied, attending to her own affairs. After a long pause, he gently elucidated. Who was it that previously lamented the lack of provisions at home, marrying a farmer's wife who treats you poorly? And you, left with no choice, sought employment while pleading with the old steward? TSK. Bai Luoyin scoffed lightly, nestled beneath the covers, inhaling the fragrant essence of He, momentarily lost in a whirlwind of emotions, particularly when she contemplated how such a strikingly handsome man like He had been so easily claimed by a mere farmer's wife. A pang of imbalance stirred within her. As a master of the art of love, she could have any man she desired with just a flick of her finger, and yet, at the time of her own discontent, she encountered a man who piqued her interest, only to discover he was already wed. Bai Luoyin's mood grew irritable. As an inferno of jealousy blazed within her, she wished to articulate her thoughts, But then she noticed the glistening tears cascading from He Yi's luminous eyes. He was crying. He was weeping in his distress. Yi is merely busy. She does care for me. He Yi clung to his belief. You. Sigh. Bai Luoyan felt helpless. This man undoubtedly harbored unspoken burdens, clearly deceiving himself. Yet, before her, he endeavored to defend his wife. Aside from the discomfort swelling within her, she found herself at a loss for words. He Yi, perhaps you should remarry, reveal your true self, and countless women would be eager to claim you. Bai Luoyan suddenly exclaimed with excitement, yet received no response from He Yi. He Yi, speak up quickly, or perhaps you should consider remarrying. Stop with the nonsense. A man should not have two wives. It's time to rest. 6th Mississippi. Bai Luoyan was taken aback. He Yi's tone was somewhat frosty, and he had reverted to addressing her as 6th Miss instead of Luoyan. Sigh. Bai Luoyan's gaze dimmed. Although he had taken the risk of bringing her home, perhaps in He Yi's heart, she would always pale in comparison to his distant and indifferent wife. Meanwhile, within the Yutfeng Tavern, a group of young men from the Red Chamber leapt and twirled on the elevated platform, performing a graceful dance. A row of wooden tables was laden with an array of delectable dishes, many of which Xin Yu had never encountered before. Shen Xiaoyi, today marks our resounding victory. You have avenged yourself, and I now possess a point of leverage before the Emperor, a win-win situation. Come, everyone, I raise a toast to the illustrious Sheningzi. Liang Popo lifted her cup in salute towards Xin Yi, who remained impassive, lost in contemplation. Sheningzi, come. Noticing Xin Yi's indifference, Liang Popo urged further. You must understand, vengeance cannot be rushed. With my guidance, you will find a shortcut to power. Should you rise to my position, coupled with your prowess? Do you truly believe that the Yanluo sect could stand against you? Upon hearing these words, Xin Yi finally raised his wine cup and clinked it with Granny Liang's. As the wine flowed, past grievances were set aside. Granny Liang downed her drink in one gulp and, after flipping her cup upside down, slowly seated herself. Her splendid attire billowed gracefully, exuding an air of majestic elegance. In contrast, Shun Yi resembled a sword, poised to strike at any moment, capable of inflicting harm upon anyone. Compared to Xin Yi, Granny Liang was evidently more reserved. Despite her superior strength, she concealed it deeply within the shadows. After several rounds of toasting, Granny Liang clapped her hands and remarked that she had heard Shen Xiaoyi had recently wed. However, as is customary, she had specially invited the renowned courtesan from the Yefeng Tavern for Shen Xiaoyi. Having exerted herself throughout the day, it would be best for Shen Xiaoyi to retire and rest. As her words fell, a young man, partially veiled, approached with a swaying gait, his bright, expressive eyes shyly fixed upon Yi. His tight-fitting outer garment clung to his form, revealing a fair waist up to the navel. Come, Xiaofeng. Assist Shening to her rest. At the sight of this individual, Shen Ye's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed she discerned the shadow of De Liang in this man. Yet, in contrast to He Yi, he appeared considerably more liberated, at least on the surface. With a slight bow, Xiaofeng observed Shun Ye's momentary stupor upon seeing him, and a subtle smirk of triumph crept upon his face. He had encountered many formidable women, yet he understood that a man's conquest over a woman was never achieved through the clash of blades, but rather through his own allure and physicality. He entwined his arm with Shun Ye's, casting a seductive glance. My lady, allow me to assist you in resting. Release me. Shen Ye's eyes flashed with disappointment at his gaze, her voice sharp as she commanded. The man paused, momentarily questioning his own hearing. Granny Liang, sensing the tension, interjected. I have heard tales of your husband's unsightliness. A woman of your stature need not fret over a lack of suitors. Even if he has captured your heart, a few coins would suffice to sever ties. Serving Shun Yingzi once holds little consequence, especially when it is merely a matter of Xiaofeng aiding you to rest. Xiaofeng, bending slightly, revealed his slender waist, leaning against Shen Ye's shoulder. My lady, is it that I am unappealing? I have told you to let go. Shen Yi turned her face, her eyes icy. In the next moment, she unsheathed her blood-sacrificial sword and, with a swift motion, severed the head of the man before her. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, and it took a heartbeat for the onlookers to react, retreating in terror. Why did you slay him? In the eyes of the elderly Lady Liang, a peculiar hue intensified, showing no signs of disturbance at the demise of the courtesan. To kill was merely a matter of will. Shun Ye's demeanor remained indifferent, as if he had just crushed a trivial ant beneath his foot. Such a notion of killing at one's whim. At that moment, a crisp, cold voice resonated from below, and a man clad in ornate robes approached. His gaze upon Shen Yi held a flicker of surprise. It was the Crown Prince. Upon sighting him, Even the profoundly skilled Lady Liang hastily knelt, prompting others to follow suit. Yet Xin Yi, with a furrowed brow, remained unmoved. The eldest prince, worthy of such a title, could only be the elder brother or younger brother of the current empress. Observing this young man, who was indeed the eldest prince of the Liangxian kingdom, Xin Yi remained outwardly indifferent, yet internally, she experienced a wave of astonishment. After all, the individuals she encountered today were of high status and power, far exceeding those she was accustomed to. Even when faced with male beauty, she did not bow her head. Very well, you are Xin Yi. I shall remember you. You are unlike the other women. The surprise in the eyes of the elegantly dressed man transformed into admiration. This gaze provoked jealousy among the women present, wondering if Xin Yi was truly destined for greatness. This scene happened to be witnessed by the eldest prince, as though it were the will of heaven. Granny Liang pondered deeply. Chapter 81. A sense of sorrow at midnight. Outside the tranquil courtyard, a sudden flurry of footsteps broke the silence. Hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes. Beside him, Bai Luoyin had already fallen asleep, nestled against his back. He slightly rose, donned his outer garment, and stepped outside. In the narrow alleyway beyond the courtyard, the eldest prince instructed his servants to release Xin Yi, personally supporting her shoulder as they navigated the dim and confined passage. She was visibly intoxicated, her face flushed. Xin Yi, this is the way to your home. Let go of me. This place is dark and unworthy of someone of your stature, Xin Yi remarked coolly, her breath reeking of alcohol. The eldest prince, clad in his immaculate finery, replied, Though my family is humble, I find solace in its tranquility. If I were in the palace, I would not be so content. The palace is rife with intrigue. Despite my noble status, I cannot be my own master, nor can I alter my fate. The voice of the Long Prince was imbued with melancholy, evoking a sense of regret. The two individuals supported each other as they made their way towards the distant wooden cabin, seeking to alter their fates. Xin Yi murmured, Changing one's fate is arduous. Had it not been for the blood sacrifice sword, she likely would have perished beneath the blade of Jian San. Her lifeless body alongside her brother's left to the wilderness. Yet, once she grasped the blood sacrifice sword, she was compelled to sever the ties of worldly affairs. Ensnared by the chains of vengeance, forever deprived of the simplicity of genuine emotion. In her final moments, Granny Liang had hinted that the crown prince harbored feelings for her. Should she marry him, she would ascend to the ranks of nobility, wielding influence in the court, with the position of national master easily within her grasp. This was her opportunity. For an ordinary citizen, high office and wealth symbolized the pinnacle of honor and a life of fortune, ensuring the prosperity of future generations. Though Xin Yi remained indifferent, ascending to the role of national master would render the elimination of Luo Yin and the complete overthrow of the Yin Luo sect a mere formality. Indeed, I was raised in the palace, among the 12, with my elder sister as the current empress. Over the years, I have witnessed considerable turmoil. Even the lives of princes and princesses hold little value, merely elevated in worth compared to those of commoners. The crown prince sighed, recalling the upheaval within the palace during those years when his elder sister ascended the throne, executing numerous princesses. As she bore the guise of a male, she posed no threat to her sister's sovereignty, instead becoming a tool to safeguard it, thus preserving her own life. In a soft voice, the crown prince shared the sorrows that weighed upon his heart. To outsiders, these burdens were undoubtedly earth-shattering secrets, underscoring his trust in Xin Yi, both horizontally and vertically. They serve as tools for the imperial marriage alliance. What I truly desire is to find someone I genuinely cherish, murmured Shang Guanyun, her gaze drifting towards Xin Yi beside her. Upon reaching, Shang Guanyun supported Xin Yi as they approached the wooden door of the courtyard. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a man clad in plain garments, his face marred by unsightly scars, dressed in tattered attire that bore no distinction from an ordinary peasant. Ah Yi, you have returned. He, initially filled with joy, froze upon seeing Shang Guanyun assisting Xin Yi, especially when noticing the multitude of attendants trailing behind. She appeared utterly flustered, having indulged in drink. Shang Guanyun slightly nodded to Yi, then pushed the door open, guiding Xin Yi into the room. He was already aware that Xin Yi had wed a man of such unappealing appearance. Allow me. He attempted to take over Xin Yi's support. But despite Shang Guanyun's politeness, she did not cast another glance at Yi, nor did she acknowledge her, continuing instead to assist Xin Yi into the chamber. Is there hot water available? Observing the dim and dilapidated room, the crown prince instinctively furrowed his brow. It was impoverished, looking far too destitute. Although he despised the intrigues of the palace, he certainly would not wish to endure a life of squalor in such a place for an extended period. How did you become so intoxicated? I shall fetch some hot water, he murmured, feeling quite distressed. However, upon seeing Xinye's weary form, he adopted a demeanor of a caring husband and father, prioritizing Xinye's needs. No need. Allow me to have the servants prepare it, he said. Immediately, Shang Guanyun summoned 2 attendants, who, upon receiving the command, swiftly departed. Observing the once tranquil courtyard now bustling with activity, He stood aside, unable to approach Xinye. His expression was a complex blend of urgency and helplessness. What transpired? Bai Luoyan emerged from the room, rubbing the corners of her drowsy eyes. She momentarily froze at the sight before her, quickly locating He, who stood nearby, visibly anxious. Among the gathering, one elegantly dressed man stood out, diligently wringing a damp cloth to wipe the forehead of the inebriated woman. Who are they? Suddenly, Bai Luoyan's pupils contracted as she noticed the imperial jade adorning the man's attire, a symbol of status. The jade pendant depicted a soaring phoenix, an emblem reserved solely for royals and nobility. Her gaze shifted to Xinye's face, now tinged with scrutiny. I am weary. You may return, Xinye remarked. Having noticed He's anxious demeanor, unbothered by his concern, she relished the attentive care of the crown prince before addressing the others. Xinye, the environment here is damp. It would be better to rest at my residence. As Shang Guanyun uttered these words, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. The unmarried son of an imperial lineage boldly invited Xinye to his residence for a respite, much to the astonishment of those present. He's body trembled slightly, her expression one of profound melancholy. No, I wish to rest, she replied. Then, please take good care of yourself. You promised to teach me swordplay. So I shall take my leave now. Shang Guanyun flicked his sleeve, smoothing out the creases of his opulent attire, his gaze drifting to Bai Luoyan, who stood beside He. Without a word, he departed with the others. The room gradually fell into silence, and He could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face, smudging her makeup and revealing her stunning beauty, devoid of any semblance of ugliness. How could you have consumed so much alcohol? She approached Xinye, attempting to support him. I am weary, Xinye retorted, brusquely shaking off her hand. His tone was icy as he retreated into the room, lying down on the bed and falling silent. He froze, momentarily at a loss for how to act, yet the tears on her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Your Highness, do you truly have feelings for that Xinye? One of Shang Guanyun's attendants inquired curiously on the way back. Mind your tongue. You ought not to speak so, came the admonition. After a pause, Shang Guanyun replied. I have great admiration for her. However, that Xinye is already wed and has children. A deep sigh escaped Shang Guanyun. I have considered all of this. Yet, have you ever encountered a martial artist, merely 20 years of age, who has reached the transcendent stage? She is extraordinarily gifted, with an immeasurable future. Yet she lacks the opportunity to soar. It is not uncommon for a woman to have multiple husbands. Thus, I suggest you discreetly inform that man of our identities. Offer him some silver and encourage him to depart with the child. He is unworthy of Xinye. Chapter 82. Acknowledgement. Bai Luoyan grasped He's delicate hand, gently shaking it. She could sense the profound sorrow within He, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words of comfort. That He was not merely a simple peasant woman. The events that had transpired were far beyond her understanding and imagination. She could not fathom how a member of the royal family would visit the home of an ordinary person and, in the presence of the male head of the household, display such affection toward a peasant woman. He could no longer conceal her inner anguish. With a soft sigh, she clasped her mouth and wept as she fled outside. Bai Luoyan murmured, watching He's retreating figure, her heart aching at the sight of such sorrow. Despite her efforts to disparage this woman, He had remained silent, consistently defending her. Yet, reality dealt a heavy blow to He. Bai Luoyan's heart was now filled with malice towards Xinye. This woman was nothing but a modern-day Chen Shiqiu. She approached Xinye, her eyes narrowing. You, woman, have latched onto another man. He has waited for your return. And yet you treat her in this manner. On the bed, Xinye lay motionless, as if in slumber, indifferent to all around her. A faint scent of alcohol lingered in the room. With her cultivation, Xinye could have effortlessly expelled the intoxicating aroma, yet she chose not to. Bai Luoyan felt an overwhelming urge to slay her with a single stroke of her sword. She fixated on Xinye, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Perhaps, seizing this opportunity to eliminate the woman would grant her He. In that case, she could dispose of the body, disguising it as a tragic case of alcohol poisoning. Though He might grieve, time would cool affection, leaving no recourse. She would continue to care for He, warming his heart. Once the operation of the minor Yin technique concluded, she could revert to her true feminine self and marry He. Yet, at that moment, sensing malice, Shinyi lifted her head and cast a glance at her. At this instant, her eyes were entirely blood-red, brimming with savagery. Instantly, an overwhelming intent to kill surged towards Bai Luoyan, who stumbled back a couple of steps, her complexion ashen. There is no doubt that she would soon meet her demise at the hands of this woman. Shinyi cast a puzzled glance at Bai Luoyan, seemingly questioning the source of this malevolent intent. In a fleeting moment, she closed her eyes, and the murderous aura dissipated, as if it had never existed, merely an illusion. I am her father. Bai Luoyan instinctively retreated 2 steps and fled outside, running a considerable distance before casting a wary glance behind her. Upon realizing that Shinyi was not in pursuit, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart raced incessantly. The earlier malevolence felt like an abyss, even more terrifying than facing a guardian. That person was no mere peasant woman. She was, in fact, an assassin. He had been deceived by her. Assassins are acutely sensitive to murderous intent. She must have sensed her presence but was uncertain of her identity. If given time to react, she would likely uncover the truth. This place was no longer safe. Prior to this, Bai Luoyan had been searching for He, ultimately finding him in the woods, dressed in white and weeping, seemingly unable to accept the reality of the situation. He, come with me, Bai Luoyan urged, anxiously grasping his hand, attempting to force him away. What are you doing? Suddenly, an exquisitely beautiful face emerged, illuminated by the moonlight, both desolate and delicate. You have been deceived. That a Yi is an assassin, not a peasant woman. She almost killed me just now. What? He faltered, tears still cascading down his face. Yet, to Bai Luoyan's surprise, she detected a flicker of apprehension in his eyes, rather than astonishment, as if he had been privy to this information all along. She's an assassin, not a simple peasant woman. She deceived you. Come away with me at once. Sixth miss, you're hurting me. Your grip is quite strong, he retorted, attempting to pry Bai Luoyan's hand away. Upon the latter releasing him, he not only refrained from accompanying her but instead regarded her with suspicion. She's an assassin, intent on killing me. Are you aware? Bai Luoyan reiterated, her eyes narrowing, that you are no ordinary child. He eyed Bai Luoyan warily, retreating a few steps. There's a misunderstanding, undoubtedly, but I would never harm you. Come with me without delay. That Yi is a martial artist. She could have easily resisted the effects of the wine, yet she feigned intoxication, allowing herself to be escorted back. And that man is no ordinary person either. The jade pendant he wears is engraved with a phoenix. He's a member of the royal family. Do you comprehend? These deceitful individuals are complicit in this scheme, and she may seek to harm you next. Bai Luoyan declared urgently, her voice stern and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. Bai Luoyan stared intently at his countenance, her anxiety palpable. After a prolonged silence, he uttered softly, I won't go. What? Bai Luoyan doubted her own hearing. Why? A good husband, choosing one person to grow old with. I is not that kind of person. You are the killer, aren't you? He shook her head. Her expression sorrowful, yet a seemingly insurmountable chasm appeared between her and Bai Luoyan. Indeed, I am also a killer. Bai Luoyan was taken aback, her anxious heart unexpectedly tranquilized. Suddenly, she comprehended a profound truth. All along, she had been an outsider. Revealing the truth about Shinyi being a killer equally exposed herself. By admitting this, He's wariness intensified, intermingled with a sense of shame and anger. Your mind. You are not a child. You deceived me and even shared a bed with me. He was filled with indignation. But I would never harm you. Bai Luoyan found herself at a loss for words. She had indeed entertained many distractions, and even now, hidden within her clothing was He's intimate garments. You should leave. I have wronged she will not betray me. Bai Luoyan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. She gazed deeply at He. She will not betray you. I am afraid of dying. I will leave, I will go. After Bai Luoyan departed in a daze, He's expression gradually settled into tranquility. Shinyi, Bai Luoyan. He contemplated. It was time to tighten the net. As dawn approached, a woman veiled in black stood at the edge of a precipice. Behind her awaited the assassins of the Yinluo sect. Their numbers diminished significantly since their last encounter, now reduced to merely 5 or 6, among whom was Bai Luoyan. Chapter 83. The threat. This enmity shall not go unavenged. Our Yinluo sect has never suffered such losses. The voice of Sikong Huayu was icy. Realizing she had misjudged the situation, they were not the hunters, but rather the prey. Is what you say true, Luoyan? Sikong Huayu's tone shifted as she turned her gaze toward Bai Luoyan. Indeed, the Bai family has been annihilated. By a twist of fate, I discovered the whereabouts of that assassin. She is hiding in a courtyard in the southern part of the city. Bai Luoyan lowered her head, her brow furrowed, her expression frigid, devoid of her former enthusiasm. Her formidable prowess was undeniable. She was undoubtedly a warrior at the transcendent stage. What? Transcendent stage? The others exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. The object of their revenge was not solely her. Although she was powerful, she had a husband without any cultivation. Once we capture him, Bai Luoyan murmured, the fury of vengeance will be redirected toward that man. Who is this man, and how does he command such followers? He Yi's eyes were filled with concern. She had spent the night slumped over the table, and upon waking, found Shun Yi practicing in the room, seemingly indifferent to her presence. An ordinary person. Shun Yi cast a glance at He Yi and spoke with a hint of indifference. An ordinary person. Does he harbor feelings for you? What should I do? Yi, please tell me, for I cannot bear the thought of losing you. He Yi's emotions surged, her voice trembling like a wilting flower. I do not know. Seeing He Yi so heartbroken and lost, Shun Yi frowned, recalling the events surrounding Dehu. It seemed that He Yi had developed profound feelings for her. This was not mere pretense. She had once contemplated severing ties with He Yi, envisioning a solitary path of vengeance, traversing the realms. Yet, over the past 6 months, they had shared countless nights together. Despite her grievances, perhaps subconsciously, she had begun to regard him as her own, making it impossible to let go. He did not appear to be a man of fickle affections. What she remained uncertain about was her position in He Yi's heart. I seek vengeance, Shun Yi stated flatly. Vengeance? Does it hold more significance than I do? He Yi asked, a tinge of reluctance in his voice, laced with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, this response caused He Yi to shudder. The flicker of hope in his eyes extinguished almost instantly. He muttered, I have long known this answer. How can I ever measure up to your family? I am aware of your brother, your mother, but Silence. With a flash of anger at the mention of He Yi's painful memories, Shun Yi struck He Yi across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Do not speak of them again. Had it not been for you, they would still be alive. He covered his face, and his entire being turned ashen. His countenance quickly swelled, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, rendering him even more haggard. Yet, sensing an underlying tension, he gazed intently at Shun Yi. Over the past 6 months, you have maintained an icy demeanor towards me, and I have harbored no complaints. However, I am aware of the resentment that festers within you. I too loathe myself. If it were possible to exchange my own life for that of your loved ones, I would willingly do so. He bore a self-pitying expression, contemplating whether to confess the truth about Bai Luoyan, accepting all blame upon himself, thus deepening the misunderstanding and revealing even more of the insidious nature concealed beneath the surface. Yet, through the echoes of her thoughts, it appeared that Shun Yi was entirely indifferent to the matter of Bai Luoyan. Externally unperturbed, her emotions were in turmoil, thoughts swirling chaotically. To avoid exacerbating the situation, he refrained from offering any explanations. Covering his face, his expression somber, he leaned on the ground, wiping away his tears and feigning strength. Yi, you must be hungry. I shall prepare a meal for you. Your spirits always lift after you eat. Even in his deepest sorrow, his foremost concern remained Shun Yi. Having depleted the majority of their provisions, he scoured every recess of their abode, ultimately unearthing a meager handful of copper coins upon the wooden table. Noticing Shun Yi's vacant gaze fixed upon him, he hastily clasped the coins within his palm, apprehensive that she might discern their dire straits. In a disjointed manner, he stammered, Yi, fret not. I shall procure further sustenance. I shall return forthwith. Observing He Yi's flustered donning of her veil before departing, his complexion pallid and devoid of vitality, Shun Yi, too, bore a countenance fraught with complexity, unsure of how to proceed. She was not oblivious to He Yi's arduous search, which yielded but a paltry sum of coins. For the past half-year, she had contributed nary a single coin to the household's coffers. Yet, Yi had uttered not a word of complaint. The tenets she once held dear had begun to waver, yet she could not bring herself to alter her course. She glanced at her trembling arm, recalling the despondent look in He Yi's eyes, and her heart ached with sorrow. Forgive me, she murmured. I am gradually losing control. Perhaps, were you to depart from me, you might yet find life. Shun Yi whispered, her gaze fixed upon the direction in which He had vanished. As time ebbed away, He remained absent. Humph, that elder prince is no simpleton either. The voice of the sword spirit echoed in Shun Ye's mind. What do you mean, my lord? However, the spirit offered no reply to her inquiry. A sense of foreboding began to take root within Shun Ye. It had been far too long since He had returned. Had she perhaps encountered some misfortune? Meanwhile, He followed a servant, her demeanor restrained, arriving beside an elegant pavilion. The location was serene, the feng shui favorable. A man dressed in splendid attire stood with his back to her, skillfully casting bait into the river to feed the fish. This was none other than the Crown Prince, Shang Wanyun. The Crown Prince, having handed the bait to his companion, exuded an air of composure and grace. He regarded He, who appeared anxious and dared not meet his gaze, observing her quietly. This man was not as grotesque as she had imagined. If one were to judge solely by his countenance and physique, his tall and slender form was quite striking, perhaps explaining why Shun Ye found him appealing. Do you know who I am? He inquired. I am the Crown Prince. I have heard what they say about you. If His Highness the Prince has a matter to discuss, I still need to buy rice. In stark contrast to Shang Wanyun's poise, He muttered nervously, her unease palpable. Lift your head, he commanded, not intending to reminisce with He. He directly lifted the crimson cloth from the table, revealing a dazzling array of silver coins. Here lies several thousand taels of silver, sufficient for you to live a life free of worries with your child. Provided you part ways with Shun Ye, all of this shall be yours. Chapter 84, The Art of Performance. 1,000 taels of silver? The child? He was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that this prince had misunderstood something. The allure of 1,000 taels of silver was not insignificant to him. Yet in comparison to the value of green tea, it paled considerably. If he were to receive a substantial amount of green tea value, coupled with this genuine wealth, he would depart without a second thought, betting in tow. Moreover, the prince's lofty demeanor irked He. He was merely masquerading in this seemingly delicate guise to extract green tea value. The audacity of this individual, attempting to undermine him and seize the heroine, was nothing short of fanciful delusion. Fortuitously, with He's extraordinary acting prowess, no flaws could be discerned. Trembling, he uttered, I do not want it. Is 1,000 taels of silver here insufficient to satiate your appetite? Shang Wanyun was momentarily stunned. I have money. I still need to buy rice. He then produced a handful of copper coins, their rusted surfaces rendering Shang Wanyun momentarily speechless. How trivial was this sum? This is enough for me to buy rice. Yi is still waiting for me to cook. She enjoys the meals I prepare, and I must return quickly. He raised his head, casting a complex glance at Shang Wanyun, a hint of wariness in her gaze, as if she had discerned Shang Wanyun's malicious intent. As she spoke, he attempted to depart, but the surrounding maidservants swiftly obstructed her path, forcing her back. Shun Ye, she is a prodigy. You are unworthy of her. Shang Wanyun waved his sleeve, seated himself, and regarded the distressed He with indifference. He, initially filled with indignation, contemplated imparting a lesson to these individuals. With his substantial wealth of green tea values, he could easily contend with Shang Wanyun, or even a martial artist in the transformation stage. Just as he had bestowed a touch of misfortune upon Shang Wanyun, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Shun Ye had come. Secretly observing him from a hidden spot. Shun Ye has arrived? Observing him discreetly? That was swift. He immediately assumed a dramatic demeanor, repeating anxiously, I still need to cook for Yi. Pressured back, he nervously reiterated this line, seemingly fixated solely on Shun Ye. I have stated that Shun Ye possesses remarkable talent. At such a young age, she has already become a martial artist in the transformation stage. She should serve His Majesty, while you, a mere villager, will only hinder her progress. Above in the treetops, Shun Ye listened quietly to their exchange, her expression impassive. Only when He spoke did her countenance exhibit the slightest tremor. Beep. Congratulations, host. Green tea value, 40. Shang Wanyun's words rendered He silent. If you truly care for her, then leave her. He suddenly found himself unable to contain his emotions, choking back tears. I can let you be the little one. After much contemplation, he finally uttered those words. Shang Wanyun retorted. To suggest that a dignified prince should be the little one, such words are utterly reckless. Shang Wanyun's expression turned frosty. Today, you have but two choices. Take the silver and depart from Shun Ye, or declare, my people will make you vanish henceforth. Meanwhile, perched atop the treetops, Shun Ye furrowed her brow. Shang Wanyun spoke the truth. His status indeed held considerable value for Shun Ye. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Her impression of Shang Wanyun plummeted. Observing He Yi's panicked demeanor, an inexplicable ache welled up within her heart. With her presence, none could harm He Yi in the slightest. Yet she was more intrigued to hear how He Yi would choose. He fell silent, staring blankly at the silver on the table, seemingly grasping his predicament. I cannot be without He Yi. I beg you, please do not take her away. Tears streamed down his face, but alas, no one heeded him. Nor did anyone empathize with his plight. After a long pause, He Yi's trembling fingers fell upon the table, as if he had arrived at a conclusion. I choose the silver. Master Sword Spirit, do you truly believe he is a man of fickle affections? Upon hearing He Yi's choice, Shen Yi felt a tremor in her heart. It had always been, just kill him. She sighed deeply, gazing vacantly at the sky. Each time she inquired about He Yi, the Sword Spirit could not help but slander the latter, urging her to resolutely end He Yi's life. Yet, the truth was becoming clearer to her. Over the past 6 months, he had committed no wrongdoing against her, dutifully fulfilling his role as her husband. Perhaps this was for the best. She sensed that she was gradually losing control, and leaving that man could indeed be a wise decision. Yi, I've bought the rice. Just as Yi lowered his head and returned to the courtyard, he spotted Shen Yi waiting for him at the door. A smile blossomed on his face. As if nothing had transpired, and he gently addressed her, Shen Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, he continued to walk forward with his head bowed, their shoulders brushing past each other. This morning's breakfast was exceptionally lavish. He had not only procured fine rice but also brought back Shen Yi's favorite duck leg, an assortment of eggs, and vegetables. Throughout the meal, Shen Yi remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yi, who diligently served her food. Eat more, Yi. This is what you like. Stop staring at me. The shopkeeper is kind, so I managed to put some on credit. All of this is quite inexpensive. It's all right. I'll find work to repay it. You need not worry. Consume a bit more, if you please. In the ensuing days, he repaid the debts owed to the neighboring residents for grain and adorned their home with an abundance of furniture. In the courtyard, he raised numerous chickens and ducks, enclosing them securely, and replaced the wooden lock on the door with an iron one. He procured several sets of clothing for Shen Yi, while he himself grew increasingly silent, often going an entire day without uttering a word. It was only at the dining table, while serving dishes for Shen Yi, that he would animatedly share his visions for the future. I.e., do not forget to feed them. Do not repeat the past when you vanish for days on end. Once these chickens and ducks mature, we shall have no worries about sustenance, and we could even sell some for a modest profit. As for the garments at home, be prudent with your attire, and do not neglect to wash them. In response, Shen Yi chose silence, even when he spoke with tears in his eyes. She merely gazed at him in a daze. Occasionally, in the dead of night, Shen Yi would perceive a flicker of light. Upon opening her eyes, she would find he, holding an oil lamp, diligently writing something at the table. After a considerable time, he would fold the finished letter and place it in the drawer of the wooden table, subsequently resting his head upon the table to sleep. These days have repeated for several days, until Chapter 85, Quiet Departure. Until he knelt reverently in the temple, hands clasped together, beseeching blessings for Ai, wishing for her peace, joy, and good health. As for her sins, he implored that they befall only him. After he left the temple, he found a wooden talisman in his hand, cool to the touch, albeit somewhat rough in appearance. This was what he had sought within the temple. It was said that with sincere prayers, it could safeguard one's well-being and dispel calamities, proving to be remarkably efficacious. Whether it truly possessed such power, he could not ascertain. Nonetheless, he had instructed Xiao Cha to inscribe the calming incantation purchased from the system onto the talisman, which cost him 200 green tea tokens. Henceforth, whenever Shen Yi fell into a state of demonic transformation, this talisman could, to some extent, purify her heart, preventing her from losing herself so easily. I.e., this is the wooden talisman I have procured. The temple master has assured me of its efficacy. It will be of assistance to you. After I depart, should you find yourself longing for me, simply wear it, and thus you shall feel my yearning. He carefully placed the talisman into an envelope, folding it neatly. I.e., upon your bed, there lies a modest sum of silver. If one day you find yourself in dire straits, remember to make use of it. Do not dwell on it. He continued to write, the oil lamp gradually dimming. He placed the finished letter into the drawer, signifying an end. As long as Shen Yi wears this talisman, every time she calms her mind and invokes its power, she will recall me that green tea is hardly worth the fuss. Shen Yi lay with her eyes closed, unable to succumb to sleep. She had initially thought He would again doze at the table, yet this time, the bed was pulled back, and he lay down beside her, turned away, gradually emitting steady breaths. Shen Yi was at a loss for words. Every utterance felt futile, unless she desperately pleaded for He to stay. She believed that he would undoubtedly remain against all odds. Yet she did not wish to, nor could she as dawn approached. Sounds of tidying echoed through the room. Shen Yi opened her eyes to find He methodically packing his belongings into a cloth bag, placing it into a vegetable basket. His movements were unhurried, the slender silhouette of his back appearing so frail. Shen Yi seemed to witness the tears cascading down his face. The thought of departing caused her to speak softly, but unexpectedly, He's body trembled. He turned his back to her, seemingly reluctant to reveal his expression. It is barely dawn. You should rest a little longer. I shall go buy some provisions. The place I am heading may be somewhat far. You need not wait for me any longer with that. He slung the basket over his shoulder and slowly walked outside. Shen Yi sat up, knowing that this was her last chance to retain He. However, compared to a life of poverty with her, leaving with a sum of silver was also a favorable choice for him. 1,000 taels of silver would suffice for a carefree existence, and if fortune smiled upon him, he might marry into another family and lead a stable life. And whatever. What lay ahead was the relentless path of revenge. Shen Yi called softly. He turned around, her eyes misty with tears, a glimmer of hope surfacing within, as if she believed Shen Yi was about to plead for her to stay. If I could turn back time, I would never have brought you to this place. I would have killed Xiaozi along with you. Shen Yi murmured. He trembled, wordlessly turning away and walking outside, shutting the wooden door of the courtyard behind her. Watching He depart, Shen Yi clutched her head in anguish, memories flooding back. From that moment on, the presence of that man would no longer grace the courtyard. He had left. Shen Yi, oh Shen Yi. He left so that she could survive. If one must act, let it be with ruthless resolve. If one must sever ties, let it be completely. Ding. Congratulations, host. Green tea value 20. He, carrying a basket of vegetables, wiped her tears and walked towards the distance, her gaze dimmed as she pondered the circumstances ahead. The sounds around her gradually hushed, the morning shrouded in mist, casting an eerie atmosphere. A sense of caution arose within He as she received a notification from the system. Bai Luoyan was nearby, possibly observing her from a hidden location. Bai Luoyan? What could her purpose be at this moment? Yet, outwardly, she appeared oblivious, continuing her solemn march forward. The silence deepened, and as he lifted her head, 2 figures clad in black stood before her. Her expression shifted, and just as she was about to cry out for help, a pair of hands suddenly covered He's mouth, forcefully pinning him to the ground. The assailant held a substance that induced drowsiness, and after a few futile struggles, He gradually succumbed to silence. The basket of vegetables that had fallen to the ground was picked up by someone and tossed into the underbrush of the forest. He was abruptly awakened by a bucket of cold water poured over him. As he opened his eyes, he realized he was bound to a wooden post. The surrounding environment was damp and gloomy, with iron instruments glowing red-hot by the stove. A veiled woman was gazing at him with a chilling intensity. Who are you? How did I end up here? At that moment, He's garish makeup had been washed away, revealing his stunning features. His skin, as flawless as white jade, accentuated by his delicate frame, appeared pitifully vulnerable. His damp, plain garments clung tightly to his body. The subtle curves combined with He's helpless fear rendered him irresistibly alluring, igniting a fervent desire to dominate. If he were an ordinary woman, she would surely hesitate to inflict harm upon such an exquisite beauty. Unfortunately for him, the woman before him, Sikong Huayu, had been subjected to rigorous training since childhood, rendering her indifferent to male allure. All her life, she had regarded male beauty with disdain. Chapter 86. Torment. Before long, he found himself brutally tortured by Sikong Huayu, his body marked with wounds. The desolate dungeon echoed with his anguished cries. Tell me, what kind of cultivation method has Shen Yi been practicing? Sikong Huayu tightened her grip around He's neck, her voice icy as she spoke. I do not know. He, looking weary, replied, It seems they are here for Shen Yi. They merely lack the confidence to confront her directly, thus redirecting their hostility towards me. Believing they have seized upon Shen Yi's vulnerability. Shen Yi has slain dozens from my Yanluo sect. As her spouse, I am bound to repay your debts. Do you think that by feigning ignorance, I would let you go? I truly do not know. He shook his head, his body marred with bruises. In my Yanluo sect, we employ 18 forms of torture, akin to 18 levels of hell. No one survives such an ordeal. I refuse to believe that you can remain silent. Sikong Huayu produced a rusted iron instrument, her gaze fixed menacingly upon He. As the interrogation continued, He's voice grew increasingly hushed and hoarse. Tell me everything about Shen Yi. Disheveled strands of hair obscured He's features. Once delicate, he had transformed into a pitiable figure in just half a day. Just kill me. I know nothing. He murmured softly, lifting his gaze slightly. He dulled his pain receptors by 90%. His physical sensations rendered almost numb. After all, with the green tea system, he could not perish regardless of the circumstances. He's tone momentarily stunned Sikong Huayu. Humph. Sikong Huayu cast aside the blood-stained iron tools, having interrogated numerous assassins, none of whom had managed to traverse the depths of the 18 hells, all reduced to mere bones. Before her stood a man devoid of any cultivation, yet he had traversed 8 layers, a feat that compelled Sikong Huayu's admiration. The 9th layer posed a dual torment of both body and spirit for this man. The women beside her could hardly contain their impatience. At a mere command from Sikong Huayu, they would pounce upon the battered man like ravenous wolves, relishing his flesh. In this realm, deeply afflicted by the toxic male morality, such treatment of a man would undoubtedly lead to his utter collapse. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you speak or remain silent? I do not know. He's response remained unchanged. Excellent. Should you endure these 18 tortures, I may intercede for your release. However, you are but delicate flesh, destined to perish without a grave. Noticing He's continued silence, Sikong Huayu's gaze turned frigid as she waved her hand, signaling the 9th form of torture, the wheel. The nearby women immediately fixated on He, lunging at him like famished wolves. Wait. At that crucial moment, a youthful figure appeared at the prison door. Bai Luoyin swung open the iron gate, pushing aside the women intent on reaching He, her face a mask of fury. Get away. I will kill you all. Upon seeing He, bloodied and battered, her eyes filled with compassion. She had always known he was a good man. My lord, Luoyin, what is the meaning of this? The masked woman, perplexed, inquired. Sikong Guardian, I can compel him to speak the truth. Allow me to interrogate him. Can you? Sikong Huayu responded, slightly taken aback. Indeed. Bai Luoyin affirmed emphatically, retrieving several vials of peculiar sedatives, all concocted by her own hand. Utilizing the subtleties of my lesser Yin and greater Yin techniques, combined with these elixirs, I can render a person devoid of consciousness, compelling them to utter their innermost truths. Very well. You may proceed, Sikong Huayu conceded, having heard whispers of Bai Luoyin's formidable skills. She waved her hand, signaling the women to withdraw. I am truly sorry. Bai Luoyin turned to face He, her eyes brimming with compassion. She harbored her own ulterior motives, unable to let go of the memory of He's resoluteness that fateful night. After all, He's tenderness towards Shenyi felt like a dagger to her heart, igniting a simmering resentment within. Yet, witnessing He in such a state filled her with sorrow and guilt. Bai Luoyin extracted a few pills, a flicker of something unusual crossing her gaze. She gently pried open He's lips and administered the medication. Her fingers trembled slightly as she noticed the way He regarded her, akin to a stranger. Wiping the blood from the corner of He's mouth, she asked, Is this sufficient? Yes, Bai Luoyin nodded, channeling her vital energy into He's body. As time passed, He's expression gradually shifted into a haze of disorientation. Ding. The host is entering a state of hypnosis. Shall we proceed? Reduce sensory capabilities by 20%. Do not let me completely lose my sanity. He, possessing considerable experience in this matter, gradually became utterly entranced. What cultivation technique is he practicing? Bai Luoyin inquired, her expression a mixture of complexity. I do not know. We were married only 6 months ago. She often remains away for days and has never disclosed her cultivation methods to me. She hits me, and I seldom pry into her affairs. He replied vacantly, as if ensnared in a trance. She hits you. Bai Luoyin's gaze quivered. Under the influence of the illusion, it was evident that He spoke the truth. That woman was clearly no good. She actually strikes you. Why do you not leave her? Bai Luoyin could not restrain her inquiry. When you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, follow the dog. My fate is unfortunate. I do not force it. He nonsensically asserted with utmost seriousness. With his exceptional acting skills, the observers could discern no irregularities. Rather, they could feel the profound sorrow and helplessness within He. Coupled with his grievous wounds, the scene was heart-wrenching. Bai Luoyin was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of indignation. Upon learning the full story, not only Bai Luoyin but also Sikong Huayu's once piercing gaze softened. Why must she treat you thus? Because I am not a virgin. Certainly, such words would never escape her lips, for I am prone to err. I am foolish, and she is a formidable warrior, far beyond my worth. He uttered vacantly, her exquisite visage pale as parchment, imbued with a morbid beauty. Bai Luoyan's fist clenched, tightening and then loosening, only to tighten once more. Could it be that he truly remains oblivious? Xikong Huayu murmured. Yet the blood of my sisters cannot flow in vain. Regardless of the circumstances, they must extract valuable intelligence from He Yi. For there are countless souls enduring suffering in this world. If blame is to be assigned, let it be for his misfortune in choosing companions. Chapter 87. Pitiful Shuningzi. Our young master has reserved a private room at the Yefeng Tavern. May I inquire if you would accompany me? A servant approached to knock on the door. Just as Shun Ye's morning practice was drawing to a close, she gradually retracted her wooden sword, calming the vital energy within her. During her morning exercises, she dared not wield the blood sacrifice sword casually. Very well, you may return, Xinyi replied nonchalantly, consenting to the invitation. As she gazed upon the familiar scenery of the courtyard, once that man departs, she would be able to focus solely on her quest for vengeance. At the Yefeng Tavern, where the strong congregate, a luxurious establishment spanning 3 floors, those who frequent it are invariably the affluent and elite, especially on the 3rd floor. The attendant guided Xinyi upward, where most individuals adorned themselves in exquisite garments. Women like Xinyi, clad in a simple blue robe and wielding a long sword at her waist, were a rarity. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted the discarded chunks of meat strewn across the ground, left untouched. If it were He Yi, he would never exhibit such extravagant wastefulness. This thought of He Yi crossed her mind involuntarily as she followed the attendant forward. Xinyi, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Within the private chamber, platters of food and wine had been laid out, exuding a tantalizing aroma. The crown prince, dressed in opulent attire, lounged comfortably across from her, evidently having taken great care in his appearance. His slightly heroic features could be deemed handsome, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her. Xinyi instinctively found herself comparing him to He Yi, the outcome being that he paled in comparison. Despite his noble status as the crown prince, she had witnessed the elegance and grace of He Yi during his time as the Liang, a demeanor that was irreplaceable and had captivated her at first glance. More importantly, He Yi's heart was pure and kind, his appearance merely an embellishment. As night descended, the interrogation had long since concluded, and the prison was now devoid of life. He lay languidly amidst the hay, his body marred by an array of bruises and scars, each wound sealed with dried blood, presenting a scene of utter desolation. He stood outside the prison cell, clutching a bowl of congee. Upon hearing a sound, he cast a glance at Bai Luoyan before his gaze drifted vacantly towards the moonlit sky. Suddenly, a violent cough escaped him, and blood trickled down his fingers. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Alarmed, Bai Luoyan hurriedly opened the iron door of the prison and rushed to support him. He Yi, are you all right? Don't touch me. He Yi pushed Bai Luoyan away, tears streaming down his face. Bai Luoyan extended her hand, uncertain of how to offer comfort. He was a frail man, having endured relentless torture throughout the day, reaching his breaking point. Fear gripped him. He Yi, I will find a way to rescue you. Bai Luoyan patiently poured the congee into a bowl, her youthful face betraying a maturity beyond her years. Will I even be able to survive this? He gazed blankly at the blood in his hands, his voice laced with anguish. His pallid visage bore no trace of color. Yes. Bai Luoyan paused, her voice resolute. She scooped a spoonful of congee and held it out to him. Even if the guards would not allow He Yi to live, Bai Luoyan vowed to devise another method. Spare me your feigned compassion. He turned his head away, refusing to meet her gaze. He understood that had it not been for Bai Luoyan, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. If you cooperate with us, I will plead for your release. Cooperate with you? Dealing with Yi, I shall reveal nothing to you. Although He Yi's situation is dire, he remains resolute regarding Xinyi, unwilling to retreat even a single step. Bai Luoyan sighs softly. For He Yi is still unaware that he has been administered a hallucinogenic drug. Everything that should have been said has long been divulged. He has consistently defended that woman, yet she fails to appreciate his devotion. Today I witnessed Xinyi walking alongside that royal relative, strolling together down the streets of Zhaoyang County. After a lengthy hesitation, Bai Luoyan gently recounts what she observed today. That individual seems taken with Xinyi. After all, she is so young and possesses remarkable skills. Though born into humble beginnings, it is merely a matter of time before she ascends to prominence. He trembles, falling silent as clear tears cascade down his cheeks. I do not wish for her to attain high office. I only hope for her to be safe and sound. Bai Luoyan tenderly lifts He Yi's body, and at that moment, It appears he has broken through the defenses of his heart. Showing no reaction, Bai Luoyin gently rests He's head upon her lap, gazing at him with compassion. Yet, she does not care for you while you endure torment. She revels in the pleasures of the world. Forget her. In response, He remained utterly unresponsive. In truth, I have something to convey to you. My diminutive stature is a result of my cultivation practice. In due time, I shall regain the appearance of an ordinary person, and at that moment, I wish to marry you. She caressed He's face, speaking with palpable concern. Do not touch me. Do not come near me. Keep your distance. Unexpectedly, her words incited He's agitation anew. Upon hearing Bai Luoyin's declaration of intent to marry him, his pupils dilated, and he pressed his hands against his chest. Retreating into the corner, his gaze laden with fear as if apprehensive of her next move. You. Bai Luoyin attempted to approach, but he interrupted. Leave. Get away from me, or I shall end my life right here. He trembled, his emotions heightened. He threatened to dash his head against the wall should Bai Luoyin advance any further. Do not act impulsively. Please, I shall leave. I shall leave. Bai Luoyin's expression bore the weight of anguish. He's reaction pierced her heart. What qualities did that woman possess that could so completely captivate He's devotion? Bai Luoyin felt a sense of injustice. The porridge, I have left it here. Please, have some. With a heavy sigh, Bai Luoyin departed, resigned. Guardian, what course of action should we pursue? We are no match for Shunyi. Are we to merely vent our frustrations on an innocent man? Bai Luoyin lamented, her voice laced with resentment. Nay, Shunyi eradicated the Yin Luo sect in Zhaoyang Prefecture. She must meet her end, regardless of the means. Even if it necessitates the sacrifice of us all. Chapter 88. Utter defeat. Meanwhile, within a secluded inn in Qizhou Prefecture, a long-haired woman in azure attire pondered deeply. A bowl of chilled tea in her hand. The reflection in the tea revealed that she was seated in the arbor outside the inn. The woman retrieved a delicate wooden box, cautiously opening it a fraction. Within lay a solitary, rose-hued elixir, exuding a sweet fragrance even through the narrow opening. A breakthrough pill. Master, your heart has softened towards me after all, Xiaozi murmured, lost in thought. In the span of 3 days, she had exterminated all the venomous snakes within the serpent's lair. Instead of further punishment, the master had bestowed upon her a precious breakthrough pill. Guided by the master's information, Xiaozi had arrived in Qizhou Prefecture within half a month. Yet, given the vastness of Qizhou Prefecture, compounded by the chaos of war, locating a single individual was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Elusive Yi, where do you linger? Yearning, like a vintage wine, intensifies with the passage of time. She craves the unvarnished truth, the events of that fateful night, the reason behind He's unannounced departure. I pledge to whisk you away. Far from the mundane concerns of mortal existence, she had vowed. Xiaozi finished her herbal tea, donned her bamboo hat, and prepared to depart. However, her path was obstructed by a group of individuals, the very women who had occupied the adjacent table, reveling in wine and meat. These robust women encircled Xiaozi, whose physique was comparatively diminutive. In these turbulent times, those who could afford to be well-fed were either affluent or ruthless. One of the inebriated women unsheathed a long sword, pointing it menacingly at Xiaozi. Fortune has forsaken you, girl. Hand over your valuables, and allow me to inflict a few wounds to vent my frustration. It will be a moment of cathartic release. Xiaozi slightly raised her bamboo hat, casting a glance at the group. A day without bloodshed leaves me with an insatiable itch. Prepare to meet your end. Facing the drunken woman rushing towards her, Xiaozi's lips curled slightly, her pristine face forming a mocking arc. What a coincidence. It's been half a year since I last killed someone, and my heart is itching. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? On the other side, in front of the pavilion, Shang Wanyan played a tune for Shunyi, hoping to capture her full attention. However, as the melody ended, Shunyi was gazing at the distant sky. He has left me. I'm wondering how a man like me should live the rest of my life. Shunyi glanced at Shang Wanyan and spoke indifferently, her bangs fluttering wildly in the wind. Shunyi's appearance was not striking, but she possessed a unique heroic aura, coupled with an overwhelming sense of melancholy, making people irresistibly drawn to approach and understand her. As she gazed at Shunyi's profile, Shang Wanyan displayed an expression of infatuation. Meanwhile, Shunyi's thoughts were occupied by another man. Shang Wanyan softly remarked, "Is a farmer truly worthy of such your concern?" The word farmer lingered on Shunyi's lips as she chuckled softly, shaking her head. To her, this designation seemed quite absurd, with a tinge of complexity in her voice. She replied, "He is not merely a farmer, while I am but a woodcutter's wife. It is I who have overreached. Do not belittle yourself in such a manner. Shang Guanyin urged, noticing the self-mockery in Shen Ye's tone. She attempted to grasp Shen Ye's arm, only to have Shen Yu deftly evade her touch. His movement momentarily stiffened. Yet he maintained an air of normalcy as he leaned against the pavilion, his eyes glimmering with intent as he looked at Shen Yi. You are not a woodcutter's wife. Do not demean yourself, Shen Yi. Given your abilities, when the opportunity arises, you shall soar like a true phoenix. Am I truly demeaning myself by identifying as a woodcutter's wife? I have never considered it so, Shen Yi sighed. Shang Guanyin did not grasp her essence. Despite being of royal lineage, his understanding was significantly inferior to that of He, though their statuses had once been worlds apart. He had never lamented her humble position. Instead, he steadfastly accompanied her through 6 months of arduous days. Noticing the slight displeasure on Shen Ye's face, Shang Guanyin promptly offered reassurance. You need not worry about He. I have already spoken with the officials at the provincial government, urging them to provide ample support for He. From now on, he shall not lack for silver, and he will manage quite well on his own. That is reassuring. Shen Yi held a certain degree of trust in Shang Guanyun's words. Hearing that Shang Guanyun had already made arrangements, and that He might fare better once he departed from her, improved Shen Ye's impression of Shang Guanyun once again. All right then, Shen Doying. You have your own matters to attend to. Consider your own interests first. You know, I praised your youthful talents before His Majesty, and he has sent back a secret decree. Oh, a secret decree? Shen Ye's curiosity was piqued. It concerns your promotion and elevation in rank. As for the specific title, you shall discover it at tonight's banquet. Shang Guanyun, clearly aware of the actual circumstances, wore a knowing smile. Shen Yi felt that the Empress's reward was indeed substantial, for elevating ranks was merely a matter of the Empress's word. Did the mere utterance of Shang Guanyun's words truly conjure such an effect? Shen Yi gradually cast aside the matters concerning He, subconsciously believing that with Shang Guanyun's care, he would thrive in her absence. Chapter 89. Wretched. The banquet that Shang Guanyun spoke of commenced swiftly. Within the tavern, the local gentry and landed proprietors congregated. Naturally, the preeminent figure was the eldest prince, yet as a man of royal lineage, he would not readily reveal himself in public. For some inexplicable reason, Shen Ye's spirits grew restless. She leaned against a corner, observing the guests coming and going. The desire to kill was particularly intense tonight, as if the blood-offering sword were enticing her once more. Gazing at the passers-by, Shen Ye's focus gradually shifted to their necks, pondering the exquisite pleasure of severing them with a single strike. Soon, victuals and wine were served, and the assembly gathered on the tavern's second floor. Observing the dance upon the elevated platform below, a troupe of masked women was presenting a vigorous yet peculiar dance. Shen Yi was also invited to the second floor, seated in a conspicuous location. Sword Spirit, my spirits are unsettled. Do you require a sacrifice once more? The sword spirit remained silent. Since Shen Yi released He, the blood-offering sword spirit had ceased to acknowledge her, seemingly sulking in solitude. Shen Yi's ominous premonition deepened, and her craving for blood essence intensified. She lowered her head, striving to conceal her disquiet from the others, for her eyes had become a crimson abyss. With considerable effort, Shen Yi finally regained her composure. The pupils in her eyes reverted to their ebony hue. She raised her head, and the double vision gradually dissipated, when suddenly, she glimpsed a figure vanishing around the corner of the staircase. The plain garment, bore a striking resemblance to that of He, and Shen Ye's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that he had heard the news and had come to visit her in secret? The latter rose to her feet, and the longing in her heart intensified. She yearned to chase after He's figure, yet at that moment, her arm was seized by the crown prince. Shen Yi, where do you intend to go? The ceremonial official is about to announce the imperial decree. You must pay close attention. Shen Yi turned back to find Shang Guanyun watching her with a puzzled expression. From the moment she had taken her seat, something had seemed amiss with Shen Yi. Her head hung low, and an icy aura enveloped her. I am fine, she replied, reclining once more. Shen Yi stared vacantly at the bend in the road. Attend closely, Shang Guanyun urged, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she clasped Shen Yi's arm. By the grace of heaven and the decree of the Empress, greetings. Whereas Shen Yi of Zhaoyang Commandery, Qizhou, demonstrates unwavering loyalty to martial virtue and possesses exceptional talent. Her Majesty, mindful of her combined virtue and ability. The Empress's edict was lengthy. Shen Yi was momentarily stunned, this being the second time she had heard such a decree. She recalled the ascension of the Ghost Emperor, similarly proclaimed throughout the realm. It seemed to be a penchant among emperors to narrate even the most commonplace events with complexity, extolling their own virtues before arriving at the heart of the matter. Shen Yi knelt on one knee, listening quietly. In consideration of the recommendation of the eldest imperial prince Shang Guanyun, we hereby appoint Shen Yi as a third-rank imperial guard, to be dispatched to the capital forthwith. Furthermore, mindful of the prolonged celibacy of the eldest imperial prince, we bestow Shen Yi in the position of consort, with no refusal permitted. What? The crowd murmured in astonishment, their gazes fixed on Shen Yi. This fellow had stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck, becoming the prince's consort. Could it truly be? Shen Yi, too, was taken aback, sensing an undercurrent of unease. Shang Guanyun, on the other hand, blushed, seemingly aware of the outcome all along. Shen consort, do you not accept the decree? The female official presented the edict with a smile. Shen Yi regarded the decree with gravity. After a moment of bewilderment, she received it gently, holding it in her hands without a trace of joy, feeling its immense weight. Shen consort, hereafter. Officer Shen, I was blind and failed to recognize your eminence. A heroine emerges in her youthful prime. With the pronouncement of the master of ceremonies, felicitations poured in from all quarters. Officer Shen received a goblet of wine. Slowly imbibing it, the entire tavern gravitated around her, as Shen Yi basked in a moment of unparalleled glory. Yet, despite it all, her heart remained untouched. She mechanically downed cup after cup of strong liquor, a medley of indescribable sensations swirling within her. I have truly become Officer Shen, a high-ranking official, no less. But why does my heart harbor not a trace of joy? Instead, I feel as though something precious has been lost forever. Shen Yi murmured to herself, Officer Shen, what majesty! Huh? Can you face He with a clear conscience? A voice, tender yet on the verge of being drowned out by the surrounding clamor, suddenly pierced through the crowd. Shen Yi, however, keenly discerned it, as if struck by lightning. Face He with a clear conscience? She stared blankly toward the source of the voice. It was a young girl, her face etched with mockery, as if to say, you are unworthy. It's you. Shen Yi instantly recognized the girl, the very one who had appeared in her home that day. She had reminded her to comfort He, but at the time, she was inebriated, her mind a tangled mess, and she simply could not bring herself to care. No, who exactly are you? Shen Yi suddenly became alert. For the girl was slowly drawing 2 daggers from her waist, plunging them into those around her. Thwack! Blood splattered. The dance upon the high platform came to an abrupt halt, as the masked women swiftly produced signal flares and shot them into the vicinity. Instantly, a cloud of pink smoke enveloped the area. Coughing, she realized the smoke was toxic. No, the wine was poisonous as well. Shen Yi attempted to summon her inner energy, but at that moment, her previously steady energy seemed to congeal. The noxious combination of the wine and the smoke was lethal. Shen Yi's eyes widened in alarm as a young girl, brandishing a dagger, lunged at her, summoning her last ounce of strength. Shen Yi drew the blood sacrifice sword and held it before her. The clash of metal rang out as Bai Luoyin seized the opportunity to leap aside, capturing the dazed Shang Guanyun and retreating gracefully. Your Highness, Prince, the Smoke Luo sect. Shen Yi was momentarily stunned, instantly recognizing the identities behind the masks. They had gone mad. Were they not loyal to the Empress? How dare they seize the prince? You care for him? She scoffed. But have you ever truly cared for him? Bai Luoyin pressed the dagger against Shang Guanyun's neck, tauntingly gazing at Shen Yi. Before she could finish her taunt, a group of masked women, skilled in likeness techniques, soared into the air. The leader of the group tossed a man to the ground. The man, covered in scars and drenched in blood, lay there weakly, as if he had endured unimaginable torment. Shen Yi's pupils constricted as she stared in shock at the man on the ground. Chapter 90. Dispersal. Shen Yi immediately recognized He, his blood a vivid crimson that stimulated the latter's senses. Shen Yi's eyes turned slightly bloodshot. Humph, what a sycophant. He has said nothing for your sake. Yet here you are, indulging in frivolity. Dare to move, and this shall be your fate. Bai Luoyin seized Shang Guanyun's throat, despite her petite stature. An aura of lethal intent emanated from her, paralyzing Shang Guanyun with fear. Shen Yi, today shall mark the end of our enmity. Xikong Huayu spoke coldly. What do you intend to do, Yanluo sect? We are not from the Yanluo sect. We have simply come to eliminate you. Xikong Huayu denied, naturally unwilling to disclose her identity to avoid complications. This reckless endeavor, even involving the kidnapping of a prince, was undertaken with the utmost resolve to eliminate Shen Yi at any cost. She cast a glance behind her, and Bai Luoyin immediately understood, threatening Shang Guanyun to command everyone to drop their weapons. As Shang Guanyun hesitated, Bai Luoyin's dagger swiftly drew a line across her neck. prompting a series of startled cries from her. There was no hint of restraint. When they had hypnotized He, they had gleaned the details from him. This shameless prince. Alongside that Xinyi was a thoroughly despicable pair. Even though Si Kong Huayu had warned her that the only person who could not die here was Shang Guanyun, that did not deter her from seeking personal vengeance. Desist at once. Release your weapon. A voice, laced with venom, cut through the tense atmosphere. Lord Shangguan has never been witness to such a mortal spectacle. The agonizing pain at his throat has driven him to the precipice of terror. He commanded his entourage to relinquish their arms forthwith, threatening, should any among you fail to discard your weapons, his demise shall be upon your conscience. The majority, enervated by the insidious poison, lay prostrate, bereft of even the strength to stir a digit. A scant few, paragons of fortitude, remained upright, yet they too surrendered their armaments. Only Xinyi, her brow furrowed in consternation, maintained her grip upon the blood-offering sword. Lord Shangguan had consistently assured her of He Yi's well-being. Yet fate had conspired to deliver him into the clutches of the Yin Luo sect on her account. She was the architect of his suffering. Flee, Yi. I implore you, he murmured, his visage a portrait of poignant helplessness. The livid weals upon his throat served as a stark reminder of the inhuman torment he had endured. His eyes, now clouded with despair, seemed to presage his imminent demise. Yet, even in extremis, his paramount concern remained Xinye's safety. Ding. Green tea value 60. Xinye's fingers relaxed, and the blood-offering sword clattered to the ground. She stared at He, her heart a vortex of conflicting emotions. The remaining assassins of the Yin Luo sect advanced, and before Xinye's very eyes, they conveyed the blood-offering sword to Si Kong Huayu. The latter, with a hint of derision, procured a bow and arrow from a subordinate. With fluid grace, she knocked the arrow, drew back the bowstring, and aimed at Xinye's heart, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yi, flee. Lying on the ground, He called out hoarsely, while a mission to save the heroine flashed through her mind, promising a reward of 500 green tea points. Without hesitation, He commanded the green tea system to alter the trajectory of the arrow. The projectile flew with astonishing speed, piercing through Xinye's chest. With a gasp, Xinyi immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, lowering her gaze to the wound, where crimson liquid flowed profusely. She knelt half-heartedly on the ground, her vitality swiftly waning. Humph. A martial artist at the transformation realm is nothing extraordinary, ultimately. You are just a worthless being. You killed my sister, so I shall humiliate your man, Si Kong Huayu remarked coldly, in front of Xinyi. She casually tore He Yi's clothing, revealing skin marred with bruises. No, what are you doing? Please, no. He Yi's eyes were filled with terror. He never anticipated that this woman would attempt to violate him before Xinyi in such a public setting. Slap. He Yi's resistance earned him nothing but a resounding slap from Si Kong Huayu. I beg you, please. I implore you. He pleaded in sheer fright. Yet Si Kong Huayu's gaze remained icy. Although she held no interest in men, she understood that her actions would devastate Xinyi. Let him go. Seeing Si Kong Huayu mount He Yi, Xinyi's eyes brimmed with rage, bloodshot with fury. Lord Si Kong, you. Bai Luo Yin was equally taken aback, in her recollection. Si Kong Huayu was a woman disinterested in male company. She had always looked down upon those who indulged recklessly, devoid of purpose. How could she possibly? Unless her animosity towards Xinyi had reached its zenith, compelling her to reclaim everything with compounded interest, or even to exact retribution upon her paramour. Bai Luoyan's heart palpitated vehemently. She was compelled to devise a strategy to thwart Si Kong Huayu. Thud. Xinyi's knees met the ground as she prostrated herself. Head bowed in supplication. Spare him, she entreated. Direct your animus towards me. I implore you. Crimson rivulets of blood emanated from Xinyi's chest, staining the earth a macabre hue. Her wound throbbed with agonizing intensity, yet the act of kneeling before her adversary inflicted an even more profound pain. Nevertheless, she was bereft of alternatives. She could not passively witness He Yi's degradation before her very eyes. Observing Xinyi prostrate herself in such a servile posture, Si Kong Huayu's inner self was suffused with a profound sense of gratification and elation. She ceased her actions, casting a sardonic gaze upon Xinyi. A dignified martial artist of the transformation realm, she mocked, deigning to kneel and beg for the sake of a mere mortal. Chapter 91. The demise of Yi confronted with Si Kong Huayu's derision, Xinyi clenched her fists, remaining mute. The surrounding landed gentry and local bullies assumed a posture of detached observation. Another move, and I shall terminate you. Witnessing his chosen bride kneeling for another man, Shang Guanyun displayed signs of agitation, only to be met with Bai Luoyan's vehement admonition, which immediately stilled his movements. Si Kong Huayu dismissed He Yi. Accepting the blood sacrifice sword proffered by a servant, she unsheathed the blade, scrutinizing it with meticulous attention. Though the sword appeared to be an ordinary iron implement, she noted that Shen Yi regarded it as a cherished possession, never allowing it to stray from her person. Do not torment her, I implore you. Grant her mercy, he pleaded, clutching tightly to Sikong Huayu's leg. Severely injured and overwhelmed with emotion, he coughed forth a copious amount of blood. His tragic beauty and subtly alluring form posed a significant temptation to all the women present. However, Sikong Huayu was an exception, utterly indifferent to male allure. I am willing to accompany you. I only ask that you do not remain here. At last, he unveiled his most desperate plea. Shedding his usual stubbornness and defiance as he cast a sorrowful glance at Sikong Huayu, her gaze finally shifted from the blood sacrifice sword to Shen Yi. As she lifted He Yi's chin, scrutinizing his handsome visage, Shen Yi observed this scene with a rigid expression. It was she who had neglected He Yi and driven him away, yet here he was, softly beseeching other women on her behalf. This moment bore a striking resemblance to another, and as Sikong Huayu raised He Yi's chin, Shen Yi felt her heart racing towards an impending rupture. Her lowered eyes gradually turned crimson, and the previously stagnant aura began to stir. She glanced at those around her, the very individuals who had toasted to her, proclaiming sisterhood. Yet when she was struck down and knelt in despair, not a soul stepped forth. The lofty crown prince, of noble status, appeared utterly terrified, while only He Yi, whom she had once disregarded, remained steadfast in his torment, his heart still devoted to her. Sword Spirit, can you hear my voice? Please, lend me your aid. I yearn for strength. Still, there was no response. Shen Yi felt as though she had reached a dead end. She was gravely mistaken. The so-called noble identity and power were mere illusions. In the face of death, humanity's fear does not distinguish between status and influence. He Yi, do not demand anything from her. In that moment, Shen Yi appeared to gain profound insight into many matters. For a fleeting instant, she longed to return with He Yi to that quaint wooden cabin, savoring the meals he prepared while quietly admiring his countenance. Shen Yi closed her eyes and let out a low exclamation, but the next moment, Sikong Huayu's gaze turned icy, unmoved by He Yi's exquisite beauty. Beauty is as ephemeral as clouds. No matter how handsome this man may be, he is but a decorative vase, and she has no need for him. Time is of the essence. With a cold snort, Sikong Huayu forcefully shoved He Yi aside. Her sole desire was to avenge her fallen sisters. Drawing forth another arrow, she notched it, this time aiming for Shen Yi's forehead. The sharp arrow gleamed with a blinding cold light. No. A Yi. He exerted every ounce of strength, racing towards Shen Yi, desperate to shield her. Foolish man, get away. Shen Yi lifted her head, and through the haze of blood, she caught sight of a frail figure rushing towards her. Humph, do you think you can catch up? Cast a glance at He Yi, ignoring her entirely. As she swiftly knocked an arrow and aimed it at Shen Yi. Naturally, Shen Yi would not simply await her demise. She dove to the side. Yet the arrow seemed to possess a will of its own, finding its mark in her abdomen, pinning her to the ground with a sickening thud. Without hesitation, readied another arrow, striking Shen Yi in her arm and leg, rendering her immobile. Perish. In her line of sight, he had already lunged forward, yet was confident that her arrows would reach their target first. She knocked 3 arrows in quick succession, and with a swift release, the arrows flew. Shen Yi gazed blankly at the man before her, the anticipated pain never arriving, as the 3 arrows pierced through He Yi's chest. Chapter 92. I do not wish for your death. What is your name? Lord Delang. Her name is a Yi. She is but a humble woodcutter who stole something and sought to harm us. A Yi? Release her. She has her own struggles. You are a Yi. Let's abscond. Why the necessity for such violence? What will become of your kin without you? You are a Yi, and I implore you, spare her. She is not malevolent. I am remorseful. Though I cannot resurrect your sibling, I can beget another child for you, to assuage your sorrow. Yi, I yearn to try once more. Yi, we are devoid of rice. Do you possess any silver? I am sorry, it is all my fault. Yi, what transpires here? Who is this man? Yi, how could you become so inebriated? I cannot endure life without her. I beseech you, do not seize her from me. I still desire to return home and prepare victuals for her. I opt for silver. Yi, am I of less consequence than your animosity? Humph, had it not been for you, they would not have perished. If only I could relive the past, I would not have brought you to this locale. I would have slain both Xiaozi and you together. He Yi's body, akin to a tattered rag, cascaded to the earth, splattering with blood, plummeting without mercy. Blood flowed from his mouth as if it were worthless. He Yi. Shen Yi stared blankly at He Yi's vacant eyes, his pupils gradually dilating. Memories of the past flooded her mind. The once lofty De Liang met his end-clad in prison garb, felled by arrows. Shen Yi immediately spat out a pool of fresh blood, her heart's rhythm nearly ceasing. "I'm sorry. I can no longer cook for you," he murmured, his pallid visage devoid of any color, resembling a fleeting glimpse of life. "I have brought about your demise, your kin. Forgive me." Upon finishing his words, He Yi's eyes closed unexpectedly, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The only movement being the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, petals wilting in their finality. He, Bai Luoyan gazed at He Yi in a daze, her heart pierced with unbearable anguish. "It's all your fault," she exclaimed fiercely, casting a venomous glare at Shang Wanyun, wishing fervently to end his life then and there. Only Sikong Huayu stood there in shock, staring at her own hands. She should not have missed. Her arrows were swifter. How could it be that, in the final moment, he seemed to unleash an unimaginable potential, intercepting the 3 arrows with extraordinary speed? I was wrong. Tears trickled down the corners of Shen Yi's eyes, mourning the death of her loved ones. She did not blame He Yi. He was but a man, powerless and defenseless. How could she hold him accountable? It was her folly to share such burdens with He Yi, which not only failed to alleviate her resentment, but also ensnared him in despair. "End it. I was wrong." With a low growl, Shen Yi summoned the tumultuous energy within her, shattering the confines of the drug's effect. Her form became ethereal. Gliding through the arrows as she approached He Yi, she reached out, longing to caress He Yi's face, pleading, "No, don't die. This isn't real." An arrow pierced through her chest once more, yet Shen Yi felt not, fervently whispering, "Don't die. I cannot bear your death." Suddenly, with the connection of the arrow, Sikong Huayu felt a surge of blood erupt from her chest, the sensation of a piercing heart overwhelming her. A metallic taste filled her throat as she coughed up blood, urging, "Quickly, kill her." A foreboding intuition gripped Sikong Huayu. Perhaps He Yi's demise had provoked Shen Yi, unleashing unforeseen chaos. The assassins of the Yin Luo sect exchanged glances and charged at Shen Yi, but in the next instant, the blood ritual sword in Sikong Huayu's grasp began to tremble. The once rusted blade transformed into a vivid crimson, swiftly dispatching the approaching assassins before returning to Shen Yi's hand. Indeed, it was the sword that held the power. Before Sikong Huayu could finish her thought, her eyes widened in shock as Shen Yi materialized behind her, delivering a powerful kick that sent her soaring through the air. "He is but a frail man. Why must you take his life?" Beneath the disheveled locks lay a pair of blood-red eyes, brimming with savagery. With relentless force, Shen Yi delivered another blow upon Sikong Huayu, the impact causing half of her body to erupt in a crimson mist, leaving her weakened and limp. Again and again, the assault continued, each strike fueled by a burning animosity. "Yin Luo sect, how I loathe you." Shen Yi slammed her into the stone platform on the ground floor. Then with a merciless stomp, crushed through Sikong Huayu's body. The veil that once concealed her face fluttered away, revealing a countenance of pristine beauty, now marred by an icy resentment. Her body lay shattered, and in disbelief, Sikong Huayu murmured, unable to comprehend how Shen Yi, despite being poisoned, could still possess such formidable power. The insidious toxin was designed to dissolve one's inner strength into mere blood, capable of killing even a martial artist in the late stage of transformation if left untreated. Soon, her breath faded away. A wave of sweat drenched Shang Wanyun, causing him to collapse onto the ground, while Bai Luoyan transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished. Chapter 93. Interment. Shen Yu leaped from the high platform to the second floor, the wooden floorboards splintering and cracking beneath her. A sanguinary aura swirled around her. Like a rampaging beast, she cradled He Yi's lifeless body in her arms, her crimson eyes losing focus as she registered the absence of breath. She held her close, as if willing time to stand still, so that the person in her embrace might retain some warmth. Shen Funu, as a Funu, embracing another man seems to contravene regulations. Some officials, seeing that the assassins were either dead or had fled, and that the eldest prince was unharmed, felt emboldened. They stepped forward to accuse Shen Yi, shouting, "Shen Funyo, love and hate must be distinguished by occasion." Shen Yi, holding He Yi, kissed the corner of his lips as if frozen in time. Crystal tears streamed from her eyes. She had thought she did not love this man, but witnessing He Yi's death tore her heart apart. An indescribable pain enveloped her, making her wish to remain in that moment forever. Shen Funyo. Shen Yi's silence only emboldened the officials further. They whispered among themselves, discussing He Yi's affairs. What kind of behavior is this? It's against decency. Alas, this Funyo seems to have someone in her heart. That man was beautiful, but he seemed just a man of the world. Shin Funyo. The voice abruptly ceased as a blood-red sword beheaded the speaker. Shun Yi took the blood-sacrifice sword, her back to the crowd, a desolate figure mingled with sharp, killing intent. The crowd watched in horror, unable to speak. But Shun Yi turned around, her closed eyes slowly opening, a blinding crimson engulfing everyone. She could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of He. She moved through the crowd, ending each one of them. The desperate screams soon faded. They did not die at the hands of the Yinluo sect, but by Shun Yi's own. Shun Yi lifted He, indifferently making her way downstairs. I shall not take your life, yet I wish to see you no more. As she passed by the limp figure of Shang Wanyun, Shun Yi paused briefly. Had it not been for his expulsion of He, had she not tacitly permitted it, He would not have fallen into the clutches of the Yinluo sect, nor would such a day have come to pass. Let us go. I shall take you home. Shun Yi lifted He's chin, quietly admiring her countenance. Her willow-like brows arched delicately, and her slightly flushed lips resembled the petals of a flower. This man was simply too breathtaking. Yet, Shun Yi tightened her embrace around He, vanishing from the tavern. Matters of promotion and wealth, the Yinluo sect, all seemed trivial at this moment. She only yearned to be by He's side. As the wooden door swung open, Shun Yi cradled He in her arms, akin to a princess. The clucking ducks and chickens in the yard immediately flocked towards her, oblivious to the fact that the one who had brought them here was already gone. Shun Yi trudged back into the house, placing He gently in the bedroom. She stood there, seemingly dazed, staring blankly at He, who appeared to be in slumber. A wave of embarrassment washed over He, for in the final moment, he had allowed the system to seal his vitality. In that instant of collapse, he comprehended that it was time to change the map once more. If Shun Yi were not present, he could simply utilize some green tea points to teleport away. However, the latter's unyielding gaze rendered him in a difficult predicament. Should Shun Yi possess any morbid fascination with corpses, it would spell disaster, inevitably leading to exposure. He silently prayed within herself, observing Shun Yi, who had gone without food or drink for an entire night. The value of green tea points surged incessantly. It was not until the following morning that she ventured outside. To He's relief, Shun Yi returned with a coffin. After she cleansed herself, she placed him inside. Shun Yi, with an expression of indifference, sat silently before the coffin. It was only in the evening that she shouldered the coffin and ascended the mountain. Shun Yi had heard her mother mention that after her demise, she was to be buried within the mountains, a place of pristine beauty, where one could finally relish the fruits of a laborious life. Shun Yi etched this memory into her heart, interring her mother and younger brother, Amu, together. She selected a spot atop the mountain and began to dig, swiftly completing the monumental task. I shall soon return here to rest with you in eternal slumber, Shun Yi murmured as she covered the grave, erecting a wooden plaque that read, Tomb of Shun Yi, beloved husband. After laying He to rest, Shun Yi felt as though her entire being had been stripped away, leaving only a mere shell known as Shun Yi. She covered her face and wept, lost in despair. After a long while, Shun Yi sorrowfully departed. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, she suddenly recalled that He had written numerous letters before leaving, all neatly folded and placed in that drawer. Those letters contained He's unspoken words for her. Yet, in her previous state of mind, she had been unwilling to read them, consumed only by the desire to expel that man, which ultimately led to his demise. Shun Yi opened the drawer and tremulously extracted the envelopes within. In that moment, it seemed as if He stood beside her, gazing at the side of the bed for an extended period before she finally placed the letters back inside. The same location, yet now separated by the realms of life and death. There once was a relationship that she had failed to cherish properly. If only she could turn back time, she would undoubtedly strive to make amends with He. However, in this world, she would never encounter a man named He again, nevermore. Shun Yi shakily retrieved the letters. The handwriting was elegant, yet she could not comprehend a single character. Realization struck her, and in a frenzy, she sought someone literate. Soon, she found a woman at a nearby medical clinic, known for her prescription writing skills, undoubtedly capable of reading. Shun Yi abruptly shook the sleeping woman awake, placing the letters on the table, demanding, "Read, or I shall perish. Please, don't be hasty. I will read it." Chapter 94. He's letter. The woman from the clinic appeared utterly bewildered, yet upon seeing the blade in Shun Yi's hand, she quickly complied. "Yi, by the time you read this letter, I should have already departed. I am aware that you harbor resentment towards me. In truth, I am but a pawn of circumstance, an ordinary man. Yet, I carry a sense of guilt towards you. There is a matter I have long concealed. I am a harbinger of misfortune. I was born into a life of affluence, sheltered from the world's harsh realities. But my peculiar constitution has drawn envy towards me, leading to the demise of my family and loved ones. I empathize with your sentiments, your heartache. Mine echoes yours. Yet, my capacity to act is limited. As a man, my domain is relegated to culinary duties, laundering, and attending to your needs. I am aware of your perception of my tainted nature. Never have I reproached you for it. Yet I am not a man who disregards the sanctity of fidelity. The matriarch's tone was rigid, each word inducing a cold sweat. The missive appeared to conceal a cataclysmic secret. However, Shun Yi remained transfixed, silent, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Subsequently, my selection as a by the Ghost Emperor stemmed from my unique constitution. In that era, my soul was perpetually adrift, consumed by the anguish of losing loved ones. A captivating visage, I am a harbinger of misfortune. These past 6 months have been a period of profound contentment in your presence. I have experienced tranquility. I am uncertain of my fate in your absence. I am gripped by fear, the dread that the exposure of my countenance would once again render me a plaything for others. I would prefer death to such a fate. I cannot betray your trust. However, I must depart. I suspect you are now privy to the truth. Alas, I am bereft of options. The 1,000 taels of silver I have concealed beneath the azure brick within our abode, a provision for your future needs. I cannot extinguish your thirst for vengeance. Yet retribution offers no guarantee of felicity. Each glimpse of your weary eyes pierces my heart. This wooden charm, procured from the temple, is reputed to possess potent efficacy. Wooden charm, safeguard grant her serenity, joy, and robust health. When longing for me envelopes you, adorn yourself with it. If it proves efficacious, it may signify that my thoughts, too, are converging upon you. The matriarch, with trembling hands, extended the wooden charm to Shun Yi, who accepted it, clutching it as if it were a priceless artifact. My sole regret lies in my inability to provide you with an heir. Yet, henceforth, you shall never endure solitude. May happiness be your constant companion. Above all, safeguard yourself. For in some distant realm, there exists one who perpetually holds you in their thoughts. I am gone. Do not dwell on my absence. Having concluded the recitation with considerable trepidation, the apothecary's wife was drenched in perspiration. The letter implicated not only 1,000 taels of silver, but also the affairs of the Ghost Emperor. Should the contents prove genuine, they would constitute a secret capable of astounding even celestial maidens. She had anticipated that Shun Yi might resort to silencing her permanently, yet he merely departed with the missive and a sword, his countenance crestfallen. I have wronged you. Amidst the flagstone streets, Shun Yi abruptly collapsed to his knees, clutching the wooden talisman, his lamentations heartrending. Ding. Congratulations, host, for rescuing the female lead, Shun Yi. You have been awarded 500 green tea points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your green tea points have increased by 200. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned the title of Green Tea Sweetheart. At this juncture, he was rather helpless, the sensation of being interred underground being exceedingly unpleasant. Just as he was preparing to teleport away, he detected a sound of debris overhead. What? Could it be grave robbers? You must be all right. A diminutive figure frenetically excavated the earth. It was none other than Bai Luoyan. She murmured incessantly and unearthed He. Upon opening the coffin and beholding He, who appeared to be merely slumbering, her heart surged with elation. Judging by He's complexion, which, though pallid, retained a trace of rosiness, there was still hope. As the time of departure approached, Bai Luoyan had administered a death-simulating pill to He. This potion would enable his body to enter a state of suspended animation upon receiving a fatal injury, allowing him to feign death temporarily. As long as he could be awakened within 3 days, there remained hope for his survival. However, this particular pill was merely a precautionary measure for Bai Luoyan, as its side effects were exceedingly severe, jeopardizing the soul. In the worst-case scenario, feigned death could transform into actual death, completely extinguishing the life force within. In the milder cases, it could cause turmoil within the soul, rendering him a mindless fool. She carefully cradled He, meticulously restoring everything. She was determined to revive He, even if it meant he would emerge as a simpleton. Chapter 95. I arrived too late soon. A light rain began to fall, swiftly erasing the traces on the ground. In Zhaoyang County, A case that stirred the court unfolded, with reports claiming that an avenging assassin had eliminated all officials in the area. The implications of this incident were profoundly intricate, prompting the governor of Qizhou Prefecture to hasten to the scene overnight to uncover the truth. The crown prince, Shang Wenyun, was urgently escorted to the imperial palace, falling gravely ill, with imperial physicians speculating it was due to excessive shock. The empress issued an edict commanding the pursuit of a martial artist named Shen Yi, causing the skies over Qizhou County to shift ominously. The midday sun blazed with intensity as Xiaozi lifted her teacup, lost in contemplation. According to her investigations, the individual who had taken He Yi was concealed within Zhaoyang County, indicating that He Yi was within a mere few hundred miles of her. She was determined to confront He Yi and demand an explanation for his abrupt departure, leaving her to navigate a tumultuous existence alone for the past 6 months. After finishing her tea, Xiaozi made her way to the Yefeng Tavern, the site of the official's tragic demise. It was said that this incident had caught the attention of the empress, as not a single drop of blood remained on the bodies of the esteemed officials. Upon entering the premises of the tavern, a palpable scent of blood enveloped her, even though the corpses had been removed. The atmosphere was thick with a lingering aura of violence. Xiaozi circled the tavern, scrutinizing her surroundings before vanishing from sight. Throughout the night, her efforts yielded little success until she caught sight of a signal flare in the sky, an urgent call for reinforcements from the Yinluo sect. Meanwhile, Shen Yi knelt by He Yi's grave, her once raven hair now transformed to white. After reading the letter He Yi had left behind, she succumbed to a night of regret and self-reproach, her hair turning white with sorrow. Surrounding Shen Yi were gradually accumulating dozens of figures clad in black. But she paid them no heed, staring blankly at He Yi's tombstone, her eyes filled with remembrance and remorse. If time could be rewritten, she vowed she would never have been so consumed by vengeance. He Yi, it is I who have wronged you. Kill her. The assassin beside her exhibited no semblance of mercy, almost wishing for Shen Yi to remain entranced a moment longer, thereby allowing them to effortlessly achieve their goal. Clang. Shen Yi drew the blood sacrifice sword, parrying the blade that came from behind. With a swift kick, she sent it flying, leaving the attacker a mangled heap. Tumbling down the slope, Shen Yi's figure materialized behind the others, executing a rapid series of strikes to their backs, her speed akin to a phantom, rendering them unconscious. One by one, she dispatched them over the cliff's edge. The precipice behind was sufficient to ensure the demise of these dazed individuals. I do not wish to wield a blade before my beloved's grave. He disdains my taking of lives. Sensing another presence behind her, Shen Yi coldly remarked, "It is you who took He Yi." Xiaozi sensed something amiss, deducing that the adept before her was the very person she sought. As Shen Yi turned to face her, she momentarily lost her composure upon seeing Xiaozi's visage. This fleeting surprise was keenly noted by Xiaozi. "Do you know me?" "It is indeed you." "Xiaozi." Shen Yi's expression swiftly reverted to indifference. Xiaozi did not recognize her. This was due to Shen Yi's consistent guise as Sword 13 before her. Yet, she distinctly remembered Xiaozi's appearance. "Where have you taken He Yi? Return him to me." Upon Shen Yi's confirmation of his identity, Xiaozi's countenance brightened with elation, for with this individual located, she was certain of finding He Yi and liberating her. However, Xiaozi's expression soon faltered as Shen Yi's gaze drifted towards a nearby grave, marked with the inscription, "Here lies Shen Yi's beloved husband." A wave of sorrow washed over Shen Yi as he lamented, "My husband. He has passed." Meanwhile, within a tavern in Qingzhou Prefecture, Bai Luoyin channeled the full extent of her Shaolin cultivation, directing it into He Yi's body. The fluctuations of true energy lent her face an ethereal quality. "You must live," she murmured. "I must save you." Despite Bai Luoyin's exhaustive efforts, He Yi remained unresponsive, her life force dormant. "It is not enough," Bai Luoyin lamented. "My cultivation is too meager." She then resorted to consuming a multitude of medicinal pills, embarking on a frenzied regimen of pharmacological enhancement. "I implore you, live." As she relentlessly channeled her true energy, Bai Luoyin's Shaolin energy reserves dwindled, and her physical form underwent a visible transformation. Her features matured, her hair cascaded down her back, and her limbs elongated. Notably, her chest began to fill out, straining against her garments. Depleted of her Shaolin energy, Bai Luoyin could no longer sustain the guise of a child, reverting to her original appearance. "Awaken, I beseech you," she cried out. Bai Luoyin spoke, her voice imbued with a sultry charm reminiscent of a commanding presence. Under the celestial gaze, he bore witness to Bai Luoyin's transformation, and he was utterly astounded. The sight of her was as if she were an entirely different person. Although he had anticipated such a change, witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly shocked. It was evident that his own vital energy was insufficient to awaken the dormant spirit within He. If this continued, he would surely perish. Just as Bai Luoyin lowered her head in despair, a delicate arm, glistening like crystal, emerged through her garments and pressed against He Yi's back. Instantly, a fierce surge of vital energy flowed into He Yi's body in the gentlest of manners, even forming a visibly swirling vortex of energy. Master, Master! Bai Luoyin exclaimed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of a woman clad in imperial attire within the room. At this moment, Luoyin donned a white garment accented with hints of purple, the hem gently swaying. Her long black hair was neatly tied back, and a veil obscured her visage, revealing striking, deep-set eyes tinged with purple that exuded an air of aloofness, imparting an impression of unfathomable depth. Simultaneously, a prompt flashed through Yi Yi's mind. Beep. Congratulations to the host for encountering the dual true heroines, Luoyin. The revelation of her being one of the dual true heroines left He Yi momentarily astonished. According to the system's task prompt, Luoyin possessed royal blood and had single-handedly established the Yin Luo sect. In the intricately woven power dynamics of the Liangxian kingdom, she loomed like a concealed yet formidable dagger, instilling fear among the masses. Utilizing her true energy, Luoyin directly infused it into He Yi's body, causing the latter to spurt a mouthful of blood and collapse weakly to the side. However, compared to her previous pallor, a hint of color had returned to her face. Sect Master. Bai Luoyin stammered, unable to fathom that the sect master would personally appear beside her. Humph. With a cold snort, Luoyin subtly moved her sleeve, and Bai Luoyin was instantly propelled backward by a surge of formidable true energy, already severely depleted. She felt a sharp pain in her chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Master, I do not understand why you punish your subordinate. Bai Luoyin exclaimed, her eyes filled with panic. Ignoring her injuries, she hastily knelt on the ground. Seekong Guardian, please enlighten her. What transgression has she committed? Luoyin turned her head back, speaking in a calm tone. As her words fell, a woman pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing this person, Bai Luoyin's eyes widened in shock. This was none other than Seekong Huayu, who had been slain by Shen Yi in just a few moves. She distinctly remembered witnessing her body being utterly destroyed by Shen Yi. How could this be? In an instant, a sense of dread enveloped Bai Luoyin. As if everything she held dear was under the control of the master, or rather, all that belonged to the Yin Luo sect was within the master's grasp. Bai Luoyin, you possess an audacious spirit. How dare you flee in the face of danger? Seekong Huayu knelt on the ground, coldly addressing Bai Luoyin. Bai Luoyin's complexion paled. This was her final opportunity. Luoyin, without a glance at Bai Luoyin, spoke in a detached manner as she helped He Yi to his feet, lifting the man's chin to closely scrutinize his features. Unbeknownst to her, with his unique identity and this body, would you come to cherish him? Upon hearing Luoyin's murmurs, He Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear yet bewildered, as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly oblivious to his past. Who am I? Where's this? He looked towards Luoyin's finger, which firmly grasped his arm. It hurts, big sister, it hurts. His voice did not compel Luoyin to release her grip. Rather, she tightened it further. He, Bai Luoyin exclaimed in astonishment. He had awakened. Responding to the sound, he turned his gaze to Bai Luoyin, his expression dazed, as if amnesia was written across his face. The unfamiliar and vacant look in He Yi's eyes caused Bai Luoyin's heart to lurch. It seemed something had indeed gone awry. Moreover, He Yi's trembling body filled her with an ominous premonition. My head hurts. Who am I? After staring at Bai Luoyin for a moment, he appeared to recall something, immediately clutching his head in agony, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Who am I? You are now Junlian. Luoyin seductively lifted He Yi's chin and said, I am Junlian. He looked at Luoyin with confusion, carefully mulling over the name, seemingly unable to recall it. Possessing extraordinary acting skills, he had already mastered the art of tea-making to perfection. Even Luoyin could not discern any anomaly. Luoyin embraced He Yi, preparing to step out of the guest room. Seekong Hufa. I simply do not wish to perish so casually at Shen Ye's hands. The effects of the potion are waning, and you could have killed her immediately. Yet you chose to toy with Shen Yi, ultimately leading to Yi Yi's demise. I refuse to die in vain. Bai Luoyin quickly grasped that the leader's lethargy offered her a final opportunity to explain. Should she fail to seize this chance, she might face execution for her cowardice. You. Seekong Huayu paused momentarily, rendered speechless. Her technique was peculiar, a closely guarded secret known only to her and the leader. At that time, she had indeed perished. But now she had returned. Sikong Huayu possessed a unique constitution, the Fengnong body. Unless her heart was pierced or her head severed, every 24 hours, she would resurrect intact, while her previous form would turn to ash. She had not anticipated Xinye's sudden surge of power or the extraordinary nature of He Yi's identity. Who was precisely the man the leaders sought? A cowardly soul. Well, while the death penalty can be evaded, the living punishment is inescapable. In the 1,000-year cold cave, one contemplates in silence. What can be gained? He seems to appear quite pleased as she cradles the unconscious He Yi and strides toward the inn's exit. Sikong Hua and you promptly nod in agreement. Trailing behind. The temperature in the 1,000-year cold cave is exceedingly low, where water freezes upon contact. Punished within the icy cave, one faces the brink of death, yet He Yi remains in Luo Yan's grasp, leaving her no choice but to refrain from fleeing. Despite harboring countless doubts within her heart, she can only muster the courage to follow. Outside, mist swirls around, and two jade-like Qilin beasts draw a white jade palace, exuding an aura of frost. Dozens of masked assassins silently kneel in the night, resembling phantoms of darkness. Master. Upon witnessing Luo Yan descend gracefully, two elders from the Yen Luo sect within the palace immediately bow their heads in reverence, acknowledging her presence. Each of them is a formidable figure that stirs the martial world. Master, shall we return to the palace now? No, we shall proceed to the Shizhu Forest. Chapter 97. Shizhu Forest. The Shizhu Forest is nestled deep within the mountains, shrouded in dense foliage and devoid of sunlight. It serves as the training ground for assassins of the Yen Luo sect. All protectors and stewards of the sect hail from the Shizhu Forest, which for them is both a homeland and the inception of nightmares. Luo Yan cradled He Yi, reclining upon the elevated platform. Her hand gently caressed He Yi's face, while the phoenix-shaped ribbon at the corner of her mouth fluttered softly. The veil upon her face danced intermittently with the jolts, revealing her true visage, a serene yet noble countenance, marked by an air of elegance and pride. Her delicate lips and porcelain-like skin resembled jade, accentuated by a makeup reminiscent of vermilion between her brows, an enchanting beauty. He feigned a fainting spell in her embrace, drifting into a semblance of slumber, yet secretly observed Luo Yan. Indeed, Luo Yan possessed striking beauty, akin to an alluring ice queen from a past life, and her status was unparalleled. She was the epitome of a wealthy heiress. Figures like Xiaozi and Sikong Huayu were merely her subordinates. Her demeanor was tranquil and composed, concealing her thoughts deeply within, rendering her inscrutable. He too could not glean the whispers of her heart. As dawn approached, the falling moon palace gracefully halted before a heavily guarded mountain, surrounded by dark-clad figures wearing iron masks. Upon sighting Luo Yan, these individuals immediately knelt before her, uttering, "Master." At that moment, Luo Yan, who had been feigning slumber on the platform, opened her eyes slightly, acknowledging with a soft hum. Draped in flowing garments, she embraced He Yi and floated into the depths of the Tin Bamboo Forest. Once Luo Yan departed, Sikong Huayu and the others emerged. In stark contrast to He Yi's treatment, Luo Yan was swiftly overpowered and forced to the ground, exiled through the Tin Bamboo Forest to the 1,000-year cold cave. Bring He Yi here. What are your intentions? I demand an audience with the master. Luo Yan's expression was one of terror as she appealed to those around her. She never anticipated that, instead of rescuing He Yi, she would inadvertently cast him into the abyss. Regrettably, her strength was insufficient to stir any ripples within the depths of the Shizulan. She was soon overwhelmed. 3 days later, within the grand hall of Shizulan, he sat in a long pavilion, his gaze clear as he observed the scenery outside, resembling a sheltered young man unfamiliar with the world. Yet, occasionally, his eyes would drift towards a woman in palace attire not far away. The master possesses a rather unique physique, indeed a sacred spirit body, and he has already nurtured a new sacred spirit pearl. The woman in palace attire let out a soft exclamation. How delightful to uncover such an unexpected joy. Have you accomplished the task I entrusted to you? Before Luo Yan stood Dan Pa, the alchemy master of the Yen Luo sect, an elder over a century old. Dan Po's cultivation was equally profound, having spent her life immersed in the art of alchemy, with 80% of the sect's elixirs crafted by her hands. I have administered the forgetting elixir to him. All past memories will dissipate like smoke, even if he recalls them in the future. It will be as if he is merely an observer reflecting upon his own history. The master can rest assured in nurturing this young man. Excellent. Luo Yan nodded in satisfaction. She preferred to be prepared for any eventuality, regardless of whether he had lost his memories or still clung to the past. What she required was unwavering loyalty. Big sister. Upon the approach of a woman adorned in palace attire, A gleam of joy instantly flickered in the man's eyes. He hastened towards Luo Yan, enveloping her in a sudden embrace, and a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. Luo Yan's body stiffened slightly, being a woman of restraint herself. The scent emanating from He caused her to frown. "Elder sister, why did you leave Junlian all alone here?" As he uttered these words, she felt a shiver run down her spine, yet the thought of having consumed the forgetfulness pill from the Danpa, thereby erasing her past, brought her a sense of relief. Everything was in pursuit of extracting the essence of the green tea. Thus, she hastened to cultivate closeness with Luo Yan. He's gaze, melancholic yet gentle, reflected the image of Luo Yan, as if she had become her sole anchor. Luo Yan slightly lifted her hand, a gentle force raising He's chin, allowing her to observe the man's visage up close. Even Luo Yan could not help but marvel at the creator's wondrous craftsmanship. However, recalling that this body had been possessed by numerous women before her extinguished any flicker of interest. "Elder sister, why does my heart feel so hollow?" He raised her head, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. Her performance was impeccable, as she lamented, "I feel as though I have forgotten something of great significance. Someone truly important, yet I cannot recall." At this juncture, a shadow of sorrow cast itself upon He's delicate face. What ought to be forgotten shall fade, the past is dissipated, and reminiscence is futile. Luo Yan's gaze subtly shifted to He's eyes as she spoke softly. "Indeed." He nodded, though her melancholic expression conveyed to Luo Yan that she had not yet found solace. "You must become a person of utility. A soft blade in my hands, will you?" Luo Yan caressed He's hair, allowing her fingers to trail down to his face. Though her gaze was gentle, an icy depth lay hidden within, her voice imbued with irresistible allure. "This soft blade, when gentle, captivates with beauty. When firm, it gleams with a chilling brilliance. Junlian, do you think it is acceptable?" Luo Yan's violet eyes shimmered with a rhythmic allure, instantly causing He to feel an overwhelming influence upon her spirit, even leading to a notion of devoting everything to Luo Yan. "Elder sister, Junlian shall strive to become the soft blade in your hands." He suspected that Luo Yan possessed some form of enchanting sorcery capable of controlling others. Without hesitation, she immediately feigned an expression of infatuation. "I say to kill whoever you shall kill." Luo Yan whispered, "You name the target, and I shall eliminate them." Chapter 98. Powerless to reverse the tide in the tranquil depths of the Ten Bamboo Grove, a man clad in exquisite garments sat cross-legged, his lustrous black hair cascading over his shoulders, with elegantly arched brows and delicately pressed lips, his sharply defined features radiating an enticing glow. Sikong Huayu, adorned in the iron mask of the Smoke Luo sect, perched gracefully atop a tree branch, her elongated figure resembling a leaf. She gazed down at the man, her expression intricate. The sect leader had dispatched her to guide this man's cultivation, a task she found rather irksome, as she held no particular fondness for male company. To her, the stunningly beautiful He held little value beyond her attractiveness. Yet, the sect leader's decision to assign a protector of her caliber to mentor a novice underscored the significance he placed upon him. Sikong Huayu observed He's beauty for a moment, her thoughts lingering on the memory of the moment she had shot this man. Clop, clop, clop. As the ethereal petals of Sikong Huayu gently descended, she cast a long sword towards He. Hearing the commotion, He slowly opened her eyes, her crystalline gaze settling upon the sword before her. "Take it and slay me." "Slay? Me?" He grasped the sword, a flicker of hesitation crossing her features. Yet, urged by Sikong Huayu, she lunged forward. In her hands, the sword resembled a mere toy, wielded with childlike innocence. However, with a casual kick, it was effortlessly sent flying. A dagger halted just before He's throat. "Were I your enemy, you would be dead now." Sikong Huayu retracted the dagger, gazing at He in astonishment. In just a day, He's cultivation had surged from that of an ordinary person to the late stage of qi refinement. Truly, she was a prodigy in the art of cultivation. "Yes, I apologize." He's gaze fell, her voice tinged with melancholy as she lamented her own shortcomings. "If apologies were of any consequence, we would no longer have the need for our existence." Sikong Huayu crossed her arms, retrieving a mask identical to her own from her waist and tossing it before He. "Don this mask, and you shall become an assassin of the Yanluo sect." As He held the butterfly-like mask, her voice trembled slightly. "Master Sikong, why does the mere mention of the Yanluo sect evoke such discomfort within me?" Sikong Huayu paused, about to respond, but He, sensing the moment, adorned the mask. "If this can aid my elder sister, I am willing." At the mention of Luo Yan, A fleeting expression of admiration crossed He Yi's face, though she swiftly buried this sentiment deep within her heart. "Oh, then follow me." Sikong Huayu ventured deeper into the forest, guiding He Yi on her journey to becoming a competent assassin, with many challenges yet to confront. Meanwhile, on another front, Shen Yi struck Xiao Zi's chest with a powerful punch, sending her soaring like a discarded rag, though she had consumed the Breaking Realm pill. Elevating herself to the level of a master in the transformation realm, she still proved no match for Shen Yi. With his silver hair billowing, Shen Yi pursued her relentlessly. The blood sacrifice sword poised ominously at Xiao Zi's throat. "This time, I shall spare your life. One must face the living in life, and the dead in death." Gazing at the glistening blade, Xiao Zi clutched her chest, her voice dripping with defiance. "You are unworthy to see him again." "Why? Was it the followers of the Yin Luo sect who caused He Yi's demise, yet you are one of them? I promised him that I would spare your wretched life." "A promise made must be kept." Shen Yi withdrew the blood sacrifice sword, her expression cold and detached. She gazed into the distant sky, now bright with the dawn. The two engaged in a fierce battle, shifting from the grave to the cliff's edge, and then from the precipice into the valley below. Two masters at the transformation stage were capable of sweeping through the surrounding terrain, devastating the forest and halting the river's flow. "Spare me? Am I unworthy?" "Ha ha." Xiao Zi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. "If it were not for you, He Yi and I would have long since retreated into the mountains, becoming the envious couple of the world, living in harmony. If it were not for you, He Yi would still be alive." Recalling the myriad of past events, Xiao Zi suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion waning. Even with her cultivation having reached the transformation stage, she could not reverse the tide of fate. "He Yi, how can I believe that you have departed this world so easily?" She harbored a desire to eliminate Shen Yi, for it was she who had caused He Yi's demise. Yet, she found herself utterly incapable of confronting Shen Yi, unable to exact vengeance for He Yi's tragic fate. Shen Yi paused momentarily, and disbelief washed over her. She could not bear to acknowledge that He Yi had perished in her embrace. Clenching the wooden talisman at her neck, she was unexpectedly enveloped by a chilling sensation emanating from it. This icy essence served to purify the murderous thoughts swirling within her. "Ah Yi, if one day it can safeguard your peace and bring you solace, it signifies that I, too, am yearning for you." Memories of He Yi's gentle reminders flickered through her mind, and she pondered, "Is this chill a sign that you are missing me, He Yi?" Shen Yi stood frozen, grappling with her anguish. Yet, she whispered, "Forgive me, He Yi. I must pursue vengeance. I cannot tolerate the existence of those who have wronged you in this world." Chapter 99. Elder Sister, Junlian can do it smack. Ouch. A cry of pain echoed through the bamboo grove as He Yi, caught off guard, was once again struck to the ground by the hilt of Sikong Huayu's sword. A sharp pain radiated from her elbow, and her balance faltered, nearly sending her sprawling to the earth. Sweat drenched her somewhat frail attire. Yet the black garment clung to her form, failing to conceal her gracefully proportioned silhouette, exuding an irresistible allure. He Yi's chest heaved rhythmically, and fine beads of perspiration trickled down her smooth forehead, cascading along her temples, with a soft sound resonating as they landed on her delicate, slender fingertips. With a derisive snort, Sikong Huayu withdrew her sword from He Yi's throat, instead resting the blade against her back. "Is this the extent of your capabilities? You aspire to be the chieftain's blade?" She stood before He Yi, her tone laced with disdain. "Truly, you are but a tender sprout from a greenhouse, easily vanquished." I shall certainly become eldest sister soft blade," he gasped, his voice as clear as a mountain spring, unforgettable to those who heard it. Despite his labored breathing, he remained resolute, his handsome face etched with defiance and determination as he glared at Sikong Huayu. Inwardly, however, He Yi grumbled about Sikong Huayu's utter lack of consideration, as frigid as a block of ice, unmoved by his beauty. Readjusting his stance, he gripped his longsword and lunged once more at Sikong Huayu, this time aiming for her neck. After all, the Yin Luo sect was an organization of assassins, and Sikong Huayu imparted methods of assassination that ensured a swift kill. Too slow. Yet, as the sword tip neared Sikong Huayu by a mere centimeter, she swiftly kicked his sword-wielding wrist with her right foot. With a clatter, He Yi's longsword fell to the ground, the sound sharp and distinct. As the longsword hit the ground, He Yi's left foot shot forward in a forceful kick, aimed directly at Sikong Huayu's chest. With a resounding smack, Sikong Huayu seized He Yi's advancing left foot with one hand, then tugged sharply. He stumbled, losing his balance, and fell headlong towards Sikong Huayu's chest. Unsteady on her feet, Si Kong Huayu found herself captivated by the delicate softness of the man's waist she held in her arms. The tender and exquisite sensation left her momentarily dazed. Lowering her gaze, she beheld Yi's visage nestled against her. The slanted brows, the subtly pursed lips, and the sharply defined features exuded an enchanting glow. The alabaster neck and smooth skin seemed to encompass all the beauty of the world, radiating an exquisite allure. The faint fragrance emanating from Yi filled her senses, enticing her heartbeat and ensnaring her in a web of infatuation. "Let me go," panic flickered in Yi's eyes. And upon realizing her inability to escape, she tremulously uttered, "I pay my respects to Si Kong Guardian. The Guardian Master requests your presence." At that moment, a figure clad in black descended and respectfully announced, "Indeed. Let us conclude for today." Si Kong Huayu cast a fleeting glance at Yi and replied nonchalantly. When Si Kong Huayu arrived outside the hall where Luo Yin awaited her, the latter had been anticipating her arrival for quite some time. "I pay my respects to the master. May the master enjoy boundless peace and prosperity." Si Kong Huayu returned the gesture. Today, Luo Yin donned a flowing gown of moon-white silk embroidered with silver borders, adorned with elegant orchid patterns at the cuffs. Her hair was adorned with a jade hairpin, bestowing upon her an ethereal and serene presence, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm with her unparalleled beauty. A veil concealed her features, while her slightly purple-hued eyes, glinting with indifference, seemed to reveal a soul untouched by the world's tribulations. Luo Yin's fingers, delicate as spring onions, gracefully held a cup lid as she gently stirred the tea leaves, her eyes half closed as she savored the fragrance wafting from the brew. With a delicate sip, she savored the rich and mellow flavor, feeling the lingering aroma and sweetness of the tea resonate in her throat, leaving a profound aftertaste. Her gaze lingered on the teacup for quite some time, as if contemplating a matter of significance, while Si Kong Huayu patiently awaited her response. Here lay a list. Take someone with you, ensuring no trace is left behind. After a long pause, Luo Yin discarded a roster and decided to take Jun Lian. What about Yi? Si Kong Huayu asked, momentarily taken aback. Master, I believe Jun Lian is ill-suited for this assassination task. After all, he is rather weak. Si Kong Huayu furrowed her brow, perplexed by the leader's insistence on bringing along a liability. Although this man appeared indifferent on the surface, she could sense a certain softness within him. Each mission was of utmost importance, requiring absolute discretion, and personnel selection was stringently critical. Bringing He along would be a fatal flaw. From this point forward, there shall be no He in this world, only Jun Lian. Upon instinctively uttering He's name, Luo Yin hesitated in her movements, responding with a calm acknowledgement. Understood. Chapter 100. Half a year had flown by. In the Liangxian Kingdom, the capital city flourished beneath the rule of the Empress. As night fell, several figures clad in black drifted along the swaying branches, their faces obscured by masks, their attire form-fitting. "Follow me." The lead woman cast a scrutinizing glance over the assembly, her gaze settling upon a particular man. Adorned with a butterfly mask, his willow-like eyes and vermilion lips piqued an immediate curiosity to unveil his true countenance. This man was none other than He. In a mere half-year, his cultivation had ascended to the separation and reunion realm, a feat that elicited silent astonishment from Si Kong Huayu. However, in contrast to the He of yesteryear, his eyes now possessed a chilling detachment, akin to that of a seasoned assassin. Yet, Si Kong Huayu knew that this was merely a facade. Under her tutelage, He's demeanor had grown markedly aloof, but he had yet to personally take a life. This, for an assassin, was a glaring deficiency. Upon their arrival at an inn under the aegis of the Yin Luo sect, Luo Shisan exchanged secret passwords with the innkeeper. The innkeeper then instructed a waiter to prepare exclusive guest rooms for the group. These rooms, situated at the innermost part of the second floor, were specially reserved for the sect's assassins, ensuring utmost discretion and security. He was assigned a separate room, as he was a man, and in Liangxian Kingdom, men and women were forbidden from sharing a seat after the age of 7, lest it tarnish the man's family's reputation. Once he had settled in, Luo Shi and Luo Shisan had already departed to gather intelligence. "Seeking protector, do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance." Si Kong Huayu's voice emanated from within her room, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze upon He. Her tone was as frigid as glacial ice, piercingly cold. As He heard the words of Si Kong Huayu, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by a fleeting shadow of melancholy. He bowed respectfully and took his leave, gently closing the door behind him with a delicate touch, as if to avoid disturbing Si Kong Huayu. Upon returning to his chamber, The expression of desolation vanished entirely from his face. He set aside his long sword and removed his mask, revealing a visage striking enough to captivate. Under the watchful eye of the heavens, and perceiving no anomalies, he relaxed and reclined upon his bed. Over the past 6 months, he had accumulated substantial gains, had he not feared that an accelerated advancement might draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. He could have already elevated his cultivation to the transformational stage. Xiao Cha, who exactly is the target of the assassination mission assigned by Luo Yan? He inquired with curiosity as he found himself excluded from Si Kong Huayu's dealings. The tasks imparted by Luo Yan to Si Kong Huayu and others were shrouded in secrecy, unbeknownst to outsiders. Ding. The current mission is to assassinate the legitimate daughter of the left chancellor, Chu Luhong. Chu Luhong? She is known for her beauty and has undoubtedly led many virtuous men astray. Xiao Cha's electronic voice resonated. In the capital, numerous individuals wield considerable power. And amidst the political intrigues, there are always those who are blind to the prevailing circumstances, obstructing Luo Yan's path. The consequences for such individuals are, of course, predictable. Luo Yan serves as a tool for eliminating rivals. After a brief contemplation, he found little concern regarding the matter. Over the past half-year, although she had trained alongside Si Kong Huayu, her encounters with Luo Yan, the dual protagonist, had been rather infrequent. He likely comprehended Luo Yan's intentions, nurturing him with a certain purpose to transform him into a heartless assassin, solely devoted to serving him. Meanwhile, the previously delicate image required a reformation. In light of this, he decided to acquiesce to Luo Yan's wishes. Chapter 101. She actually told me to get lost. Master is pleased, quietly adding more. Having received the payment, Wang Suihua naturally ceased her entanglement. As the crowd dispersed, the onlookers gradually left. Only he and Chu Luhong remained standing on the street. Chu Luhong picked up He's hat and veil from the ground and handed them to her. Junlian, I am grateful for your assistance, Mississippi. He accepted the hat and veil from Chu Luhong, expressing her gratitude. Junlian, there is no need for such formality. When one encounters injustice, it is only natural to extend a helping hand. Of course, how could I possibly ignore a striking gentleman like yourself? Chu Luohong's final words remained unspoken. Her demeanor exuded grace, eliciting a favorable impression. A young man, untainted by the world, might easily fall under her spell. This woman possessed an alluring appearance. Yet he was no ordinary individual, her beauty unparalleled. Chu Luohong's desperate attempts to conceal her desire were all too familiar to He, and her poised facade was undermined. The glimmer of longing in her eyes upon seeing He was apparent, though he feigned ignorance. Thank you, miss, for your timely assistance today. Regrettably, my finances are rather limited, and I may not be able to return the 100 taels immediately. Might I request to repay you once I gather the amount? I can pledge this jade as collateral with you, Mississippi. Upon finishing her statement, he removed the jade pendant from her person and presented it to Chu Luhong as a guarantee. However, the jade in He's possession would bear no influence over men, while it could gradually cause women to become increasingly impotent. Just call me Miss Chu. It is merely 100 taels, and I am simply acting in accordance with justice. Observing He's actions, Chu Luhong feigned reluctance, during which she inadvertently brushed against He's delicate hand, sending a thrill through her heart. This is unacceptable. Miss Chu is so kind-hearted, unlike other women. How could I allow her to suffer a loss in vain? It was only after he completed the exchange of the jade pendant that she suddenly recalled the propriety of male-female interactions, realizing her previous gesture had been somewhat too intimate. Miss Chu, I merely believe you are a good woman. At this thought, he immediately activated her award-worthy acting skills, her handsome face flushing like a ripened apple, exuding an air of innocent purity that tantalized Chu Luhong's curiosity. Were it not for her intention to win the heart of this extraordinary beauty, she might have already commanded her guards to seize He. Please, do not misunderstand, Miss Chu. I am merely, He stammered, leaving Chu Luhong with boundless musings. After bidding farewell to Chu Luhong, he vanished beneath her lingering gaze. Once more donning her hat and veil, she hastened towards a narrow alley. Today, Wang Suihua was in exceptionally high spirits, having gained 100 taels effortlessly, enough to indulge herself for a time. Upon the mere thought of He's appearance, she could not suppress a swallow. If only she could indulge in the presence of that young lad, she would willingly trade 10 years of her life. This notion caused Wang Suihua to emit a series of increasingly lascivious chuckles. That evening, she had resolved to seek out a gentleman in the brothel for some exhilarating pleasures. Humming her self-composed tune, She strolled through a dimly lit alleyway. Suddenly, she noticed a figure standing in the shadows, wholly engulfed in darkness. "Who are you?" she mused aloud. "What are you doing standing there, silent? Surely you are not a ghost?" A chill ran down her spine as her imagination conjured frightful thoughts, prompting her to reassure herself that it was merely daylight. There were no ghosts to be found. The shadow flickered and vanished, sending Wang Suihua retreating in terror. Ultimately, she felt a sharp pain at her neck and succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before drifting away, she sensed an eerie chill enveloping her throat. Witnessing Wang Suihua's collapse, he could no longer contain himself and began to rub his own hands. "Damn, that hurts," he lamented, vowing never to imitate the actions seen on television, where one would strike another's neck. "It truly is painful." He resolved to abandon such pretensions. Once his hands had calmed, he began to rummage through Wang Suihua's belongings. From her inner garments, he extracted 100 taels and, amidst a search, discovered 3 hairpins. He found it fortuitous, as they could serve as gifts for Si Kong Huayu and the others. Should they decline, he would not suffer a loss. In the end, he stripped Wang Suihua of her attire and left her discarded in the alley, turning away to depart. Upon returning to the inn, Luo Shi and Luo Shisan had already gathered intelligence. He first presented the hairpin he had procured from Wang Suihua to both individuals, who remained silent, neither expressing gratitude nor declining the gift. Eventually, he made his way towards Si Kong Huayu's room. Standing outside the door, he hesitated for quite some time, summoning the courage to knock. As he extended his delicate fingers, his right middle finger poised to rap on the door, it unexpectedly swung open. Momentarily taken aback, he observed Si Kong Huayu glance at him before dismissively ignoring his presence, proceeding down the stairs. "Si Kong Protector," he called out gently. "Si Kong Protector." After a moment of resolve, he reiterated with newfound determination, "Si Kong Protector, this is a gift I selected for you, and I believe it complements you perfectly. Please, I implore you to accept it." With a hint of anxiety, he offered the hairpin he had unearthed from Wang Suihua, extending it towards Si Kong Huayu. Stopping in her tracks, Si Kong Huayu turned, her gaze fixating on the hairpin in He's hand, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him, causing his heart to race with trepidation. She lifted He's chin, compelling him to meet her gaze, his complexion paling under the intensity of her stare. Suddenly, Si Kong Huayu released her grip, letting the hairpin clatter to the ground. The sharp sound echoed painfully in the stillness of the room. "Get lost," she uttered coldly. Before turning away, he stood motionless for several seconds, her gaze becoming increasingly desolate. Once she regained her composure, she belatedly picked up the fallen hairpin from the ground. With a soul lost in despair, she returned to her room, clutching the pin with her head bowed and her body rigid. This was the finest hairpin she had obtained from Wang Suihua, valued at 150 taels. Her gamble had indeed paid off, as Si Kong Huayu had not claimed it. "Are you all right, dear host?" Xiao Cha inquired with concern. "I'm fine," he replied, her eyes glimmering with a mixture of surprise and indignation. "She actually told me to leave." Xiao Cha felt a pang of annoyance. Indeed, she should not have allowed her compassion to overwhelm her in comforting this host. At dinner time, Si Kong Huayu did not wait for He to join her, her mind replaying the moment she had ordered He to leave, causing her brows to furrow in contemplation. Chapter 102. You must not house the Prime Minister's residence. It was rumored that there was a delightful vendor of baked buns with tomatoes in the southern alley of the city, and tonight, she had set her sights on him. The 4 beautiful men of the matriarchal society, Diao Chong, Shi Shi, Yang Liang, and Wang Zhao's concubine. Descriptions can be found in Chapter 29. Chu Luhong stood before a bronze mirror, attended by someone who was adjusting her garments. Upon hearing her remark, her attendant promptly agreed.